Introduction. Ning Wan has always been aware that her marriage to Lu Jingcheng was merely a fortuitous mishap. On their wedding day, he abandoned her, leaving her the object of ridicule. Following their union, he subjected her to endless torment, ultimately extinguishing the love she had yet to articulate. Ning Wan, do you know? Compared to your grotesque demeanor, your body at least once satisfied me, but now I have grown weary of it. Lu Jingcheng loathes Ning Wan to the core. He despises her unscrupulousness and her selfishness. Above all, he resents her determination to marry him without the courage to remain by his side. Once she vanished from his world, her name was inscribed on a black tombstone. Chapter 1. The Mistress Arrives. The fragmented rays of the setting sun cast a hazy glow, illuminating a woman seated alone on a swing in the courtyard, cradling a weathered book. Through the sunlight, one could discern the bluish veins beneath her fair skin. "Let me in, I demand to see Ning Wan." A sharp female voice pierced the air behind her, prompting her to frown slightly. She closed the book and turned to regard the intruder, momentarily taken aback before offering a faint smile. "Lin Ma, who is this young lady?" The woman who entered exuded an air of arrogance, her slightly protruding abdomen indicating she was about 5 months pregnant, yet her face was heavily made up. "Ning Wan, Tianyu no longer loves you. Why do you cling to the title of Mrs. Lin? Besides, I am already carrying Tianyu's child." Upon hearing this, Lin Ma was thoroughly alarmed. Before the seated woman could respond, she exclaimed, "Miss, you truly have no shame. You seduce another's husband and then dare to cause a scene in their home? Just wait, I will summon someone to throw you out." The woman maintained her indifferent demeanor. "Ning Wan, who in Jiangcheng does not know that you, Mrs. Lin, are merely a fad? Tianyu indulges in revelry outside daily, never returning home. After 3 years of marriage to the Lin family, you have not borne a single child. How can you justify clinging to this position?" Armed with her pregnancy as leverage, she grew increasingly brazen, declaring, "If you dare to touch me, you should know I carry the Lin family's grandson. Go ahead, try." The servants hesitated, fully aware of the young master's indulgences, as the newspapers had also reported on the relationship between this actress and him. If it were indeed his child she carried, any misfortune to her could implicate them all. "Madam, what should we do?" Lin Ma, perplexed, sought Ning Wan's guidance. Ning Wan smiled gently, closed her book, and rose, softly instructing, "Throw her out, I don't mind the method employed. Ning Wan, if you dare to touch me, remember I carry the Lin family's grandson." Yi Xiao exclaimed, growing anxious at her words. "Oh, well, let's see if you could deliver it first." Ning Wan replied with a dispassionate smile, glancing at her abdomen. "Missy, do you have any idea how many have come here claiming to be pregnant with Lin Tianyu's child?" Yi Xiao was left speechless. In the next moment, a woman's voice, chillingly indifferent, pierced through the air. "There have been so many that I cannot count them all, yet not a single one has managed to bring a child to term." After a brief pause, Ning Wan brushed aside the stray hair obstructing her brow, a smile gracing her lips. "I hope Miss E can deliver her child safely. If the paternity test reveals it to be Lin Tianyu's, my Lin family will undoubtedly acknowledge it. However, do you truly believe that a mere child can grant you entry into the Lin family?" "What do you mean, Ning Wan?" Yi Xiao raised her brows at the exquisitely elegant woman before her. "Does Miss E believe that grandfather would permit an actress to enter our household?" Ning Wan turned to leave, her voice devoid of inflection. "Even without me, you would never gain entry into the Lin family." As Yi Xiao watched the woman retreat with measured steps, her teeth clenched in fury, she found herself at a loss for words. By the way, I advise you to hide away quickly. Lin Tianyu has never favored headstrong women. I suspect he will soon seek you out and personally escort you to the hospital for an abortion." With that, Ning Wan entered the house, instructing the servants to expel Yi Xiao. Chapter 2. Do you dare to divorce me? Unbeknownst to whether the servants were careless or otherwise, Yi Xiao inadvertently tumbled down the steps, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. Ning Wan, unable to ignore the situation, had the driver take her to the hospital, but alas, the child could not be saved. "Young madam, Miss Yi's child did not survive," Lin Ma whispered softly behind Ning Wan. The night was heavy with darkness. Ning Wan stood by the window, gazing at the night sky, a faint smile gracing her features. "If it's gone, then it's gone. There is no use in discussing it." After a moment, she inquired, "Has Lin Tianyu returned?" "The young master has not yet returned." Ning Wan continued to stand by the window, allowing the cold wind to caress her face, the chill penetrating to her very bones. From a moment she wed Lin Tianyu, She understood that this marriage was nothing more than a transaction of debt her grandfather owed to the Lin family. With Lin's grandfather gravely ill, they devised a plan to bring good fortune, hoping to strengthen the bond between the families and facilitate Lin Tianyou's swift stabilization. She gazed out into the inky darkness, void of any light, much like her own future. It had been 3 years since her marriage to Lin Tianyou. On their wedding night, he had declared that he would not touch her, compelling her to sign a divorce agreement that would become effective once her grandfather's health improved. At that point, they would be mere strangers to individuals bound by marriage, yet entirely unrelated. Rumor had it that he had already found someone he loved had it not been for her. They might have wed by now, which explained the depth of his animosity towards her. Yet the current circumstances rendered divorce impossible. She could not allow it to happen. If they divorced, her mother's sole legacy, the Ning family, would be irretrievably lost. Ning Wan gently pressed her forehead, a subtle curve gracing her lips. Even without me, you and Xian Wan would not endure. Your love is ultimately too shallow. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed through the heavens. She turned her head slightly, gazing at the inebriated Lin Tianyou, who was approaching her with a furious demeanor, and without warning, he struck Ning Wan across the face. Caught off guard, Ning Wan felt the sting of the slap, her cheek immediately turning red and swollen, the clear imprint of his hand stark against her fair skin. Ning Wan, you wretched woman, you even dared to target the child. Is that all you have, Lin Tianyou? Ning Wan retorted coolly, lifting her gaze to meet his. No matter how much you loathe my presence, what can you truly do? Do you dare to divorce me? Do you dare? Upon hearing her words, Lin Tianyou's fury intensified. He seized her by the throat, his malice palpable, and his grip tightened. Ning Wan, do you know why I would rather seek solace in other women than turn to you? Because the sight of your bland face evokes not an ounce of desire in me. Ning Wan's face flushed crimson, yet she maintained her smile. Lin Tianyou, if you possess the courage, then choke the life out of me, otherwise you shall not find my consent for a divorce. Have you forgotten your grandfather's words? With a sudden force, Lin Tianyou released her, sending Ning Wan sprawling to the ground. Ning Wan, you truly are despicably shameless. Can your grandfather protect you for a lifetime? That is my concern, Lin Tianyou. You should focus on comforting Xian Wan. Do you fear I might demand retribution for that slap from her? Rising to her feet, she regarded Lin Tianyou's furious expression with a gentle smile. Ultimately, your love for power eclipses your affection for her, does it not? Ning Wan, Lin Tianyou bellowed. Am I mistaken? Ning Wan tilted her head, a trace of blood at the corner of her lips. If your love for her were genuine, you would relinquish the title of heir to the Lin family and pursue her instead. She wiped the blood from her lips. When you chose to marry me, it meant you forsook her. Do not project your own cowardice and ineptitude onto me. I cannot bear it. Chapter 3. I find you too filthy. Lin Tianyou stood there, gazing at the woman before him, his eyes of vivid crimson. Yet, the woman appeared unfazed, her demeanor as tranquil as the sky, her words delivered in a calm, detached manner. Lin Tianyou, do not claim that you harbor no desire for me. Even if you did, I would still consider you filthy. With a cold laugh, Ning Wan turned and ascended the stairs. After taking a few steps, she suddenly halted. Lin Tianyou, grant me a little more time. I assure you it will not be long. Once I resolve the matters concerning the Ning family, I shall divorce you, and I will naturally speak to grandfather. Why should I believe you? Lin Tianyou's voice was frigid. Upon hearing this, Ning Wan smiled. After 3 years of marriage, their relationship had not changed in the slightest. It remained as it was on their wedding night. Could this not be considered a form of tacit understanding? Oh, then let us not divorce. After all, I have nothing to lose. Besides, the title of Mrs. Lin is rather appealing. Lin Tianyou stared at her retreating figure, his hand involuntarily clenching. He suddenly recalled Xian Wan, who still lay in a hospital bed, and his expression darkened. Ning Wan, you shall pay for all that you have done. Ning Wan merely smiled faintly and strode up the stairs. The following day, the newspaper reported the scandal. Supermodel Yi Xiao had been expelled from the Lin household by Lin Tianyou's wife, Ning Wan, and had subsequently fallen down the stairs, resulting in a miscarriage. Although Ning Wan was in the wrong, the public scorned the mistress who had intruded upon another's family. Despite the uproar, Ning Wan remained unaffected, though it was an awkward situation to explain to the elder. Grandfather. Ning Wan sat on the sofa, the phone receiver pressed to her ear. Vanya. Although I cherish you and wish for you to grow old with Tianyu, do you not think your actions have gone a bit too far? Regardless, the child in that little star's womb is still of the Lin family. The voice on the other end was aged, but carried an undeniable authority. Ning Wan remained silent, listening intently. The child was not Lin Tianyos. Those who sought her out were not his offspring. He was merely trying to safeguard Xian Wan, who had left upon hearing of their marriage, only to call Lin Tianyu on the day of the wedding, prompting him to seek her out that very night. For 3 years, they had remained together, and rumor had it that Xian Wan was recently pregnant. Hence, Lin Tianyu had orchestrated such chaos solely to protect her. As for why grandfather disapproved of Xian Wan, the reasons were unclear to anyone, likely due to her humble beginnings. Very well, Wanner, I shall not reprimand you for this matter. Yet, it truly is perplexing that after 3 years of marriage to Tianyu, there's been not a single word from you. Shall I arrange for someone to take you for a checkup? Ning Wan smiled softly. Checkup? Are you suggesting that we confirm whether the Lin family's young mistress has remained a virgin after 3 years of marriage? Grandfather, there is no need. What need is there for further discussion? You are well aware that my family, the Lin family, has but one grandson, Tianyu, as his wife. It is concerning that you have borne no children in the past 3 years. How can his grandfather not be worried? The voice on the other end was imbued with an air of authority, insisting that you must come. Ning Wan had yet to utter a word before the call was abruptly terminated, leaving her with nothing but the prolonged sound of the dial tone. She remained seated in contemplation for a considerable time, only to be jolted back to reality when her phone rang again. Wanner, please return home tonight. There is something important I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 4. The unfaithful dog. As dusk settled over the opulent villa, Ning Wan reclined with her legs crossed, casting a discerning gaze upon the individuals seated before her. Though her eyes seemed shrouded in shadow, she was acutely aware of the true intentions behind their summons. What puzzled her, however, was their apparent lack of fatigue from discussing this matter ad nauseum. Wanner, how could you possibly manage the Ning Corporation alone? When I married your father, he assured me that Lele would have a place in the Ning family, spoke the elegant woman to her right. On what grounds? Ning Wan shot a piercing glance at Ning Xiangyi, who, despite his marriage to this woman, had to acknowledge that son Lele was not a member of the Ning family. If she wishes to enter the Ning Corporation, she should not harbor such delusions. Ning Xiangyi, upon receiving Ning Wan's glare, suddenly lowered his head, losing the assertiveness he had displayed when he had called her earlier. Since I am now part of the Ning family, Lele is naturally your sister. It is always preferable to employ family over outsiders. If you have reservations about Lele, perhaps you could start her in a managerial position, suggested Rong Lihua, contemplating her words. Yet, she could not have anticipated that before she could finish, Ning Wan would interrupt her. My mother bore only me. She did not give birth to any sisters. Wan, who do you think you are to speak to my mother in such a manner? Son Lele, unable to bear her mother's subservience, interjected. But Ning Wan remained resolute. Lele, be silent. Rong Lihua chastised. Seeing the confrontation escalate, Ning Wan rose to her feet. It appears that Mrs. Rong has raised her children to be just like you, she remarked, turning her gaze toward her father. Is this truly what you promised them? Ning Tiangi siket softi at Ning Van sinquiri. Wanner, this is a commitment I made to Aunt Rong and the others. Allowing Lele to join the company as a vice president is a decision based on her commendable abilities. Oh, is that so? Do you genuinely believe I would employ an unfaithful dog? Ning Wan's demeanor shifted, her voice chilling. The Ning Corporation is the only legacy my mother left for me. No one, apart from myself, should dare to covet it. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to send her to join my mother. Her words, laced with a threat, sent a shiver down son Lele's spine. Yet, unwilling to concede defeat, she slammed her hands on the table and shouted at Ning Wan. Ning Wan, how dare you? Shall we put that to the test? Ning Wan replied, a frosty smile gracing her lips. With that, she grabbed her bag and turned to leave, pausing momentarily by Ning Xiangyi's side. If this happens again, do not bother calling me. I have no time for such nonsense. As son Lele watched Ning Wan's retreating figure, her frustration boiled over as she stormed back to her room. Do not be upset, Lele. I will find a way to make you the executive president of the Ning Corporation, Rong Lihua said, having argued with Ning Xiangyi before heading upstairs to comfort her daughter. How long will it take? Do not worry, it will not be long. Unbeknownst to Ning Wan, that day would arrive sooner than she could have imagined. On this day, she adorned herself elegantly for the wedding of her close friend, Chu Jingji. Clad in a flowing white gown, her long hair casually swept up, she radiated an unparalleled beauty. Chu Jingji gazed at Ning Wan and teasingly remarked, Wan, why are you wearing a white gown? You've completely overshadowed the spotlight of this bride. Chapter 5. A calculated betrayal. Ning Wan smiled faintly. Not at all. Jingji, you are the most beautiful. Chu Jingji returned her smile, yet her gaze drifted elsewhere, landing upon Lin Tianyu, who brazenly appeared in such a public setting with Xian Wan. A frown creased her forehead. Wan, why do you not divorce him? Given how he treats you? It seemed he had once exercised some restraint, yet now he exhibited none at all. Ning Wan followed Chu Jingji's gaze and beheld Lin Tianyu, intertwining his arm with Xian Wan, his demeanor tender and attentive, as if he cradled her like a precious gem, handling her with utmost care. A cold smile crept upon her lips, though she remained indifferent. It is not yet time to part ways. Her eyes, however, wandered into the distance, acknowledging that in this love triangle, she had intruded upon their bond. Wan, you are Lin Tianyu's wife, the rightful Mrs. Lin. Juzing the et galim, a hint of anger in her voice. But he does not love me, nor do I love him. If not for grandfather's coercion, he would never have wed me. And I would not have accepted him either, Ning Wan sighed. At that moment, Chu Jingji's husband, Huang Fuling, approached, accompanied by another man who appeared to be the best man for the day. This marked the first encounter between Ning Wan and Lu Jingcheng, strikingly handsome, reserved yet enigmatic. A man superior to Lin Tianyu and even Huang Fuling. Yet, she was acutely aware that such a man was not to be trifled with. Jingji, what are you discussing? Huang Fuling asked as he wrapped an arm around Chu Jingji's waist. Noticing Ning Wan's discomfort, Chu Jingji promptly shook her head, shifting the topic. Wan, allow me to introduce you. This is Huang Fu's classmate, quite impressive. Ning Wan glanced at Lu Jingcheng and offered a polite smile. Jingji, please prepare. I have a headache and shall rest on the rooftop for a while. I will return for the ceremony later. Chu Jingji nodded in understanding. Lu Jingcheng watched as Ning Wan departed, unable to deny her exquisite beauty. As soon as Ning Wan stepped away, someone followed closely behind her. Sensing something amiss, she changed direction and headed toward the bride's dressing room. Just as she was about to close the door, a waiter appeared, presenting her with a glass of juice. Claiming it was from Chu Jingji, without a second thought, she accepted the juice and took a sip before entering the room. Meanwhile, at the wedding venue, Huang Fuling greeted the arriving guests, with Chu Jingji by his side. Among the crowd, she caught sight of her sister, Chu Jingran, who exchanged a knowing glance with her. Smiling, she raised a glass of wine towards Lu Jingcheng. Mr. Lu, thank you for your assistance today. This toast is for you. Lu Jingcheng accepted the drink, replying, wishing you both a joyful marriage. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed the drink. Yet, shortly after, an unsettling heat enveloped his body. His gaze fell upon Chu Jingji, dark and menacing, yet he refrained from unleashing his fury. Instead, he merely exchanged a word with Huang Fuling before ascending the stairs. Ning Wan lay in the makeup room of Chu Jingji, increasingly perplexed by the rising heat within her. Suddenly, she recalled the glass of juice. Realizing that she had likely been drugged, resolutely, she propped herself up, intending to escape this place. However, as she opened the door, she was swiftly subdued by a towering, robust figure. In the darkness, a pair of piercing eyes glinted coldly, and the effects of the drug ignited a volatile fire within him. A large hand cupped the side of Ning Wan's face, followed by a heavy, labored breath. Get away from me, Ning Wan shrieked. Yet she found herself utterly powerless as the man forcefully pressed his lips against hers. In a state of terror, she stumbled backwards until her body collided with the frigid wall, leaving her with no avenue of retreat. The biting cold momentarily restored her clarity, but in the next instant, the man pounced upon her like a fierce beast, bringing her crashing to the ground. Chapter 6. Lu Jingcheng, Go to hell. His body radiated heat, his heavy frame pinning her down, accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric. Ning Wan desired to break free, yet found herself utterly devoid of strength. For she too had been drugged. Some actions were merely instinctual, until the pain coursing through her body birthed a flicker of despair, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. Ultimately, Ning Wan succumbed to unconsciousness, overwhelmed by the agony of her first encounter. Lu Jingcheng, nursing a throbbing headache, pressed his fingers against his temples, the chaotic memories of the preceding madness racing through his mind, alongside the image of the woman before him. He recalled the glass of wine that Chu Jingji had brought him. Had she not been Huang Fuling's wife, he would undoubtedly have shown her no mercy. But now, what was to be done? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a resounding slap struck his face. Lu Jingcheng's expression darkened, a cold snort escaping his lips as he spoke in a chilling tone. Consider this slap a compensation, Ning Wan. Should there be a next time, I shall ensure that you wish for death. Ning Wan bit her lip fiercely, blood trickling from her mouth. This incident must remain a secret. No one could know. Should it come to light, the Ning family would face tremendous peril, and as its leader, she would be subjected to doubt and manipulation by that mother-daughter duo. I do not wish for any rumors to surface. If I hear anything untoward, the consequences for you, Ning Wan, will be beyond your capacity to bear. Rising to his feet, Lu Jingcheng donned his clothing, casually retrieving a check, signing it, and tossing it to Ning Wan. Fill in the amount yourself. Let tonight's events be as though they never occurred. If word gets out, it will not bode well for you, especially considering you are already married. Who would have thought that the illustrious lady of the Lin family is still a virgin? Adjusting his attire, Lu Jingcheng turned to Ning Wan, the depth of his gaze darkening. Do not entertain any notions of competing with me. You shall be the one to suffer in the end. Fueled by rage, Ning Wan raised her hand, but before her palm could connect with his cheek, he seized her wrist. Ning Wan, are you courting death? He then shoved her away. Rising coldly, Lu Jingcheng, go to hell. Ning Wan tore the check into shreds, casting it to the floor, her nails embedding into her palms as blood trickled down, staining the pristine white sheets. She watched as the man who had taken her innocence departed with an air of nonchalance, unaware that their entanglement was merely beginning. An inescapable fate. Later, she contemplated calling Chu Jingji, yet her pride forbade her. Some burdens she could only bear alone. Sitting on the bed, clutching her legs, she remained in that position for an extended period until her phone rang, snapping her back to reality. Wan, it's grandfather. Please return home with tea on you tonight. Ning Wan paused, her voice hoarse. Is there something wrong, Grandpa? Your Grandpa Sheng has returned from Europe and brought gifts for you and tea on you. All right. Ning Wan hung up the phone, rising to her feet as she surveyed her body, marked with traces of the previous night's fervor. She could vividly envision just how wild her escapade with Lu Jingcheng had been. She believed that the events of that night had come to a conclusion, and that there would be no further intersections between her life and Lu Jingcheng's. Yet, she soon realized that the entanglement between her and Lu Jingcheng was merely in its infancy. Chapter 7. The Infidelity Scandal in the Office of the President of the Fu Corporation. Huang Fuling handed over the documents with a hint of embarrassment. Jingcheng, I apologize. This matter is Jingji's fault. She believed this was for Jing Ran's benefit. Huang Fu, return and inform your wife that if this happens again, do not blame me for being merciless. I understand. I have already reprimanded her. Huang Fuling replied with a cheerful demeanor. Yet the thought of Ning Wan sparked a sense of intrigue. So, what do you intend to do about Wan? What should I do? Do you think I would take responsibility simply because I slept with her? Otherwise, what? Lu Jingcheng leisurely reclined in his chair, elegantly lighting a cigarette. The smoke curled around him, partially obscuring his extraordinarily handsome face, which exuded an air of danger. There are far too many who require my responsibility. I'm afraid Jing Yuan would be unable to accommodate them all. He replied coolly. Moreover, do not forget, Huang Fu. She is already married. Jingcheng, how you handle this matter is your concern, but do not employ your methods against Wan. She is also a victim. Huang Fuling said softly. I am unsure how this occurred. If it were truly as Chu Jingji wished, sleeping with Chu Jingran would be preferable to Ning Wan. I offered her money, yet she refused. Wan is stubborn. She would not accept your money. All she desires is for this incident to fade away. Huang Fuling sighed deeply, rising to leave, but paused at the door. Jingcheng, Wan is a good woman. She has endured too much. Promise me, do not harm her. If this matter is buried, I shall grant you this favor. However, should it be made public, I am afraid, Huang Fu, she must pay the price. A suddenly cold voice emerged from behind, as Lu Jingcheng's dark eyes grew even more somber. I do not wish for her to know about this. But, Jingcheng, you must realize that you and she can never be together as long as your parents are alive. She will never be able to marry you. Enough, Huang Fu. Your words are excessive. There was an unmistakable hint of anger in his tone. Huang Fuling shook his head, pondering how Lu Jingcheng, who had never feared anyone, now faced an issue he wished to avoid. Very well, the matter must ultimately be resolved. But, Jingcheng, as long as no one learns of this, Wan will never speak of it to anyone. You can rest assured. After he exited, Lu Jingcheng lit another cigarette, filling the room with swirling smoke. Unexpectedly, the following morning, this incident quietly graced the front pages of major news outlets, with the headline proclaiming, Madam Lin and the president of the Lu Corporation spend an enchanted evening at President Huang Fu's wedding. Once this report surfaced, all media outlets sensationalized the story, causing an uproar in public opinion. In essence, it suggested that Ning Wan, as Madam Lin, was promiscuous, resulting in a decline in Ning Corporation's stock value. This scandal dealt a significant blow to Ning Corporation, and such disgrace naturally provided Ning Xiang-yi with an opportunity to rally the board members to oust her from her position as chairwoman. Consequently, she had no time to address this scandal. Her sole focus was to visit the Lin family and explain herself to her grandfather. However, she arrived, yet grandfather refused to see her. He merely instructed the steward to convey a single message, expressing his profound disappointment. Nevertheless, Ning Wan remained resolute, unwilling to depart. She insisted on standing outside the Grand Iron Gate, beseeching the steward, Lin Bo, I implore you to speak to grandfather on my behalf. I truly have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with him. I have been wronged. Chapter 8. You two are indeed a perfect match. Miss Ning, it would be best for you to return home for now. The old man is currently in a fit of rage and will heed nothing you say. Ning Wan remained steadfast outside the iron gate, allowing the frigid wind to sweep across her face, the chill penetrating to her very bones. Please trouble Lin Bo to inform grandfather that I am here waiting for him, and I shall remain until his anger subsides and he is willing to hear my explanation. From the day she was betrothed to Lin Tianyu, she understood that this marriage was merely a transaction. It was a favor owed by her grandfather to the Lin family, coinciding with Lin grandfather's grave illness. Thus, they devised a plan to lift his spirits. Their hope was twofold: to strengthen the bond between the two families and to expedite Lin Tianyu's stabilization. After their marriage, Lin Tianyu made it clear that he had someone he cherished and would never marry her. Once grandfather's condition improved, they would divorce. Yet, in the current circumstances, she could not allow herself to divorce Lin Tianyu. Such a decision was out of the question. If she were to divorce, her mother's sole legacy, the Ning family, would be irrevocably lost. Ning Wan gently supported her forehead, a faint smile tinged with bitterness gracing her lips. At that moment, the sound of screeching brakes pierced the air. She turned slightly to see Lin Tianyu approaching, his arm around the shoulders of Xian Wan, who was clad in a delicate pink dress, an aura of pride emanating from her. Lin Tianyu raised his hand and struck Ning Wan with a resounding slap. Caught off guard, she felt the sting as her cheek instantly swelled, the clear imprint of his hand stark against her fair skin. Ning Wan, this slap is what you owe the Lin family. If not for you, the Lin family would not be subjected to mockery, Lin Tianyu declared. Is that all there is to it? Ning Wan retorted, meeting his gaze. The events of that night were known to both of them. She understood his disdain and his desire for divorce. Yet, to resort to such despicable tactics against her, this debt she would remember. Turning to Xian Wan, she said, Xian Wan, all that you have done to me is etched in my memory. One day, Even the smallest act of kindness will be repaid with the greatest gratitude. What are you talking about, Miss Ning? I am simply eager to be with Tianyu. I desire nothing else. Xian Wan replied with a smile, her hand resting on her abdomen as she leaned against Lin Tianyu. Grandfather will surely bless our union. I am already carrying Tianyu's child, and for the sake of his great-grandchild, he will accept me. Upon hearing this, Ning Wan suddenly laughed, her smile so radiant that it drained the color from the faces of those around her. Oh, is that so? You believe that by ruining me and bearing a child of the Lin family, you can gain entry into their home? How naive you are. Even without me, Grandfather would not allow you through the Lin family gates. It was impossible before. Do you truly think it is possible now? Do you have any idea how many women have sought me out over the past 3 years, claiming to be carrying Lin Tianyu's child? And how many of them Lin Tianyu has forced to terminate their pregnancies? Lin Tianyu's fury ignited further at her words, and he seized Ning Wan by the throat, his anger intensifying, making his grip all the more forceful. Shut your mouth, you promiscuous woman. Why do you have to speak in Wan? Perhaps you should consider your own reputation and the fate of the Ning family. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your concern. However, that matter pertains solely to me, and it bears little relevance to you. Ning Wan smiled, then turned to the two individuals before her, remarking, you two do indeed make quite the pair. A vixen matched with a cur. How fitting. Chapter 9. Either face death or imprisonment. Lin Tianyu stood there, gazing at the woman before him, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue. Yet, she appeared utterly unfazed, her demeanor serene as she spoke with a dispassionate tone, devoid of anger or sorrow. As she turned to leave, she declared, Lin Tianyu, I, Ning Wan, have not wronged the Lin family. Rather, it is you who has wronged me. If it were not for the sake of my grandfather, you would either face death or imprisonment, and I would never have been so accommodating today. Pausing beside Lin Tianyu, she lifted her gaze to the man before her, her husband. Yet, she found herself at a loss on how to confront him. Lin Tianyu looked at her, and in that moment, the depth of his gaze was one she had never witnessed since their marriage. Before Lin Tianyu could gather his thoughts, a chilling voice pierced the air. Lin Tianyu, congratulations, you have succeeded. I consent to the divorce. Let us decide when to finalize the paperwork. With that, Ning Wan turned to leave. Lin Tianyu instinctively grasped her arm, yearning to articulate his feelings, yet he felt that any words would be superfluous. He was reminded of that night when she had similarly held his arm, saying, Lin Tianyu, I know you dislike me, perhaps even loathe me, but it matters not. Just grant me a little more time to resolve the Ning family's affairs, and I shall divorce you without disrupting your life with Xian Wan. That seemed like a distant memory now. Ning Wan remained silent, breaking free from his grasp and departing alone. The wind was chilly, seeping into her very soul. In a world so vast, she ultimately felt destined for but one person. Her lack of tears did not signify a lack of sorrow. Lin Tianyu had forced her into divorce in the most repugnant and disheartening manner. The divorce between Ning Wan and Lin Tianyu had lost its fervor due to her resignation. Yet old Master Lin remained inexplicably opposed, causing the matter to linger in abeyance. Consequently, Ning Wan returned to Yuyuan, effectively separating from Lin Tianyu. The Ning family stocks did not plummet due to the divorce turmoil, and Ning Wan's business acumen continued to command respect. Ning Zong, someone is here to see you. Ning Wan looked up at Xiao Ke, her voice icy. Who is it? He claims to be shouting. Upon hearing that name, a faint smile graced Ning Wan's lips. She stood, donned her coat, and made her way outside. As she exited the elevator, she spotted a man in a pristine white suit standing not far away. Wan, you must stop frowning all day. Be wary of wrinkles adorning your beautiful face. Dressed in white and radiating a warm smile, Li Shouting captivated every woman in the vicinity. It has been so long since we've met, and you still play these games? Ning Wan chuckled, her gaze falling upon the woman beside Li Shouting, who possessed a sweet and enchanting beauty. Shouting, have you found a girlfriend? No, do not misunderstand. She is merely a colleague with whom I studied medicine in America. The woman hastily clarified, yet Li Shouting seemed unperturbed, regarding her with an unmistakable male gaze. Ning Wan discerned the nature of that gaze, her brows slightly furrowing. She spoke, Brother Xiao Ting, Allow me the pleasure of treating you to a cup of coffee. This young lady, if you don't mind, you are welcome to join us. No. You two have been apart for quite some time. I'm certain there is much to discuss, so I shall not intrude. After over 20 hours on a plane, I find myself weary and wish to return for some rest. The woman replied with a smile, playfully sticking out her tongue. Chapter 10. Wan, are you pregnant? The two stood, watching the woman depart. Why not confess your feelings if you like her? Be cautious, for if you do not act soon, she may become another's bride. Ning Wan wrapped her arms around her chest, her tone tinged with regret. Come now, she and I are merely friends. She has someone else in her heart. Li Xiaoting replied with a wry smile, a hint of bitterness lacing his words. Ning Wan raised her gaze to his gentle demeanor and the smile gracing his face, which warmed her heart. Even if she has affections for another, as long as she is not wed, you still possess an opportunity, do you not? Ning Wan tilted her head, the sunlight streaming through the glass illuminating her face, rendering it even more radiant. To encounter someone you cherish is a rare blessing. Do not let the days to come be filled with regret for not having fought for her today. Wan, was it Lin Tianyu who pressured you into the divorce? Li Xiaoting shifted the topic, inquiring about her divorce. It must have been something intolerable that he did, prompting your agreement to part ways. You know, he has never held my heart. Marrying him was solely for grandfather's sake. Thus, regardless of his treatment towards me, I harbor no grievances. Ning Wan smiled faintly but chose silence, leading the way out of the hall. In the tranquil CAF, Li Xiaoting asked Wan, you still cannot forget the boy who saved you from the car all those years ago, can you? Ning Wan remained silent, her gaze lowered. Indeed, that was a distant memory. When her mother and she were in the accident, her mother shielded her, sacrificing her life. She rarely spoke of it. The boy who rescued her from the vehicle left an indelible mark on her heart. Very well, I shall not bring it up again. Wan, remember, whatever the matter, just say the word. I am always by your side. Li Xiaoting took a sip of his coffee and softly addressed Ning Wan sitting opposite him. On the day of your divorce, if you feel afraid, call me, and I will accompany you. All right, I understand. Ning Wan replied softly. Xiaoting, what is the name of your beloved? Do not jest. There could never be anything between us. She has her own partner. Li Xiaoting chuckled, but then added. Her name is Xiner, Xiner. Ning Wan fell silent, merely smiling as she lifted her coffee. Yet in the moment she looked up, she caught sight of a news segment on the wall-mounted television. Mr. Lu, rumors are circulating online that you are to be married soon. Is this true? The reporter's voice rang out strikingly. Ning Wan furrowed her brow, though her heart remained undisturbed. Li Xiaoting noticed the change in her expression and slightly frowned. It is true. My girlfriend has just returned from abroad. Once we finalize the wedding arrangements, I will share the news with everyone. The normally unapproachable Lu Jingcheng had said quite a lot, a rarity, and even boldly acknowledged his impending nuptials. In the CAF, a wave of astonishment swept through the patrons. Wan, do you know Lu Jingcheng? Unfamiliar with him. Xiaoting, you sit here first. I will go to the restroom and return shortly. With that, Ning Wan lowered her head and headed toward the bathroom. However, Li Xiaoting raised his gaze toward the television, where Lu Jingcheng appeared, his expression darkening slightly. Xiner, it seems your heart truly belongs to him. Inside the restroom, Ning Wan stared blankly at her reflection in the mirror, perplexed. What was happening? It was merely a fleeting encounter with Lu Jingcheng. Why did he gradually begin to overlap with some memories? A wave of nausea surged within her, and soon she found herself leaning over the toilet, retching until bile threatened to escape. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ning Wan lifted her head, washed herself, and tidied up her appearance before stepping out once more, only to find Li Xiaoting blocking the doorway. Wan, what is the matter? I asked the cleaning lady to check on you. She said you were vomiting quite severely. Ning Wan managed a faint smile, attributing it to perhaps a stomach upset. But no, Wan, could it be that you were pregnant? Chapter 11. She cannot bear this child. Ning Wan suddenly raised her head to look at Li Xiaoting, who stood beside her. A wave of panic washed over her as she recalled the passionate night spent with Lu Jingcheng, yet she could not allow herself to reveal her turmoil in his presence. She forced a smile and said, What are you talking about? I couldn't possibly be pregnant. Perhaps I've just had a bad stomach lately. Xiaoting, you're overthinking it. Let's go out. Li Xiaoting noticed her evasiveness, but chose not to press further. He understood Ning Wan well. She was not the type to divulge information she wished to keep hidden. All right, let's go. Inside the CAF, Ning Wan had lost all interest in conversing with Li Shouting. Her sole desire was to purchase a pregnancy test to ascertain the truth of her situation. Observing her distraction, Li Shouting announced he had matters to attend to and would take his leave. Before departing, he reminded her, Wan, remember, no matter what happens, I will always be by your side. Night fell, enveloping the luxurious room. Ning Wan held the pregnancy test in her hand, her heart racing as she beheld the two distinct lines. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, and she slowly placed the test against her abdomen. Through the thin fabric, she felt an inexplicable connection to the tiny life within her. Yet, she was still Lin Tianyou's wife, the legitimate daughter-in-law of the Lin family. This was certainly not an opportune moment for her to be pregnant, especially with the looming threat of being replaced by Ron Lihua and son Lele. She could not afford any missteps at this juncture, but the thought of this child tugged at her heartstrings. Regardless of how it had come to be, she found it impossible to part with this life. Having experienced a childhood devoid of familial warmth, her mother's passing leaving her with only her grandfather, she cherished this fragment of life more than anything. Yet, the image of Lu Jingcheng's disdainful expression and his triumphant announcement of his engagement haunted her. He bore such striking features, and she doubted he would ever forsake his fiancée for the sake of this child. Perhaps that night had merely been a fleeting dream. Ning Wan gazed at her reflection in the vanity mirror, lost in contemplation until dawn broke. Finally resolute, she picked up her phone and called Li Shouting. Shouting, do you know a reliable gynecologist? Wan, what's wrong? Li Shouting in Kirat, Pujlat. I am pregnant. Please arrange for an abortion, but I must stress. No one can know about this. Absolutely no one. Ning Wan's voice was calm, yet carried an undercurrent of determination. Pregnant? Is it Lin Tianyou's child? If there is a child, why would you want to terminate the pregnancy? Is it because you plan to divorce him and wish to leave no traces behind? The Shouting asked, a hint of urgency in his tone. But Wan, abortion can be detrimental to your health, especially considering your long-standing issues. Don't forget your condition. I fear this may exacerbate your old ailments. It won't, Ning Wan replied with a faint smile, her cool hand resting on her abdomen, her gaze dimmed. I cannot bear this child. Consider my failure as a mother. After a pause, she added, shouting, I'll see you at the hospital. After finishing her conversation, Ning Wan hung up the phone. Having not slept a wink throughout the night, she felt rather unwell. She stepped into the shower, hastily applied some makeup, and donned a striking red coat before preparing to leave. However, upon turning a corner, she unexpectedly encountered Ron Lihua and son Lele. With her spirits already dampened, she chose to ignore them completely. Son Lele, observing Ning Wan's retreating figure, could not help but smirk coldly. Ning Wan, I shall see just how long you can bask in your glory. Chapter 12. Your child is a bastard Lele. When will you ever learn to keep that mouth of yours shut and stop causing trouble for me? Ron Lihua stood behind son Lele, her brow slightly furrowed. Watching Lele's retreating figure, she couldn't help but smirk, surprised that such a singular incident had resulted in a child. It seems even fate is assisting us this time. Mom, how much longer must I wait? Son Lele inquired. Do not worry, it shall not be long. I have already contacted other board members. Once Ning Wan goes to the hospital, I have arranged everything. As soon as she goes for a checkup or an abortion, this matter will come to light. Ron Lihua gazed out at the azure sky, thinking of Qin Susu. Her daughter, just like her mother, flitted from one man to another, already bearing a child with someone else before even finalizing her divorce. Truly, like mother, like daughter. Mom, what are you talking about? Son Lele asked, puzzled. Nothing, Lele. Rest assured, I will find a way to give you everything you desire. Inside the hospital, Ning Wan sat before the obstetrics and gynecology department, observing the expectant mothers arriving for their checkups. A pang of compassion surged within her. Each pregnant woman was accompanied by her husband, while she remained utterly alone. The sight of these joyful mothers-to-be began to erode her once resolute heart. At that moment, a nurse called Ning Wan's name. Rising, she walked inside, only to collide head-on with Xian Wan. Ning Wan, what brings you here? The familiar voice echoed in her ear. Looking up, Ning Wan was met with Xian Wan's grotesquely twisted face. Ning Wan wished to ignore her and avoid entanglement, simply attempting to pass by. Yet, Xian Wan was relentless, positioning herself before Ning Wan with an air of arrogance. Do not even think about harming me. Tianyu is right below, and he will be coming up soon. Xian Wan, is there truly no other man in your world but Lin Tianyu? Is there nothing else for you to occupy your time with? Besides, I am on the verge of divorce with him. He is no longer of significance to me. Ning Wan's words were calm, yet struck directly at Xian Wan's heart. May my departure expedite your marriage into the Lin family. After all, your time is running out, and soon you will give birth. Should you not be wed to Lin Tianyu by then, your child will be a bastard. Ning Wan, having struck a nerve, appeared somewhat dazed. In that instant, Xian Wan raised her hand and slapped Ning Wan. Caught off guard, Ning Wan endured the blow, her previously pale face now marked with a vivid red imprint. Ning Wan lifted her gaze, a slight smirk gracing her lips. The sight sent a chill down Xian Wan's spine, prompting her to retreat against the wall. Ning Wan approached and seized Xian Wan's hand, delivering 2 sharp slaps in return. Her strikes were particularly forceful, leaving Xian Wan's face adorned with more pronounced marks than her own. In the warmth of summer, no one has the right to strike me, not a single soul. As for the additional slap, let it be considered a repayment for Lin Tianyu on your behalf. Had it not been for your ill-conceived counsel to him, even if Lin Tianyu harbored disdain for me, he would never resort to such vile tactics to coerce me into divorce. Ning Wan chuckled softly and instinctively took a few steps back. This is indeed your due. In truth, you are not as astute as you believe. Were I in your position, I would refrain from inciting my ire. Should I find myself displeased and refuse to sign the divorce agreement, what then would you do? Chapter 13. Never dream of marrying her. Xian Wan was utterly stunned, her mind echoing with Ning Wan's calm voice. If you could be a little more obedient and refrain from provoking me during my moments of displeasure, perhaps I would graciously grant you a divorce, allowing you and Lin Tianyu to be together without hindrance. Xian Wan gritted her teeth in frustration. Yet, while she seethed with resentment, Ning Wan remained unperturbed. Just as Xian Wan was about to confront Ning Wan, she spotted Lin Tianyu approaching with something in hand and instantly adopted a different demeanor, collapsing at Ning Wan's feet. Ning Wan, I acknowledge my faults, but I genuinely love Tianyu, and I am with a child. I implore you, do not harm my baby. You may insult or mistreat me as you wish, but please, spare my unborn child. I beg of you. Ning Wan looked at the kneeling Xian Wan and couldn't help but smirk slightly, watching her performance in silence. After so many years, had she not seen enough of such theatrics? Surprisingly, Xian Wan did not seem weary at all. Soon, Ning Wan understood the reason for this encounter. Just as she prepared to leave, someone yanked her back, and a slap struck her cheek with force, making her lips bleed, a testament to the strength of a man's blow. Wan, get up. What do you expect from a woman of such dubious character? If she dares to touch you or the child, I will ensure the entire Ning family pays the price. The threat of a Ning family suffering was laughable. Lin Tianyu lacked the capability to bring such ruin. Ning Wan rose, wiping the blood from her lips. Lin Tianyu, you are no man for laying a hand on your own wife. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, and a woman accompanying the man rushed to help Ning Wan up. It was only then that Ning Wan recognized it was Ji Sheener. Are you all right? Ji Sheener asked, concerned. Ning Wan shook her head, replying, I am fine. Thank you. Oh, I wondered who it was. It turns out to be Li Xiaoting. Lin Tianyu glanced at Ning Wan, standing behind Li Xiaoting. Ning Wan, I was puzzled by your sudden agreement to a divorce. It seems your old flame has returned. Lin Tianyu, Wan has never wronged you. It is you who has wronged her. If you dare to slander her again, do not expect me to show mercy. Li Xiaoting's anger was palpable. He intended to inform Lin Tianyu that Ning Wan was carrying his child and to suggest they refrain from divorce for the sake of the baby, perhaps granting each other another chance. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. Ning Wan would undoubtedly thrive after their divorce. Slander? Lin Tianyu scoffed. You should inquire of Ning Wan about that night, who she was entwined with, the scandal that made headlines and brought disgrace upon the Lin family. She is simply a woman who has had her fill. Before Lin Tianyu could finish, Ning Wan interrupted, lifting her gaze. Lin Tianyu, regarding that night, I shall remain silent. But we both know the truth, so feel free to utter another slanderous remark about me. I assure you, you shall never again entertain the thought of marrying Xianwan. Upon hearing Ning Wan's words, Xianwan couldn't help but feel a surge of fear, for she was somewhat acquainted with Ning Wan's temperament. Thus, she stepped forward and clasped Lin Tianyu's hand, saying, Tianyu, let us depart. I am not feeling well. Chapter 14. A narrow path for enemies. Wan. Are you all right? Lin Tianyu embraced Xianwan, dismissing Ning Wan entirely. As he brushed past her, he coldly remarked, when you have time, let us visit the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce. Prolonging this is unwise. Ning Wan was momentarily taken aback before softly responding, all right. Watching their departing figures, she suddenly felt that her 3-year marriage had been a profound failure. Wan, why did you choose to terminate the pregnancy? The child is a product of your union with Lin Tianyu. Why must you end it? Li Xiaoting was somewhat agitated. However, upon observing Lin Tianyu's demeanor, he began to sense that her decision might indeed be the right one. Shouting, I feel rather fatigued. Let us postpone the procedure to another day. Ning Wan stood up, overwhelmed by the day's unexpected occurrences. She had never anticipated encountering Lin Tianyu and Xianwan here, nor had she expected Li Xiaoting to accompany Ji Shiner. Shouting, she is exhausted today and cannot undergo the surgery. Please drive her home so she can rest properly. Li Xiaoting assessed the situation and realized that further inquiries would yield no answers. He could only proceed to fetch the car. At the entrance of the obstetrics and gynecology department, Ji Shiner supported Ning Wan, her smile blooming like a flower. Miss Ning, why put yourself through this? Regardless of marital quarrels, the child is innocent. Surely, you must feel the flutter of life within you? Ning Wan remained silent, merely observing the exquisite woman before her. It was no wonder Li Xiaoting had fallen for her. She felt compelled to probe further. Thank you. We've met twice now, yet I do not know your name. Ji Shiner, just call me Shiner, she replied, her smile radiant, reminiscent of sunlight. It was a warmth Ning Wan had never possessed. Her own smile was always faint, imbued with an air of coldness. Are you classmates with Xiaoting? Do you harbor feelings for him? Upon hearing this, Ji Shiner lowered her head and smiled, replying, Miss Ning, you misunderstand. Xiaoting and I are merely friends. He is my dearest companion. Moreover, I have a boyfriend, and we are set to marry. Is that so? What a pity. My Xiaoting is truly exceptional. You may come to regret missing out on him, but given your remarkable qualities, I am certain your boyfriend is equally admirable. Ning Wan chuckled softly, observing Ji Shiner's apparent happiness with her partner. Xiaoting, you are foolish to tread the same path as I. Why not seek someone who loves you, instead of choosing to love another? Of course, Maya Jing is the finest person in the world. He will be here soon to pick me up, and I shall introduce you. Ji Shiner beamed. As they conversed, Ning Wan noticed a man approaching against the light. She furrowed her brow, and as he drew nearer, she realized with astonishment that it was Lu Jingcheng. Miss Ning, my boyfriend has arrived. Ji Shiner's voice was soft, yet struck heavily upon Ning Wan's heart. Ning Wan pondered if this was a form of fate, albeit a twisted one. Lu Jingcheng's smile was warm and gentle upon seeing Ji Shiner, yet it turned frigid upon noticing her supporting Ning Wan. The sun blazed overhead, but the man radiated an icy demeanor, his piercing gaze seemingly intent on devouring Ning Wan whole. Shiner, let us be off. We still need to select the wedding dress. Chapter 15. Accompanying her to choose a wedding dress in light of the unfolding situation, Ning Wan suddenly felt a chill. Jing, come here. Let me introduce you to a new friend. This is Ning Wan, a good friend of my dear friend Li Xiaoting. She is truly wonderful. Ji Shiner's smile remained unwavering as she affectionately linked her arm with Lu Jingcheng's. Yet, for the first time, Ning Wan witnessed a gentleness in Lu Jingcheng's demeanor, although the gaze he directed toward her was both frigid and indifferent. No need. I have no interest in others. Miss Ji, Li Xiaoting will be here shortly. I'll wait for him downstairs. You and your boyfriend can go ahead. Ning Wan smiled at Lu Jingcheng, but her words conveyed a distinct sense of detachment. Miss Ning, let's go together. I trust your taste. Since we have met, it must be fate. Will you accompany me? Yixiner. Sensing Ning Wan's intention to leave and the coldness in her tone, inexplicably urged her to stay. No need. You and your boyfriend should go. Ning Wan replied with a smile, but as she spoke, Lu Jingcheng's cold voice interrupted her. It's rare for Sheener to take such a liking to someone. You should join us to help her choose a wedding dress. Lu Jingcheng's tone was laced with an icy chill, carrying an implicit warning. Later, when Li Xiaoding arrived, he reluctantly agreed to accompany Ji Sheener to select her wedding dress at her request, leaving Ning Wan with no choice but to stay. Inside the bridal shop, two men sat to one side while the two exquisite women selected wedding dresses. As Ning Wan's slender fingers grazed the pristine fabric of a wedding dress, she was suddenly reminded of the day she donned a wedding gown to marry Lin Tianyu. She was breathtakingly beautiful, yet ultimately abandoned. How did you come to know Lu Jingcheng? I've always heard he is rather aloof, yet he treats you so well. Ning Wan replied with a measured tone, betraying no emotion. I have known him since childhood. In fact, we could be considered childhood sweethearts. He saved me back then. Ji Sheener's voice was imbued with happiness. Ning Wan furrowed her brow slightly, yet remained indifferent, her heart beginning to harbor a different perspective of Lu Jingcheng. So, they were childhood sweethearts. No wonder he dotes on Ji Sheener so dearly. Riding bamboo horses, circling the bed, playing with green plums. Indeed, a touching tale. Ning Wan said nothing, but selected a mermaid-style wedding dress from the rack and handed it to Ji Sheener, all the while acutely aware of the icy gaze that had been following her. This mermaid dress is quite lovely. Do try it on. Ji Sheener looked at the gown in Ning Wan's hands and suddenly smiled. Miss Ning, your taste is indeed superior to mine. This dress is truly beautiful. Having you accompany me to choose my wedding dress is a stroke of luck. Yes, go ahead. He is waiting for you over there. All right, Miss Ning, please wait for me. Ji Sheener beamed as she turned to try on the dress, while Ning Wan also turned, only to meet Lu Jingcheng's cold gaze. The expression on his face was entirely different from before, as their eyes locked, an air of frost enveloping them both. Ning Wan understood his concerns, fearing that she might divulge their fleeting encounter to Ji Xiner. After all, although that incident had been exposed, it had subsequently been suppressed by Lu Jingcheng and did not create any repercussions. At that time, Ji Xiner had not yet returned. She was undeterred by his frigid gaze. Instead, she took a seat beside him, lifted the cup of tea poured by the waiter, and drank leisurely, completely indifferent to his presence, as if she had never known him. Ning Wan, it would be wise for you to keep your silence. Should any unsavory rumors reach Xiner's ears, I will not let you off easily. Chapter 16. A distressing Ning Wan lowered her head with a faint smile, seemingly unperturbed by his words, finding them rather amusing. Sitting nearby, Li Xiaoding was utterly perplexed. It was only because of his presence that Ning Wan continued to tolerate Lu Jingcheng's impolite remarks. However, there were certain matters that she ultimately needed to clarify. Brother Xiaoding, I'm feeling hungry. Would you be so kind as to fetch me something to eat? Upon hearing Ning Wan's request, Li Xiaoding nodded. At last, the girl recognized her hunger, though he did not delve deeper into its implications. Once Li Xiaoding departed, only Ning Wan and Lu Jingcheng remained in the VIP room. Lu Jingcheng, do you truly believe I would disclose our intimate affair to Ji Sheener? Do you regard me, Ning Wan, as such a despicable person? Taking a deep breath, Ning Wan turned to face the man beside her, offering a slight smile. Yet a bitter taste lingered in her heart. Ning Wan, your character holds no significance for me. Whether you're good or bad, it bears no relation in my life. The matter between us was overlooked solely out of respect for Huangfu. Otherwise, do you think I would simply let it slide if it were to appear in the papers? Your disputes with Lin Tianyu are your own, and you should not drag me into them. Lu Jingcheng's words were calm, yet carried an undeniable authoritative weight. The past was behind him, and he wished to pursue no further inquiries. However, if Ning Wan caused Sheener to overhear something inappropriate due to her actions, he vowed that she would face dire consequences. Ning Wan regarded this man with a bittersweet smile. He was a paragon of privilege, exuding an air of superiority that was impossible for others to emulate. Despite their clear animosity, he maintained an outward calm. From the very first moment she laid eyes on Lu Jingcheng, She understood that he was a man she could not contend with. Yet, being subjected to his slander left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Mr. Lu, you are overthinking. My relationship with Lin Tianyu is a matter between husband and wife and certainly does not involve a third party. As for that night, we are both aware that we were ensnared in someone else's scheme. It was merely a night of indulgence, and it is now behind us. You are not the man I cherish, so why would I wish to disrupt what you have with her? You are overthinking. Ning Wan's expression remained placid, though Lu Jingcheng detected the disdain and mockery in her tone. Just as he contemplated a response, Lu Jingcheng's gaze shifted to the dressing room door as it swung open. A gentle smile graced his lips. Indeed, Ning Wan had an exquisite eye for beauty, as a mermaid-style wedding gown accentuated Ji Sheener's figure splendidly. Remember your words well, Ning Wan, or I will ensure that you live in torment for the rest of your days. Lu Jingcheng rose, striding toward Ji Sheener, leaving Ning Wan with that cruel declaration. Ning Wan wished to express that certain matters were beyond her control. However, it appeared that in his eyes, she was indeed that sort of person. In the backlight, she raised her gaze, witnessing the man lean down to plant a kiss at the corner of the woman's lips, a scene so beautiful that it was heart-wrenching to behold. Ning Wan placed her hand gently on her abdomen, for within her lay his child. In that fleeting moment, Ning Wan's resolve became even more unyielding. This child must not be kept. Absolutely must not be kept. Wan, what is wrong? Your complexion is so pale, observed Li shouting, who had just returned with chicken porridge, his concern prompting him to approach and support her. Ning Wan lifted her gaze, met Li Shouting's eyes, and gently shook her head. Shouting, I feel a bit unwell. Could you please take me home? Li Shouting responded affirmatively, bidding farewell to Ji Sheener and Lu Jingcheng before departing. Chapter 17. After all, he is the father of the child. As she watched them depart, Ji Sheener couldn't help but exclaim how pitiable Miss Ning truly was. Her husband had been unfaithful, and today she had received slaps from both her husband and his mistress. It was no wonder she wished for a divorce. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingcheng frowned slightly, but in the next moment, he embraced Ji Sheener tightly and chuckled softly. Silly girl, why meddle in the affairs of others? How can I not? As a woman myself, I feel a sense of injustice for her. Ji Sheener replied with a smile. Jing, will you always treat me well? Lu Jingcheng offered no verbal response, but instead tightened his hold on Ji Sheener. Yet, the soft voice of a woman echoed in his ear. Grandfather and the others have always supported our relationship, but this time they disagree. Jing, I am frightened. The woman's sobs compelled Lu Jingcheng to hold her even closer. After what felt like an eternity, his gentle words finally reached her ears. Do not fear, for I am here. Under the silhouette of the setting sun, the embrace of the two was simply exquisite. Inside the car, Ning Wan leaned against the window, gazing at the fleeting scenery, suddenly feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Wan, tell me honestly, what is going on between you and Lu Jingcheng? Li Shouting turned to her, his brow furrowed as he discerned her intentions. She wished to brush him off with vague explanations, but he was unwilling to grant her that opportunity. I heard your conversation with him. Ning Wan froze momentarily, silence enveloping her as her slender fingers unconsciously tightened around her clothing. With a soft sigh, she replied, shouting, I do not wish to discuss this matter, may I? Ning Wan, do you not consider me as your brother? Were you planning to bear this alone, without saying a word if I had not overheard? His anger morphed into a sardonic smile as he questioned her. In your eyes, am I truly so unworthy of your trust? Li Shouting was furious, recalling how stubborn she had always been, swallowing her pain in silence ever since her mother passed away, never willing to share her thoughts with anyone. I understand your fears, but Ning Wan, you still have me. You are not alone. Please, tell me honestly, this situation is related to Lin Tianyu, isn't it? He wants to force you into a divorce and has schemed to make you appear as the wrong party, thereby preventing grandfather from obstructing the divorce. However, he never anticipated that the other party would be Lu Jingcheng. Li Shouting, enough. Ning Wan suddenly reprimanded him, and he realized he had spoken too freely and fell silent. The two exchanged glances, and for a moment, the air thickened with unspoken words. After what felt like an eternity, Li Xiaoting finally smiled, reaching for Ning Wan's hand. I am sorry, Wan, I spoke without thinking. Will you forgive me? Shouting, some things are better left unsaid. Knowing is sufficient, is it not? Ning Wan sighed softly, her voice laced with profound weariness. The child you carry, is it Lu Jingcheng's from that night? It is not Lin Tianyou's, is it? Li Xiaoting inquired, only to observe Ning Wan's averted gaze. He realized that his suspicions were confirmed. Lin Tianyou had never harbored affection for Wan since their marriage. So how could he allow her to conceive? The Lin family had wronged Wan gravely. What are your plans now? Will you reveal the existence of this child to Lu Jingcheng? Li Xiaoting asked cautiously, for he was indeed the child's father. Chapter 18. I will not speak to him about the child. What difference would it make if I told him? Ning Wan's voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Outside the window, the scenery whizzed by, yet within the car, an air of chill prevailed. However, Wan, your condition does not permit you to undergo an abortion. I fear it may exacerbate your previous ailments. Perhaps you should discuss this with him, Li Xiaoting suggested, hoping Ning Wan might confide in Lu Jingcheng about the matter. Yet, given Ning Wan's stubborn and proud nature, such a conversation seemed nearly impossible. Brother Xiaoting, do you believe that by telling Lu Jingcheng, anything would change? This situation is already a stain. I, Ning Wan, have not sunk to such a level of shamelessness. Moreover, considering Lu Jingcheng's ruthless disposition, what do you think he would decide if he learned I was carrying his child? As she spoke, her slender fingers rested upon her abdomen. Brother Xiaoting, I am a woman too, and I am equally reluctant to part with this child, but some things are ultimately beyond my control. Listening to Ning Wan's words, Li Xiaoting felt a slight chill in his heart. He understood her inherently aloof nature. It was precisely this aspect of her that filled him with sorrow. Furthermore, you have seen how deeply Lu Jingcheng loves Ji Shiner. If I were to approach him with news of the child, disrupting his relationship with Ji Shiner, how do you think he would respond? What would he do to me? To the Ning family? Ning Wan smiled faintly, turning to Li Xiaoting. I can face the Lin family without fear, for even without my grandfather, they would struggle to shake the Ning family's foundations. However, if it were Lu Jingcheng, I fear the Ning family would not survive. The Ning family is the only legacy my mother and grandfather left me. Her analysis was astute. It bore an air of melancholy due to its clarity. Wan, sometimes I wish you were less rational and more carefree. Li Xiaoting lamented. I wish so too, but there are certain things worth guarding even at the cost of one's life, and I do not have much to lose. Li Xiaoting pondered her words, finding truth within them. With a soft sigh, he replied, I understand. I will arrange everything for you. And what of Rong Lihua and her daughter? Are they still troubling you? Do they even deserve to? Ning Wan responded with a touch of disdain. I know you're strong, but Wan, do not carry everything alone. I'm here for you. Li Xiaoting instinctively grasped Ning Wan's hand, only to find it cold to the touch. Why are your hands so cold? Ning Wan smiled gently, withdrawing her hand from his grasp. I am fine. The weather is just chilly. Pausing, she turned to face Li Xiaoting. It seems your affections for Ji Shiner may be misplaced. Perhaps you should let her go. Despite having his feelings exposed, Li Xiaoting stammered, What nonsense are you speaking? Brother Xiaoting, I hope you find someone who loves you, rather than someone you love, Ning Wan said with a soft smile, her voice serene. In love, the one who loves first is often the loser. Wan, Li Xiaoting asked, perplexed. Childhood sweethearts share an unbreakable bond, one that no one can intrude upon. So, Brother Xiaoting, will you let go? Ning Wan smiled gently. She knew he understood her words and would certainly take them to heart. She could only hope that while his feelings had yet to take root, it would be prudent for him to withdraw. After what felt like an eternity, Li Xiaoting finally smiled softly, reaching out to caress her head. Rest assured, I have my own plans regarding this matter. I will accompany you to the Civil Affairs Bureau when Lin Tianyou asks you to go. As Ning Wan appeared ready to decline, he firmly interjected, No refusals are allowed. Chapter 19. I am no longer a member of the Lin family. On a radiant Monday morning, Li Xiaoting called Lin Tianyou to meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The sun shone particularly brightly that day. Upon arriving, Li Xiaoting discovered that Lin Tianyou and Xian Wan were already there. A flicker of derision crossed his mind at the sight of them, yet he chose not to dwell on their presence. Ning Wan, Noticing the fury in Li Xiaoting's eyes, merely chuckled and gently linked her arm with his, shouting, "Do not waste your anger on those unworthy of it. It's simply not worth it. Do you understand?" Witnessing the intimacy between Ning Wan and Li Xiaoting ignited a blaze of rage within Lin Tianyu. This woman, who had usurped the title of Mrs. Lin and spent nights with Lu Jingcheng, now brazenly displayed her affection for another man before him. How utterly detestable. He could not fathom why someone like Ning Wan was cherished by anyone. Striding into the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Tianyu was closely followed by Ning Wan, shouting, "You can wait for me here. I will sign the papers and be right out." "All right, just be careful. I will be outside," Li Xiaoting replied with a smile, adjusting her hair. As Ning Wan passed by Xian Wan, she heard her taunt, "Ning Wan, I have always said you cannot compete with me. If only you had relinquished the position of Mrs. Lin sooner, it would have been for the best." To Xian Wan's surprise, Ning Wan ignored her entirely. Even when Li Xiaoting was about to confront the woman, Ning Wan stopped him. Lin Tianyu, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Ning Wan. After obtaining the divorce certificate, Lin Tianyu felt a weight in his chest and inquired, "How is the Ning family faring?" Yet, Ning Wan's response was entirely off topic. "I wish you and Xian Wan a lifetime of happiness and many children." "Ning Wan, do you not think it is too late to ask such questions now?" Lin Tianyu replied with a faint smile. "Did you not also share a bed with Lu Jingcheng, only to be cast aside, which led you to be with Li Xiaoting? Yet, to reflect, Li Xiaoting remains unwaveringly devoted to you. Even if you are but a cast-off, does he not cherish you deeply?" Ning Wan was momentarily taken aback. Then her dimples appeared as she smiled softly. "That is my own affair, and it no longer concerns Mr. Lin. I would appreciate it if you could maintain some decorum. Should you choose to slander me further, I would not hesitate to incur legal fees to seek redress from you." "Mr. Lin? Ning Wan, have you grown quite bold? You continue to repulse me." Lin Tianyu's dark eyes glimmered with a vicious red. Unable to bear her indifferent gaze, he fled. Upon exiting the hall, he found Xian Wan waiting for him. He mentioned heading to the garage, while Li Xiaoting assisted Ning Wan out. The garage was located in the basement, and fearing for Ning Wan's well-being, Li Xiaoting opted to let her wait. Xian Wan regarded Ning Wan with a faint smile. "Ning Wan, how does it feel? Does it suit you? Years ago, you leveraged your family's wealth to drive me away, subjecting me to hardship and scorn. Now, I have returned all of that to you. Let me share another matter with you. The child within me is not Lin Tianyu's at all." "Oh, and what relevance does that have to me? I am no longer the daughter-in-law of the Lin family." Ning Wan smiled faintly, yet remained unmoved. "Is that so?" Before Ning Wan could react, Xian Wan suddenly grasped Ning Wan's hand, then gazed at the Maybach emerging from around the corner. At that angle, it appeared as though Ning Wan had pushed her down the stairs, and in her tumble, she had taken Ning Wan along with her. Chapter 20 reveals that Ning Wan intended to harm our child. However, to her surprise, Ning Wan had already anticipated this, which allowed her to grasp the banister as Xian Wan dragged her down, thereby escaping a dire fate. Yet, the sound of the thud resonated in the hearts of all present. Lin Tianyu exited the vehicle to behold the harrowing sight of Xian Wan sprawled in a pool of blood. He rushed forward, cradling her in his arms. "Wan, are you all right? Does it hurt?" With great effort, Xian Wan lifted her gaze to Lin Tianyu, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes, her body trembling. "Tianyu, it was Ning Wan who sought to harm our child. She said she would inflict pain upon us." Lin Tianyu turned to confront Ning Wan, who appeared pale and stood above them, a mocking expression plastered on her face. "What? Aren't you going to take her to the hospital? If you delay, the child may not survive." Ning Wan descended the stairs with a smile, her eyes glinting as she observed the bleeding Xian Wan. "You deserve this. But before you harm others, did you not consider the consequences of your actions?" As she spoke, her slender finger pointed towards the corner of the stairwell where a light flickered, indicating the presence of surveillance cameras. "Should I contact the Civil Affairs Bureau to retrieve the footage? It promises to be quite the spectacle." Upon hearing this, Xian Wan felt a surge of guilt. Clutching Lin Tianyu and crying out in pain as the blood continued to flow, staining his suit. "Ning Wan, even if there is video evidence, no matter how Wan appears, She will always remain the beautiful and kind-hearted person in my heart. I will love her for the rest of my life. Lin Tianyu held Xian Wan tightly, anger directed at Ning Wan. Ning Wan lowered her head with a smile before lifting her gaze, her eyes cold. Whether or not you love her is of no interest to me. At her dismissive remark, Lin Tianyu scoffed and departed with Xian Wan in his arms. Li shouting, standing nearby, understood Ning Wan's aversion to his involvement. He remained observant until Lin Tianyu left, then approached her, adjusting her shawl. Wan, are you all right? Ning Wan shook her head, but a pang of discomfort gripped her abdomen. Shouting, my stomach hurts. Alarmed for her well-being, Li shouting quickly carried her to the hospital. After an examination, it was determined that she had experienced a minor disturbance due to the collision. The obstetrician advised against terminating the pregnancy at this stage, as it could adversely affect her health. He suggested waiting until she was more stable. If she still wished to proceed, that option would remain available later. Ning Wan acquiesced, but as they exited the hospital, she overheard nurses discussing Xian Wan's lost child and Lin Tianyu's furious outburst outside the operating room, which reportedly even garnered the old man's attention. Listening to this, Ning Wan merely smiled, remaining silent as she left the hospital with Li shouting support. Thus, the farcical marriage between her and Lin Tianyu reached its conclusion. The following day, Ning Wan rose to prepare for her day at the office, only to receive a call from her assistant, Xiao Xiao. She informed Ning that the headlines of major newspapers were ablaze with the news of her pregnancy, claiming that the father was Lu Jingcheng. Furthermore, it was alleged that her divorce from Lin Tianyu was a result of her infidelity, having conceived a child with Lu Jingcheng. This revelation sent the stock market into a tailspin, with Ning's company shares plummeting perilously close to a critical threshold. Whispers suggested that there were individuals scheming behind the scenes to undermine the Ning Corporation. Chapter 21 Farewell to Lu Jingcheng. Upon hearing the news, Ning Wan felt a surge of anxiety. Who could have leaked this information? This matter was known to so few. So who was responsible? However, it seemed that the more pressing issue was not to dwell on the source of the leak, but to address the predicament at hand. As for Lu Jingcheng, she feared she would find herself at a loss for words. Yet, she could no longer concern herself with how he might perceive her. Her immediate priority was to resolve the issues surrounding the Ning family. As she descended, she noticed Rong Lihua and her daughter standing nearby, their expressions radiating satisfaction. She paid them little mind and simply departed. It must be said that Ning Wan's methods were resolute. Within just a single morning, she had stabilized the situation, an accomplishment many business tycoons might struggle to achieve. She was aware of the forces working behind the scenes against the Ning family and recognized that while she could attribute some blame to them, she was also culpable in dragging them into the fray. The afternoon sun shone brilliantly as it marked Ning Wan's inaugural visit to the Lu Corporation. One could not deny the grandeur of the establishment. The fountain in the plaza alone spoke volumes of its wealth. She had not wished to come here, yet she felt compelled to explain the situation to Lu Jingcheng. Whether he believed her or not was secondary. There were certain matters she could only address to the best of her abilities, and the outcome was beyond her control. Upon entering the lobby and requesting assistance in locating Lu Jingcheng, she was met by someone who came to escort her, a smirk of disdain gracing his features. Miss Ning, the president has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please follow me. Ning Wan nodded and trailed behind the man into the elevator. Inside the elevator, the air felt almost stagnant. I hear Miss Ning has just divorced the young master of the Lin family? The man remarked softly, his tone laced with condescension. Ning Wan chose not to respond, keeping her gaze lowered and ignoring him, yet he continued to press on. Surely, you don't believe that by revealing your pregnancy with the president's child, you can compel him to take responsibility and call off his wedding to Miss G? Ning Wan was momentarily taken aback. Her long lashes fluttered as her icy gaze met his. His words were laced with such sarcasm that they crossed the line of her tolerance. Sir, you are merely Lu Jingcheng's secretary. It would be wise for you to remain within your professional bounds. Some matters are beyond your jurisdiction. Her retort was firm and left little room for his pretensions. The man, however, did not respond further until they reached the president's office, at which point he simply stated, "The president is waiting for you inside." Ning Wan entered unbidden. Against the light, she saw a man standing by the window. Even in silhouette, his extraordinary features were evident. A faint smile crossed her lips. Such a man was beyond her reach. Lu Jingcheng, I have come to discuss the newspaper article. You must believe me, that was not information I released. I will uncover who is responsible and provide you with an explanation, but I implore you to spare the Ning family. As her words hung in the air, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. The man remained silent, standing at a distance without turning. Believing he had not heard her, Ning Wan stepped closer, eager to speak again. Ning Wan, it appears my warnings have fallen on deaf ears. The man's deep, chilling voice seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell, startling Ning Wan. She turned her gaze towards the source of the sound, watching as a large, genuine leather chair that had been facing away from her slowly rotated. That familiar tall figure once again came into her view. Ning Wan was momentarily taken aback, then spoke, Lu Jingcheng, I understand that you do not believe me, but I must insist, I truly did not commit this act. And so, Lu Jingcheng's thin lips curled into a slight smirk, an unusual glimmer flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, Chapter 22 just wanted to force me to marry. Do you think that just because you say no, I should believe you? Ning Wan gazed at the enlarged face before her, suddenly engulfed by a sense of suffocation. She looked at the man so close, yet felt no fear. I am not the woman you think I am. Some matters I shall explain only once. Whether you choose to believe or not, I remain guiltless. Guiltless? Lu Jingcheng's eyes darkened with a menacing glint as he stared at the woman before him. He stepped closer, his hand gripping Ning Wan's throat, his voice icy as he declared, I have warned you. If Xing discovers this, I will not let you off easily. The Ning family is merely the beginning. So what? Lu Jingcheng, do you truly lack faith in the bond you share? Ning Wan forced a smile, her lips curving into a stiff yet beautiful expression. That day, I asked her about your past, your childhood love, the years of companionship. Can it truly be so fragile? Ning Wan, I do not wish to engage in this further. I have but one request. Lu Jingcheng's smile was slight, yet the grip of his hand tightened further, causing Ning Wan's face to flush from the lack of oxygen. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Jingcheng released her slightly, pushing her away. In that instant, Ning Wan lost her balance and fell backward. She reached out to steady herself, only to hear a sharp crack as her finger dislocated, the pain causing her to break into a cold sweat. Speak. Ning Wan's voice was chilling. Abort the child. Lu Jingcheng's voice was icy enough to send shivers down her spine, particularly that unwavering demand for her to terminate the pregnancy. There was not a hint of hesitation. Upon reflection, it made sense. This child was never welcomed, and his demand to eliminate it seemed entirely reasonable. Yet, why did her heart feel so unbearably heavy upon hearing it? Ning Wan did not know. She only knew that the waves of pain emanating from her abdomen were real, as if her heart were also beginning to ache. Lu Jingcheng, do you think I would keep this child? I have contemplated countless times the idea of termination, but fate has thwarted my intentions. Ning Wan's heart brimmed with fury as she locked eyes with Lu Jingcheng, her voice frigid to the core. I have never intended to use this child as leverage, nor did I wish to reveal its existence to you. Do you truly believe that disclosing such information would benefit me in any way? Ning Wan, you believe your strategies against Lin Tianyu and his beloved are unknown to me? Do you think I would trust your words? Is your aim not glaringly obvious? Need I spell out for you? Lu Jingcheng's pupils narrowed in understanding. Aim? Ning Wan was momentarily taken aback, her gaze dimming. Your long-standing rivalry with your stepmother over the Ning family's control is well known. You would go to great lengths to dismantle Lin Tianyu and Xian Wan's relationship, all to secure your position within the family, even resorting to the old man's last wishes to marry into the Lin family. Last time, we were both ensnared by others. I chose not to hold it against you, nor did I mind the rumors that circulated, considering them merely attempts to frame you. But how can anyone know about this pregnancy? Lu Jingcheng's words pierced the heart, leaving Ning Wan utterly defenseless. His voice was cold and unyielding. The choice to reveal after the divorce that I was carrying his child was nothing more than a calculated move to coerce me into marriage. This was merely a strategy to secure his position within the Ning family. Ning Wan, You truly stop at nothing to achieve your goals. Chapter 23. You can never be his. Am I truly resorting to every possible means? Lu Jingcheng, how well do you truly know me? Ning Wan's voice was frigid as she looked up at him, her tone growing increasingly detached. If I were genuinely desperate, I wouldn't merely issue a newspaper report. I would confront Ji Sheener directly and lay everything bare before old Master Lu. Merely reporting it, given your capabilities, should be easily suppressed. What significance does that hold for me? Lu Jingcheng, upon hearing this, abruptly pushed her away, his disdain evident in his gaze. Ning Wan, you truly disgust me. Ning Wan, however, smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed. She continued to gaze at him. Lu Jingcheng, I shall say this one last time. I am not responsible for this matter. I understand you do not believe me. Yet, I have ultimately implicated you, and for that, I apologize. Please convey my apologies to Ji Sheener as well. With that, Ning Wan turned to leave, but in the next instant, Lu Jingcheng seized her arm, unrelentingly pulling her along. Caught off guard by his sudden grip, Ning Wan furrowed her brow slightly. Lu Jingcheng, where are you taking me? To the hospital, he replied coldly. Upon hearing hospital, even with a foggy mind, Ning Wan realized his intent. No, this cannot happen, at least not now. The attending physician's words echoed in her mind. She had warned that if she forcibly terminated the pregnancy, it could exacerbate her previous ailments. In a panic, she struggled. Lu Jingcheng, grant me another week. Allow me to stabilize my health, and I will go to the hospital to terminate the pregnancy immediately. Lu Jingcheng merely smirked coldly. Didn't you want me to trust you? Very well. Let's go to the hospital now to terminate the pregnancy. I will believe you then and spare Ning's family. Ning Wan was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately, a smile emerged. She exerted herself to break free from Lu Jingcheng's grip. Yet he reached out to seize her hand again. In the midst of their struggle, Ning Wan accidentally tore open the button of his shirt, revealing the firm contours of his chest and a white jade Buddha hanging around his neck. According to the elder's teachings, men wear guanyin, while women wear Buddha. Why would Lu Jingcheng adorn himself with a statue of Buddha? Moreover, Ning Wan found the statue eerily familiar, as though she had encountered it before. She reached out to touch the jade Buddha, her eyes brimming with astonishment. She looked up at Lu Jingcheng, uncontrollably moved to tears. This before she could regain her composure. Lu Jingcheng swiftly hid the jade Buddha, brushing her hand away with a force that exacerbated her already injured hand. Yet, she paid no mind to the pain. All her focus was on the Buddha. That was a gift from her mother, meant to protect her, many years ago. She had given it to the boy who saved her, hoping it would shield him in return. But why was it now on Lu Jingcheng? Why was it with him? It couldn't be. There are countless similar jade Buddhas. The coincidence was implausible. Yet she distinctly saw the bloodstains within the crack of the Buddha. It had fractured during the car accident, tainted by her own blood. It was undeniably identical. How could it be him? Ning Wan gazed at Lu Jingcheng, who suddenly smiled, tears streaming down her face. She looked at him, shaking her head resolutely. It cannot be you. It cannot possibly be you. You could never belong to him. Chapter 24. With which woman did I engage in trivial affairs? Lu Jingcheng was somewhat taken aback by Ning Wan's abrupt and disjointed statement. How could she go from arguing with him to suddenly crying? It was unfathomable. He could hardly believe it. As Ning Wan wept, she fled from Lu Jingcheng's office, as if escaping. Confounded, he chose not to pursue her further. The sight of her, reminiscent of her earlier caress of the jade Buddha, caused him to furrow his brow slightly as he reached to touch the jade Buddha pendant hanging around his neck. With a sardonic twist of his lips, he exuded an air of disdain. Once outside Lu Jingcheng's office, Ning Wan leaned against the cold wall, overwhelmed by memories of the jade Buddha. It had been a gift from her mother, a token meant to ensure her safety. Her mother had explained that it was originally a piece of Haitian jade passed down from her grandmother, and due to her poor health, her grandfather had commissioned its carving into a jade Buddha to protect her throughout her life. Then came the tragic accident. Her mother had perished while trying to shield her, and it was that young boy who had rescued her from the wreckage. Had it not been for him, she would not have survived. The sun had shone brightly that day, the day they first met, and she had never encountered a boy so extraordinarily handsome. Thus, when they parted, she had given him the blood-stained jade Buddha. It simply couldn't be his. Clutching her arms as if to ward off the chill, she insisted. It couldn't be so fortuitous. It simply couldn't. That night, within the confines of the shallow water bay villa, Ji Sheener turned to Lu Jingcheng, who lounged beside her on the sofa. Lu Jingcheng, the newspaper claims that Ning Wan is pregnant with your child. Is it true? Her petite face bore an expression of grievance, tears glistening in her eyes, evoking a protective instinct. With the top button of his shirt undone, Lu Jingcheng reclined casually on the sofa, yet his piercing gaze appeared to be locked on some distant thought. This man had a way of exuding an oppressive aura, even in silence. Ji Sheener, uncertain of his thoughts, nestled closer to him, reaching out to hold his hand. Lu Jingcheng, I understand that you are the head of the Lu family, and it is inevitable that you would engage in trivial affairs. Sheener, do you not know my heart? Lu Jingcheng interjected, his voice cutting through her words. In all these years, when have I ever dallied with another woman? Before she could respond, he leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Do not concern yourself with this matter. I will handle it. Just focus on preparing to be my bride. The wedding will proceed as planned. Naturally, Ji Sheener felt elated by Lu Jingcheng's promise, yet an undercurrent of unease lingered within her. This happiness felt so unreal. Lu Jingcheng, you spoil me so. You will undoubtedly spoil me beyond repair. He chuckled, playfully pinching her petite nose. Well, I've been spoiling you for so many years. I have grown accustomed to it. Ever since that year, I saved you. I vowed to myself that I would protect you for the rest of my life. You truly have a knack for uttering sweet nothings, Ji Sheener remarked bashfully, her gaze lowered, her expression momentarily stiffening, and her voice softening slightly. Ah Jing, if you hadn't saved me that year, you would not have married me, nor would you spoil me in this manner, would you? Sheener, you know me well. I never entertain such hypothetical scenarios. Lu Jingcheng chuckled, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Ji Sheener lifted her gaze, captivated by the warmth of the man's smile. Others often claimed he was cold and distant, yet only she was privy to his tender, inviting nature. She mused that having possessed him for so many years, she would continue to do so. No one could disrupt their bond. No one at all. Not even fate itself. But what of Ning Wan and the child she carried? Chapter 25. You are truly despicable once again. The matter resurfaced, and Lu Jingcheng's previously gentle smile vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor. Terminate it, he commanded. If she refused, I have myriad methods to ensure she complies. He then enveloped Ji Sheener in his embrace, declaring, I shall not allow you to suffer even the slightest grievance. Never. It was already midnight. The sky outside was an impenetrable black. Ning Wan lay in bed, gazing at the crystal chandelier shaped like a lily on the ceiling. Since her mother's passing, she had refrained from turning off the lights each night, fearing the enveloping darkness. She dreaded the thought of awakening to the suffocating cold walls that surrounded her. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded her. The jade Buddha pendant around Lu Jingcheng's neck flashed incessantly in her mind, a persistent image she could not dispel. Could that youthful boy be him? Back then, they were both so young, their appearances now hazy, yet the jade Buddha remained as a testament. Was he truly the one? Unable to find rest, Ning Wan rose and approached the window. The sheer curtains danced softly in the breeze, allowing the gentle moonlight to spill into the room, rendering the scene serene, as though time itself had come to a standstill. Leaning against the windowsill, she savored the essence of the night, her gaze fixed on the twinkling stars above, their brilliance illuminating the dark expanse. In her hand, she clutched a wooden frame, within which was a photograph of an enchanting and beautiful woman, bearing a striking resemblance to her. With slender fingers, Ning Wan caressed the image of the woman. Mother, I am facing a dilemma. I wish to seek the truth, yet I am afraid. What if he is indeed that boy, the one with whom I made a promise? How shall I reconcile my feelings? The stars above blinked in response, and her mother's familiar words echoed in her mind. Ning Wan, no matter the circumstances, you must strive for what you believe is right, even if the world deems you wrong. As long as you persist, that is enough. Remember, no one can take away your happiness. But mother, I no longer have the right to ask him to remember anything. I have become bound to Lin Tianyu due to grandfather's wishes, and though there is no love, our bond remains unconsummated. Yet suddenly, a melodious piano ringtone pierced the silence. Ning Wan paused for a moment, sitting at the edge of her bed, staring at the flickering blue screen displaying an unfamiliar number. "Hello, this is Ning Wan." A cold, indifferent voice responded from the other end. "Ning Wan, meet me at the hospital entrance tomorrow. If you do not come, you know the consequences." Taken aback, Ning Wan realized it was Lu Jingcheng. After a brief pause, she replied, "Lu Jingcheng, I heard Miss Ji mention that you two are childhood friends. You must have known each other for many years. When did you first meet?" But the response was still as frigid and unfeeling. "What? You seem to know quite a bit, Ning Wan. Are you inquiring to interfere with my relationship with Xinair?" Before she could retort, Lu Jingcheng's icy voice interrupted her. "You truly are despicable. I will say this one last time. Do not test my patience. You are well aware of my methods." The echo of beeping resonated in her ears as Ning Wan gazed at her phone, then turned her eyes to the ceiling. The agonies of yesteryears resurfaced, the heart-wrenching images swirling in her mind like a haunting nightmare. In the darkness of the night, she clutched herself tighter, yet the more she embraced herself, the more she felt her warmth ebbing away. Nevertheless, there were certain matters she yearned to clarify. Thus, she dialed Chu Jingji's number. "Jingji, could you come by tomorrow? I have some questions I wish to ask you." Chapter 26. The elusive pursuit of shadows. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, and the pristine clouds gazed down upon the resplendent earth, the sky a clear and unblemished blue. Ning Wan sat on a stone bench beneath the begonia tree in the backyard, a hefty tome spread out on the cold stone table before her. She gazed quietly at the pages, contemplating that certain matters, though she wished to ignore them, did not cease to exist. In truth, she had no desire to delve into this issue. However, the obsession that had lingered for so many years could not simply be forgotten. It represented the sole ray of sunshine in her life for countless years. Last night, Lu Jingcheng's words echoed in her mind, and she was acutely aware of his cunning nature. Had she not encountered that jade Buddha, she would have unhesitatingly acquiesced to his suggestion of terminating the pregnancy. Yet now, there were truths she needed to uncover. If he and Xin truly shared a mutual affection, she would extend her blessings and agree to the termination. But if that were not the case, Ning Wan clutched the book, her interest in reading having waned entirely. Occasional leaves from the begonia tree drifted down, and the warm sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting dappled shadows. So beautiful, yet she found no joy in appreciating it. Chu Jingji, visibly irate, strode towards her from the far end of the yard, the leaves crunching underfoot as she plopped down beside Ning Wan with a huff. The sunlight, filtering through the branches, fell in fragments upon Ning Wan's dark hair. She looked up to see her friend's concerned expression and inquired, "What troubles you? Who has angered you? These entertainment reports are utterly nonsensical. As your good friend, how was I unaware of your pregnancy? Especially with Lu Jingcheng's child? How could they know what I do not? Such a farce." Chu Jingji's face flushed with indignation. Ning Wan trembled slightly and grasped her hand. "Jingji, the newspaper is not mistaken. I am indeed pregnant. Initially, I refrained from sharing this due to your relationship with Lu Jingcheng. The child within me is unquestionably his." Upon hearing her words, Chu Jingji noticed a profound depth in Ning Wan's eyes, seemingly deeper than before. She grasped Ning Wan's icy hand in return. Wan, what on earth has transpired?" With a faint, bitter smile, Ning Wan recounted the events of that day in their entirety to Chu Jingji, revealing that her silence stemmed from a fear that her friend would feel guilty, especially since the incident occurred during her wedding. At that time, the papers had claimed she had spent a night with Lu Jingcheng, with Chu Jingji and Huang Fuling abroad, and with Lu Jingcheng suppressing the scandal. The matter quickly lost its fervor. It was only natural for her to remain unaware. Moreover, she suspected that Huang Fuling had concealed this from her. After narrating the sequence of events to Chu Jingji, Ning Wan leaned against her shoulder, murmuring, "Jingji, I am so tired, truly exhausted." Chu Jingji, taken aback by her weary tone, felt a surge of anger. How could you, Huang Fuling, keep such a significant matter from me? Wan, I have always been here for you. Ning Wan smiled gently and looked up at Chu Jingji. Jingji, I'm all right. It is simply comforting to have you by my side. After a brief pause, she reached out to grasp Chu Jingji's hand. Jingji, how much do you know about Lu Jingcheng? Chu Jingji furrowed her brow slightly, not delving deeper into the matter, and simply replied, not much, really. He is quite close to Ling, and Ling mentioned that they grew up together, so they can be considered childhood friends. But have you heard of Gxina? Chapter 27. I will not let him marry Gxina. Chu Jingji wore a perplexed expression. It was rather unusual for Wan to inquire about Lu Jingcheng's girlfriend. According to Ling, Lu Jingcheng cherished this girlfriend dearly, even stating that Gxina was his Achilles heel. Yes, I am aware, she admitted, echoing Ling's sentiments. Lu Jingcheng was indeed quite devoted to her, and she could be regarded as his vulnerable point. Ning Wan smiled softly, then paused to gaze at Chu Jingji. Do you know how they fell in love? I've heard Ling mention it. Apparently, Gxina was involved in a car accident during her childhood, and it was Lu Jingcheng who saved her. She even gifted him a jade Buddha as a token for their future meetings, Chu Jingji recounted, oblivious to the panic reflected in Ning Wan's eyes and the glimmer of tears within them. They likely met during their university years. Initially, Ling knew Gxina first, and by chance, she recognized Lu Jingcheng when she noticed the jade pendant he wore around his neck. Is that so? Ning Wan replied softly. Yes, they were supposed to marry by now, but Gxina's humble background makes it impossible for her to enter the Lu family. Just think about it. How could the heir of the Lu family wed someone of such lowly status? Lowly status? Ning Wan frowned. Indeed, Ling mentioned that Grandpa Lu was so infuriated by Lu Jingcheng's determination to marry Gxina that he nearly required hospitalization. Chu Jingji continued, but honestly, I don't see the issue. Gxina may come from a modest family, having lost both her parents in a car accident. Yet she managed to earn a place in university through her own efforts. That's nothing to be ashamed of. Parents lost in a car accident? Ning Wan murmured. Now that I think of it, Gxina must have been in the vehicle that collided with that van. The van was of such poor quality that it led to her parents' demise, and she lost her mother as well. Even Uncle Shin suffered severe injuries, breaking both his legs. The circumstances surrounding the accident are rife with complexities, but setting that aside, Gxina should not have taken what belonged to another and acted with such pride and shamelessness. Indeed, Wan, why have you suddenly brought this up? Chu Jingji asked, somewhat astonished. Ning Wan chuckled softly, placing the book she held onto the table. Her eyes dimmed. Oh, it's nothing. Just try to gain some understanding. Does Grandpa Lu despise her? Very much so. However, I wonder how Lu Jingcheng's grand wedding will ultimately unfold. Ling mentioned that Grandpa Lu has leveraged his position within the Lu family to pressure Lu Jingcheng. If he insists on marrying Gxina, Grandpa Lu will revoke all of his rights within the family. Ning Wan let out a cold, fleeting laugh. Is Gxina aware of this? Chu Jingji shook her head. Responding blandly, she likely doesn't know. To be honest, I'm not particularly fond of this woman. Her seemingly innocent smile feels insincere. It is no secret that Grandpa Lu disapproves of her, yet she continues to blissfully try on wedding dresses and prepare for the ceremony, showing no consideration for Lu Jingcheng whatsoever. Ning Wan remained silent, her gaze cast downward. This is perhaps her brilliance, for the more she speaks, the more Lu Jingcheng perceives her as attempting to incite discord between him and his grandfather. The more she refrains from speaking, the more resolute Lu Jingcheng's desire to marry her becomes. Such psychological warfare is indeed executed with remarkable skill. Jingji, I shall never allow him to wed Gxina. Chapter 28. Wan, you will regret this. Chu Jingji was left utterly perplexed by Ning Wan's words. Wan, you surely do not intend to use the child in your womb as leverage to compel him in a marriage, do you? Please refrain from such thoughts. Ling has made it clear that Lu Jingcheng despises being threatened above all else. It matters not. She is unworthy of Lu Jingcheng. Ning Wan sighed softly. I have decided to keep this child. Wan. Chu Jingji grasped her hand in confusion. Why? Because some things are not meant for Gxina to possess. Ning Wan replied, firmly holding onto Chu Jingji's hand as she gazed into her eyes. Jingji, you once promised to support me, no matter the decisions I make, and to remain by my side, correct? Yet, Wan, I truly do not comprehend why you must wade into these murky waters. Even if Lu Jingcheng cannot marry Ji Shiner, it does not necessarily mean he will choose you. Chu Jingji exclaimed, her concern palpable. She simply could not fathom Ning Wan's reasoning. Perhaps not, Ning Wan murmured, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. She understood that by taking this step, there would be no turning back, and she might lose any chance of reconciliation with Lu Jingcheng. He might even harbor hatred towards her, perhaps even wishing her harm. Yet, it mattered little to her, as long as he could find happiness. Wan, Chu Jingji called out in exasperation. Jingji, do you recall my confession about a dream I have long cherished? Ning Wan smiled, and with that single statement, Chu Jingji grasped the essence of her words, a testament to their deep bond of friendship. Wan, I comprehend now. When you marry, I shall design for you an exquisite wedding gown, far more beautiful than the one you carelessly purchased for your union with Lin Tianyu. My Wan will undoubtedly be the most stunning bride. Ning Wan chuckled, tears streaming down her cheeks unbidden. Chu Jingji reached out to wipe her tears away. Do not weep, Wan, but you must understand that this path is fraught with difficulties. Once you choose it, there will be no return. I fear you may act without hesitation, only to find regret in the end. I shall not regret, Ning Wan asserted, clutching her hand as she smiled. The two exchanged smiles, and then Ning Wan took her phone and dialed a number. After a brief pause, a ringing tone echoed before a voice finally answered. Hello? Who is this? Is this Miss G? This is Ning Wan. I wonder if you might be available for coffee? The voice on the other end was clearly choked with emotion. Pausing before responding. All right, where would you like to meet, Miss Ning? At the summer cafe by the river, Ning Wan proposed. Ji Shiner readily agreed. Dressed in a flowing black gown and towering stiletto heels, Ning Wan radiated allure. Chu Jingji, anxious about potential complications, decided to accompany her, hoping to mediate should any issues arise, preventing anything from becoming too awkward. Inside the summer cafe, the intoxicating aroma of coffee enveloped the air, imbuing the entire establishment with a rich and enticing fragrance. When Ning Wan and Chu Jingji arrived, they beheld Ji Xiner seated by the window, meticulously accepting a coupon from the server. However, as she noticed Ning Wan approaching, she extended her hand to disregard the coupon, offering no acknowledgement to the one beside her. Ning Wan observed this scene keenly and approached with measured steps, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she softly remarked to Ji Xiner, "There is no shame in this. I frequently utilize group purchases and coupons as well. There is nothing to conceal." Chapter 29. You are not the person he seeks. Ji Xiner forced an awkward smile, uncertain of how to respond to Ning Wan's words. She couldn't help but notice that Ning Wan was adorned in a stunning black gown, the latest custom piece from Chanel, while she herself wore a past-season Dolce & Gabbana outfit from 2 years prior. A pang of envy surged within her, leaving her quite displeased. I frequently accompanied Jingji on shopping excursions, often utilizing discount coupons, which felt commendable, even if the savings were modest. It was still a small relief. Ning Wan smiled faintly before taking a seat opposite Ji Xiner, accompanied by Chu Jingji. As she glanced at the menu presented by the waiter, she casually instructed, 2 cups of exquisite Nanshan, please. The elegance she exuded with such effortless grace, Ji Xiner mused, was something she felt she could never emulate. She watched Ning Wan, blinking awkwardly, until the arrival of their coffee alleviated the tension. Miss Ning, may I inquire why you invited me today? Ning Wan, unperturbed, smiled softly and met her gaze. What do you think my reason for summoning you might be, Miss G? I have no idea, Ji Xiner replied with a smile that failed to reach her eyes, tinged with a hint of anxiety. She was perplexed by her own feelings. In Ning Wan's presence, she felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority, as if it emanated from the depths of her soul. Lacking an impressive family background or Ning Wan's talents, it was no wonder that old Master Lu disapproved of her, relentlessly seeking to separate her from Lu Jingcheng. You don't know? Your talent for feigning ignorance is truly admirable, Miss G. Ning Wan chuckled lightly, taking a sip of her coffee while studying her. Don't you ever read the news? I am expecting a child with Lu Jingcheng. The candor with which Ning Wan divulged such personal information left Ji Xe momentarily stunned, rendering her speechless and unable to comprehend the situation. In her state of shock, she scrutinized Ning Wan closely. Her long hair cascaded around her shoulders, presenting a stark contrast to their previous encounter at the Ning family estate, where she had exuded sharpness. Now, she radiated a softer, more feminine allure. What is the meaning of your shamelessness in approaching me with this matter, Miss Ning? Ji Xe began to fidget, her mind racing with uncertainty. Was Ning Wan's intention to compel her to step away from Lu Jingcheng? If that were indeed the case, she felt utterly hopeless. After all, even if Ning Wan were to divorce, her background far surpassed Ji Xer's. As the president of the Ning Corporation, she could undoubtedly assist Lu Jingcheng in his career. And given old Master Lu's disdain for Ji Xer, he would likely support such a separation. Miss Ji, some things are not meant for you. You should not cling to what does not belong to you. What is not yours will never truly be yours. Ning Wan, sensing the turmoil in Ji Xer's eyes, hesitated to elaborate further. However, since Ji Xer had sought her out regarding this matter, it was imperative to clarify and elucidate the situation. I don't understand what you are saying, Ji Xer stammered, her anxiety palpable. Chu Jingji, unable to contain herself upon hearing Ji Xiner's evasive arguments, coldly remarked, "Are you truly unaware of your own actions?" Ji Xiner lifted her gaze, confronting the two women before her, and for a moment, the air thickened with tension, leaving them all at a loss for words. After what felt like an eternity, Ning Wan finally looked at Ji Xiner, her voice calm, yet laced with an icy undertone. "You are not the person Lu Jingcheng has been searching for. You have deceived him." Ji Xiner was taken aback, her pupils widening in shock. Chapter 30. You are not innocent. Ji Xiner gazed at Ning Wan, rendered speechless for quite some time. This matter was inherently shrouded in secrecy. How could Ning Wan possibly be aware of it? How could she know? Observing Ji Xiner's expression, Ning Wan's lips curled into a slight smile. "Miss Ji, some things that are not meant for you will never be yours." Ji Xiner fidgeted, her hands moving in circles, unsure of how to respond to Ning Wan. After what felt like an eternity, she finally lifted her head, forcing a smile that barely masked her distress. "I am unaware of what Miss Ning is insinuating. Regardless of what transpires, I will not abandon a Jing again. I have relinquished him once. I shall never leave him alone a second time." "Oh, is that so?" Ning Wan chuckled lightly, her gaze fixed on Ji Xiner, laced with a hint of coldness. "Miss Ji, do you love Lu Jingcheng for his identity as the heir of the Lu family, or do you genuinely love Lu Jingcheng himself? You must weigh this in your heart. Perhaps I should rephrase. You love Lu Jingcheng, but what you cherish even more is his status as the heir of the Lu family." Ji Xiner was once again taken aback. She had concealed such thoughts exceptionally well. Even Lu Jingcheng had never perceived them. How could Ning Wan see through her so effortlessly? Impossible. How could this be? Miss Ning is jesting. My relationship with a Jing is genuine. I love him for who he is, not for his status. Besides, when a Jing and I first recognized each other, I had no inkling of his identity as the heir of the Lu family. Ji Xiner's words faltered, lacking confidence. Her tone subdued. Upon hearing this, Chu Jingji could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. "Yixiner, perhaps Wan is unaware of how you and Lu Jingcheng came to recognize each other or how he has cherished you, but I am fully aware. Let's not forget, my husband is Huang Fuling." Ji Xiner was astonished. She had not anticipated that Chu Jingji, the daughter of the Chu family and Huang Fuling's wife, was such a close confidant of Ning Wan. What a small world indeed. A mere turn could lead to an encounter. You knew Ling's identity from the very beginning, and thus you must also be aware of Lu Jingcheng's status. Only those within the same circle would associate with one another. Chu Jingji's blunt remarks were unmistakable. It was a matter of social standing. Whether in marriage or friendship, only those of similar caliber would mingle together. If necessary, I would not hesitate to have my husband address this matter. Before she could finish her sentence, Ning Wan interrupted, a slight frown adorning her brow. "Jingji, that is enough." She then turned her attention back to Ji Shiner, who appeared woefully innocent, as if she were the victim of Ning Wan's bullying. This prompted a faint smile from Ning Wan. Miss Ji, do not adopt such an expression of victimhood. You are not innocent, are you? If you truly loved Lu Jingcheng, you would not pressure him. You are well aware that old master Lu uses his authority as the head of the Lu family to suppress Lu Jingcheng. If Lu Jingcheng insists on marrying you, he will forfeit the entire Lu family. Do not tell me you are oblivious to this fact. Ji Xener looked up, her face awash with astonishment, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. I truly had no idea that grandfather would resort to threatening Jing in his capacity as the authority. I genuinely did not know. Now that you are aware, what do you intend to do? Surely you understand that the Lu family has more than just Lu Jingcheng as its sole heir. There is also an illegitimate son named Lu Jingxian. Although the old master of the Lu family does not favor him, he still possesses a claim to the inheritance. Chapter 31. You do not truly love Lu Jingcheng. Ning Wan scrutinized the Xina, attempting to discern her ulterior motives. If she could relinquish her pursuit of power and declare that, even if Lu Jingcheng were to lose his position as the head of the Lu family, her love for him would remain steadfast, and she would cherish a life of ordinariness alongside him. Then Ning Wan mused that she would gladly grant them her blessing. This matter, even if it were to fester within her, would remain unspoken to Lu Jingcheng. As long as Ji Xener chose Lu Jingcheng over authority, she would willingly step aside. Miss Ji, the time has come for you to make a choice. Will you continue to love him? Even if Lu Jingcheng loses everything and ceases to be the master of the Lu family? You are well aware of old master Lu's temperament. He is none other than the formidable Lu Jingcheng, who commanded respect throughout Jiangbei. He is a man of his word. Her voice, calm yet insistent, created an atmosphere that was almost suffocating. Ji Xiner furrowed her brow, intently listening to Ning Wan's words, pondering deeply. She realized she could no longer endure a life of hardship. Over the years, she had become accustomed to Lu Jingcheng's affection, which had spoiled her to the point of unrecognizability. The man she wished to marry was Lu Jingcheng, the one with the stature of the Lu family, not a man stripped of all his titles. She had believed that Lu Jingcheng's fervent declarations of love meant he had everything arranged, yet the reality was far from it. Ning Wan, being the perceptive individual she was, noticed a shift in Ji Xner's expression, her internal struggle and torment. Ultimately, it was not merely Lu Jingcheng that she loved, but the identity he held within the Lu family. With a faint smile, she rose gracefully, retrieving a check from her purse and tossing it to Ji Xiner. Leave Lu Jingcheng. Fill in any amount within reason, and I shall honor it. Ji Xiner gazed at the check, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. Clearly, it was Ning Wan who played the role of the mistress. She was the rightful girlfriend of Lu Jingcheng. Why did it feel as though she were the one in the position of the mistress, while Ning Wan assumed the role of the lofty, dignified wife, dismissing her as if she were a mere distraction? Was it not how dramas portrayed such scenarios? Ning Wan, what is the meaning of this? She exclaimed, rising to her feet, brandishing the check, her eyes blazing with indignation at Ning Wan, who was preparing to depart. Turning, Ning Wan's calm gaze was filled with the chaos of a woman in distress. Miss Ji, you are an intelligent woman. You should understand the importance of knowing when to walk away. You are unworthy of Lu Jingcheng. If you persist in this pursuit, you risk losing both love and wealth, ultimately gaining nothing. That's impossible. A Jing loves me. He would do anything for me. Ji Xner retorted hastily, seemingly oblivious to the disdain reflected in Ning Wan's eyes. Does he truly love you as a person, or is it your childhood identity that he adores? We both know the truth. You profess your love for Lu Jingcheng. You and I inquired earlier. You hesitated, did you not? What you cherish is not Lu Jingcheng himself, but the identity he possesses within the Lu family. Ning Wan is indeed such a person, candidly laying all matters bare for discussion. The words she utters, without a shadow of doubt, become the most formidable weapon against Ji Xiner. Moreover, you are not even the individual that Lu Jingcheng is seeking. If I were to disclose to him that you have deceived him, how do you suppose he would perceive you, given his temperament? Chapter 32. Ning Wan, are you seeking your own demise? Upon hearing Ning Wan once again broach the subject, Ji Xner turned pale, bewildered as to why Ning Wan persistently mentioned this matter and how she could so adamantly assert that Ji Xner was not that little girl. Could it be that the little girl was? With this thought, Ji Xner lifted her gaze to Ning Wan, who stood under the sunlight not far away, her eyes widening in shock. In a flurry, she exclaimed, "You have no idea. You are merely repeating what Huang Fuling has said to you to confuse me. Everyone knows I am the one Lu Jingcheng is searching for. Even Grandpa Lu is aware. If you claim I am not, then provide your evidence. Who then is the person Lu Jingcheng seeks? Speak." However, her frantic theatrics and urgent tone were nothing more than a farce in Ning Wan's eyes. In her desperation, it seemed Ji Xiner had overestimated herself. Ning Wan's gaze reflected the distorted expression of a woman in a fit of rage, while a serene smile graced her features. "I am aware of everything you mentioned. After all, it has been so long that no one can recall the details. I understand your thoughts as well. If I were to inform Lu Jingcheng, he would not believe me. But do not forget, I carry Lu Jingcheng's child within me, a descendant of the Lu family. How do you think Grandpa Lu will react upon learning this? Ning Wan, you are truly despicable." Ji Xiner had not anticipated that Ning Wan would wield this information as leverage. If Grandpa Lu were to learn of this situation, he would undoubtedly insist on Lu Jingcheng marrying Ning Wan, who, as the president of the Ning Corporation, could significantly benefit the Lu family. Such a mutually advantageous union would be one he could hardly reject, and he would likely offer his full support. Mutually beneficial, indeed, Ning Wan softly remarked, gradually advancing towards Ji Xiner. With a slight parting of her lips, she continued, "There are some things you simply do not deserve." Ji Xiner lifted her head, locking eyes with Ning Wan, both enveloped in a profound silence, until, inexplicably, Ji Xiner began to weep, even sinking to her knees at Ning Wan's feet, pleading, "Miss Ning, Ajang and I truly love each other. I implore you to allow us to be together. Do not tear us apart. And please do not inform Grandpa that you are carrying Ajang's child. I beg of you. I cannot live without Ajang." Taken aback by Ji Xiner's sudden display, Ning Wan found herself at a loss, having just been embroiled in a fierce confrontation with her. How had the tables turned so suddenly? It was not until Chu Jingji turned to see a broodingly handsome face approaching that she grasped the situation, pulling Ning Wan's hand and stifling a quiet laugh. This performance was evidently a premeditated act by Ji Xiner. Regardless of her motives for seeking Ning Wan today, she had orchestrated this scene to further instigate Lu Jingcheng's disdain for her. Yet, what she had not calculated was the other detail she had inadvertently revealed. Despite the drama, Ning Wan had to concede that Ji Xiner had executed her plan remarkably well. After today, no matter what she said, Lu Jingcheng would not believe her. Even if she were to reveal that she was the one he sought, he would only perceive her as cunning and deceptive. "Ning Wan, are you seeking your own demise?" Lu Jingcheng's icy gaze settled upon Ning Wan's countenance, laced with disdain, tinged with a hint of mockery and aversion. The smile that graced Ning Wan's lips grew increasingly bitter as she beheld Lu Jingcheng tenderly lifting Ji Xiner, cradling her in his embrace, offering gentle reassurances. Despite the deepening sorrow etched upon her features, her beauty remained so captivating that it rendered one unable to look away. Chapter 33. Do you even consider your worth? Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Jingji felt a pang of sorrow. She had always understood just how significant that dream was to Ning Wan. Reaching out, she clasped Ning Wan's hand gently. Wan, hearing Chu Jingji's call, Ning Wan shook her head, assuring her that all was well. Before them, Lu Jingcheng tenderly wiped away the tears from Ji Xiner's eyes, cradling her in his embrace with utmost care. However, his piercing gaze fell upon the blank check, and his expression suddenly morphed into one of uncontainable fury. "Are you attempting to use money to drive Xiner away from me, Ning Wan? It seems I have underestimated you. Is it the position of the Lu family's young mistress that you covet?" Ning Wan remained silent, merely gazing at Lu Jingcheng, tranquil and composed. A stark contrast to the woman he had just insulted. "Do you even consider your worth?" You are nothing but a discarded shoe. The fact that I would even deign to sleep with you is an act of grace. What? Do you still foolishly hope to expel Sheener? Lu Jingcheng's contemptuous words cut deep. Ning Wan, do not forget that you are the third party. Ning Wan continued to hold her silence. Recalling their first encounter from so long ago, time had polished that youth into a more composed and handsome figure. Yet his cruel words pierced her heart with a fresh wave of pain. Chu Jingji, unable to tolerate such humiliation inflicted upon Ning Wan, pointed an accusing finger at Lu Jingcheng. Lu Jingcheng, how dare you treat Wan this way? Before Chu Jingji could finish her sentence, Lu Jingcheng interrupted with a scornful laugh. Chu Jingji, consider yourself fortunate to be Huang Fuling's wife. Otherwise, do you truly believe you could escape the consequences of drugging me? At these words, Chu Jingji's face flushed with a mix of shame and guilt. However, she stood firm for her sister, not for Ning Wan. Lu Jingcheng might berate her for this matter, but he must not blame or misinterpret Wan's intentions. This is my fault, but Wan has done nothing wrong. The fault lies with me, as I acted for my sister, not for Wan. You may say whatever you wish about me, but you cannot demean Wan in this manner. Oh, is that so? Lu Jingcheng sneered, pulling out a checkbook and hastily scribbling a sum before tossing the check at Ning Wan's face. 50 million. Your knight is indeed worth a fortune. Earlier, when Huang Fu offered you money, you refused. Was it because you found it insufficient? Chu Jingji was infuriated by this display, and she erupted. Lu Jingcheng, do you not realize that Wan has had enough? Before she could finish, Ning Wan interrupted, unable to bear the humiliation any longer. Her throat tightened, and she lowered her head, a glimmer of tears threatening to spill from her eyes, though it was only for a fleeting moment. When she lifted her gaze again, she was still Ning Wan, staring at Lu Jingcheng with determination. Her crimson lips parted, and in a calm tone, she declared, Lu Jingcheng, I have changed my mind. I will not terminate this child, nor will I allow you to marry Ji Sheener. Hearing this, Lu Jingcheng released Ji Sheener, a wicked smile playing on his lips. He reached out, grasping Ning Wan's chin with forceful fingers, leaving a trail of crimson bruises upon her skin. Ning Wan winced in pain, her brows knitting together, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Ning Wan, do you truly believe you're someone of significance? Or perhaps I should rephrase that. Do you think I, Lu Jingcheng, would desire a discarded shoe? Ning Wan lifted her gaze, meeting the furious man's eyes, a smirk gracing her lips. It is not a matter of whether you want to, Lu Jingcheng, but rather a matter of necessity, even if I have been married before. As long as I bear a child of the Lu family and hold the title of CEO of the Ning Corporation, I will seek out Old Master Lu, and he will undoubtedly compel you to marry me. Chapter 34. Something happened to Chu Jingji. Ning Wan's resolute demeanor, along with her words, stirred a tempest in Lu Jingcheng's heart. With a cold snort, he callously shoved Ning Wan aside. She stumbled, colliding with the table behind her, and due to her already injured hand, the impact against the sharp edge caused blood to trickle from her palm. Wan. Chu Jingji reacted swiftly, rushing forward to embrace Ning Wan, then raising her brows to confront Lu Jingcheng. Are you even a man, striking a woman? Lu Jingcheng merely chuckled softly, exuding an air of chilling indifference, akin to a devil emerging from the depths of hell, as he approached them step by step. The fact that I haven't killed her is already a mercy. Pausing momentarily, he turned his gaze towards Chu Jingji. If you have the time for such trivialities, perhaps you should focus more on your own affairs, Chu Jingji. Chu Jingji furrowed her brow slightly, failing to grasp the intent behind his words. Throughout the ordeal, Ji Xer stood behind them, watching the unfolding drama, with a faintly smug smile playing at the corners of her lips. Ning Wan, however, discerned the underlying meaning in Lu Jingcheng's words. Steadying her nerves, she furrowed her brow, locking eyes with him in an expression devoid of fear. I do not care for your title as the Lu family's madam, Lu Jingcheng. Do not presume that everyone shares Ji Xer's mindset. With a scornful smile, she stood precariously in the biting wind, her defiance illuminated by the sunlight, her stubborn visage strikingly beautiful. I will not allow you to marry her, for there are certain things that Ji Xer is unworthy of possessing. Lu Jingcheng gazed at her, his eyes deep as the ocean, concealing emotions that were inscrutable to others. After a prolonged silence, a beautiful arc graced his lips, the smile expanding gradually. It appears you no longer desire the Ning family. I shall grant your wish. Ning Wan's eyes widened in shock, yet she remained silent. This was the second time she had faced such a merciless threat from him. She pondered that perhaps she had genuinely provoked his wrath this time, and a man like him, capable of such words, would certainly act upon them, even resorting to unscrupulous means. It seemed she had wagered far too much. At that moment, Chu Jingji's phone rang unexpectedly. After a brief and frantic conversation lasting only seconds, she dashed outside, a level of panic Ning Wan had never witnessed before. Watching Chu Jingji flee, fear gripped her heart that something might happen to her. Connecting this with Lu Jingcheng's earlier words, she clenched her fists tightly, her gaze turning icy. Lu Jingcheng, what did you mean by that? Lu Jingcheng responded, puzzled, suddenly recalling his previous words. Upon observing Chu Jingji's frantic exit, he likely surmised the situation, a wicked smile curling his lips. It seems some matters cannot remain concealed. Shouldn't you follow her? I fear Chu Jingji may do something reckless. He smirked, his striking eyes laced with a hint of mockery. Seeing the smile on Lu Jingcheng's face, she realized he must know something, suspecting that the trouble with Jingji related to their entanglement. Lu Jingcheng, if you wish to confront me, direct your focus at me alone. If anything happens to Jingji, I will never forgive you, never. After finishing her words, Ning Wan lifted her skirt and, in her high heels, hurried in the direction of Chu Jingji. It was only when Ning Wan had exited the CAF that Ji Shiner approached and clung to Lu Jingcheng's arm, weeping like a heartbroken soul. Why didn't you tell me, Jing? Is it because grandfather is using his power to coerce you? Why do you keep everything from me? Chapter 35. Please call me Mrs. Huangfu. Lu Jingcheng paused slightly, his sharp phoenix eyes reflecting a mixture of disdain and contempt. He reached out and embraced Ji Xiner, asking, what did she tell you? Ji Xiner sobbed. Ah Jing, am I becoming a burden to you? I know grandfather does not favor me. And if he discovers that Ning Wan is carrying your child, he will certainly reject me. If you must sacrifice so much for my sake, I would rather not marry you or be with you. I only wish for your well-being. The Lu family rightfully belongs to you, and you should not forfeit it for me. Suddenly, Lu Jingcheng's arms around Ji Xiner stiffened, his other hand clenched into a fist, the veins on the back of his hand standing out prominently. Indeed, grandfather was using the Lu family's authority to coerce him. But did grandfather think he was still the same as before? What disgusted him most was that Ning Wan, while claiming she would terminate the pregnancy and seek peace, was brazenly confronting Xiner over this matter. For her, divorcing Lin Tianyu was already a farce, her reputation irreparably tarnished. Rumor had it that her stepmother was scheming with her father to usurp her position within the Ning family. To preserve her standing, she would not terminate the pregnancy, using it to coerce him into marriage and solidify her status within the Ning family. And grandfather, aware of this, would, despite his dislike of Ning Wan, pressure them into marriage simply out of disdain for Xiner. The Ning family was indeed formidable, and grandfather had always harbored an inexplicable fondness for them. Contemplating these matters, a murderous intent flickered in Lu Jingcheng's eyes for the first time, his jaw set with an iron resolve. By the moat, Chu Jingji stood beneath a large tree, observing a couple in the distance. The man was indeed her husband, and the woman in his arms possessed a striking beauty, with features that bore a resemblance to her own. A sudden clarity washed over her. She understood why Huangfu Ling never allowed her into the Huangfu family's attic and realized the significance of the midnight whispers that haunted her dreams. With a faint smile, she approached them. Huangfu Ling, what are you doing? Startled by her unexpected voice, Huangfu Ling hurriedly separated from the woman in his arms. Only when facing her did Chu Jingji finally discern the woman's features, which mirrored her own to an unsettling degree. Jingji, what brings you here? Huangfu Ling asked, his demeanor flustered. Observing her husband's discomposure, Chu Jingji could not help but let out a cold smirk. Raising her gaze to him, am I not allowed to be here? If I did not come, How could I witness such a splendid scene? Her gaze then shifted to the woman, Huang Fuling. Perhaps you should enlighten me on who this woman is? Huang Fuling had never been put in such an awkward position, his face turning a shade of deep embarrassment. Before he could respond, the woman interjected, Miss Chu, I am Morong Jin. However, Chu Jingji merely smiled, the sunlight casting a serene glow upon them. Yet her face bore an almost ethereal pallor, strikingly beautiful yet haunting. Dear Miss, I have no interest in your name. I would appreciate it if you referred to me as Mrs. Huangfu. Her words were softly spoken, yet one could discern that she was asserting her dominance. You are indeed a good girl. Why then do you choose such a path, becoming a mistress and playing the role of a third party? Chapter 36. How is it that she did not perish? Upon hearing this, Huang Fuling could not help but furrow his brows and retorted, Chu Jingji, is this truly what you ought to say? To which she coldly replied, What else do you believe I should declare? Chu Jingji, with a demeanor akin to Ning Wan, was intolerant of such occurrences. They had only been married for a few months, having just returned from their honeymoon. The absurdity lay in the fact that the man who had vowed before the priest to love her for a lifetime was now entwined with another woman, embracing her with such intimacy. Even if she were magnanimous, she had not reached that extent. The name Morong Jin was not foreign to her. Every night he would hold her and call her Jin Jin, a name she mistakenly thought was meant for her, only to discover now that this was not the case. Miss Chu, please do not be angry. My relationship with Ling has concluded. The woman spoke softly, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Our union was a mere twist of fate. He believed me to be deceased, and I returned too late, ultimately missing my chance. Rest assured, I harbor no intention of disrupting your happiness. Thought her to be dead? And then what? Chu Jingji reflected on their journey from acquaintance to marriage, where she had always perceived a unique tenderness in his gaze, only to realize now that such affection was never meant for her. As she wallowed in sorrow, Morong Jin approached, intending to console her, yet before her hand could make contact, Chu Jingji brushed it away with a swift motion, causing Morong Jin to stagger back. Huang Fuling stepped forward to support Morong Jin and, in a fit of rage, shouted at Chu Jingji, Do you not comprehend that Jin Jin has just recovered from leukemia? Is that so? Then how is it that she did not perish? Chu Jingji blurted out, witnessing their close proximity. The fury stemming from the emotions of having regained what was lost led Huang Fuling to slap her in anger, causing Chu Jingji to lose her balance and fall backward with a splash into the deep, murky waters. As she tumbled into the depths, she fleetingly caught a glimpse of Huang Fuling's anxious face, as well as Morong Jin's indifferent expression standing behind him. The water was frigid, with a hint of the scent of aquatic plants. It dawned on her that she had been a mere jest, believing she had found true love, only to be a substitute for someone else's affections. From beginning to end, this love had never been intended for her. The deep, passionate calls of Jingjing were not meant for her, but for Jin Jin. At that moment, a shadow clad in black leaped over Huang Fuling and plunged into the river, seizing Chu Jingji and recklessly dragging her to the shore. As they emerged from the water, Huang Fuling extended his hands, but Ning Wan rejected his offer. Jingji, are you all right? Ning Wan embraced Chu Jingji, both of them shivering from the cold, while she had never witnessed such a despondent Chu Jingji. Jingji, please do not be like this. I fear your silence. Noticing her lack of response, Huang Fuling hurried forward, shedding his suit jacket and offering it to Ning Wan. Yet Chu Jingji pushed his hand away, her eyes dim and devoid of life, as if all vitality had drained away, resembling a stagnant pool. Do not frighten me. Is there something amiss? Chu Jingji. As evening descended, I found myself at ease. Chu Jingji clutched a corner of her garment, her eyes misty with emotion. She gazed at the man before her, frozen in place due to her rejection, and unexpectedly smiled. Huang Fuling, I have finally come to understand the sorrow reflected in your eyes, the reason behind it. I also realized that between us, there was never anything significant, nothing at all. Chapter 37. No one can harm her. Chu Jingji smiled softly, then lifted her gaze to deeply look at him. All that had transpired, along with the fragmented memories she had witnessed earlier in the Huangfu family's attic, pierced her heart like a multitude of shards, leaving her utterly devastated. Lowering her head, tears suddenly streamed down her cheeks. Despite sensing her sorrow, Ning Wan furrowed her brow and reached out to embrace her. Jingji, don't cry. I'm here. Wan, I know, in this world, besides my family, you are the only one who treats me so well. Chu Jingji offered a gentle smile, slightly lifting her chin to meet Huang Fuling's eyes. Huang Fuling, let's divorce. Huang Fuling was taken aback, stepping forward to grasp Chu Jingji's hand with great force. But she struggled fiercely, breaking free from his hold. Yet, he swiftly seized her again. Divorce? Huang Fuling looked at the woman before him, his gaze finally reflecting a hint of emotion. Yes, divorce. Chu Jingji continued to speak softly, her hand tightly clenching the edge of her garment. As the wind swept through, her disheveled hair danced with it, the hem of her dress fluttering gently. Jingji, Ning Wan observed her closely. Wan, I'm fine. Divorce is not a big deal, is it? But Chu Jingji is still Chu Jingji. She will not be a shadow of another. Chu Jingji should be one of kind. She murmured. I'm exhausted. I don't want to deceive any longer. Before she could finish her thought, she lost her balance, and darkness enveloped her vision as she collapsed to the ground. Perhaps she truly was fatigued. Jingji, Ning Wan rushed to hold her, then raised her hand to deliver a sharp slap to Huang Fuling, her gaze icy, her voice chillingly cold. This was a Ning Wan he had never encountered before. Huang Fuling, I entrusted Jingji to you in good faith. What have you done to her? Her eyes turned toward Murong Jin, who was hiding behind him. Murong Jin, is it? In my life, there is little I hold dear, but Jingji is the person I cherish most. No one is allowed to harm her. If anyone causes her even an ounce of pain, I will ensure that they suffer tenfold. With that, Ning Wan declined Huang Fuling's offer to escort them. As she struggled to support Chu Jingji towards the taxi stand, she caught sight of Huang Fuling carrying Murong Jin as he rushed past her, prompting a cold smile to form at the corners of her lips. Inside the hospital, the doctor examined Chu Jingji and confirmed that she was fine, merely suffering from low blood sugar and the shock that caused her to faint. She had also undergone an examination, and the child was safe as well. When she arrived at the riverbank, she had heard their conversation. She wanted to intervene, but she understood that Jingji would prefer to resolve matters herself. It was only when she saw Murong Jin feigning illness to entangle Huang Fuling that she recklessly leapt into the water to save Jingji. Jingji was her sole friend. She would not allow anyone to bully her, no one at all. Just then, her assistant Xiao Xiao called, concerned about disturbing Chu Jingji. She stepped outside to take the call, leaning against the white wall at the corner of the hospital, watching the falling leaves outside. Xiao Xiao, what is it? The voice on the other end was filled with urgency. Ning, where are you? At the hospital, she replied, lowering her voice to avoid disturbing Chu Jingji. How did you end up in the hospital? Is something wrong? Xiao Xiao's tone was tinged with concern. I'm fine. What's the matter, Xiao Xiao? It's not good. There's trouble at the company. For some unknown reason, Lu Corporation has suddenly turned against Ning Corporation, causing a drop in stock prices. The other board members, along with your father, are in a meeting and insist on seeing you for an explanation. Chapter 38. What am I competing with a dead person for? Ning Wan furrowed her brow slightly, lowering her voice. I understand. Xiao Xiao, please keep them calm and inform them that this matter will be discussed tomorrow. I will attend the meeting punctually. Understood. Ning Song, Tiao, replied softly. By the way, there's another issue. Your father mentioned that the company is currently in a precarious situation and is considering layoffs to reduce costs. Fool! Ning Wan couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Then instructed Xiao Xiao, convey to all department heads in my name that I am the president. Regardless of the circumstances, it is not his place to decide. There are no plans for layoffs. Reassure everyone. Got it, Ning Zong. I'll take care of it. Ning Wan hung up, gripping her phone tightly, and closed her eyes briefly. She had not anticipated that Lu Jingcheng would act so swiftly. Pushing open the door to the hospital room, she sought to see Chu Jingji, only to find her sitting up, staring blankly at the white ceiling, her eyes void of life, empty and desolate. Jingji, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there anything discomforting you? Yet, Chu Jingji seemed not to hear her words, quietly gazing at the ceiling without any expression. Only warm tears silently traced her cheeks, gliding down her pallid face. Jingji, what is wrong? Please don't scare me. In Ning Wan's moment of anxiety, Chu Jingji turned her head slightly and smiled faintly. Wan, this is my fate, the outcome of my self-deception and retribution. Ning Wan's profurove teper. What do you mean? He thought he hid it well. But little did he know, I had known everything about him in Murong Jin long ago. Chu Jingji's dark eyes were serene, then slowly began to move. Her long lashes fluttered delicately, and her smile brightened. When I married him, I thought, Murong Jin is dead, and Huang Fuling's wife is me. So what am I competing with a dead person for? It is I who can accompany him into old age. Isn't that sufficient? But now I realize, I was wrong. Wan, do you know? I was absurdly mistaken. Ning Wan suddenly felt a wave of sorrow. She had never known that Chu Jingji married Huang Fuling for this reason, nor did she know that Huang Fuling harbored feelings for someone else. Had she known, she would never have allowed Jingji to marry him. She was different from her. Jingji had choices, whereas Ning Wan had none in marrying Lin Tianyu. Whether out of filial piety to her grandfather or to stabilize the Ning family, she had no options. Jingji, knowing all this, why still choose to marry him? To stay by his side, to alleviate his sorrows, while causing yourself pain. Ning Wan offered a bittersweet smile. Because I'm foolish, just like you. I know there is no outcome, yet I still stubbornly wish to try, even if this path is fraught with thorns. I am willing to clear the way for him. Chu Jingji chuckled softly. Wan, in truth, we are both equally stubborn. Ning Wan remained silent, merely bowing her head with a wry smile. Indeed, they are remarkably similar, yet astonishingly stubborn. She remained by Chu Jingji's side until the evening, watching over her until she fell asleep in a hospital room. It was only after notifying Chu Jingji's brother, Chu Huan, that she decided to leave, for the following day held even greater significance, necessitating her return to prepare for the battles that lay ahead. Chapter 39. Born of a mother, raised by none that night, Ning Wan returned home, weary, only to find her father, Ning Xiangyi, along with Rong Lihua and son Lele, seated in the living room, sipping tea. Although the atmosphere appeared harmonious, it was evident to her that they were awaiting her return. Do you even remember to come back? Just look at the mess you created. Ning Xiangyi barked at Ning Wan as she entered. I shouldn't have entrusted the company to you in the first place. At these words, Ning Wan let out a soft laugh, raising her gaze to meet her father's. You entrusted the company to me? Father, I believe you may have forgotten that the Ning Corporation was handed down to me by grandfather, who explicitly stated that I am the sole rightful heir. Upon hearing her retort, Ning Xiangyi's anger flared. You ungrateful daughter, how dare you speak to your father that way? Oh, challenging you is hardly a rare occurrence. If you were to act like a true father, I would naturally behave like a dutiful daughter, Ning Wan replied coolly, preparing to ascend the stairs. Seeing Ning Xiangyi visibly agitated, Rong Lihua intervened. Calm down, Xiangyi. We are merely trying to have a constructive discussion with Wan. Why must we always be at odds as a family? She then turned her gaze towards Ning Wan. It's quite late, dear. You must be hungry. I made some black-bone chicken soup today. Would you like some? Ning Wan halted her ascent, turning to Rong Lihua with a chilling tone. No, thank you. I fear it might kill me. Her words ignited Ning Xiangyi's fury anew, and he seized a teacup from the table, hurling it at Ning Wan. However, his aim was poor, and the cup shattered harmlessly against the railing. You wretched girl. For all these years, your mother has cared for you and indulged your every whim. And yet you show such disrespect. Mother? Ning Wan's laughter echoed eerily, causing unease in the room. You seem to have forgotten that my mother has been gone for quite some time. After a brief pause, she continued, You are correct. I lack proper upbringing. For I was born a mother, but raised by none. The implication was clear. Ning Xiangyi was merely her father by title. Her willingness to acknowledge him as such stemmed solely from the fact that he was her only living relative. Son Lele could no longer contain herself, rising to shout at Ning Wan, how dare you speak to father like that? TSK. Pretending to be so filial. Let us see how long you can keep up the charade. With a tone laced with disdain, Ning Wan replied, Son Lele, you know I have a temper. So, don't attempt your tricks behind my back. While I still tolerate you, do not cross my boundaries. Or, you know well the consequences that await you. You dare? Ning Xiangyi stood up, reprimanding her. Father, do not forget that before grandfather passed, this Ning residence was placed in my name. Only members of the Ning family may reside here. Ning Wan felt utterly fatigued and truly wished to disengage from him. Having uttered those words, she turned to ascend the stairs, but suddenly recalled the words Xiao Xiao had conveyed to her earlier that day. Pausing in the middle of the staircase, she contemplated the notion of seizing power amidst chaos. Yet, she needed to ascertain whether she possessed the capability to do so. It would be truly shameful to ascend to such a position only to squander the legacy, leaving her unable to face her ancestors. After reflecting on this, she proceeded upstairs, her ears filled with a cacophony of insults, furious shouts, curses, and the sound of shattering objects. Chapter 40. He can marry anyone, but not GXNR the next day. When Ning Wan arrived at the company, it was already in disarray, with turmoil rampant and the stock of Ning Corporation continuing its decline. In the boardroom, her father, Ning Xiangyi, incited the other directors to unite in an attempt to strip Ning Wan of her authority. Tensions within Ning Corporation had reached a critical point. Although Ning Wan managed to momentarily stabilize the board, they, in turn, placed demands upon her, urging her to swiftly resolve the crisis, or else they would collectively dismiss her from the position of president. In the spacious presidential office, Xiao Xiao looked at Ning Wan, who was seated in the president's chair, and anxiously inquired, President Ning, what shall we do now? The stock continues to plummet. At this rate, the directors will surely not spare you. Oh, really? Ning Wan replied softly, then raised her gaze to Xiao Xiao's worried expression, smiling faintly. For all these years, do you think I have ever feared anyone? But this time is different. It's the Lu family. Xiao Xiao voiced her concerns. I understand, Xiao Xiao. Please fetch me a glass of warm water and arrange a meeting with the presidents of several banks. Seeing Ning Wan's demeanor, Xiao Xiao refrained from saying more. Having worked alongside Ning Wan for 4 to 5 years, she trusted her capabilities and decisiveness. However, this situation was particularly precarious, given the formidable Jiangbei Lu family. She could only hope they would navigate through this safely. As soon as Xiao Xiao left, Ning Wan furrowed her brow slightly, reaching for her phone. After a moment's hesitation, she dialed the number she had saved from that evening. It took her a while, but she finally connected the call. A voice on the other end was as cold as frost. Hello. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ning Wan paused momentarily before tightening her grip on the phone. Lu Jingcheng. It's me, Ning Wan. Ning Wan, are you calling to beg for mercy? The man's tone remained icy, laced with disdain and mockery. You're mistaken. If I were to easily concede, I would never have undertaken this endeavor. Lu Jingcheng, I propose a wager. You will not shake Ning Corporation, and I shall become your wife. Ning Wan's voice was calm, yet remarkably resolute. Ning Wan, you truly are confident. Just because you carry my child? Lu Jingcheng's words were a tempest. Indeed, it is precisely because of this that you cannot marry GXINR. You must marry me. Ning Wan gripped her phone tightly, her voice suddenly softening, tinged with a hint of choking emotion. Lu Jingcheng, you may marry anyone, as long as it is not GXINR. As long as it is not her, I can offer you my blessings. Unfortunately, Ning Wan, I will marry no one but her. Lu Jingcheng's lips parted slightly, his words devoid of emotion. Do you know, I have never encountered a woman as despicable as you, who resorts to any means to ascend. Do not push me, or I may just lose control and end your life. With that, the line went dead. Ning Wan stared at her phone, lost in thought for a long while. In the sunlight, her long, thick eyelashes cast shadows over her crystalline eyes. Yet against the light, it was evident that tears were slipping from her eyes, drop by drop, onto the screen of her phone. Such a scene appeared desolate, yet utterly helpless. She understood that if she were to confront old Master Lu and compel Lu Jingcheng to choose between the familial bonds of the Lu family and Ji Shiner, then regardless of whether they were to become husband and wife in this lifetime, they would likely remain a pair of resentful partners. However, he could marry anyone he wished. But Ji Shiner was not an option. She simply cannot allow it. Chapter 41. Old Master Lu wishes to meet Ning Wan within the towering edifice of the Lu family, The unyielding tempered glass seemed to obstruct all external clamor. Sunlight filtered through, yet it carried a distinct chill. Lu Jingcheng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his handsome visage devoid of any expression. Nevertheless, even in his impassivity, one could sense the frigid aura emanating from him, akin to a ravenous wolf. Any who dared to approach would surely be torn asunder. He had just spoken to Ning Wan over the phone, initially believing she had come to plead for mercy. To his surprise, this woman was declaring war. The ire within Lu Jingcheng surged as he recalled her recent words. "Jingcheng, is the child in Wan's womb yours?" Huang Fuling entered, and upon observing Lu Jingcheng's stance by the window, he surmised the situation. Even if the child were indeed his, there was no need for such ruthlessness. The Ning family was her lifeblood. At the mention of this, Lu Jingcheng pivoted, casually tossing his phone onto the table, the veins on the back of his hand bulging with fury. It was a rare sight to witness such rage in Lu Jingcheng, leading Huang Fuling to conclude that Ning Wan had genuinely provoked him this time. "Huang Fu, your judgment of women leaves much to be desired. You once fervently assured me that she was a good woman, that this matter could be suppressed. And now what do you say?" Lu Jingcheng gritted his teeth, forcing the words out. "I am at a loss as to what has transpired with Wan. She was never like this. Logically, she has no ties to Xantar. And I even inquired with Jingji, but she refused to divulge anything." Huang Fuling replied, his lips curling in disdain. Jingji had sent over a divorce agreement, and when he attempted to see her in the hospital, she had barred him from entering. "However, Jingcheng, grant me some time to question Ning Wan." Lu Jingcheng, however, scoffed, regarding his friend with disdain. "Do you truly believe she would be inclined to share with you?" "Huang Fu, I suspect Jingji is aware of Murong Jin's existence. Given Ning Wan's temperament, it is fortunate she has not already struck you." Upon hearing this, Huang Fuling conceded, recalling the severity of the slap he had received that day. "What are you planning to do then? Focus on your own matters first. You must ultimately choose between Jingji and Murong Jin." In the ancestral home of the Lu family, Lu Jingcheng sat in the courtyard, engaged in a solitary game of chess, accompanied by the butler, Wu Guozhong. The interplay between his left and right hands brought him genuine amusement, and, at last, a conclusion was reached. He smiled faintly before lifting a nearby teacup to sip. "Old Wu, how has the investigation I requested fared?" "Master, I have ascertained the details. Xn has indeed returned, and just a few days ago, the newspapers reported that Miss Ning Wan is pregnant. The child is not Lin Tianyou's, but rather the young master's." Wu Guozhong recounted meticulously. Lu Jingcheng set down his teacup, a glimmer of sharpness flickering in his aged eyes. The girl, having married that young man from the Lin family, divorced him, and then turned around to conceive Lu Jingcheng's child. Moreover, her adept handling of this series of crises was undeniably impressive. Indeed, had she not been wed to Lin Tianyu, she would be a perfect match for our young master. Wu Guozhong, pouring tea and water beside them, chuckled as he remarked that during the investigation, he learned that Ning Wan and Lin Tianyu had been married for 3 years, yet had never lived together, even when they did share a residence. They slept in separate rooms. After a brief pause, he added that she had confronted Ji Shiner as well. "Oh," Lu Jingcheng replied with a faint smile, intrigued. Setting down his teacup, he turned to Wu Guozhong and said, "Old Wu, please invite that young lady from the Ning family to the old residence. I wish to meet her." Chapter 42. Chu Jingji yearns to return to the catwalk in the afternoon. Ning Wan went to the hospital. The hospital had called, informing her that Chu Jingji was insisting on being discharged. She contacted Chu Jingji, but her entreaties fell on deaf ears. Chu Jingji was resolute in her decision to leave and had even notified her former manager, declaring her intention to return to the runway and venture into the entertainment industry. Ning Wan was taken aback. Hastily, she made her way to the hospital. As she entered the room, before she could utter a word, Chu Jingji smiled at her and said, Wan, why did it take you so long? I've been waiting for you. Why are you so determined to leave? Didn't the doctor advise you to stay for further examination? And what is this about returning to the catwalk? Ning Wan sighed softly, her tone laced with a hint of reproach. Such a significant matter. Why didn't you consult me first? Listening to Ning Wan, Chu Jingji paused momentarily but then smiled. Wan. If others are unaware, surely you know me well. What have I sacrificed for him? I'm fully aware of what you mean. Ning Wan furrowed her brow, understanding that Chu Jingji had once given up her fashion career for Huang Fuling, relinquishing her beloved modeling aspirations. However, she truly did not want Chu Jingji to re-enter that world. I understand that matters of the heart are unpredictable. I won't interfere with your relationship with Huang Fuling. But, Jingji, since you've stepped away, I don't wish for you to return. Do not worry, Wan, for you are still here, right? I recall that Ning's agency has a modeling division. What if I join your company as a model? That way, I will be beneath your watchful gaze. And you need not worry. Chu Jingji chuckled, but then suddenly recalled something. Oh, Wan, I just told Alina, and she has arranged a gig for me. A fashion show. My debut upon returning. You will accompany me, won't you? Seeing her unwavering determination, Ning Wan felt compelled to relent, her brows knitting together, but she agreed. Relieved that Chu Jingji would be under the aegis of Ning's agency, allowing her to protect her, at least to some extent. Yes, I will accompany you. Just then, a nurse entered, addressing Chu Jingji softly. Madam Huangfu, Mr. Huangfu is waiting for you outside. He asked me to inquire if you would like to see him. Ning Wan was momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated that the typically reckless Huang Fuling would resort to a mere nurse to ask if she was willing to meet him. This was not characteristic of him at all. Something must have transpired last night. Wan, did something happen between you and him last night? Ning Wan frowned slightly, reaching out to grasp Chu Jingji's hand, which was cold to the touch. Chu Jingji reciprocated, holding Ning Wan's hand and smiling gently. Tell him there is nothing for us to discuss. However, Mr. Huangfu insists that he must see you today. If he cannot, he will wait outside until you are ready to meet him. Chu Jingji was momentarily stunned into silence. Ning Wan, observing her demeanor, realized that she still harbored feelings for him. After what felt like an eternity, Chu Jingji finally spoke, then let him wait. Upon hearing these words, the young nurse found herself at a loss for a response. Very well, I shall inform Mr. Huangfu. As time slipped away, when Ning Wan finally emerged, dusk had nearly settled. To her surprise, Huang Fuling awaited her just outside the infirmary, his posture seemingly frozen in place for the entirety of the afternoon. She had never envisioned that a man of his lofty stature would stoop to wait for a woman in such a manner. Paying him no heed, she resolutely advanced. Wan, has Jingji's condition improved? Huang Fuling struggled to articulate, his dark eyes resembling deep pools. I inquired, yet she refused to respond. Chapter 43. I could never divorce her. She is wonderful. Your concern is unwarranted. Ning Wan halted her steps, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and ultimately spoke. Huang Fuling, do you recall when I entrusted Jingji to you? You promised to love and protect her for a lifetime. Is your life truly that brief? Her voice grew increasingly frigid as she continued. What merits such devotion from Jingji toward you? Upon hearing her words, Huang Fuling smiled faintly. You are correct. I possess no redeeming qualities. Ning Wan was taken aback by his response, momentarily speechless before offering a cool retort, as long as you understand. Now, please sign the documents. Letting go isn't so terrible after all. I will not divorce, he asserted. You refuse to divorce? And what of your Morong Jean? She is willing to be the mistress. But Jingji lacks the grace to accommodate such a role. At that moment, an elderly man approached from the end of the corridor, bowing respectfully to Ning Wan. Miss Ning, old master Lu requests your presence. Ning Wan paused in surprise, then smiled and followed the elder. She understood that the old man would eventually learn of the matter. However, she had not anticipated his swift approach. Clearly, he had made a decision. Huang Fuling observed her retreating figure, his brow furrowing slightly. He then picked up his phone and dialed Lu Jingcheng. Jingcheng, grandfather has asked Grandpa Wu Guozhong to escort Ning Wan. He is already aware of everything. I understand, came the reply. After ending the call, Huang Fuling glanced toward the hospital room before turning to leave. Inside the ward, Chu Jingji stood by the window, gazing at Huang Fuling's departing silhouette. He had not bothered to explain the nature of his relationship with Morong Jean, merely stating last night that they had once been together, and he had believed her to be dead, thus severing all ties. Yet the version she had heard was vastly different. He was deeply in love with Jin, a love so profound that it could not possibly wane in such a short span of time. Chu Jing-ji felt weary. From a moment, she married Huang Fuling. She was aware of the complexities between him and Jin. It was not ignorance. She had merely chosen to feign unawareness. But now, the pretense had become untenable. Perhaps it was for the best. As she watched his tall figure fade away, her heart was engulfed in despair and confusion. She could no longer discern when he was genuine or when he was deceiving her. She had returned, and Chu Jingji was willing to facilitate their union. So why did he still seek her out? She gazed at his nearly vanished form, incessantly questioning herself. Warm, tear-laden droplets glided down her cheek, glistening in the sunlight with a spectrum of colors. Embracing herself, she rested her weary head against the window, lost in thought as silent tears streamed down her face. At a villa styled like a garden, Ning Wan alighted from a car. Guided by Wu Guozhong, she traversed a lengthy corridor and arrived at the center of the courtyard, where a game of black and white chess lay. An elderly man stood beneath a tree, vociferously singing what seemed to be kunku opera. Ning Wan furrowed her brows slightly, intending to speak, but was interrupted by Wu Guozhong. "Miss Ning, please wait a moment. At this hour, the old gentleman always practices his vocal exercises. If you find it grating, I can escort you to the inner hall to wait for him." However, Ning Wan shook her head and replied, "No, I shall wait for Mr. Lu here." Chapter 44, A Contest of Strategy. Wu Guozhong observed the quietly standing Ning Wan beside him, and could not help but feel a surge of admiration for her. Ning Wan gazed into the distance at the elderly man, patiently awaiting his cue. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, her features were picturesque, imbued with a hint of playfulness. The melody sung by Old Master Lu was not an obscure tune. It was an excerpt from the renowned Ming Dynasty playwright Tang Xianzu's Peony Pavilion, specifically the section titled The Dream of the Garden. Once the vibrant blossoms bloom, they are soon abandoned to the crumbling walls. What a pity that such beautiful moments are dictated by fate, whose courtyard can truly cherish joy and delight. The morning clouds take flight, while the evening mist rolls in. Raindrops and breezes weave a tapestry of serene boats upon the water. These two passages have been sung countless times over the centuries, captivating many souls. Naturally, Ning Wan was well acquainted with this piece, as her mother was an ardent admirer of kunku opera. During her mother's lifetime, she had often taken her to listen to celebrated performers sing. The most unforgettable experience for her was The Dream of the Garden from Peony Pavilion. At that tender age, she was oblivious to the concept of love, yet she could feel the profound sorrow in the singer's voice. Her mother had said, "Wan, you may not understand now, but you will when you grow up." Indeed, with the passage of time, her understanding deepened, particularly after meeting Lu Jingcheng, when she finally grasped why her mother cherished the line, "Love, unbeknownst to its origin, runs deep." Alas, in the end, her mother's years of tender affection were but a case of misplaced devotion. It had been many years since she had heard kunku sung so beautifully. "Pray tell, what do you find commendable in my singing?" After concluding his performance, Lu Jingcheng wiped his hands with a handkerchief and regarded the woman standing not far away. Realizing she must be the daughter of the Ning family, Ning Wan smiled. "Old Master Lu, your rendition is imbued with emotion, setting it apart from others. The essence of a song does not lie in its perceived quality, but in the heart of the one who sings it. I surmise you hold great affection for your wife." Upon hearing this, Lu Jingcheng's interest was piqued and admiration glimmered in his eyes. Love concealed within the bones often goes unnoticed. Nodding in agreement, Lu Jingcheng observed the woman before him, unable to suppress a smile. She was neither arrogant nor impatient, possessing a discernible grace and understanding of propriety. This girl was indeed commendable, far surpassing the one his nephew Jingcheng was determined to marry. "My dear, do you know how to play chess?" Ning Wan furrowed her brow, uncertain of Lu Jingcheng's intent, yet she replied affirmatively, "I do." As the black and white pieces danced in a strategic duel, their fingertips engaged in a battlefield akin to a fierce confrontation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the scene, and the surrounding red lanterns flickered to life. With her final piece placed, Ning Wan surveyed the board and remarked softly, I concede. Old Master Lu. Pausing, she methodically gathered the black pieces into the jar. After a moment of reflection, she continued, Might you now enlighten me as to the purpose of your summons? Ning girl, with your keen intellect, surely you can discern my intentions? Lu Jingcheng laid his cards on the table, eager to observe how this woman would respond to his inquiry. He reached out to pick up the tea placed beside him, lifting the lid, and in an instant, the fragrant aroma of the tea wafted through the air. In truth, you wish to inquire about matters concerning the child. More importantly, you seek to gauge my sentiments towards Lu Jingcheng, do you not? Chapter 45. Sworn on my mother, Ning Wan spoke with a calm, measured tone, devoid of any agitation, as she diligently returned the chess pieces to their rightful places. Oh, Lu Jingcheng raised an eyebrow. The child is Lu Jingcheng. Since you have summoned me, I assume you have thoroughly investigated the matter at hand, which naturally includes the complexities between Lin Tianyu and me. Ning Wan's voice was cool and detached, hinting at a faint chill. You wish to inquire why, immediately after my divorce, I conceived Lu Jingcheng's child and insisted on marrying him, correct? Ning Wan, you are quite astute. Lu Jingcheng took a sip of tea before casually placing the cup on the table, his aged eyes reflecting admiration for her. This woman, who has managed the Ning family for so many years and has allowed it to flourish, certainly deserves respect. You are not merely concerned about what I might do to the Lu family. Rather, you wish to discern my feelings for Lu Jingcheng. That is the true purpose of your invitation. Upon realizing Ning Wan's directness, Lu Jingcheng felt compelled to drop any pretense. Indeed, you must understand Jingcheng's character. Despite my disdain for GXNR, if I cannot ascertain your true intentions towards him, I would compel you to terminate the pregnancy. Ning Wan felt a pang of discomfort from his words, yet she understood. Lu Jingcheng's mother had passed away, and his father was incapacitated due to familial issues. The old master had raised him with great care and affection. Noticing her prolonged silence, Lu Jingcheng assumed his words had alarmed her. He sighed, You should be well aware of Jingcheng's disposition. If I do not manage this situation, given his usual methods, the Ning family would swiftly meet its demise, and you would gain nothing. I understand, she replied softly, pausing to meet Lu Jingcheng's gaze. Mr. Lu, my feelings for Lu Jingcheng are akin to what is sung in your kunku. Their origin is unknown, yet they run deep. Lu Jingcheng furrowed his brow slightly. Such emotions cannot be conveyed in mere words, but I can assure you, using my deceased mother as a testament, that no matter what transpires, I will never betray Lu Jingcheng, nor would I ever wish him harm. Her resolute expression momentarily stunned the seasoned Lu Jingcheng. Why should I trust you? Ning Wan offered a faint smile, and then produced an item to present to Lu Jingcheng. Just as he was about to unwrap it, a cold voice interrupted, and the old master concealed the item behind him. Ning Wan, you truly are shameless. Ning Wan raised her gaze to meet the bloodthirsty look in his eyes, her face betraying no emotion. He had come here knowing she was invited by the old master, not the other way around. The two exchanged a silent stare, neither willing to avert their gaze first. Grandfather invited me to play chess. Additionally, he is teaching me to sing kunku. Ning Wan attempted to lighten the awkward atmosphere, unaware if Lu Jingcheng had overheard her earlier conversation with the old master. Thus, she knew she had to tread carefully. The old man harbored no desire for him to be privy to the content of their recent conversation, as he lacked sufficient trust in her. Grandfather, I shall escort her home. If you find yourself utterly bored, you may summon Lu Jingcheng to join you for a game of chess or to listen to music. With that, he roughly grasped Ning Wan's hand and strode toward the exit, his gaze imbued with a warning. Ning Wan gazed up at Lu Jingcheng, whose handsome visage was shrouded in shadows, a cold smile slowly unfurling upon his lips, exuding a predatory allure. Yet, it was her first experience of being so close to him, while fully conscious that stirred her thoughts. She mused, indeed, she must be losing her mind. Subsequently, a charming smile graced Ning Wan's lips, her voice soft as she said, Grandfather Lu, I shall take my leave now. I will return another day to accompany you for a game of chess and enjoy the opera. Chapter 46. Something happened to Jixin, and Ning Wan was practically dragged into the Maybach by Lu Jingcheng, his anger palpable as he forcefully closed the door behind her. Just hearing the sound of that door slamming shut made it abundantly clear to her that he was furious. It seemed that every encounter between them was fraught with tension, never allowing for civil conversation. Reflecting on this, Ning Wan couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, sighing inwardly. This man must despise her to the utmost. Ning Wan, what do you truly desire? Lu Jingcheng asked from the driver's seat, his gaze shifting toward her, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Ning Wan thought that if his glare could kill, she would have perished countless times over. What do I desire? She replied with a gentle smile, raising her eyes to meet his without an ounce of retreat. I desire nothing at all. I only want you. Hearing her words, Lu Jingcheng reacted as if he had heard the most absurd joke. His tall, imposing figure pressed Ning Wan against his chest, the displeasure in his dark eyes unmistakable. Yes, I only want you. Or rather, I should say, I do not wish for you to marry Jixin. You can marry anyone, but not her, she declared, her palm resting against his firm chest, her heart racing uncontrollably. At her words, Lu Jingcheng couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Ning Wan, what do you think you are? In this lifetime, no matter whom I marry, it will never be you. Ning Wan chose not to argue, knowing that the old master Lu had seen that document and would undoubtedly believe her, ensuring that Lu Jingcheng would marry her. Seeing her silence, Lu Jingcheng's expression darkened slightly, his eyes reflecting her features as he took a moment to truly observe her long eyelashes, defined features. Aside from being a tad too slender, she was undeniably beautiful. Unfortunately, he was already committed to Xiner. As Lu Jingcheng drove in silence, time seemed to stretch on. Eventually, the sound of rain began to patter against the window, gradually intensifying. Amidst the rainfall, Ning Wan suddenly turned to him. Lu Jingcheng, if one day you discover that Xiner is not who you believe her to be, nor the person you seek, would you still love her? Ning Wan, your hypothesis is flawed. Xiner is exactly who I want. As for you, unless it snows in June, I could never find affection for a woman as scheming and unscrupulous as you. Snow in June? She scoffed softly. What a cruel curse it was. If it weren't for such a biting curse, Ning Wan thought, she would proclaim, Lu Jingcheng, I am the girl you seek. But she was human, and to voice such a thing would only bring humiliation upon herself. It was better left unsaid. Ning Wan quietly closed her eyes, her long lashes casting a beautiful shadow across her face. She sat there, seemingly serene and untroubled, yet for some inexplicable reason, Lu Jingcheng felt a wave of sorrow emanating from her. A faint hint at first, but soon it became increasingly profound. As he contemplated expressing his thoughts, the phone abruptly rang. He retrieved the device, glanced at the screen, and then answered. Shiner, what is it? I am not Shiner. I am Su Ying. Shiner went out shopping with me today. While we were at the mall, for reasons unknown, a railing suddenly collapsed and injured her foot. She is currently in a state of unconsciousness. Yet she has been calling your name incessantly. Chapter 47. He left her alone. Lu Jingcheng's expression immediately darkened, his brows furrowing tightly. Which hospital? Renai Hospital. After hanging up, Lu Jingcheng swiftly altered the car's direction. Ning Wan turned to him. This isn't the way to my home, Lu Jingcheng. Xiner is injured. His cold visage was accompanied by a glimmer of despair in his eyes, adding an extra layer of poignant beauty to his demeanor. If you refuse to go, then get out immediately. Do not delay me. If anything happens to Xiner, I will not spare you. Lu Jingcheng's venomous words struck her heart like a hammer. Her heart felt as if it were being twisted by a knife. His voice coiled around her like a vine, tightening and constricting, nearly suffocating her. She felt herself plummeting, as if about to fall into an abyss of despair. Her heart ached as if it might cease to beat. Ning Wan suddenly smiled, but it was a smile steeped in bitterness. What did Xiner's injury have to do with her? Why must he blame her for it? As a car sped by, splashing rainwater against their vehicle, she lowered her head and said, "Pull over." Hearing her words, Lu Jingcheng frowned slightly. Ning Wan, are you seeking death? In this downpour, you won't find a cab. Yet I would rather face the rain than see Xiner's face. Ning Wan replied with a smile that concealed a hint of sorrow. If only Lu Jingcheng understood her true feelings. But he did not. It must be uncomfortable for Exiner to see your ugly face. Get out. His low voice sliced through the air, his dark eyes cold, leaving Ning Wan's blood running cold. The chill penetrated her, as if thorns were embedding themselves in every cell of her being. In that moment, she realized how painfully one-sided love could be. Nothing she did was right in his eyes. The car came to a halt, and Ning Wan exited, yet he did not extend a hand to assist her. He simply drove away without a backward glance, speeding through the rain, creating beautiful splashes along the way. Lu Jingcheng glanced through the rearview mirror at the figure standing in the downpour, so small and pitiful, her clear eyes seemingly brimming with sorrow, as if they could overflow with tears at any moment. Watching her recede into the distance, he felt an inexplicable pang of remorse in his heart. Ning Wan stood still, her clothes soaked by the rain, droplets running down her face, leaving her unable to discern whether they were tears or rain. Her heart felt as if it were being torn apart. It dawned on her that those memories were hers alone to cherish. In love, the one who falls first inevitably bears the greatest pain. She had long known this truth, so why did she still harbor desires? Why did she cling to hope, believing that if she told him everything, it would alter their fate? Only when the luxurious Maybach was no longer in sight did Ning Wan turn away, walking alone through the relentless rain. That night, she wandered for quite some time before returning home. Upon seeing her condition, Lin Ma was utterly alarmed. She promptly assisted her into the house, prepared a bath, and brewed some ginger soup. Nevertheless, despite these efforts, she succumbed to illness, suffering from a high fever that persisted for 2 days without improvement. It was not until the third morning that Ning Wan's fever began to subside. As the morning light streamed in, she gently fluttered her eyelashes and opened her eyes to survey her surroundings. Taking a deep breath, she was startled by a loud commotion emanating from downstairs. Furrowing her brow, she heard Lin Ma exclaim, "Miss, you have finally awakened. You truly frighten me." Lin Ma had intended to check on her and was greatly relieved to hear her voice. "How long have I been unwell?" Chapter 48. Love Cannot Be Forced. It was the second young lady who expressed her desire to replace the somewhat antiquated furniture in her room, and so she had been bustling about early in the morning. Upon hearing this, Ning Wan offered a faint smile and replied nonchalantly, "Antiquated? What lavish furnishings does she truly desire?" "Miss, aren't you going to intervene?" Lin Ma inquired softly. "Let her be, Lin Ma," Ning Wan said, lowering her head slightly, a subtle smile curling at her pale lips. "Mississippi." "Enough, Lin Ma. Please refrain from speaking further. I'm quite fatigued." Ask them to lower their voices. With a gentle laugh, she lay down and closed her eyes momentarily. It was not until she heard Lin Ma's sigh and the fading footsteps that she reopened her eyes, reflecting on that day and the words spoken by Lu Jingcheng, who had declared that he would never harbor affection for a woman like her unless it snowed in June. She felt a chill wash over her. That night, the rain had fallen heavily, and he had truly left her all alone. It became evident that he had not reserved a single space in his heart for her. So, what was it that she clung to so desperately? As she surveyed her surroundings, a wave of coldness enveloped her. She stared blankly at the pristine ceiling, and before she knew it, tears began to stream down her cheeks, salty and bitter, embodying a profound melancholy. She had thought she would remain unperturbed by everything between them. Yet the reality of Lu Jingcheng's words had pierced her heart with unexpected pain. It felt like an ache without a fulcrum. A mere touch could cause her entire world to crumble into nothingness. Thus, she held herself tighter, yet the more she embraced herself, the more she sensed her warmth slowly fading away. Ning Wan's illness lingered for 2 days before she was fully recovered. Although it was a minor ailment, she was reluctant to take medicine or consult a doctor for fear of harming her child, and so she endured it until she finally felt better a few days later. The sunlight was as clear as crystal, and a gentle breeze stirred the air. All around her, the mimosa tree flourished exceptionally this year for reasons unknown. Lin Ma suggested collecting the petals to craft a pillow, which would aid in sleep. "Lan Lan, you were so ill and yet didn't inform me." Sitting beneath the mimosa tree with a book in hand, Ning Wan looked up to see Chu Jingji approaching and smiled faintly. "What is the matter?" "It's merely a slight cold." Besides, you just got discharged from the hospital, and I didn't want to trouble you. Furthermore, aren't you preparing for your return? Chu Jingji approached her slowly and remarked, "You seem to be placing all the blame on me. Clearly, you were the one who neglected to keep in touch. All right, I admit my fault. But what about your situation with Huangfu? Is divorce absolutely necessary?" Under the brilliant sunlight, a hint of sadness tinged Ning Wan's voice, her tall figure casting a forlorn shadow on the ground. Upon mentioning this matter, Chu Jingji smiled, though a cold undertone lingered in her voice. "What difference does it make if I don't divorce? I cannot overcome this hurdle, nor can I forgive him." Ning Wan was somewhat taken aback. "Why?" "Because I am weary, utterly exhausted," Chu Jingji remarked as she settled beside Ning Wan, gazing at her serene countenance. She reached out to clasp her hand, saying, "Wan, my marriage with Huang Fuling has finally made me understand a profound truth. Love cannot be forced." Chapter 49. What if I must insist? Love cannot be forced. Ning Wan softly murmured these 4 words. Deep down, she understood that some things cannot be compelled, yet she found herself unwilling to accept this reality. What if I must insist? Upon hearing this, Chu Jingji was momentarily at a loss for words, offering a faint smile. "Jingji, do you think I am more tenacious than you?" Ning Wan glanced at her, a smile playing on her lips as she lowered her gaze. "You wish to inquire whether it is worth wagering everything for him, right? But in love, worth is irrelevant. What matters is willingness." Before she could finish, Chu Jingji gently interrupted, a soft smile gracing her face. "No, Wan, unreciprocated feelings are exhausting. It is not about worth, but rather the toll it takes on oneself." Ning Wan remained silent, her gaze resolute and unwavering. Wan, observing Ning Wan's focused demeanor, Chu Jingji felt a wave of sorrow wash over her, her voice turning slightly hoarse. "Deep down, you know that your insistence will only incite greater resentment from Lu Jingcheng. If anything were to happen to Ji Shiner, even if you were to marry him, your lives would be irrevocably altered. You are acutely aware of this, yet you choose to love him in this manner. Is it truly just for the sake of your so-called gratitude?" A cool breeze wafted through, carrying a hint of chill. After what felt like an eternity, Ning Wan replied, "Yes, it is gratitude, but it is also a hope for his happiness, for Ji Shiner is not the person who can bring him joy." She smiled silently, her eyes tinged with bitterness. "Some things Ji Shiner does not deserve. I understand, but why not lay everything bare with Lu Jingcheng?" Chu Jingji furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend this aspect. "Do you believe Lu Jingcheng would trust me? Given all that has transpired, do you think he would ever believe me?" Upon hearing this, Chu Jingji recognized that even if Ning Wan spoke, Lu Jingcheng would never accept her words. Their relationship had never been amicable from the outset. Moreover, Ning Wan had previously used her pregnancy to coerce Lu Jingcheng, deepening his disdain for her. Wan, I comprehend everything you are saying. I understand that once you have made a decision, no one can deter you," Chu Jingji said with a smile, though her voice carried a hint of sorrow. "But this path is arduous, and I fear you may end up as wounded as I am." Ning Wan exchanged a knowing smile with her, grateful for such a friend in her life. "I know, Jingji. This is a path I have chosen for myself. No matter the challenges ahead, I believe I will persevere." Chu Jingji furrowed her brow slightly. Wan, I recognize your strength, but even the strongest can reach their limits. Promise me, no matter what lies ahead. If it becomes too painful, you will let go, all right? Ning Wan took it softly. "Jingji, do you not know who I am? I can gauge my own limits. I hope you truly grasp the weight of what you are saying to me today." Chu Jingji gently raised her hand, brushing aside the dark strands of hair that fell across Ning Wan's forehead. Wan, you are remarkably astute. You should comprehend that a deep obsession can lead to harm." "Obsession?" Ning Wan pondered. "Indeed, everyone harbors their own obsessions. I understand, yet understanding is one matter, and the ability to act upon that understanding is quite another." Chapter 50. He will surely agree to marry me. Listening to Ning Wan's words, Chu Jingji wished to voice her thoughts, yet the words that choked in her throat remained unspoken. Beside her, Ning Wan's long, lustrous hair was gently lifted by the breeze, revealing a delicate visage that radiated an extraordinary beauty under the soft glow of light. She truly could not bear to shatter Ning Wan's smile or disrupt this moment. Jingji, I understand everything you've said. Ning Wan, sensing Chu Jingji's concerns, smiled gently and took hold of her slightly cool hand. In your long journey of life, you have been waiting for that special someone to arrive. He has come and entered your world. Meeting him, you will never wish to let go. All right, I comprehend. I am already designing your wedding gown. My Wanwan will undoubtedly be the most beautiful bride, unmatched by anyone. Chu Jingji knew that Ning Wan had resolutely decided to stand firm against Lu Jingcheng. As her friend, she could only offer her support. Indeed, gazing at her smile, Chu Jingji suddenly recalled a troubling matter that remained unresolved. Although old master Lu despised Jingcheng, it was uncertain whether he held any affection for Wanwan. If he opposed their union, Wanwan's path would undoubtedly become even more arduous. Wanwan, I heard that old master Lu took you to the Lu family's old residence. What did he say? Will he agree to your marriage with Lu Jingcheng? Ning Wan smiled faintly, her expression resolute. After reviewing that information, old master Lu will surely agree to my marriage with Lu Jingcheng. What? I find it hard to understand why you are so certain. Nothing. You will understand in due time. Ning Wan chuckled softly before changing the subject. By the way, since you are returning to the runway, I have arranged an advertisement for you, as well as a period drama tentatively titled If We Met Again. You are so stubborn yet soft-hearted. All right, focus on filming your scenes. I will handle everything else. Ning Wan smiled, though her heart was troubled by Lu Jingcheng's subsequent actions. Yet, she was aware that Lu Jingcheng would yield. For with old master Lu's approval, he would not wish to lose the Lu family and would thus have no choice but to marry her. It was inevitable. The only uncertainty lay in when it would be announced. Ning Wan acted swiftly, and Chu Jingji consented. The very next day, she instructed her entertainment company, Starlight Entertainment, to commence preparations for the project. The annual period drama produced by Starlight Entertainment undoubtedly became the focal point of public attention. Each year around this time, Starlight Entertainment would generate considerable waves. This drama, If We Met Again, tells the story of childhood sweethearts who gradually evolve from lovers to adversaries. Interestingly, the lead role was initially set for Yi Xiao, yet the official announcement from Ning's company revealed that Chu Jingji would be taking the lead, while Yi Xiao would assume a supporting role. The male lead was portrayed by the popular star Hao Yujie, making for an impressively formidable cast. Various newspapers and magazines had already dispatched personnel to closely monitor this period drama, expressing their bewilderment over the announcement of the lead actress. After all, Chu Jing is now aware of her identity as the young mistress of the Huangfu family. Before marrying into the Huangfu clan, she was a model. It is indeed perplexing how she has suddenly chosen to return, aspiring not only to grace the runway, but also to participate in television dramas. Chapter 51. As if meeting for the first time, there were those who questioned her lack of formal training, doubting her acting prowess, and predicting that she would ruin the production of this drama. Online, rumors circulated that she was merely a decorative figure, devoid of talent, who had secured the role solely due to her connections. While there was no denying the influence behind Chu Jingji, malicious speculation escalated, ultimately transforming into widespread skepticism regarding her abilities. This became a focal point eagerly pursued by various media outlets. Under the sun, the world appeared clear and bright. The sky a pristine blue, interspersed with hints of ethereal azure. A few birds soared above, and the air was infused with the unique essence of midsummer. The streets exuded a serene atmosphere. At the Shengshi Square, a considerable crowd had gathered. The dim light amplified the fervor of the throng, who seemed oblivious to the sweltering heat, fixated on an electronic screen in one corner of the square. Today, a fashion show for Dior's autumn collection was to take place here, and both the leading and supporting actresses from the drama, as if meeting for the first time, had been invited by the organizers. Given their previous conflicts over the lead role, this latest development naturally drew significant attention. Gradually, the night enveloped the earth like an opulent curtain, and as the lights illuminated, the square became as bright as day. The electronic screen showcased a magnificent hall, adorned with dazzling displays and twinkling lights reminiscent of stars. Surrounding neon lights refracted a mesmerizing brilliance, casting a splendid spectacle. The resplendent crystal chandeliers dimmed, their rotating lights resembling celestial bodies as music began to play. On the transparent stage, beautiful models gracefully ascended the runway. Below, reporters raised their cameras, capturing the moment incessantly. In an instant, flashes of light danced in harmony with the ambient glow. The assembled crowd at Shengshi Square was transfixed by the electronic screen, captivated by the diverse styles of fashion displayed. The extravagant atmosphere indicated that this drama would undoubtedly become the highlight of the year's historical dramas. On stage, amidst the brilliant lights, each model poured their heart into showcasing their garments. This lavish scene, however, cleverly concealed a commotion from behind the stage. What? She cannot come? Indeed. Jingji, it seems you will have to devise a solution on your own. Fortunately, you are the last to appear, and you must find a way to manage your attire. Chu Jingji furrowed her brow, suddenly perplexed. Just yesterday, during the fitting, everything had seemed fine. How could the designer have suddenly backed out? As her irritation mounted, a mocking voice reached her ears. Though faint as a whisper, she heard clearly. I heard that Chu Jingji was stood up by the Dior designer. Promised her everything, yet didn't he show up and didn't bring the dress. Let us see how she handles this. Someone who can only enter because of connections should learn what the entertainment industry is like. Besides, I knew about this long ago. Isn't it Yi Xiaoxiao behind this? It is said that Yi Xiaoxiao belongs to Lin Tianyu. The woman remained silent, merely offering a meaningful smile before returning to her own affairs. Behind her, Chu Jingji wore a pallid expression, her eyes wide with shock, yet there was nothing she could do at this juncture. She had to take matters into her own hands. Sitting by the vanity, she gestured for the makeup artist to assist her with her makeup. However, what about the attire? This was, after all, her greatest concern at present. Chapter 52. Indefinite ban. What should Jingji do? Is that Dior designer truly unable to arrive? Everything seemed fine just yesterday. Elena is nearly frantic. She had a premonition that something would go awry, but she never anticipated that it would indeed happen. What are we to do now? Yixiaxio, observing Jingji's anxious demeanor from the corner, couldn't help but smile, a grin both sinister and terrifying. She approached, stating, Jingji, you should never have waded into these murky waters. Is that all there is to it, Yixiaxio? Do you truly believe that with my capabilities, I would be troubled by such trifles? However, have you genuinely contemplated the consequences of your actions? Be cautious. If you cannot protect yourself, you certainly cannot safeguard that designer. Jingji replied calmly, a faint smile gracing her lips, her dark eyes shimmering with an elusive, shadowy light. What do you mean? Yixiaxio, gazing into her unfathomable depths, detected indifference and disdain. At that moment, a cold voice broke the tension, its subtlety enough to send shivers through all present. Yixiaxio, perhaps you still fail to recognize your own position. Everyone turned to see Ning Wan, clad in professional attire, entering the dressing room. Behind her, the designer promptly brought a gown to change Jingji into, while Elena and the others hurried to assist. Ning Wan stood there, watching the stunned Yixiaxio. Tomorrow, I shall have someone send you the termination contract. You will no longer be the second female lead-in if it were like the first time, and Ning Corporation will indefinitely cease any collaboration with you, effectively banning you. Her chilling words plunged Yixiaxio into despair. In the entertainment industry, though Ning Corporation may not be a major player, for an actress of Yixiaxio's standing, the desire to collaborate is significant. What she could not comprehend was why, despite her previous relationship with Lin Tianyu, Ning Wan had not retaliated against her. Yet now, merely for Jingji's sake, she was met with such harsh treatment and exclusion. Should she lose this role, her career within this realm would be irreparably damaged. Ning Wan, why? When I was with Lin Tianyu, even bearing a child, you did not banish me. Yet now, simply due to Jingji, you choose to strike and ostracize me? Ning Wan turned back, offering a faint smile. Because I do not care, I want to sully my hands over trivial matters. After a pause, she regarded Yixiaxio with a cooler gaze. Yixiaxio, Jingji is my dearest friend in this life. I can endure others bullying me, but if someone dares to bully my friend, I am afraid I cannot remain passive. Yixiaxio stood frozen, realizing that Ning Wan had never regarded Lin Tianyu with any significance, dismissing all her displays of defiance and provocation as mere jokes, rendering her a mere jester in her eyes. As she watched Ning Wan's retreating figure, Yixiaxio grasped for the first time what true humiliation meant, recognizing the folly of her actions. The fashion show concluded successfully. Jingji was breathtaking, captivating all eyes in attendance. The vibrant square at night is particularly enchanting. Wan, I am grateful you arrived. Otherwise, I would have faced immense embarrassment today. Upon hearing that Yi Xiao would also be present, I felt an unease and decided to accompany her for a closer look. As anticipated, trouble ensued. Her targeting of you stems solely from her unwillingness to accept being overshadowed in her role as the leading lady. Chapter 53. I only offer you this one chance. Is she the actress who once came to confront you, carrying Lin Tianyu's child? Chu Jingji inquired with a smile. Perhaps so, Ning Wan replied with a chuckle, her gaze drifting towards the Lamborghini parked in the distance, where an extraordinarily handsome man was faintly visible. She recognized him as Huang Fuling. She had seen him earlier from the audience. Yet, she pondered why, despite love, there were so many deceptions and lies. Jingji, Huangfu has been waiting for you for quite some time. Wan. Chu Jingji furrowed her brows, for she had already noticed Huang Fuling. It was merely her desire to ignore him that made her overlook his presence. He had visited her repeatedly, but she chose to evade him, believing that such avoidance could erase the past. Jingji, when it comes to matters of the heart, only you know your true desires. If you truly cannot endure this, perhaps you should consider divorcing Huangfu. Prolonging this situation serves no purpose, does it? Wan. Ning Wan smiled lightly, watching as Huang Fuling approached them. Huang Fuling looked at Ning Wan and said solemnly, Wan, I warned you not to provoke Jingcheng. Why did you not heed my words? That is my concern, not yours. You should focus on your own matters, Ning Wan replied with a smile. You two continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. But Wan, by pushing Jingcheng too far, you cannot fathom the extent of his methods. Huang Fuling insisted urgently. He had grown up alongside Lu Jingcheng and understood this man's nature all too well. He was a wolf who would not hesitate to tear his enemies apart when threatened. Ning Wan had already crossed his threshold. Oh, Ning Wan responded softly, fixing her gaze on Huang Fuling, her tone resolute. I rather look forward to it. As she prepared to depart, she turned to Huang Fuling and declared, Huangfu, this time I have given you the opportunity to explain to Jingji. Should there be a next time, I shall not grant you a second chance. The evening breeze swept across the earth, causing the leaves to sway and rustle. Huang Fuling escorted Chu Jingji back to the base of her residence, Chu Yuan. During the journey, they exchanged not a single word. It was only when Chu Jingji alighted from the vehicle and stood on the steps that Huang Fuling hurriedly exited, gazing at her with a multitude of sentiments he longed to express, yet found himself rendered speechless upon their meeting. Observing his rigid demeanor, Chu Jingji smirked coldly. Huang Fuling, what is it that you desire now? I have already facilitated your union with her. What more do you seek? Suddenly, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky, casting dim shadows over the two figures as they stood upon the stone steps. Huang Fuling unexpectedly embraced Chu Jingji, stubbornly refusing to let go, his unwavering presence enveloping her senses. Quietly, I long for you, oh how I yearn. The gentle drizzle falls softly from the heavens, a delicate cascade. The silhouettes of two figures are elongated by the dim glow of the street lamp, casting a beautiful profile upon the pavement. Is that so? Yet, Huang Fuling, what shall we do? The words you utter, I no longer believe a single one. Chu Jingji smiled. You have always thought me easily deceived, that I would believe whatever you say. But Huang Fuling, I have grown weary and tired of your words, and I no longer wish to believe them. Chapter 54. Let us release each other, Jingji. I will explain everything to you later. I implore you to trust me this once. Huang Fuling held her tightly, gazing into her eyes, a hint of sorrow akin to a night mist shimmering within their depths. I know I have deceived you, and I acknowledge my fault. But Jingji, you must grant me an opportunity to clarify, mustn't you? Chu Jingji, taken aback, lifted her head to meet his gaze. Within his eyes, she discerned a warmth uncharacteristic of Huang Fu Ling's usual coldness. Instead, there was tenderness, a familiar and comforting warmth that gradually enveloped her senses. Huang Fu Ling, it is unnecessary. We cannot return to the past. Chu Jingji averted her eyes from his penetrating gaze, her pupils regaining their clear indifference. On the quiet path, fine rain fell from the sky, the silhouettes of the two reflected on the damp ground. Jingji, could you not be so cruel to me? Must you treat me with such harshness? The rain conjured a white mist that enveloped the surroundings in a hazy embrace. Chu Jingji's fingers trembled slightly, her dark lashes drooping in weariness. Yet her voice remained cold. Am I the cruel one? Huang Fu Ling, do you not find such claims unjust? There are matters we both understand without speaking. Since our time together, I have regarded you as my everything, the entirety of my existence. Yet in the end, your fervent love, intoxicating as fine wine, bore no consideration for me. Huang Fu Ling, I am exhausted, truly exhausted. I can no longer endure this self-deception. Let's release each other. With that, she prepared to turn away, her slender figure emanating an icy aura, yet also a profound sadness and solitude. However, Huang Fu Ling pulled her back into his embrace, his long fingers gently caressing her seaweed-like hair with tenderness. Jingji, I know I have not been good enough. I have hurt you deeply. Yet now, I wish to tell you that I love you. Do you still love me? The rain-soaked night was permeated with a humid, translucent mist, Huang Fu Ling's voice echoing through the darkness, imbued with a melancholic sorrow. Huang Fu Ling gazed at her intently, his eyes aflame with emotion. The depths of his inky irises reflecting feelings as profound as the ocean. Jingji, do you still love me? If you do not, then why do you evade me? Chu Jingji's breath was light and slightly disordered. How could he so effortlessly unveil the softest corners of her heart? Why did he still hold such significance for her, managing to inflict pain upon her so easily, even now? Yet, she was weary. She did not wish to tread this path any longer, nor did she desire him. She sought no longer to feign ignorance, to pretend that his affections were directed towards her, no longer wishing to indulge in self-deception. Suddenly, Chu Jingji offered a faint smile, tranquil as a smooth lake surface. Her voice was gentle and detached. Evading you is merely a means to avoid seeing you. Cannot you comprehend this unmistakable rejection, Huang Fu Ling? In the beautiful, profound summer night, the wind caressed gently, the starlight dim, and the surrounding mist transparent and enchanting. Jingji, I do not believe it. Not for a moment do I believe it. Huang Fu Ling glared at him, his tall and robust figure exuding an intangible pressure, emanating a sense of undeniable strength and suffocating intensity. Chu Jingji raised her head, her clear eyes reflecting his face, while her dark pupils revealed an indifferent and detached demeanor. Whether you believe it or not is your concern. What does it have to do with me? Chapter 55. Not everything can be reborn, Jingji. Huang Fu Ling called out in a low voice, a pang of pain gripping his heart. She lifted her gaze to meet his dark eyes, her smile faint, yet her clear, ebony pupils were chillingly cold. Huang Fu Ling, do you know? Seeing you like this truly disgusts me. If you were to swiftly divorce and be with your first love, Murong Jin, how wonderful would that conclusion be? Your entanglement is truly beneath my expectations. Huang Fu Ling gently lifted her chin, an elegant yet pained smile gracing his lips, his eyes shrouded in darkness. The glow of hope gradually frozen by the cold, leaving his heart enveloped in a pitch-black silence. Chu Jingji, repeat your words. The pitch-black night sky was thick with the dampness of the steppes. Chu Jingji shook off his hand, turning away from him, her back facing him, as if she might vanish into the vast night mist at any moment. Huang Fu Ling, do you not understand my words? I no longer want you. I, Chu Jingji, do not want you. Having spoken, she slowly moved her steps toward the house, her spine straight as she disappeared from his sight. It was not that she did not wish to look back, but rather she feared that if she continued to entangle herself, her heart would waver. Huang Fu Ling stood there, numbly watching her retreating figure, which was so resolute that she did not even glance back at him. Suddenly, the rain began to pour heavier. He remained there in a daze, as if his soul had departed, the rain gradually soaking his body, dampening his dark hair and stern visage, while Chu Jingji's silhouette blurred before his eyes. Jingji, I am here waiting for you. In the past, it was you waiting for me, but this time, let it be me waiting for you, shall it? Suit yourself. After leaving this remark, Chu Jingji turned and departed, leaving Huang Fuling alone in the rain. The downpour intensified, torrential rain cascading from the heavens, drenching Huang Fuling entirely. The surroundings were enveloped in a misty veil of rain, and through the thick curtain of water. He gazed at the faint light emanating from the white villa, his vision gradually clouding, obscured by the sheets of rain. The rain continued to fall heavily, droplets dancing fiercely in the air. Water streamed through his hair, chilling him to the bone, and at that moment his heart shattered into pieces. At that moment, he finally understood. Upon returning from France that night, he knew Morongjin was alive, had lied to Jingji, and met with Morongjin, leaving Chu Jingji all alone while she waited for him in the rain for an entire night. At that time, he could not comprehend the feelings she harbored. Now he understood. Before long, the lights in the white villa suddenly extinguished, just as the only ray of warmth in his life was snuffed out. Heart-wrenching pain engulfed him. He suddenly laughed, a mad laughter, yet he could not discern whether the moisture in his eyes was tears or rain. His wife, his newlywed wife of merely half a year, had finally given up on him in despair. He dialed Lu Jingcheng's number, listening to the voice on the other end, which had grown hoarse to an alarming degree. Jingcheng, one must truly refrain from erring. It is simply unacceptable. Once the heart is wounded, it cannot be mended. Huangfu, not everything can be restarted. Jingcheng, I have truly lost Jingji. With that, he ended the call and surrendered himself to the torrential rain. Chapter 56. Old Master Lu sets their wedding date in the early morning. Sunlight streamed through the glass, gently caressing Ning Wan's sleeping visage. The soft rays illuminated her porcelain-like skin, casting a radiant glow. The European-style, floor-to-ceiling windows, adorned with exquisite carvings, exuded elegance and grandeur. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone shattered the tranquility, rousing Ning Wan from her slumber. After a moment's delay, she opened her sleepy eyes, grasped her phone, and answered the call. Wan, have you seen the news? The old master has publicly announced your engagement to Lu Jingcheng, and the wedding is set for early next month. Upon hearing this, Ning Wan merely smiled faintly. What of Lu Jingcheng? Wan, you cannot be indifferent. Huang Fuling called me, saying Lu Jingcheng has lost his mind and threatened to kill you. The childishness of this statement elicited a soft chuckle from Ning Wan, who lowered her gaze. He is indeed furious and speaking rashly, but ultimately, he will yield. Why do you believe that? Chu Jingji inquired, puzzled. Because no one would relinquish the status of heir to the Lu family. This position is not only valuable to Lu Jingcheng himself, but do you think Ji Shiner would willingly let it go? Nevertheless, Wan, I have a foreboding sense that something will go awry. Just be cautious. Chu Jingji rose and walked to the window, observing the swaying trees below. It is not merely a possibility, it is a certainty. Jingji, should anything happen to me, ensure that Xiao promptly informs the media and announces my disappearance. Wan, I am uncertain how Lu Jingcheng will respond to me, but I know he will not let this matter rest. Ning Wan's voice was unnaturally composed. Given Lu Jingcheng's temperament, he would never simply allow this to pass, and his most direct course of action would be to forcefully terminate her pregnancy. Meanwhile, the two individuals seated downstairs watched the news with ashen faces, visibly troubled. How is this conceivable? Ning Wan has just divorced Lin Tianyu. How could she possibly be marrying Lu Jingcheng? Rong Lihua exclaimed, incredulously gazing at the television. It was revealed that they had conspired to ruin her reputation by associating her with another man, only to discover that it was Lu Jingcheng. Subsequently, they had managed to convince him that Ning Wan had deceived him and was now bearing his child. A man like Lu Jingcheng would undoubtedly abhor being manipulated and threatened. Thus, the Lu family had retaliated against the Ning family, initially allowing her to reap the benefits as other shareholders rallied behind Ning Xiangyi. Little did they know that Ning Wan had resolved the predicament. They remained oblivious to the means by which she had secured the old master's approval to publicly announce her engagement to Lu Jingcheng. Indeed, she was a natural seductress, much like her late mother, whose only talent lay in attracting attention. It was truly unexpected that old Master Lu would endorse her. This was, without a doubt, astonishing. Lu Jingcheng's acceptance of Ning Wan as the future matriarch of the Lu family was beyond my expectations. Now that she bore the title of young mistress of the Lu family, I feared the board of directors would not take this lightly. Ning Xiangyi also felt similarly unsettled. Originally, Lu aimed to target the Ning family. He had already allied with other shareholders, using the pretext of Ning Wan causing trouble for the company to oust her from the position of chairwoman. Afterward, he intended to plead for mercy from Lu Jingcheng. However, the turn of events was astonishing. She unexpectedly ascended to become the young mistress of the Lu family. This daughter of his truly inherited her mother's remarkable traits. Ning Xiangyi, you assured me that this time it would undoubtedly succeed, and you would restore Lei's honor. How could you bear to subject us, mother and daughter, to such indignity? Do not forget that you have owed Lei for many years. She is, after all, Chapter 57. Ning Wan has disappeared before she could finish her words. Ning Xiangyi interrupted her with a sharp reprimand, silencing her. Does Rong Lihua not realize the boundaries of propriety at her age? What if someone overhears? The accumulated resentment made Rong Lihua quite irate. She forcefully pushed Ning Xiangyi's hand away and shouted, "So what if they hear? What of it? Ning Lihua, if this matter gets out, do you think Ning Wan will let it slide easily, given her temperament? We currently reside in the Ning residence. But do not forget that it is under Ning Wan's name. Should we provoke her, we might find ourselves thrown out together." Upon hearing this, Rong Lihua's anger dissipated instantly. Tearfully, she pleaded, "Xiangyi, do you truly intend to let us suffer this indignity? And do you know I am pregnant?" Ning Xiangyi's eyes brightened at this revelation. He had never considered that Rong Lihua, in her 40s, could still conceive. Now that she was with child, his lineage would not be at risk. This child would surely be a son. With this thought, he pulled Rong Lihua into his embrace, comforting her, "Do not worry. I will ensure you and our child do not suffer any further indignities. It will not be long. Once Ning Wan marries Lu, she will need to focus on her pregnancy, and I shall petition the board to reclaim my rights." Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Rong Lihua raised an eyebrow. Of course not. Do you still doubt me? Ning Xiangyi whispered, tightening his embrace. Just then, Ning Wan descended the stairs, and upon witnessing this scene, she could not help but chuckle. The sound of her high heels clicking against the stone echoed through the space, causing Rong Lihua and Ning Xiangyi to turn, their hearts racing with anxiety. They were uncertain whether Ning Wan had overheard their conversation and to what extent. Rong Lihua, feeling awkward, forced a smile and asked, Wan, are you heading out? Do you have something to attend to?" Ning Wan replied nonchalantly, "Nothing in particular. Be careful on your way. I have prepared a black-bone chicken soup for dinner. We will wait for you to return." Rong Lihua maintained her smile, though her heart was in turmoil. It had been ages since their family had dined together. It was time to reconnect, lest they grow estranged. Upon hearing this, Ning Wan merely chuckled softly and retorted, "Rong Lihua, your demeanor is truly unappetizing." With that, she turned and left. Rong Lihua watched her retreating figure, fists clenched, her aging face marred by visible veins. However, as Ning Wan arrived at the company and parked her car in the underground garage, she was unexpectedly struck from behind and lost consciousness before she could discern her assailant's identity. Meanwhile, Chu Jingji, who was at the studio for a commercial shoot, felt a strange unease since her phone call with Ning Wan earlier that morning. Something ominous seemed to loom. "What's wrong, Jingji? Have you encountered a problem?" her colleague inquired, noticing her distracted demeanor. "You have seemed off since the start of the day. Is something amiss?" Elena watched her anxiously and inquired. Chu Jingji shook her head, yet her concern was palpable. They all knew what kind of man Lu Jingcheng was. Moreover, today was the day when Grandpa Lu announced their engagement. Lu Jingcheng must have been beside himself with madness. No, she must call Wan. Chapter 58. He personally took her to the operating room. Chu Jingji picked up the phone and dialed Ning Wan's number. Although the call connected, it went unanswered. Within 10 minutes, she had attempted to reach Ning Wan no less than several dozen times. Yet still, no one picked up. This left her in a state of panic. With no other options, Chu Jingji decided to call Xiao Xiao, inquiring whether Ning Wan had come to the office today. Xiao Xiao, has Wan arrived at the company? Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao recalled that Ning Wan was never late. Yet today, she had not shown up. No, I find it strange as well. Ning is usually punctual, but she hasn't arrived yet. Hearing Xiao Xiao's words, Chu Jingji's anxiety escalated, causing her to abruptly rise from her seat. The stylist, who was working on her hair, accidentally burned her cheek with the curling iron, leaving a mark, yet she felt no pain. Instead, the stylist continued to apologize profusely. But Chu Jingji was oblivious to this. Only responding to Xiao Xiao, I'm going to find Wan now. If I have not located her within an hour, inform all major media outlets that she has gone missing and may have been kidnapped, understood? You should also contact the police. Miss Chu, is that truly in Ning's best interest? What if she has genuinely been abducted? Wouldn't this action provoke the kidnappers? Xiao Xiao was equally distressed, but was bewildered by Chu Jingji's suggestion. Was this truly something a good friend would do? Prepare according to my instructions, quickly. With that, Chu Jingji hung up the phone, her body trembling with concern for Ning Wan's safety. She knew that Lu Jingcheng would not harm Wan, but he had intentions towards the child. Lu Jingcheng must have taken Wan and incapacitated her, intending to force her into an abortion. This could not happen. Wan's body would not withstand it. In desperation, Chu Jingji dialed Huang Fu Ling's number. He answered promptly, Jingji, what is it? Do you know where Lu Jingcheng is? Chu Jingji's voice was chillingly cold. Huang Fu Ling paused for a moment before responding with a laugh. I don't know where Jingcheng is. What is going on? Huang Fu Ling, this is not a joke. Where is Lu Jingcheng? Where has he taken Wan? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Huang Fu Ling understood that he had misjudged. He thought that with his grandfather's approval, Lu Jingcheng would not act against Ning Wan. Yet, he had underestimated the man's madness. It was obvious where Lu Jingcheng had taken Ning Wan. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, wait for me there. I will come and get you immediately. Meanwhile, Ning Wan awoke, her eyes stinging from the glaring white light. The moment she regained consciousness, she realized she was in a room with her hands and feet bound. Surveying her surroundings, she discerned that it resembled an operating room. The overwhelming whiteness filled her with dread. Is anyone there? Hello? Is there anyone? There was no response. It couldn't be. How is this possible? Ning Wan was aware that the mastermind behind it all was Lu Jingcheng, yet she never anticipated his ruthlessness. Lu Jingcheng, I know you are out there. Come out. Show yourself. She struggled, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not free herself. Just as she was about to speak again, the door to the operating room swung open. In the harsh light, she beheld a man approaching her slowly, exuding an ominous aura. Ning Wan. You no longer hold the qualifications to negotiate with me. At last, the man stood before her, his exquisite features embodying the singular obsession of her life. Yet, in the next moment, she was met with his frigid voice. Ning Wan, I have warned you before. You will come to regret this. The detachment in his tone sent a shiver coursing through Ning Wan's body, revealing her trepidation before him. Lu Jingcheng, I shall not regret it, but you certainly will. Without a doubt. Lu Jingcheng suddenly smiled, yet that smile sent a chill down Ning Wan's spine. Ning Wan, the greatest regret of my life is having listened to Huang Fu, who claimed you were a good woman. When that incident occurred, I should have acted immediately. Had I done so, many subsequent troubles would have been avoided. Ning Wan looked up in disbelief, her eyes brimming with tears. Lu Jingcheng, does meeting me truly repulse you so deeply? Do you believe I would be delighted to encounter you? He retorted with a laugh, his gaze growing ever colder. Ning Wan, do you comprehend the extent of what you have caused others to lose? Do you realize that your actions have obliterated the once normal lives of others? As she struggled, the pain in her wrist left her breathless. Yet it was Lu Jingcheng's words that suffocated her most. He claimed that meeting her was the gravest error of his life. He had once declared that unless it snowed in June, he would never harbor feelings for her. Reflecting on these thoughts, tears cascaded down her face for the first time. Choking back her sorrow, she asked, Lu Jingcheng, Is my very existence so loathsome to you? Even if you despise me, the child is innocent. Innocent? Ning Wan, you truly excel at playing the part of a pure-hearted woman. If it weren't for this child, do you think you could have coerced my grandfather into marrying you? His voice dripped with disdain. Ning Wan, you truly disgust me. Lu Jingcheng's fury transformed his eyes into a crimson glare, the veins in his forehead pulsating with rage. And what of Gxiner? Is she a virtuous person in your eyes? Before Ning Wan could respond, he advanced in a few strides, his large hands gripping her neck with ferocity. Like a demon, the bloodlust in his gaze intensified. Ning Wan, how dare you mention Xiner? If not for you, I would have wed her. It is because Xiner has vanished that you are here now. Do you know she left a letter before disappearing? His eyes reddened further, the pressure of his grip increasing. If it were possible, I would strangle you to death. Ning Wan, this is all you're doing. You deserve it. With a sudden motion, Lu Jingcheng waved his hand, and a doctor clad in a white coat entered, nodding at him before preparing to administer anesthesia to Ning Wan, whose hands and feet were bound, rendering her immobile. As she met the man's cold, bloodthirsty gaze, Ning Wan understood that all of this was her own doing. It was her insistence that had led to this moment. Lu Jingcheng, can you truly be so heartless? Ning Wan lay upon the hospital bed, her gaze fixed intently upon him, her eyes devoid of tears, save for the remnants of dried streaks upon her cheeks. Her voice, though faint, was imbued with profound sorrow. If you truly proceed with this termination, you will come to regret it. Gxner has deceived you. She is not. Upon hearing the name Gxner, Lu Jingcheng abruptly interrupted her, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. Ning Wan, you have exhausted all my patience. You no longer possess the right to negotiate with me. He then commanded the doctor standing behind him, proceed. Chapter 60. Storming the operating room, Ning Wan gazed intently at Lu Jingcheng, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his soul. Yet, there were sentiments she wished to articulate, though they felt superfluous. With a sorrowful smile, she uttered, Lu Jingcheng, love knows not its origin, but plunges deeply. One day, you shall understand. A sudden pang pierced Lu Jingcheng's heart. Ning Wan's heart-wrenching gaze seemed to siphon the very essence of his being. He stared at her in silence, as Ning Wan beheld the unwavering chill in Lu Jingcheng's eyes. The anguish within her rendered her breathless. She could almost hear the sound of her heart shattering, each fragment cascading into an abyss of darkness. Her complexion grew increasingly pallid, as if life were slipping away from her. As the anesthetic slowly coursed through her veins, vivid memories flashed through her mind. In those moments, she was trapped in a car, her vision clouded by her mother's blood, a sea of crimson. Unable to escape due to her tender age, she was pinned beneath her mother, drenched in blood. She thought she was destined to perish, yet a young boy, akin to a celestial being, appeared before her, shattering the car window to rescue her. The sunlight that day was breathtakingly beautiful, almost surreal. In her hazy recollection, she heard the boy's voice reassuring her. Do not be afraid. I will protect you from now on. Such a melodious vow, uttered casually, became an indelible obsession for Ning Wan throughout her life. With a heavy heart, Ning Wan gradually closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. At the hospital entrance, Chu Jingji exited a Lamborghini and hurried towards the building. Huang Fuling, observing her anxious demeanor, understood Lu Jingcheng's ruthless nature and feared for Chu Jingji's safety. He immediately pursued her. Jingji, no matter what happens, stay behind me. Upon hearing this, Chu Jingji couldn't help but chuckle. They truly were kindred spirits, their tempers and dispositions remarkably alike. She turned to face him, her gaze steady. Huang Fuling, I do not require your protection. You seem to have mistaken your role. I have already contacted the police. Xiao Xiao has confirmed that Wan Wan has been abducted. Upon hearing her words, Huang Fuling realized she had meticulously orchestrated everything, hence her insistence on him accompanying her to find Ning Wan. Jingji, Huang Fuling, spare me your pretentiousness. I am not impressed. I have made it abundantly clear that we are through. Huang Fuling smiled faintly, but chose not to retort. Watching Chu Jingji's retreating figure, Huang Fuling suddenly chuckled. His Jingji was stubborn, so resolute that it left him at a loss for how to respond. Jingji, I have also declared that this time I shall protect you. Regardless of what you wish to pursue, go ahead, I will shoulder the burden, even if it means turning against Jingcheng. Upon arriving outside the operating room, Chu Jing knew there was no alternative but to await the arrival of the police. Yet, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped her, fearing that Jing Ji might have already been forcibly placed upon the surgical table. Driven by concern, Chu Jing attempted to breach the entrance, but was thwarted by a group of bodyguards who barred her from entering. If anything happens, I will clarify matters with Jingcheng, she insisted. Just then, Huang Fu Ling arrived. Upon seeing him, the bodyguards had no choice but to part ways. As they pushed open the door, they found Ning Wan already under the influence of anesthesia, lying on the operating table, while Lu Jingcheng stood nearby, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Chapter 61. Do you wish to become a kidnapper? Lu Jingcheng, you must not treat Wan this way. Your actions could cost her life. As the doctor was about to commence the surgery, an unexpected intrusion startled everyone. Chu Jingji, upon seeing Ning Wan lying there, recklessly interrupted the doctor's procedure, cradling Ning Wan protectively in her arms like a hen shielding her chicks. Lu Jingcheng, your lack of conscience in forcibly subjecting Wan to an abortion could lead to her demise. She truly might perish. Lu Jingcheng, observing Chu Jingji, immediately deduced that it was Huang Fu Ling who had brought her here. As anticipated, he turned to see Huang Fu Ling entering, his gaze frigid. Huang Fu, you better provide a clear explanation of what is happening. Huang Fu Ling smiled faintly before replying, Jingcheng, the entire city is abuzz. Ning Wan has been kidnapped, and the police should arrive shortly. As the head of the Lu family, you must consider the family's reputation. Your grandfather will be arriving soon. Huang Fu, have you truly stooped so low as to betray me for the sake of appeasing Chu Jingji? Lu Jingcheng's tone was icy, devoid of overt reproach. It was chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. You are mistaken, Jingcheng. I have not betrayed you. I merely wish to prevent you from encountering trouble. Huang Fu Ling chuckled lightly. If the police arrive and discover Ning Wan here, how do you intend to resolve this? Do you wish to be branded a kidnapper? At that moment, the door swung open once more, revealing Lu Jingcheng. The elder approached Lu Jingcheng and delivered a resounding slap, his voice laden with authority. Jingcheng, have you taken my words as mere whispers? I said that the Ning girl is off limits. She is acknowledged as the daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Do you have an issue with that? Lu Jingcheng remained motionless, lowering his head, yet the veins on his forehead throbbed, and his fists clenched tightly, a testament to his suppressed fury. Were it not for the presence of his grandfather, he might have struck out. Someone, escort Miss Ning to the hospital room and ensure she receives proper care. Heeding Lu Jingcheng's command, Ning Wan was taken to the hospital room. Due to the anesthesia, she had yet to awaken. The entire world was in search of her, and a rational explanation for the incident was imperative. Fearing the situation would escalate, Lu Jingcheng took Lu Jingcheng away, entrusting Chu Jingji with the responsibility of caring for Ning Wan. Huang Fu Ling remained at the side, vigilant. Meanwhile, the Ning family was in disarray. Upon hearing of Ning Wan's abduction, Ning Xiangyi could hardly contain her eagerness to usurp her position. Following the confirmation of Ning Wan's disappearance, she immediately called for a board meeting to stabilize the Ning family, planning to elect a new chairman. The meeting was scheduled for 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the hospital room, Ning Wan lay on the bed, her complexion somewhat pale. The doctor had examined her and assured that there was nothing to be concerned about. The dosage of the anesthesia was minimal, and she simply had yet to regain consciousness. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a hint of coolness. Jingji, do not worry. Wan is fine. The doctor has confirmed that she is merely under the effects of the anesthesia. Huang Fu Ling reassured Chu Jingji from beside her. Chu Jingji paid no heed to Huang Fu Ling, her mind solely occupied with concerns for Ning Wan's health and the uncertainty of when she would awaken. The outside world was in turmoil, and certain matters could only be resolved through Ning Wan's intervention. Noticing Chu Jingji's disregard, Huang Fu Ling felt a sense of futility and sighed. Jingji, I am here outside. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to summon me. Chapter 62. Why should I believe you? Upon hearing these words, Chu Jingji could not help but let out a soft laugh. Huang Fuling, would you kindly leave? Your concern is no longer needed. All I require now is for you to sign the divorce papers. It is as simple as that. Jingji, let me stay here with you. I fear for Jingcheng. Please go. I can keep Wan company by myself. You should be with Murong Jin. Did you not mention her recent health issues? That her old ailment has resurfaced? At this, Huang Fuling seemed to be provoked, reaching out to grasp Chu Jingji's hand. Chu Jingji, do you not believe that I will protect you? Yet, Chu Jingji merely smiled, fearing that their altercation might disturb Ning Wan. She gently pushed Huang Fuling's hand away and stepped a few paces forward to the window. Her dark hair swayed gracefully in the breeze, and a fierce light flickered in her clear eyes, though it was gone in an instant, replaced by calmness. She turned, tucking away the stray strands of hair from her brow, her smile a blend of sincerity and feigned mirth. And why should I trust you, Huang Fuling? Hearing her words, Huang Fuling stumbled back, his heart constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, leaving him breathless. He gazed at Chu Jingji, as if witnessing her uncover the secrets of the Huangfu family's attic. She spoke without restraint, angering him to the point of striking her. And he recalled her desperate tears as she questioned him. Huang Fuling, I never intended to come here. Believe it or not. How had he responded back then? Why should I believe you? The cycle of retribution. Unable to bear it any longer, Huang Fuling turned and left in a hurried, disordered manner. Observing the man who had just exited, Chu Jingji's smile grew increasingly radiant, more splendid than before. That night, she had heeded others' words. Intrigued by tales of hidden treasures within the Huangfu attic, driven by curiosity, she ventured to open the door, only to be met with a room filled with portraits, a sanctuary of their memories. It was on that night that she witnessed Huang Fuling's fury for the first time, as if she had shattered everything he held dear. That slap had fractured the bond between them irrevocably. Gazing at the doorway, Chu Jingji suddenly smiled, tears streaming down her face. Jingji, Ning Wan opened her eyes, looking at Chu Jingji standing a short distance away. In truth, she had awakened while they were speaking, choosing silence in hopes that they would find tranquility. Alas, the wounds ran too deep to heal. Upon hearing Ning Wan's voice, Chu Jingji came to herself, hastening forward to assist her. Wan, you're awake? Ning Wan nodded, refraining from inquiring about her situation with Huang Fuling. Even without words, she had gleaned something. Wan, what happened to your neck? It looks as if someone has choked you. Was it that scoundrel Lu Jingcheng? Chu Jingji noticed the bruise on Ning Wan's neck, regretting not having seen it sooner. Ning Wan shook her head. I did it to myself. Do not worry. I am fine, am I not? Wan, you are indeed gambling. Wagering on the swiftness of my response, and whether Grandfather Lu will intervene in this matter. But have you contemplated the consequences should you lose this gamble? Chu Jingji's words were laced with a palpable sense of reproach. Moreover, your machinations against Lu Jingcheng will not bode well for you, even if you were to marry him. Your future together would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Did you not observe just now how Grandfather Lu struck Lu Jingcheng, rendering him utterly speechless? It was, in fact, my first encounter witnessing Lu Jingcheng being struck by another. Chapter 63. That slap was quite severe. Upon hearing this, Ning Wan furrowed her brows. Did old Master Lu strike him? Indeed, that slap was quite forceful. Chu Jingji spoke, unable to suppress the cold sweat for Ning Wan. If she had been a moment slower in her reaction, had thought less, she would have been finished, and the child would have been forcefully terminated. Wan, you are so intelligent. You must have anticipated this. Calculating against Lu Jingcheng, he will not spare you. I am aware, Ning Wan replied, her face serene, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her indifferent eyes. At least the child remains. After such a commotion, even if Lu Jingcheng despises me, he would not dare to harm the child, for he cannot provide an explanation to the old master. She had secured a father for her child. Yet Ning Wan's heart was not as elated as she had envisioned. She understood that even if the child were born, paternal affection would be scarce. Merely a fade of a seemingly harmonious family. Wan, some matters, I know I cannot convince you. But as long as you comprehend your actions, that suffices. I offered Lu Jingcheng and Ji Shiner opportunities, yet she rejected them. Ning Wan chuckled softly, recalling her visit to Ji Shiner. Had she not been so greedy, I believe I would have gone alone to terminate the pregnancy. Even if it risked her previous afflictions, it mattered little. But Ji Shiner missed her chance. Contemplating, Ning Wan delicately caressed her still flat abdomen, her expression calm, though her words were icy. If it does not belong to her, she should not covet it. Even if attained, it would not endure, destined to return to its rightful owner. Wan, is it worth it? For a man who despises you, to calculate so meticulously. Your insistence will not yield a sweet conclusion. Jingji, I have stated before, this is my obsession. Ning Wan spoke, her voice heavy with restraint. She was astute enough to understand that what is forcibly obtained is seldom sweet. She was acutely aware of the suffering her stubbornness would impose upon her. From that moment, silence enveloped them, both merely exchanging smiles. At that juncture, Chu Jingji's phone rang. It was Xiao Xiao calling. She had forgotten to inform Xiao Xiao that they had found Ning Wan. Xiao Xiao, I apologize. I was worried about Wan and neglected to tell you that we have located her. Have you found President Ning? Please have her take a call. I have something crucial to discuss. Realizing the urgency in Xiao Xiao's voice, Chu Jingji sensed the gravity of the situation and passed the phone to Ning Wan. Ning Wan frowned slightly as she took the call, smiling as she said, "What is it?" "President Ning, it is a relief that you are safe. There is a crisis at the company. Your father claims you are missing and is convening a board meeting under the pretext of stabilizing Ning Corporation to re-elect a chairman." When Xiao Xiao heard this morning, she nearly panicked. "President Ning, they have scheduled the board meeting for 3 p.m. What do you need me to do?" Ning Wan smiled faintly, yet chose to remain silent for a moment before replying, "Just wait for my return. You need not do anything." After hanging up the phone, a cold smile graced Ning Wan's lips. Was her father so eager for her demise? Subsequently, Ning Wan dialed another number. "Brother Xiao Ting, I have a favor to ask. Please deliver the box I left with you to the Ning Corporation. I shall await you at the entrance." Chapter 64. Your temperament is unappealing in the CAF beneath the Ning residence. Li Xiaoting observed the weary Ning Wan, fully aware of the recent events that had transpired. He understood the sudden desire she had to reclaim her possessions entrusted to him, yet he chose not to delve too deeply into her motives. Wan, you are finally prepared to take action against them, are you not? Shouting, some matters cannot be postponed indefinitely. Moreover, I can no longer endure this. You know that. Ning Wan's voice was calm, yet imbued with unwavering determination. Suddenly, Li Xiaoting noticed the bruises around her neck, evidence of a recent altercation. He instinctively reached out to touch the marks, his rough fingertips brushing against her cheek before resting on her neck. Devoid of romantic intention, merely the concern of an older brother for his younger sister. What happened? Ning Wan lowered her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. "I accidentally hurt myself. It's nothing, really. Please don't worry, okay?" Shouting, "I assure you, I'm fine." Wan, what exactly is going on between you and Lu Jingcheng? The last time we met, I mentioned your pregnancy and you denied it. Is the child his? Li Xiaoting's voice was gentle as he withdrew his hand. Do you realize that Xiner has feelings for Lu Jingcheng? I know, Ning Wan replied, meeting Li Xiaoting's gaze. I'm even aware of their past. Shouting, Xiner is not as admirable as you perceive. Thankfully, she does not harbor feelings for you. Otherwise, I would have to devise a plan to deal with her, which would truly be a headache. Hearing her words, Li Xiaoting felt a surge of irritation. Wan, I understand she's your idol, but don't be easily deceived by a woman's exterior. As for me, I will not relinquish Lu Jingcheng. Li Xiaoting sighed at Ning Wan's firmness. Wan, your disposition can be rather endearing at times. You know, I am not a currency. Why should I seek to please everyone? If they dislike me, so be it. It is not a matter of great consequence. Ning Wan replied with a smile, then turned serious as she continued, shouting, keep your distance from her. Do not allow yourself to become a mere backup for someone like her. Wan, Li Xiaoting looked up. Enough, I must attend the board meeting. Remember what I have told you and keep it close to your heart. Ning Wan picked up the box, smiled at Li Xiaoting, and then turned to leave. Go ahead. Wan, take care of yourself. If anything arises, call me. Li Xiaoting watched her depart. Your father is resolute in reclaiming power from you. I hope the box you left with me can assist you. She glanced back at him, her eyes cold. Do they believe my control over the Ning family for so many years is solely due to my grandfather? They are gravely mistaken. In the morning, the media reported the disappearance of the president of Ning Corporation, causing a significant drop in stock prices. Subsequently, Ning Wan's father announced a board meeting. However, when a meeting convened at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Ning Xiangyi was absent, replaced by his adopted daughter, Sun Lele. Due to my sister's disappearance, my father has been overwhelmed with sorrow and is now resting at home. The position of CEO of the Ning Corporation has been temporarily entrusted to Lele. As I am still quite young and lack understanding of many matters, I will be relying on the guidance of all you uncles and elders in the future. Sun Lele sat above, gazing down at the assembled individuals, and spoke softly, a triumphant expression gracing her face. Chapter 65. Sun Lele, I am not dead yet. Sun Lele, you are merely the adopted daughter of the Ning family, not a true member. What gives you the right to temporarily assume the role of president? The former president had clearly stated that the rightful heir of Ning Corporation is Ning Wan. Ning Wan is only missing, not deceased. Even if she were her father, Ning Xiangyi still exists. When did it become your place, an outsider, to dictate terms within our Ning family? A shareholder spoke with unflinching disdain. What is she but an adopted daughter? The fact that Ning Corporation has taken her in is an extraordinary favor. Everyone is aware that the will left by the late president declared Ning Wan as the sole legitimate heir. Even her father, Ning Xiangyi, lacks the qualification. Why should Sun Lele, an outsider, presume to take such a position? It is absurd to consider her worth in this context. Well then, Mr. Tong, what do you propose? Another voice chimed in. The shares you hold combined do not even amount to a quarter of the Ning family's holdings. After all, the company bears the Ning surname. Not Tong, does it not? Sun Lele, undeterred, countered, Ning Wan is currently unaccounted for, and my father is still unwell. Someone must step in to manage this chaos. Do you wish to see the stock plummet? The downfall of Ning Corporation? Furthermore, you may not be aware, but I am also a child of the Ning family. Ning Wan's biological sister. Upon hearing this declaration, the assembly exchanged incredulous glances, fully cognizant of Sun Lele's status as an adopted daughter. When had she become Ning Wan's sister? Was this not a jest? Observing the murmurs below, Sun Lele rose, brimming with pride. If you do not believe me, I can fetch my father, Sun Lele. It seems you have overstepped. Accompanied by a melodious sound, Ning Wan, clad in a flowing black gown, emotionlessly pushed open the door to the Ning Corporation's conference room. Her cold gaze swept across the room, finally resting on Sun Lele's astonished face. In an instant, those familiar with Ning Wan stood, their expressions illuminating with joy. Ning girl, you have returned. What transpired today? Mr. Tong inquired, approaching Ning Wan with concern. Uncle Tong, I am fine, Ning Wan replied with a gentle smile. Sun Lele looked up, her demeanor shifting to one of fear as she momentarily froze, never anticipating that her plan to seize control of Ning Corporation would unravel so effortlessly. Yet, Ning Wan had emerged. Sun Lele, I am not dead yet. Are you and your mother so eager to take over Ning Corporation? The sound of Ning Wan's heels echoed sharply against the floor, resonating in the ears of all present. Sun Lele's words caught in her throat. Her palms clenched tightly as an overwhelming sense of unwillingness surged within her. Ning Wan observed every nuance of her changing expression, her small face betraying no emotion as she smirked coldly and approached Sun Lele. To infiltrate Ning Corporation, you would resort to fabricating your lineage, vowing to undergo a paternity test? The question is, if I were to permit it, would you dare? Upon witnessing the menacing expression on Ning Wan's face, coupled with the icy glint concealed within her calm gaze, Sun Lele felt an unexpected chill run down her spine. The chilling voice echoed in her ears. Ning Corporation was bequeathed to me by my grandfather. It is rightfully mine. Should anyone dare to lay a hand upon it or entertain designs against it, I shall take their life. If you doubt my resolve, feel free to test my limits and see whether I will end your existence. Chapter 66. I will not consume your daughter. Upon hearing those words, Sun Lele instinctively recoiled, terrified that Ning Wan might actually devour her. Her voice turned icy, sending shivers down Sun Leilei's spine, momentarily paralyzing her into silence. Ning Wan had previously issued warnings, yet never with such solemnity and chill as today. Just when Sun Leilei found herself at a loss, a light laughter floated into her ears. All eyes were drawn to the radiant woman whose smile, though bright as the sun, bore an unsettling coldness. "I was merely jesting," Ning Wan remarked. "Do not take it to heart. After all, sacrificing everything for you would truly be unwarranted." Despite the playful tone, each word was laced with sincerity, rendering Sun Leilei profoundly anxious. She was suddenly transported back to the time when she first arrived at the Ning household, entering Ning Wan's room and discovering the exquisite music box atop the vanity. It was so beautiful that she wished to examine it, but in her clumsiness, it slipped from her grasp and shattered upon the floor. The fury etched on Ning Wan's face at that moment had been identical to her expression now. Over the years, that intensity had remained unchanged. With a smile, Ning Wan extended her delicate fingers towards Sun Leilei, who, in terror, instinctively took a step back. "Sun Leilei, do you wish to conduct a paternity test?" Her voice was cool and detached. Sun Leilei, paralyzed by fear, found herself unable to utter a single word, standing there in a daze. At that moment, an elderly voice broke through the tension. "Ning Wan, what are you doing?" Ning Wan turned to see Ning Xiangyi, supported by Rong Lihua, approaching slowly. She smiled faintly and remained rooted in place, observing as Rong Lihua stepped forward and opened her hand. "What are you afraid of?" "Rong Lihua, I would never consume your daughter." "Wan, you vanished without a word, so I entrusted Leilei to stabilize the company. Is that wrong?" Ning Xiangyi surveyed the room, taking in the tear-streaked face of Sun Leilei, and couldn't help but scold. Yet upon hearing his words, Ning Wan couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Father, your fierce protection of Leilei makes me wonder if she is truly your biological daughter, while I feel like an adopted child. What nonsensical talk!" Ning Xiangyi reprimanded, his voice loud and resonant, though it could not conceal a hint of unease. "Is that so?" Ning Wan gazed at her father, her eyes cold. "I merely stepped out for a moment, and you were so eager to find me that you wished for my demise? Otherwise, why would you hastily convene a board meeting to consolidate power for yourself and announce to the media that I would not return? Father, you truly are a wonderful father to your own flesh and blood." At this, Ning Xiangyi's countenance darkened to an unimaginable extent. Rong Lihua could no longer endure such slander. If she were to concede in front of so many board members, it would render any future attempts to assert influence within the boardroom utterly impossible. "Wan, do not heed the disparagement directed at your father. It was neither us who alerted the media nor us who summoned the authorities. The police came of their own accord." "Oh, so you have indeed contacted the authorities?" "It appears that all preparations have been made, merely anticipating my permanent absence. Is that correct?" Ning Wan's voice remained unperturbed, yet it startled those around her. "What a clever strategy. I declare my disappearance, and immediately you convene a press conference, forcibly inserting Sun Leilei into the narrative." Pausing, she turned to her father. "Father, you seem to have forgotten that only members of the Ning family are permitted to govern the affairs of the Ning household." Chapter 67. Just treat it as if I have raised two useless individuals. The words "only those of the Ning family may govern the Ning household" rendered Sun Leilei and her mother pale with dread. "Ning Wan, you are being excessively cruel," Sun Leilei exclaimed, her ire boiling over as she lunged forward to strike Ning Wan. However, Ning Wan deftly evaded her attempt, causing Sun Leilei to stumble and collapse awkwardly onto the ground. Ning Wan regarded her with a slight furrow of her brow, approaching her with a soft voice. "Sun Leilei, if you were to conduct yourself with a modicum of propriety, I might allow you to remain in the Ning residence, as if it were a charitable act on my part, nurturing two ineffectual individuals. But should you persist in your antics, do not blame me for expelling you both. You know my temperament. I am not one to be trifled with." With that, she prepared to leave, her high heels clicking on the floor. Just as she was about to exit, Ning Xiangyi erupted in anger. "Ning Wan, what are you saying? Your aunt has married me, which naturally makes her part of the Ning family, and Leilei is your sister." "Oh," Ning Wan replied with a light chuckle, raising an eyebrow at him. "Father, Perhaps you have forgotten the saying that blood relations are not the same as mere acquaintances. Sun Lele is, after all, not a member of the Ning family and bears no connection to me. Ning Xiangyi was visibly infuriated. He found his daughter increasingly inscrutable. Father, you are indeed my father, and I dare not act against you, for that is filial piety. However, I advise you to keep your daughter and her mother from provoking me further. With that, Ning Wan presented a small box to her father, revealing its contents before the board members. The text of a will left by her grandfather, declaring that the Ning estate belonged solely to her, Ning Wan. Her implication was clear. The entirety of the Ning family's possessions were hers alone, and should she desire someone's departure, they would have no choice but to comply. An uneasy silence enveloped the room, as no one dared to utter a word. Watching as Ning Wan and her assistant, Xiao Xiao, exited the conference room in succession, Ning Xiangyi gazed at his daughter, his hands clenched into fists, and for the first time, a flicker of resentment appeared in his aged eyes. In the president's office, Ning Wan entered and promptly removed her high heels, opting for flat shoes instead. After all, she was expecting a child, and wearing heels could pose risks to both her and the baby. President Ning. That display earlier was truly magnificent, Xiao Xiao remarked, placing a cup of spilled coffee on Ning Wan's desk. Ning Wan smiled at the steaming cup, saying, Xiao Xiao, from now on, please replace my coffee with hot water or honey water. Realizing her oversight, Xiao Xiao slapped her forehead. How could I forget that? Well, as long as you remember it now, Ning Wan replied, recalling the day's events with a shiver of apprehension. Xiao Xiao cautiously inquired, President Ning, fortunately, Miss Chu called me earlier to assign me these tasks. Otherwise, they might have succeeded. Was it Sun Lele and her mother who attempted to abduct you? Ning Wan shook her head. Not them, Xiao Xiao. I'm feeling somewhat weary. You may return to your duties for now. After Xiao Xiao left, Ning Wan felt all the strength she had been holding on to dissipate completely, leaving her slumped in her chair. The image of Lu Jingcheng's fierce expression as he forced her to terminate her pregnancy lingered hauntingly in her mind. Such brutality was indelibly etched into her thoughts. It seemed that between them, there was nothing left but hatred. After being publicly slapped by old Master Lu today, she feared he loathed her entirely. Moreover, the presence of GXNR stood as an insurmountable barrier between them. Chapter 68. The Lu family banquet in the evening. As Ning Wan stepped through the threshold of her home, she was greeted by the sound of weeping from Sun Lele and her mother, interspersed with harsh words. Though she had no desire to return, it seemed there was nowhere else for her to go. This was her home, a shared sanctuary with her mother and grandfather, steeped in their collective memories. Upon entering, she spotted Ning Xiangyi waiting for her at the door, holding what appeared to be an invitation. Ning Wan paused, questioning, Is there something amiss? Ning family has sent an invitation for us to attend a banquet, ostensibly to discuss your engagement with Lu Jingcheng, Ning Xiangyi remarked. His brow furrowed as he confirmed the troubling reality that the child within her was indeed from the Lu family. After a brief silence, he added, You and your mother are remarkably alike, both as frivolous as the water lilies. You, however, are the embodiment of heartlessness, fickleness, and hypocrisy. A hint of sarcasm laced Ning Wan's retort. It was a well-known fact that every encounter she had with Ning Wan left him exasperated. Observing his expression and then glancing at the scheming duo of Rong Lihua and her daughter, her lips curled into a cold smile. Instead of wasting your energy on the Ning family, perhaps you should focus on securing a respectable suitor for Sun Lele. The Lu family banquet will undoubtedly attract many distinguished individuals. With that, she ascended the stairs, utterly fatigued after a long day. Oh, and do remember to disguise your intentions well. Otherwise, it would be quite unfortunate if your motives for attending were laid bare, she added over her shoulder. The three seated on the sofa watched her retreating figure, their teeth clenched in frustration. Mother, what she said may indeed present an opportunity. Since we have been invited, I must make it a point to buy a beautiful gown for tomorrow. Sun Lele wiped her tears and turned to Rong Lihua. Those who receive invitations from the Lu family must be part of high society. However, Rong Lihua harbored reservations. She did not believe Ning Wan was genuinely benevolent. Yet, this was indeed a chance not to be squandered. They would have to navigate the situation as it unfolded. The banquet was a dazzling affair, filled with elegance and splendor. A multitude of esteemed guests from both political and business circles filled the venue, creating a lively atmosphere. After all, the invitation had been personally issued by Lu Jingcheng, ensuring a level of attendance that was nothing short of impressive. From the onset, he had hinted at a significant announcement, and it was clear to everyone present that it pertained to the impending union between the Ning girl and his grandson, Lu Jingcheng. Ning Xiangyi, unwilling to accompany Ning Wan, had abandoned her in favor of Rong Lihua and her daughter. Approaching Lu Jingcheng, who was greeting guests, he exclaimed, "Old Lu, you still seem as vigorous as ever." Lu Jingcheng turned to him, noticing Ning Wan's absence, and inquired with a hint of displeasure, "Where is Wan?" Ning Xiangyi found himself at a loss for words, realizing too late the folly of his decision to heed Rong Lihua's counsel and abandon Ning Wan. Now, faced with scrutiny, he could not utter a single coherent response. At that moment, the crowd turned to behold a figure clad in a white off-shoulder gown, adorned with a delicate white shawl that glimmered softly under the illumination. Her hair, reminiscent of undulating seaweed, cascaded casually over her shoulders. This appearance stood in stark contrast to her usual formal attire seen in the office. With a smile, she approached Lu Jingcheng and said, "Grandfather Lu, I apologize for my tardiness." Chapter 69. You truly are an intriguing woman, my dear girl. I thought you might not come. Lu Jingcheng remarked with a warm smile as he gazed at Ning Wan. How could I not? Grandpa Lu, you personally called me. I simply had to be here. Ning Wan responded, returning his smile. Lu Jingcheng approached her and gently patted her shoulder. Why don't you take a look around? I must attend to the guests. Jingcheng will be here shortly. Ning Wan nodded, and Lu Jingcheng departed. Sun Lele observed the strikingly beautiful Ning Wan with a twinge of jealousy. Why did all the good fortune seem to favor her while she remained in her shadow? It's not that we are unwilling to wait for you, but... Rong Lihua began to explain, yet before she could finish, Ning Wan smiled and glanced at Sun Lele beside her. Was she intent on flaunting all her possessions? Adorned in jewelry, the vibrant red of her dress seemed ill-suited for the occasion. There's no need for explanations. Let's not interfere with one another. It's best this way. With that, she turned to leave, only to catch sight of Lu Jingcheng hastily making his way outside, as if something urgent was at hand. Though he was merely a silhouette, she sensed it was likely related to Xiner. At that moment, she felt no inclination to ponder further. She would take things as they came. The room felt stifling. As she walked towards the window, the sound of high heels echoed in her ears. Turning around, she found a woman standing before her, elegant and alluring. Was she seeking her out? The woman bore a resemblance to Lu Jingcheng. Could she possibly be his sister, Lu Jingcheng? Miss Lu, do you require something from me? Ning Wan inquired. You are indeed perceptive, Miss Ning, Lu Jingcheng replied, her tone calm and soft. You are certainly more suited to Jingcheng than Xiner, yet he does not love you. Are you certain that this persistence is wise? Furthermore, Jingcheng is my younger brother, and I know his nature all too well. If you manipulate him in this way, even if you were to marry, happiness would elude you. Ning Wan's millet, her beauty radiating, at least in Lu Jingcheng's eyes. And so what? This is my choice, is it not? Taken aback, Lu Jingcheng stepped closer to Ning Wan. You truly are an intriguing woman. Little did Lu Jingcheng realize that this encounter would eventually lead her to forge a friendship with Ning Wan and relinquish her own obsessions. Are you complimenting me? Thank you. Ning Wan responded with a gentle laugh. Lu Jingcheng said no more, simply smiling before turning to leave. The crystal chandelier cast a rosy glow throughout the space as the band tuned their instruments, filling the hall with melodious music. Many began to dance gracefully under the shimmering lights. At that moment, a somewhat awkward male voice broke through the ambience. Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of asking you for a dance? Ning Wan lifted her gaze to him, her pair of azure eyes resembling the vast expanse of the ocean. With a prominent nose, fair complexion, and a cascade of golden hair, he epitomized the ideal of a foreign handsome man. She paused momentarily before smiling and politely declining. I'm sorry, but I cannot. Undeterred, the foreign man persistently entangled himself with her, clumsily grasping Ning Wan's hand and cheerfully stating, "No worries, I can teach you." Chapter 70. A reunion with ex-husband Lin Tianyu. The foreign man, undeterred, insistently grasped Ning Wan's hand, smiling as he said, "It's all right. I can teach you." "Excuse me. Please let go." Ning Wan's voice turned icy as she felt his grip, yet she maintained her composure. Her delicate face radiated displeasure and disdain, illuminated by the dim light that rendered her expression even colder. The man accompanying him had just witnessed Ning Wan greeting Lu Jingcheng with a familiarity that suggested a deep connection. Rumors had circulated that Ning Wan was to marry Lu Jingcheng. If true, it would undoubtedly incite the ire of the Lu family, which was far from ideal. "Jimmy, let go and go invite another girl. She truly cannot dance, and she is unlike the other girls you know. She can learn. I can teach her. Besides, what is the difference? She's just a woman." He tightened his grip on Ning Wan's hand while she bowed her head, her dark hair obscuring her furious face. Her eyes were devoid of life, fixated on the hand that held hers, as if it were a piece of filth. "I'll say this one last time. Let go." Just as she was about to lose her temper, someone gently embraced her shoulder, tenderly reclaiming her hand from his grasp before offering her a white handkerchief. Ning Wan looked up to see the familiar face of Lin Tianyu. It had been over a month since their divorce, and she had heard he had married Xian Wan. If that were the case, why was he here to assist her? Lin Tianyu gazed at Ning Wan, the woman who had once been his wife. He had fought desperately, resorting to despicable means to end their marriage, and had successfully wed Xian Wan. Yet everything had changed. Xian Wan had transformed into someone he feared. Suddenly, memories of the 3 years spent with Ning Wan flickered in his mind, though they grew increasingly hazy. Their time together barely amounted to a week, and she was fading from his memory until he had seen her shine brilliantly just moments ago, awakening an understanding of that emptiness he felt. "Wan, are you all right?" Lin Tianyu asked anxiously. Ning Wan remained silent, merely accepting the handkerchief he offered, stepping away from his embrace to maintain a distance. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Lin. I am well." Meanwhile, the foreign man, witnessing Ning Wan wipe her hands with the handkerchief, wore a frozen, grotesquely twisted expression, shouting indiscriminately, disregarding his status. "What are you? Even if you let me have you, do you think I would want you? Do you believe I could easily have you killed with just a word?" The music abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned to the unfolding spectacle. It turned out that the foreign man was the executive chairman of Peter Corporation, making many wary of offending him. However, he had provoked the wrong person. "I am nothing of consequence, and it is not so simple for you to threaten my life." Ning Wan's words were subtle, yet laced with a hint of amusement. The Ning family was not to be trifled with. Upon hearing the name Ning, the foreigner quickly realized he had stirred up trouble and hastily offered his apologies. However, Ning Wan chose not to pursue the matter further and simply allowed them to depart. By the floor-to-ceiling window, only Ning Wan and Tianyu remained. "Wan, how had you been these days?" Ning Wan slightly lifted her gaze, as if she barely recognized Lin Tianyu. In the past, when they were married, they never spoke to each other properly. What had changed now, even after their divorce? Could they still converse in such a manner? "I am well, Mr. Lin. It seems you have been quite concerned." Chapter 71. I have never loved you beneath the soft, pale yellow glow of the lamp. The world outside was engulfed in darkness, with only the gentle patter of rain against the window breaking the silence. Lin Tianyu gazed at Ning Wan before him, letting out a soft sigh. Wan. Upon witnessing his expression, Ning Wan furrowed her brows and replied coldly, "Mr. Lin, please maintain your decorum. The term Wan is indeed inappropriate between us. If you do not mind, you may address me as Miss Ning or Director Ning. I have no objections." Pausing momentarily, she expressed her desire to disengage from further entanglement. "I have matters to attend to, so please excuse me." Lin Tianyu's eyes remained fixed on Ning Wan's retreating figure, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. He had come today with an understanding of the circumstances, aware that the elder of the Lu family intended to introduce Ning Wan to the public at this gathering, effectively acknowledging her as the daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Wan, do you love Lu Jingcheng?" Ning Wan halted at his inquiry, turning to look at him. Her dark pupils concealed any emotions that lay beneath. There was no pain, no sorrow, only the same cold detachment she had always exhibited as if she had never known this man. Is this related to Mr. Lin? I wish to know. May I? Lin Tianyu was eager to uncover whether this woman, who had been his wife in name only and had always exhibited extreme indifference, was capable of loving someone. Love or not, that is a matter solely between Lu Jingcheng and myself. Ning Wan replied softly, her meaning clear. Their love and hate were theirs alone to navigate, and others had no right to interfere. I should also thank you for your scheming and for forcing me into divorce. At this point, Lin Tianyu, who had once appeared so imposing, was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that Ning Wan was fully aware of everything. She knew it all. I'm sorry. Though my apology comes rather late, he said, his words unexpectedly leaving Ning Wan at a loss. After a brief pause, she replied coolly, You need not apologize. You owe me nothing. In fact, it is I who owe you. However, now we're even, are we not? Even? Yes, they had indeed divorced. The first time her grandfather brought her to meet him, she had donned a beautiful white dress. Later, as she became his wife, her grandfather always protected her. Countless fleeting moments had woven together the fabric of time, revealing how pitifully few the memories between them truly were. I'm already aware of everything regarding Xianwan. It has nothing to do with you. Oh, Ning Wan replied softly, her demeanor indicating a desire to end the conversation. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Farewell. As Ning Wan began to walk away, Lin Tianyu suddenly spoke up. Ning Wan, did you ever love me? During those 3 years of marriage, did you ever love me? At his question, Ning Wan's brows knitted tightly. In the dim light, her expression remained obscured. But without a trace of hesitation, she answered, No, I have never loved you. Therefore, no matter how you treat me, it is of no consequence to me. After a brief pause, he remarked that indifference stemmed from a lack of love. Thus, he would not concern himself with the number of women you might have outside. Before she could finish her thought, Lin Tianyu interrupted her, his fist clenched tightly as he struggled to contain the tumultuous emotions within. Speaking with deliberate slowness, he asked, May I pose one final question to you? Chapter 72. The gaze of stranger Ning Wan looked at him with indifference. If I had not compelled you to divorce, would you truly have refrained from doing so? Lin Tianyu's question was posed with caution. Ning Wan could not help but smile. The inquiry was indeed intriguing. In truth, she herself was unsure of the answer. However, now that Lin Tianyu had broached the subject, it seemed rather perplexing. She could surmise that it was likely related to his newfound awareness of Xianwan's true nature. Yet what did that have to do with her? Indeed, she raised her head and resolutely informed him, her tone calm. Even without those circumstances, I would still choose to divorce you. Lin Tianyu. When I said that night that I would sign the divorce papers after a period of waiting, I was not merely speaking empty words. I meant it. Lin Tianyu suddenly lifted his head, astonishment evident in his gaze. He recalled her words from that night. Lin Tianyu, grant me a little more time. I assure you it won't be long. Once I resolve the matters concerning the Ning family, I will divorce you, and I shall certainly speak to my grandfather. It became clear to him that she had not merely been deceiving him. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. Lin Tianyu observed her, feeling as though he had never truly understood Ning Wan. By the time he desired to know her, she was no longer his wife. Indeed, the bond between them had diminished to a mere acquaintance. The gathering had been underway for some time. One could not overlook the considerable influence of Lu in Jiangbei, as many prominent figures had arrived. The men engaged in discussions of import, while the women huddled together, indulging in gossip. Ning Wan evidently felt out of place, opting to retreat to a corner, counting the moments until Jingji's arrival. Yet, Rong Lihua frequently intruded upon her line of sight, behaving like a buffoon as she flatteringly approached others with Sun Lele in tow. Yet, such is the nature of this circle, the more one ingratiates oneself, the more they are looked down upon. It was far better to remain quietly on the sidelines. Ning Wan lowered her head and smiled faintly. Suddenly, a gaze fell upon her from across the room. Furrowing her brow slightly, she followed the line of sight and spotted a man seated in a corner, clad in a tailored black suit. Their eyes met, and the man, devoid of any discernible emotion, offered her a subtle smile. He appeared to be significantly older than her, and she could not recall having encountered anyone like him before. She offered him a slight nod before diverting her gaze. Ning Wan then turned her attention to the window. However, her avoidance did not preclude others from observing her. The news of her divorce, followed swiftly by her pregnancy and impending marriage to Lu Jingcheng, took many by surprise. Even more astonishing was the revelation that, stripped of her professional attire, Ning Wan was breathtakingly beautiful. While she may not possess the allure of a national beauty, it could be said that she resembled a radiant rose. Wan, there you are. Come, I wish to introduce you to someone. Chu Jingji approached from the far end, with Huang Fuling following closely behind. Yet, Chu Jingji paid little mind to Huang Fuling and walked directly toward her. Upon witnessing such a scene, Ning Wan could not help but chuckle. Jingji, did you come here with Huang Fu? Who accompanied him? He shamelessly approached on his own, all right? Chu Jingji, feeling disgruntled, chose not to elaborate further. Instead, she grasped Ning Wan's hand and led her in another direction. Wan, I shall introduce you to someone. Chapter 73. Unable to withstand the weight of time, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a hint of chill. Chu Jingji, accompanied by Ning Wan, ventured into another corner, where she spotted Lu Jingcheng walking towards the backyard with a woman. Recognizing her silhouette, she discerned it was Ji Xner. Indeed, she had brought her along. Aunt Ming, allow me to introduce a friend. Chu Jingji approached, revealing before them a woman in her 40s, though she appeared remarkably well-preserved, hardly suggestive of her age. She was a strikingly beautiful foreigner. Dear Chu, what friend do you bring me this time? The woman, addressed as Aunt Ming, said with a tender smile, her eyes filled with affection. However, upon noticing Ning Wan, a flicker of surprise crossed her gaze. Ning Wan perceived this subtle shift, while Chu Jingji remained oblivious. Continuing her introduction, Aunt Ming, this is my best friend. She is exceptionally capable, the president of the Ning Corporation. At this revelation, Aunt Ming paused, taken aback. Ning Corporation? Elisa, how are you related to her? Do you know my mother? Ning Wan inquired with a slight frown, curiosity evident in her tone. Indeed, Elisa, whose birth name is Qin Qian, was my classmate at Cambridge University in England. I must express my regret. It has been over 20 years since I last saw her. I had hoped to encounter her upon my return, only to learn that she had passed away. Aunt Ming lamented, reflecting on the sorrow of reuniting with a long-lost friend only to find them separated by the veil of death. Some people and events cannot endure the passage of time. The wait may stretch into eternity. Realizing that this Aunt Ming was the Linda her mother frequently mentioned, Ning Wan, who had grown up in Britain, connected the dots. Known as the eldest daughter of the Christie family, she had married into British nobility and was now referred to as Aunt Ming. Though she had not recognized her before, the mention of her mother brought clarity. Aunt Linda, I've often heard my mother speak of you. I never had the chance to meet you until now. I am Ning Wan. You may call me Wan. Ning Wan replied with a gentle smile. Aunt Ming expressed her surprise. Wan, what a lovely name. By the way, how did Elisa pass away? As the topic arose, Ning Wan appeared to drift into painful memories. The sorrowful recollections vividly replayed in her mind. Her mother, betrayed by her father, living in perpetual gloom, ultimately succumbing to a tragic car accident, bloodied and lifeless in the vehicle. Those haunting images remained as clear as yesterday, despite the passage of time. My mother passed away in a car accident many years ago, Aunt Linda. And what of your grandfather? That cannot be. He cherished your mother dearly and would never abandon you. Aunt Ming inquired, her astonishment palpable. Ning Wan felt a twinge of surprise, but chose not to inquire further. Since she could remember, her mother seldom spoke of her grandfather, only expressing her remorse towards her father and brother, lamenting her own capriciousness and affirming that their indifference towards her was warranted. In her childhood, she struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation, yet as she matured, a greater understanding dawned upon her. It seemed that her grandfather had disapproved of her mother in marrying her father, which ultimately led to their estrangement. How unfortunate it was that her mother's fervent affection yielded only melancholy in return. History often tells of passionate women and their indifferent lovers. I have never met my grandfather. I have asked my mother, but she refuses to divulge anything. Chapter 74. The daughter-in-law, acknowledged by the Lu family, Madame Ming, gazed at Ning Wan in confusion, poised to speak when a cacophony erupted. All eyes were drawn to the center of the stage, where Lu Jingcheng, a figure once commanding respect in Jiangbei, stood at the forefront of the assembly. The hall fell into a hushed silence, awaiting his forthcoming words. Lu Jingcheng surveyed the audience, signaling for quiet. Clearing his throat, he began, I express my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this banquet. Firstly, it is an opportunity for us to gather, and secondly, we of the Lu family wish to share a joyous announcement. His robust voice resonated through the microphone, silencing the crowd. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Lu Jingcheng, descended the staircase, escorting Gxnr, who was adorned in an elegant lavender gown. Standing alongside Madame Meng and Chu Jingji, Ning Wan inched closer. In stark contrast, Gxnr appeared somewhat overshadowed by Ning Wan's presence. Unbeknownst to her, moments ago, she had inquired of Lu Jingcheng, who had assured her that he would never marry Ning Wan. Now, hearing the elder's declaration, excitement mingled with anxiety in her gaze as she clutched Lu Jingcheng's attire tightly. In contrast, Ning Wan maintained an air of serene indifference. Gxnr cast a sidelong glance, her gaze inadvertently landing on Ning Wan's striking features, which rendered her own beauty feeling inadequate. In a moment of distraction, Gxnr recalled their encounter at the CAF, where Ning Wan had confidently asserted that she was not the person Lu Jingcheng sought. Logically, such knowledge was scarce. How could Ning Wan possibly be aware of it? As this notion crossed her mind, Gxnr tightened her delicate grip on Lu Jingcheng's arm, a flicker of trepidation in her eyes. Yet, upon witnessing Ning Wan's tranquil demeanor, a faint smile graced her lips. Ning Wan observed her every move with keen interest, but remained unfazed, fully aware that her presence would not alter the course of events. Lu Jingcheng, a man of such acumen, truly believed that bringing Gxnr here will resolve matters and sway the old man's decision. When did you become so naive? Lu Jingcheng continued. I trust you all have perused the newspapers and are aware of the imminent marriage of Lu Jingcheng, the heir of the Lu family. His authoritative voice echoed. Today, I have invited you all to bear witness and to introduce our prospective bride. The woman recognized as the Lu family's daughter-in-law by none other than me, Lu Jingcheng. At this proclamation, Gxnr's smile blossomed further, oblivious to the tension radiating from Lu Jingcheng. She had always believed that his summoning her signified the resolution of all matters. Surely, the acknowledged daughter-in-law would be her. Ning Wan, her expression composed, regarded Gxnr's delight with a hint of derision, pondering whether Gxnr truly grasped her standing. Bittersweet Ning Wan. Chu Jingji could not suppress her concern, fearing that Ning Wan might suffer in the unfolding drama. In the evening, how could Lu Jingcheng bring Gxnr here? This is clearly intended to put you in an awkward position. All right, Jingji, refrain from speaking. Let grandfather Lu express himself. He will exercise discretion. Ning Wan furrowed her brow slightly, then turned her gaze towards the stage. Grandfather Lu is unlikely to change his mind. Gxnr's presence truly serves to add to my vexation. Chapter 75. May I inquire if your divorce was solely for the sake of Mr. Lu? I, Lu Jingcheng, hereby declare that my acknowledged spouse is none other than Ning Wan, the president of the Ning Corporation. Our wedding is scheduled for the beginning of next month, and I sincerely hope everyone will extend their support. Upon hearing these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Indeed, Ning Wan has established herself as a prominent socialite in Jiangbei, yet she had only recently divorced Lin Tianyu from the Lin family. Remarkably, in just a few months, she has ascended to the status of a daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Such a life transformation is utterly astounding. The forceful announcement of this joyous news left many people in a state of bewilderment. Was this a jest? Not long ago, whispers had circulated that the president of the Lu Corporation had a beloved and was on the verge of marriage. How could it be that he suddenly declared his union with Ning Wan? As Lu Jingcheng's words lingered in the air, Gxnr felt her blood run cold, as if frozen in place. She gazed up at the man she was linked with, his cold visage betraying a taut jaw and bloodthirsty eyes, yet devoid of any expression of surprise. It was evident that he had known the outcome all along. If that was the case, Why had he gone to such lengths to seek her out and insist on bringing her to this gathering, subjecting her to such humiliation? As these thoughts cascaded through her mind, tears streamed down Ji Xener's once radiant face, now pale and drained of vitality. The hand she had entwined with Lu Jingcheng's slowly fell away. He had known all along and had not dissuaded his grandfather. Lu Jingcheng had merely gambled, hoping his grandfather would refrain from making the announcement to avoid a public scandal. Unfortunately, he lost that wager, as his grandfather cared little for his sentiments and proceeded with the proclamation. In such a setting, Ji Xener found an ironic sting in the laughter surrounding her. It felt as though they were mocking her, ridiculing her naivety. Ning Wan, please come up and say a few words. This is a chance to clarify the misunderstandings of recent days. Lu Jingcheng directed his gaze towards Ning Wan, then turned his attention to Lu Jingcheng, who stood beside Ji Xener, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain as he continued. Jingcheng, come up and stand with Ning Wan. Yet, Lu Jingcheng remained motionless, rooted in place. He chose not to ascend the stage, wanting to observe how this performance would unfold and how Ning Wan would conclude it. Ji Xener, witnessing this scene, felt an urge to turn and leave, yet Lu Jingcheng firmly grasped her hand, refusing to allow her to evade the situation. Some matters must eventually confront resolution. Ning Wan perceived the dynamics between them with clarity, a serene smile gracing her lips as she strode her high heels to stand beside Lu Jingcheng. She accepted the microphone from his hand, her voice calm yet resonant, ensuring it reached every ear in attendance. The reports circulating in the newspapers over the past few days are nothing but deliberate fabrications, manipulated by those with ulterior motives. I am unsure how this misinformation spiraled to such heights. Since we are addressing this matter, I would like to clarify that on that day, I was in the company of my fiancée, Lu Jingcheng. Her voice was soft, imbued with a hint of youthful charm. As you know, both my fiancée and I are significant figures in Jiangbei. However, we are also ordinary individuals who desire to date like any typical couple, wishing to remain undisturbed. It is indeed our fault to have attracted such attention and caused this farcical situation. Her smile radiated calmness and poise, adorned with the delicate allure of youth, as if only those in love would exhibit such bashfulness. This serene demeanor of Ning Wan starkly contrasted with her usual sharpness in the business arena. Upon hearing such remarks, Ji Xener could no longer contain her emotions, tears cascading down her cheeks, amplifying her sense of desolation. Lu Jingcheng observed this scene, the predatory glint in his eyes deepening. Ms. Ning, may I inquire, having divorced the young master of the Lin family just a few months ago, what prompted you to announce your marriage to the head of the Lu family? There have long been rumors suggesting discord between you and the Lin family's heir. Were you and Mr. Lu involved prior to your divorce? Did you leave your marriage for him? Chapter 76. I do not wish to be the mistress upon the utterance of those words. A profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone anticipated that Ning Wan would erupt in fury, yet Lu Jingcheng remained silent, standing resolutely. However, the forthcoming moment left all in attendance feeling disheartened. Ning Wan's expression was devoid of emotion. She simply fixed her gaze upon the journalist, her eyes and brows radiating a chilling indifference, rendering her feelings inscrutable. My marriage with Lin Tianyu has long been a mere formality, dissolved due to emotional discord, and it bears no relation to my fiancé, she asserted, her eyes shifting towards Lu Jingcheng, her tone softening slightly. As for your doubts regarding the rapid progression of our relationship, I believe you may have overlooked the adage, love knows not its beginning, yet is profound. Some individuals merely appear at opportune moments. The duration of time is irrelevant, is it not? Such words rendered the audience speechless. Indeed, in matters of the heart, who can assert certainty? Who can claim that the length of time determines the quality of affection? Lu Jingcheng was evidently pleased with Ning Wan's declaration, as evidenced by the smile gracing his countenance. The scene was unmistakable. The elder Lu orchestrated this moment to vindicate the future mistress of the Lu family, proclaiming to all of Jiangbei that Ning Wan was an acknowledged daughter-in-law, beyond reproach. One must concede, the elder's performance was nothing short of spectacular. Unable to endure the spectacle, Ji Shiner fled the scene, followed closely by Lu Jingcheng. The journalists present captured the unfolding drama, yet none dared to inquire further about Ning Wan's circumstances. The elder Lu's previous remarks had been sufficiently clear. To probe deeper would be folly. Ning Wan observed the departing figures, a wry smile playing on her lips as a bittersweet chuckle escaped her. Wanwans, are you truly distressed? Lu Jingcheng, noticing his grandson chase after her, lowered his voice in an attempt to comfort Ning Wan, but she interrupted him before he could finish. Grandfather Lu, I'm fine. Some matters Jingcheng must ultimately resolve for himself, mustn't he? Lu Jingcheng nodded in understanding, approving of her demeanor. This young woman possessed an acute awareness of timing, and with her, by Jingcheng's side, he felt assured. Though Lu Jingcheng was composed and capable, he still lacked a degree of calmness. After conversing with Lu Jingcheng, the hall returned to its previous clamor. Ning Wan descended, and Chu Jingji hurried over. Wanwans, are you truly unconcerned? I saw them exit that way. Should we not follow and see? Ning Wan furrowed her brow, for she was aware of the direction Lu Jingcheng had taken, yet she harbored no desire to pursue. However, in her moment of contemplation, Chu Jingji seized her hand and led her toward the garden. In the garden, Ji Shiner stood weeping softly, her makeup smeared, resembling a sorrowful flower in tears, which pierced Lu Jingcheng's heart. Jing, this cannot be true, can it? Did you not say grandfather had agreed to our union? How could this happen now? Hearing her weeping, Lu Jingcheng felt an immense pang of sorrow. He reached out, enveloping her in his embrace, his voice laced with coldness. I am truly sorry. It is I who have caused you this suffering. It is not like that, she replied. Ah Jing, I do not wish to be a mistress. I will plead with Ning Wan, imploring her to relinquish you and return you to me. Once she steps aside, my grandfather will surely accept me, will he not? Chapter 77. Her death is beneficial for everyone Xiner. I shall provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Upon hearing Ji Xiner's sobs, Lu Jingcheng's gaze turned even colder, and the name Ning Wan filled him with profound disgust. He had never believed that such shameless, despicable, and unscrupulous women could exist in this world. However, your wedding is next month, Ah Jing. I do not want this. I refuse to let you marry another woman. You ought to be my husband. Ji Xiner cried out, her tears soaking Lu Jingcheng's shirt, intensifying his heartache. Just as he was about to comfort Ji Xiner, a distant voice shattered the fragile tranquility. But he is not your husband. Lu Jingcheng and Ji Xiner turned simultaneously to behold Ning Wan and Chu Jingji, who had appeared. Witnessing this scene only fueled Lu Jingcheng's fury, the veins on his forehead pulsing visibly. After uttering her words, Chu Jingji smiled at Ji Xiner, saying, Miss Ji, as the saying goes, a slight deviation can lead to a 1,000-mile error. Lu Jingcheng is now Ning Wan's fiancé, so I kindly request you to keep your distance from him. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiner wept even more profusely. Ning Wan, observing her distress, reached out to tug at Chu Jingji's arm, signaling her to refrain from further comments. Yet at that moment, Ji Xiner stepped in front of Ning Wan, pleading, Miss Ning, I do not know what I have done to offend you. Why must you scheme against me? Ah Jing and I are truly in love. Please, grant us your blessing. Ning Wan remained silent, standing still and gazing at Ji Xiner's tear-streaked face. For a moment, no one could discern her thoughts. With no response from Ning Wan, Ji Xiner found herself at a loss for words. Yet she understood that this performance must continue. She advanced, while Ning Wan retreated a few steps, wishing to maintain a distance. Lu Jingcheng and Chu Jingji argued nearby. Miss Ning, I implore you, return Ah Jing to me. Without him, I will perish. I truly will. Ji Xiner cried, her face a mask of anguish. Ning Wan regarded her with unwavering calm, merely observing her. Suddenly, Ji Xiner grasped Ning Wan's hand, weeping, and then forcefully threw herself backward, plunging into the artificial lake behind her. In the instant she fell into the water, a figure leaped in, creating tremendous ripples on the emerald surface. Moments later, Lu Jingcheng emerged from the water, drenched and cradling the pale, shivering Ji Xiner in his arms. His hawk-like eyes bore into Ning Wan, as if seeking to tear her apart. Before Ning Wan and Chu Jingji could react, Lu Jingcheng swept his hand, forcefully pushing Ning Wan into the artificial lake. Voices from the shore seemed to call out, words lost in the din. She could no longer hear them. Struggling in the water, Ning Wan beheld the man's fierce countenance on the shore, juxtaposed with the tender gaze he cast upon Jingcheng as he comforted her. She gently closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face, yet she could not see. Ah Jing, it was Ning Wan who pushed me. She was the one who pushed me. Upon hearing these words, Lu Jingcheng's gaze darkened, imbued with a bloodthirsty hue. Chu Jingji, upon hearing this, was driven to a frenzy. Jingcheng, you are truly shameless. It was you who sought out Wan for conversation. She would never betray you. Desperately glancing at Ning Wan beneath the water, Chu Jingji erupted in fury, shouting at Lu Jingcheng, hurry and rescue Wan. She is still carrying your child. At these words, Lu Jingcheng let out a cold laugh. Lifting Jingcheng into his arms, he regarded Ning Wan, who struggled to swim to the surface, seemingly ensnared by some unseen force, and thought her fate was well-deserved. If she perishes, it would be for the best for everyone, would it not? Chapter 78. You are to be married. Please relinquish your rights. Upon hearing Lu Jingcheng's words, Chu Jingji could not help but furrow her brow slightly, for she could not swim. Jumping in would be futile. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the lake, compelling them to look up and witness someone rescuing Ning Wan. Her face was ashen, and she exclaimed, I did not push her in. Such an urgent confession. Could it be a sign of guilt? Lu Jingcheng, cradling Ji Sheener, spoke with a cold detachment. As he turned away, carrying Ji Sheener, Ning Wan found herself engulfed in darkness. Wan, are you all right? Chu Jingji approached, embracing Ning Wan softly, aware of her genuine sorrow. Ning Wan shook her head, then rose and turned to leave, disregarding the approaching Madame Meng, who wished to speak with her. She feared that if she listened any longer, she might succumb to the urge to harm that mother-daughter pair. As night descended, vibrant neon lights radiated their dazzling brilliance. Upon returning home, Ning Wan secluded herself within her room, light filtering in through the window. The piercing brightness stabbed at the deepest recesses of her heart, memories flooding her mind like a relentless tide. It was a spring day, sunlight bathing a serene garden in the afternoon, where buds poised to bloom sparkled like translucent pearls, their delicate beauty enchanting. The flowers in the garden blossomed in unison, their fragrance wafting through the breeze. A little girl, clad in a white dress with lustrous black hair and long, curled lashes, resembled a beautiful doll. She peacefully dozed on a swing, her cherubic face adorned with a blissful smile. Suddenly, a jarring screech of brakes shattered her slumber. A lengthy Rolls-Royce glided into the courtyard, and from it emerged a kindly old man, arms outstretched as he gently called to the little girl. My dear, Grandpa is back. The girl rubbed her sleepy eyes and leaped into the embrace of the benevolent elder, playfully tugging at his beard. Grandpa, did you bring Wan a gift? She inquired. Indeed, I did. Tomorrow is your birthday, and I have brought your present in advance. How does that sound? Wonderful, Grandpa is the best. That spring, the flowers bloomed with extraordinary brilliance. This was her solitary cherished memory. Memories ignite so carelessly, silently burning within, slowly being engulfed by an infinite darkness. She harbored resentment towards her father for shattering their family. Had it not been for him, her mother would not have perished, and her grandfather would not have succumbed to a fatal stroke brought on by anger. She despised him and that woman. She had believed that the buried hatred had faded over the years, yet now she realized it had never truly vanished. The following day, as she stepped outside, she spotted 3 individuals seated below, seemingly waiting for her descent. Ning Wan descended slowly, wishing to avoid entanglement with them, and headed straight outside. Yet, she was called to a halt. Wan. Ning Wan turned her gaze back to the person who had called her, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Is there something you need? Ning Xiangyi regarded his daughter with a calm and measured tone. You are to marry Lu Jingcheng, and as a daughter-in-law of the Lu family, it would be impossible for you to continue to publicly present yourself. Therefore, you should relinquish your rights to the company and allow Lele to assume your position. Upon hearing this, Ning Wan could not help but let out a laugh, though her smile sent a chill down one's spine. Her voice, soft yet imbued with an undeniable conviction, resonated as she replied, "Father, I advise you to abandon this dream, unless I am dead. It is inconceivable that Sun Lele will ever step into Ning's." Chapter 79. The fading charm and the swift departure of the words left Ning Xiangyi trembling with rage. He seized a cup from the table and hurled it towards Ning Wan, yet it missed her completely, shattering into fragments upon the floor. All three of them fixed their eyes on Ning Wan, expecting her to erupt in anger and engage in a fierce argument. However, to their astonishment, Ning Wan suddenly broke into a radiant smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars. This unexpected expression left the trio at a loss, their hearts racing with apprehension. I vividly recall, just days before my 10th birthday, a woman arrived with a child, claiming to be your mistress, asserting that the child was your daughter. Ning Wan interjected, her words dripping with sarcasm. She strode forward in her high heels, her long, raven-black hair cascading down her back. Approaching the coffee table, she brushed her slender, pale fingers gently over the meticulously arranged red roses in the vase. No one could discern her thoughts, for her gaze remained chillingly distant. That day mirrored today in many ways, save for the fact that my mother occupied the seat now held by Ron Lihua. Notiking Ning Wan silence. Ron Lihua was suddenly overtaken by an unsettling premonition, beads of cold sweat forming in her palms. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Sun Lele furrowed her brow. Ning Wan glanced at Sun Lele and smiled, realizing that she had indeed forgotten that incident. Yet for Ning Wan, it was a memory she could never erase. The woman proclaimed that any person who relies on their looks will eventually fade, urging my mother to vacate the position of Mrs. Ning. For her husband's affections were directed not towards her, but towards this woman. Suddenly, a sharp crack resonated in the hushed atmosphere. Under normal circumstances, it would have gone unnoticed. But in this moment, it rang out with startling clarity. Ning Wan delicately caressed the rose with her fingertips, a faint smile playing on her lips. Yet her eyes grew ever colder. It was the arrival of this woman that forced my mother to abandon her facade, leading to the tragic accident that claimed her life. Upon hearing this, Ron Lihua felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She recalled her first visit to the Ning family and her initial encounter with Lu Jingcheng, a woman of extraordinary beauty and unflappable composure. Had it been anyone else confronting a mistress, an explosion of fury would have ensued. Yet, she merely regarded her with a faint, mocking smile. To this day, she remembered that smirk, akin to the one now gracing Ning Wan's face. When my mother passed away, I vowed to avenge anyone who had caused her harm. Thus, for many years, my grandfather raised me by his side, pushing me to excel in all he demanded. Today, all those who tormented my mother would find themselves beneath my heel. Ning Wan withdrew her gaze, discarding the rose onto the ground, where its petals scattered like fragments of her resolve. Upon hearing her words, Ron Lihua finally comprehended the truth. No wonder. Despite her efforts to shield Ning Wan over the years, she could never warm her. The girl had harbored a desire for revenge all along. A surge of emotions welled up within my chest, prompting an involuntary exclamation. "How could you be so heartless? Over the years, I have devoted myself to your care, yet you remain ungrateful. Conscience? Ron Lihua, do you even possess such a thing? Or perhaps I should ask, do any of you three present here have a sense of conscience?" Chapter 80. He was never worth it. Infuriated by Ning Wan, Ron Lihua and Ning Xiangyi were rendered speechless. Nevertheless, Ning Wan maintained her composure, speaking softly. "Father, I believe you should remember the words grandfather uttered before his passing. Therefore, it would be futile for you to exert yourselves. Even if I were to marry, the Ning family shall never be entrusted to you. Enough. The Ning family does not belong solely to you." Ning Qiangyi retorted, et asperated. His daughter was truly trying his patience. Did she believe her life was assured? Upon hearing this, Ning Wan merely smiled. She had initially contemplated granting him an opportunity. It was evident that her hopes were misplaced. He was inherently unworthy. Then, with an air of finality, she declared, "Grandfather left a will and proof of inheritance. Everything belonging to the Ning family is beyond the reach of anyone but me. If you tire of residing in Ning Manor and wish to move out, I would not mind at all. Pausing to observe the shifting expressions of the three, she added with a slight smile, "I have matters to attend to. I no longer wish to hear such words." With that, she turned and departed. "Xiangyi, look at your daughter. Is she trying to expel us?" Rong Lihua lamented, weeping as she watched Ning Wan's retreating figure. Ning Xiangyi, already agitated by Ning Wan's remarks, grew even more irritable at Rong Lihua's tears. He shouted, "Cry, cry. All you do is weep. I have said repeatedly that I will handle this matter. I instructed you not to provoke her. Now look what you've done. You have truly lost your mind." With that, he stormed upstairs. Only Rong Lihua and Sun Lele remained. "Mother, what shall we do now?" Sun Lele inquired, noting Ning Wan's demeanor. It seemed that if they provoked her further, she would indeed cast them out. Not only would they be barred from entering the Ning family, but even residing in Ning Manor would depend on her whims. Rong Lihua, watching Ning Xiangyi ascend the stairs, was filled with frustration. She had believed that marrying him would bring her a life of ease, only to discover that her husband had been overshadowed by their own daughter, rendering him ineffectual. Yet she was unwilling to accept this fate. "Lele, call your cousin and invite him over in a couple of days." Sun Lele, perplexed, asked, "Why summon him at a time like this? Why? Just do as I say. Why so many questions?" Meanwhile, Ning Wan had just stepped outside, feeling rather discontented. She called Xiao Xiao to inform her that she had personal matters to attend to and would not be going to the office today, turning off her phone. Little did anyone anticipate the turmoil that would soon engulf Chu Jingji. Reports surfaced alleging that she sought to leverage her connections to send Huang Fuling's first love, Murong Jin, abroad, disregarding her own serious illness and insisting on forcibly sending Murong Jin away, which led to her hospitalization. Her career was merely at its inception. It was inconceivable for her to halt her progress due to such an incident. She needed to consult Wan Wan, for Wan Wan possessed considerable experience in dealing with such matters. However, she found herself unable to reach Ning Wan despite her persistent attempts. During midday, she disguised herself, preparing to venture out, only to be discovered by a pack of journalists lurking in the shadows, who swiftly surrounded her. The reporters incessantly snapped photographs, their microphones and cameras obstructing Chu Jingji's path, bombarding her with a barrage of questions. Chapter 81. I am merely upholding my marriage, and there is nothing wrong with that. May I inquire if Miss Murong shares a profound relationship with your husband, President Huang Fu, as the rumors suggest? Is it true that Miss Murong is indeed President Huang Fu's first love, as the whispers claim? Furthermore, did your marriage with President Huang Fu falter due to Miss Murong's interference? We are from Unlimited Entertainment, and we cordially invite you to join our program tonight. Will you attend? Additionally, it has come to light that you employed inhumane tactics to prevent President Huang Fu from meeting Miss Murong. Is this allegation accurate? Amidst the throng of reporters surrounding her, Chu Jingji slightly parted her lips, embodying a look of bewilderment and panic that reflected her usual demeanor on screen. She had not anticipated such a multitude of journalists awaiting her outside. At this moment, with the driver retrieving the car from the garage, there was no one to shield her, and her feet had been trampled upon by the relentless crowd. She was engulfed by the reporters. With no assistant or bodyguard in sight, standing at the eye of the storm, where every movement of hers drew immense scrutiny, she was compelled to force a smile amid the chaos. The reporters, driven by frenzy, jostled each other. News of Chu Jingji's appearance spread rapidly, attracting an ever-growing number of journalists who joined the interrogation, tightening the encirclement around her. Standing helplessly at the center of this tempest, she felt as though the crowd might shatter her very bones. The inquiries posed were all of a personal nature. She could only respond with, "No comment. Please allow me to leave." However, when the topic of Murong Jin arose, Chu Jingji's eyes brightened slightly, and her lips quivered as if she was on the verge of speaking. It has been said that Miss Murong has numerous connections beyond her association with President Huang Fu. Is it true that her personal harp recital was made possible through her relationship with Mr. Lin? Murong Jin's intimate photographs with producer Mr. Lin have surfaced. Mr. Lin, a producer at Huai Economic Company, is a family man and has always been regarded as a good man in the industry. Since her return from overseas, all of Murong Jin's harp recitals have been managed by Mr. Lin, who often presents her in a flowing white dress, petite and charming, evoking a strong desire to protect her, making her the goddess in everyone's eyes. Chu Jingji was also aware that Mr. Lin's attentive care for Jin stemmed from his connection to Huangfu Ling. How can you be so shameless? Expecting me to bear the consequences of your actions? Why should I? Do you truly believe I am a soft target that you can manipulate at will? Your so-called love is nothing more than this. If I must suffer, then I shall not hesitate to ruin Jin. If I cannot find happiness, neither shall you. In truth, regarding Jin, Chu Jingji timidly began to speak. Although her voice was barely audible, the moment the reporters noticed her attempt to communicate, they became exceedingly animated, eager to extract more details about the intricate entanglement among the three of them. It would not be in vain for their efforts. The reporters surged forward like a tidal wave, pressing tightly against Chu Jingji. Am I not entitled to reproach the mistress who seeks to disrupt my family and entice my husband? Regardless of her past relationship with Huangfu Ling, who was once her childhood companion, the fact remains that he is now my husband, Chu Jingji. Is it not my rightful duty to protect my marriage and ensure she distances herself from him? Is there any wrongdoing in that? Chapter 82. Chu Jingji's assault by reporters. Will you consider divorcing President Huangfu due to her involvement? One question was barely completed when another followed closely behind. Countless microphones and cameras were aimed at Chu Jingji, creating a chaotic scene as they surged forward. After responding to one question, Chu Jingji fell silent, gradually moving forward. The reporters, of course, would not let her escape. Some even resorted to physical altercations to position themselves in front of her. A camera inadvertently struck her with considerable force. Gazing at the bothersome reporters, she tucked her chin beneath her hat, a bitter smile playing at her lips. At that moment, she was unexpectedly pushed, losing her balance and tumbling forward, a sharp pain jolting through her as she hit the ground, her arm dislocated. Suddenly, the reporters surrounding her turned their attention to someone approaching from outside the throng. It was Qin Junin, King Yunin, who had walked the runway alongside Chu Jingji and collaborated on several advertisements, had been rumored to have had a relationship with her prior to her marriage to Huangfu Ling. Such rumors, however, remained unverified. King Yunin, it was indeed him. What could he possibly be doing here? Could the rumors hold any truth? As she followed the direction of the reporters' gazes, it seemed he too slightly tilted his head in her direction. There he stood beneath a large tree, his jet black hair glistening faintly in the light, his skin fair and delicate, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting a dappled glow upon him, just as it had on their first encounter. He paid no heed to the reporters, while his bodyguards continually pushed him aside. Qin Junin approached and helped Chu Jingji to her feet, enveloping her in his embrace. She gently closed her eyes, recalling their earlier agreement to part ways, to pursue their own happiness without further contact. Why, then, did he choose to appear her most vulnerable moment? In that instant, the reporters seized the opportunity, snapping photos incessantly, the flashes erupting like fireworks. He focused on her injured hand, which had been trampled, and withdrew a clean handkerchief from his pocket, tenderly wiping away the grime, a flicker of coldness evident in his gaze. The flashes intensified, capturing every moment as disbelief washed over the onlookers. Why did you come? Choosing the wheat spur, purpa. Jingji, there is no going back. You are not happy, not at all. Meanwhile, in the opulent office of President Huangfu, every detail exuded luxury. Huangfu Ling sat in an exquisite Italian leather chair, his gaze fixed intently on the computer screen, his eyes shimmering with a mix of allure and fury, an overwhelming wrath. Qin Junin, how dare you return? Are you tired of living? He abruptly seized his coat and commanded, Linyu, prepare the car. We are heading to Tianwang Entertainment Company. Yes, President. As I walked, I dialed number. Nangong, your connections are extensive. Could you investigate the recent revelations regarding Jingji, who was responsible for the exposure, and who authored those posts circulating online? Do I really need to look into this matter regarding Huangfu? You know the truth all too well, do you not? Apart from Jin, who else could it possibly be? Chapter 83. Jingji, are you afraid? Huangfu Ling was momentarily taken aback but suddenly, a low chuckle echoed from the other side. Huangfu, it is time for you to make a decision. Upon hearing Nangong Mu's words, Huangfu Ling broke into a sudden smile. Understand. Meanwhile, in the car, Chu Jingji and Qin Junin had evaded the reporters. As they surveyed their surroundings, they realized that everything had changed. Truly, everything had transformed. Yunin, from now on, do not involve yourself in my matters. I do not wish to drag you into this any longer. Jingji, are you afraid? At Baishan Temple, the air was thick with mist, and the number of worshippers was sparse, likely due to it being a Wednesday rather than the weekend. In front of the Grand Hall, Ning Wan felt an unexpected tranquility wash over her. Influenced by her mother, she did not believe in the Holy Master, but in Buddhism, trusting in karma and the cycle of cause and effect. Gazing at the towering Buddha statue, she approached reverently, kneeling down to gently bow her head. O Buddha, you once said that life is akin to being ensnared in thorns. Remain unmoved, and one shall not suffer harm. I wish to inquire, what must one do to avoid pain and injury? Having spoken, Ning Wan gently shook the divination, and a bamboo stick fell to the ground. She carefully picked it up and handed it to the temple keeper. He accepted the stick, glanced at the number inscribed upon it, and proceeded to retrieve the corresponding text. After examining the text, he rolled the prayer beads in his hand. Miss Ning, what do you wish to inquire about this time? Love? Or perhaps the unresolved mysteries of this life? What of love? And what of the unresolved? Ning Wan smiled softly, then turned her gaze to the temple keeper. Master, Buddhism emphasizes the principle of karma. Why is it that those who commit wrongdoings can live so peacefully in this world? Does it truly align with the saying that good people do not live long, while evildoers linger for a millennium? Miss Ning, your heart is in turmoil. Compared to your last visit, your state of mind has changed significantly. Have I not advised you? Do not use the faults of others to punish yourself. You are a clever child. You should understand my words. The temple keeper smiled gently. All is fate. Little is within our control. Sometimes, being overly persistent may not be a virtue. Persistent? Yet I have let go of certain matters, while others refuse to release me. What then should I do? The temple keeper chuckled, catching a falling leaf. Then treat them as if they do not exist. Miss Ning, you must realize that your mother's excessive stubbornness led to her own suffering. Some things must be relinquished when the time comes, for that is the true path. You are a wise woman. You know what you desire. Do not follow in your mother's footsteps. The myriad forms of existence are indeed a sea of suffering. Only by seeing through the mundane can one reach the shore. I understand, Master. Ning Wan smiled. Does the young lady still wish to inquire about love? Yes. Ning Wan noted. The temple keeper unfolded the paper for her to see, and Ning Wan noticed a poem inscribed in small seal script. Enter my gate of longing. Know my heart's anguish. Longing for long. Forever remembered, short longing, yet boundless. Had I known such entanglements would bind the heart, it would have been better not to have acquainted at the start. Had I known that such entanglements would pierce the heart, would have been better had we never met. Could this single phrase encapsulate the entirety of her relationship with Lu Jingcheng? Master, what does this mean? The temple priest sighed softly, declaring that this was not a favorable omen. There's a question I wish to pose to Miss Ning. What is it? Ning Wan inquired. Knowing all too well that yearning is fraught with suffering, why do we persist in moving forward? Chapter 84. The fruit of love. Ning Wan paused momentarily, yet a smile graced her lips. Perhaps it was love that inspired such a reaction. Miss Ning, you are certain that he is your beloved. Some matters. The more one forces them, the more one ultimately harms oneself. A woman as astute as you would never engage in a battle that results in mutual destruction. No, you are mistaken. It depends on the individual. Regardless of the circumstances, I firmly believe in my choices and will never harbor regrets. Have you ever heard the saying, the fruit of love is like the ebb and flow of flowers? Ning Wan hesitated slightly and shook her head. The temple priest chuckled softly. Flowers bloom and wither in their own time. The more one presses, the quicker one loses what is dear. Perhaps, in the end, even the initial affection will fade away. Ning Wan remained silent, merely smiling as she bid farewell to the priest. Upon exiting the temple, she took out her phone to find numerous missed calls. one from Jingji, another from Huang Fuling, and yet another from Lu Jingcheng. A smile crept across her face as she dialed Lu Jingcheng's number. Before she could utter a word, a cold voice emerged from the other end. Ning Wan, where have you been? Do you need something? Ning Wan refrained from answering and softly inquired. Do you know that Chu Jingji is in trouble? There was a brief pause as she gazed up at the serene, azure sky. I know. I'm on my way back. After a moment, she glanced back at the Buddha statue in the hall and gently spoke Lu Jingcheng. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Jingcheng had already hung up, offering her no opportunity to express herself. In truth, she yearned to ask Lu Jingcheng, do you truly love Ji Xinra? Does she love you as fervently in return? If she is willing to give up everything for you, then I shall pretend none of this ever transpired. I would grant you your happiness. Yet, Lu Jingcheng offered her no chance to voice her thoughts. Standing beneath a tree, she gently closed her eyes, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes, rendering her both sorrowful and beautiful. At that moment, a familiar melody graced her ears. In that month, I turned all prayer wheels, not to seek salvation, but merely to touch your fingertips. In that year, I prostrated myself along the mountain path, not to seek an audience, but simply to feel your warmth. At the entrance of the Ning's agency, the sunlight and evening breeze cascaded across the earth. Leaves danced in the wind, producing a soft, rustling sound as the clear sunlight elongated the shadows of two figures. The sun blazed fiercely, while the cold stone steps beneath the dim lights seemed to radiate warmth. The silhouettes cast upon them were contrasting, one soft and gentle, the other cold as a statue. Chu Jingji's figure was solitary, exuding a profound sense of sorrow, akin to a forsaken child. Jingji, I once promised that as long as you found happiness, I would never intrude. Yet since your marriage, you have not been the least bit joyful, not at all. He knows well the impact of his actions on you. Yet he continues to treat you this way. Chu Jingji gazed into the distance at the sunlight, asserting, this matter has nothing to do with Huang Fuling. He would never act in such a manner. At this juncture, how can you still stand by him? Jingji, he is not worthy of your loyalty, not in the least. Qin Junin exclaimed with indignation. It is well known that Chu Jingji is the wife of Huang Fuling, even though they are currently separated and she has initiated divorce proceedings. The public remains unaware. To them, Chu Jingji is still Huang Fuling's wife. In light of such a relationship, who would dare to openly offend Chu Jingji? Such an act would undoubtedly be akin to challenging the Huangfu family. It is not a matter of worthiness. Rather, it is an instinctual feeling. This is not something he would do. Chapter 85. Qin Junin, I do not love you. Chu Jingji spoke softly, expressing her doubts. If we are to consider any uncertainties, then this matter should indeed be attributed to Murongjin. Is it her? Chu Jingji nodded. Murongjin, since you are so eager to court death, I shall oblige you. What do you intend to do? Qin Junin gazed at the heavens, his voice calm. Will you not confide in me? Qin Junin, I owe you too much already. I do not wish to owe you more. So please, do not press me any further. I wish to handle this matter myself. Chu Jingji's long, dark lashes cast a shadow as they fell, illuminated by the light. She truly did not wish to become embroiled in his affairs any longer. Jingji, are you afraid of implicating me? Or is it that Huang Fuling would act against me if he were to find out? Or perhaps you still harbor feelings for him? Is that why you continue to push me away as you once did? Qin Junin regarded her as he always had, without expecting an immediate response. Yet, he observed the uncertainty in her eyes, which pierced his heart with an unexpected pain. Jingji, you cannot forget him. You still love him. Why? Why can you not love me, even for a moment? I no longer love him, but Qin Junin, I will not love you either. I am weary and no longer wish to love anyone. Jingji, you need not love me. My affection alone is sufficient. That alone shall suffice. A trace of unacknowledged fear and loneliness lingered in Qin Junin's voice. He realized he yearned for an answer, yet knew it would be a harsh one, too brutal to endure. Having no answer was perhaps preferable. At least within his heart, there remained a flicker of hope. As long as her rejection was not unequivocal, time would eventually soften her heart, would it not? Chu Jingji's dark lashes trembled slightly, tears glimmering in her eyes, yet her smile remained exquisite and unforgettable. Qin Junin, I have told you I do not wish to owe you anything. Your love for me is your affair, but my lack of love for you is an undeniable truth. No matter what you do, I will not love you. Chu Jingji, you are truly cruel. You can forgive his betrayals time and again, yet you treat me with such harshness. Is it because I love you that you choose to hurt me? Qin Junin's words fell coldly upon her heart, like icy rain. Did she not wish to love another? Yet, she lacked the strength to do so. Her affection for Huang Fuling had drained her of all her energy and courage, leaving her aware that even if she would never love him again, she could not accept anyone else. If that were the case, why prolong the suffering of others? This was perhaps better, was it not? He is still significant to you, is he not? Jingji, you are correct. Huang Fuling remains important to me, but I also understand that we cannot return to what we once had. There are too many people and too many events between us. I find this state of affairs quite satisfactory. Qin Junin, please let go. Live your own life and do not do anything further for me. I am not worthy of such devotion. Chu Jingji offered a wry smile. Her eyes, however, remained as clear as ever, shimmering with a radiant light, as if filled with sunshine. Before that magnificent edifice, the brilliant sunlight cast their shadows upon the stone steps. Very well, I promise you I shall depart. I also vow that I will no longer cling to you. Chu Jingji, I let you go. Chapter 86. Surely, you wouldn't reduce me to a state of disability, would you? Suddenly, Qin Junin embraced Chu Jingji, stubbornly refusing to release her. In that fleeting moment, he lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers, which felt somewhat pallid. Chu Jingji's pupils widened in shock, her mind momentarily blank. It seemed that with each kiss, he delved deeper into an unquenchable desire. Qin Junin, let me go, regaining her composure. Chu Jingji forcefully pushed him away, her expression tinged with reproach. How could you? Why not? A shadow of melancholy flickered in Qin Junin's eyes. She felt nothing for him. His kiss felt cold, devoid of warmth. Just go, and do not seek me out again. Her once warm smile had turned icy, her words laced with determination. Jingji, Qin Junin's voice carried a hint of anger. Why? Just because I met you later than him, you treat me this way? Every time you encounter trouble, it is I who stands by your side. Jingji, I love you so deeply. Can you not love me even a little? Farewell forever. Chu Jingji replied coolly, disregarding the hurt evident in his eyes. Qin Junin, her words were abruptly interrupted by the deafening screech of brakes, shattering the moment. As she observed the figure descending from the vehicle, she felt an unsettling aura emanating from the man, even under the bright sunlight. Standing on the steps, she gazed at Huang Fuling, who lingered a few steps below, her eyes betraying no emotion. However, Huang Fuling was far from tranquil. Moments ago, from a distance, he had witnessed Qin Junin kissing Chu Jingji. That scene, which could have been met with calm acceptance, ignited a tempest within him. He deliberately intensified the breaking sound, his gaze growing increasingly profound. At that moment, he might have even contemplated murder. Jingji, that is my wife. How could she kiss another? Such an act was meant solely for us. Jingji, come here. His voice was deep and hoarse, tinged with a hint of detachment. Chu Jingji paused, yet she chose to ignore him, remaining rooted in place as Huang Fuling approached her with measured steps. He remained as strikingly handsome as ever, but her heart was no longer stirred. It had lost all semblance of its former flutter. Instead, it was Qin Junin who spoke up upon seeing Huang Fuling approach. Didn't President Huang Fu and Jingji already divorce? What brings you here now? Whether or not we are divorced is a matter between husband and wife. When did it become your concern, outsider? Huang Fuling retorted, wrapping an arm around Chu Jingji, a wicked smile gracing his lips, yet his words dripped with menace. Qin Junin, I recall warning you once. Do not attempt to get close to my wife. If I catch you doing so again, I shall not let it slide. Is that so? Pray tell, how does President Huang Fu intend to deal with me? Will you ruin me, or have me beaten into submission? Surely, you do not wish to kill me? Qin Junin replied with a smile, though his words struck Huang Fuling as particularly grating. Kill you? Qin Junin, you are not worthy. Huang Fuling chuckled and remarked, Huang Fuling, cannot tolerate even a single individual. There are numerous methods at my disposal. Qin Junin, I have promised Jingji that I would not harm you. Yet you are pushing me. My patience has its limits. Oh, I find myself quite intrigued and wish to test the boundaries of President Huangfu. Qin Junin provocatively responded. I'm most curious about the methods employed by President Huangfu. Chapter 87. We are no longer spouses enough. Qin Junin. Qin Junin had anticipated that it would be Huangfu Ling who would voice a protest against him. Yet to his surprise, it was Chu Jingji who intervened. Her countenance bore an icy demeanor, and her tone was equally subdued. Qin Junin, why must you be this way? Do you not find it exhausting? Having spoken, Chu Jingji pushed Huangfu Ling aside and turned to walk into the company, disregarding both of them entirely. As she departed, Huangfu Ling immediately pursued her, leaving Qin Junin standing alone on the sunlit steps. The sunlight was radiant, exquisite, and fervent. Yet why did he feel such an intense chill, one that penetrated to his very bones? Huangfu Ling, what is it about you that warrants such affection from Jingji? Upon entering the company, Chu Jingji pressed the elevator button, preparing to ascend and discuss today's matters with Elena and the director, as well as confront Morong Jin. She would not let her escape. Did that woman truly consider herself invincible? Regardless of the circumstances, would she not retaliate? Did she not claim to have wronged her? Then it was time for everything to come to an end. Even if she no longer loved Huangfu Ling, there were matters that he needed to be made aware of. While she was lost in her thoughts, a deep, resonant voice suddenly broke through. Jingji, I do not like you being with him, not at all. He had always been aware of Qin Junin's feelings for Chu Jingji, yet he had never felt the need to validate it, confident that Jingji would never reciprocate his affections. But now, things were different. He was afraid that Jingji might fall for another, and the mere thought of it caused him considerable distress. Oh, after a moment of stunned silence, Chu Jingji raised her gaze to meet his, her voice tinged with frost. What does that have to do with me? Your preferences are your own concern, and my feelings are mine. Let's not forget, Huangfu Ling, we are about to divorce. Observing her indifferent smile, the last vestige of rationality in Huangfu Ling's mind shattered. He suddenly clenched his fists, the veins in his hands bulging, as if he were straining to contain himself. Yet, every aspect of Chu Jingji and Qin Junin felt like a sharp blade, deeply embedding itself in his heart, causing a dull ache to arise. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain himself. He would not raise his voice against Jingji again, never again. You declare the divorce. I never agreed to it from the very start. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered these words. Huangfu Ling, do you believe that your disagreement prevents this marriage from ending? How navi, Juzingdi Juke Sopti. Glancing at the elevator as it chimed open, and she briskly stepped out. Upon exiting, she encountered Elena approaching her. Elena, has the director arrived? Have you located Wan? She has arrived. As for General Ning, she is on her way and has asked you to wait for her. Elena replied. But her gaze fell upon Huangfu Ling standing behind Chu Jingji, and she leaned closer to whisper in her ear, Jingji, are you bringing your husband along for backup? No, I am in the process of divorce with him. We are no longer a couple. Chu Jingji spoke with a hint of indifference, disregarding how Huangfu Ling might react, treating him as though he were merely a figment of the air. Why is that? Jingji, your decision to move out of President Huangfu's residence will undoubtedly simplify matters considerably. Clarifying the situation will be much easier, Elena remarked with a smile, for indeed, it is a fact that Huangfu Ling is the central figure in this affair. Chapter 88. I was once ill. I did not require him to explain anything on my behalf. I'm fully capable of managing on my own. Before Chu Jingji could fully comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped her as someone forcefully grasped her hand, pulling her into their embrace. The voice that spoke was deep yet tinged with urgency. Jingji, I have already sought Nangong's assistance in investigating this matter. Trust me, I will stand up for you. Stand up for me? Huangfu Ling, when have you ever defended me in times of need? Chu Jingji retorted, a hint of mockery lacing her tone as a shallow dimple appeared on her cheek. If this incident was orchestrated by your beloved Jin, would you still come to my aid? Upon hearing this, Huangfu Ling was taken aback. His rough fingers gently traced Chu Jingji's cheek, but she recoiled in disdain, attempting to escape his grasp, only to find herself restrained by his firm hold. He had deceived her from the very beginning, drawn to her by her appearance. Even on that fateful night at the estate, when Murong Jin fell ill, he abandoned her to face the situation alone. If it hadn't been for Qin Junan's presence, who knows what might have transpired. Since Jin Jin's return, every time Murong Jin encountered trouble, he would invariably leave her to fend for herself. Jingji was right. He had never stood by her side or defended her. Jingji, if I am truly so unworthy, what is it that you love about me? Huang Fuling's voice trembled with an intensity that betrayed a hint of self-deprecation. Silently, Chu Jingji regarded him, choosing not to respond. There were matters she wished to leave unspoken, yet his words pierced her heart, evoking a fleeting pain that soon morphed into bitter irony. Just consider that I was once ill. I have now recovered. Is that acceptable? Huang Fuling could not help but smile faintly at her words, his irritation dissipating. However, when he spotted Ning Wan approaching in her high heels, he interjected, Jingji, what is happening here? Wan, where have you been? Juzing the be met, Li Pao Ding. Seeing her demeanor, Ning Wan's concern deepened. The situation had escalated significantly, and the speed at which it spread online was alarming. I went to the temple. How do you plan to handle this? Do not worry, I have a plan. Before she could finish, Huang Fuling interjected, Jingji, do not concern yourself with this matter. I will resolve it for you. I said it's unnecessary. Huang Fuling. We no longer share any ties. Chu Jingji's gaze turned frosty and resolute as she regarded him. Please leave. I do not wish to see you again, and I would appreciate it if you refrained from intervening in my affairs. Zhu Jingdi, Huang Fuling bellowed in anger. But he soon realized the futility of it. With a slight scoff, he turned and departed. Watching his retreating figure, she smiled softly before glancing at Elena beside her. Elena, do you happen to possess any scandalous information regarding Murong Jin? Upon hearing this, Elena nodded thoughtfully, surmising a hint of what was being discussed. Are you truly intent on proceeding in this manner? She inquired. Very well, let us proceed as such. Ning Wan, perplexed by the specifics of Chu Jingji's intentions, felt no inclination to dissuade her. In this world, it is only the feeble who are subjected to bullying without recourse. Were she in the same position, she too would act similarly. Stepping forward, she grasped Chu Jingji's hand and reassured her, Do not fear, Jingji. I am by your side. You are never alone. With a slight flutter of her eyelids, Chu Jingji embraced Ning Wan, succumbing to tears. Chapter 89. Just want Lu Jingcheng to hate her more within the warm and gentle confines of the CF. The rich aroma of coffee wafted through the air, while elegant melodies danced freely in the limited space. Murong Jin, you are far too impatient. There are numerous flaws in this matter. If Huang Fuling were to discover them, you would lose the very qualification to feign pity before him. Seated by the window, the woman took a sip of her coffee, casting a disdainful glance at the heavily made-up woman across from her. I initially had no intention of involving myself in your affairs, but it is entirely Chu Jingji's fault for investigating me on behalf of Ning Wan. She even approached my stepmother, offering her money to persuade me to abandon a Jing and leave Jiangbei. So, I cannot be blamed for this. What should I do now? I intended to stand up for you. You promised to ensure my safe exit. I warned you not to rush. Your illness alone would elicit Huang Fuling's affection and sympathy. If utilized wisely, they would inevitably divorce. The woman set down her coffee cup, still smiling. But your haste has disrupted everything. I cannot guarantee that this will not lead back to you. But you promised me you would help me become Mrs. Huangfu. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiner's smile widened. Murong Jin, I only mentioned assisting you in sowing discord between them. I never claimed I could make Huang Fuling marry you. If I were in your position, I would vanish and feign an illness, as that might at least preserve the man's sympathy for you. Murong Jin could not help but laugh at this. The message was clear. If she failed to comprehend it, she would be a fool. I understand now. However, Ji Xiner, Lu Jingcheng dotes on you. But for the sake of family interests, he will inevitably wed Ning Wan. Ji Xiner remained silent, merely offering a detached smile as she lifted her coffee cup and took a sip. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. You should focus on your own well-being. She was well aware that their marriage was nearly impossible to alter, yet certain matters must remain concealed from Chu Jingji. Thus, she needed Mo Rongjin to ensnare her, and her sole objective was to incite Lu Jingcheng's hatred towards Ning Wan. No matter what she said, Lu Jingcheng would not believe her. One day, when the old man passes away and they divorce, a Jing will fulfill his promise and marry her. After a busy afternoon handling Chu Jingji's crisis management, Ning Wan returned home at 7 o'clock, utterly exhausted. She had no desire to move, skipping dinner to retreat to her room, yearning only for sleep. However, upon arriving home and preparing for a shower, the phone rang. Frowning slightly at the caller ID, Ning Wan pressed the answer button. The voice on the other end left her no room for rebuttal. I'm outside the Ning residence. Lu Jingcheng, I'm very tired today. If you wish to argue, could we do it tomorrow instead? Ning Wan's frown deepened. She was genuinely too fatigued to engage with him, especially since their encounters always ended in a confrontation. If you don't come down, I'll come up. Don't blame me if things get out of hand. After concluding the call, Lu Jingcheng hung up, leaving Ning Wan no opportunity for rebuttal. She gazed at the darkened screen of her phone, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Pausing momentarily, she draped a cloak around herself and stepped outside. At the entrance, the imposing silhouette of a Maybach awaited her arrival. She opened the door and slid into the car. In the inky darkness of the night, the dim glow of the streetlights illuminated the striking features of the man beside her. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. You came all this way to find me. Is there something you wish to discuss? If you intend to say you do not wish to marry me, then please spare your words. I have no desire to hear them. Chapter 90. One day, you will understand, Ning Wan. I will never marry you. Lu Jingcheng's voice echoed with unwavering resolution, devoid of hesitation, and in the pitch-black night. It resonated with a chilling indifference. Ning Wan raised her gaze to his extraordinarily handsome face. For the first time, she discerned the nuances of his expressions even in the dark. It was also the first time she unveiled her true emotions before him. Chi Xiner truly holds great significance for you, does she not? Ning Wan's voice was calm, betraying no trace of joy or anger. Yet only she comprehended the agony that throbbed within her heart. Ning Wan, Xiner is not just important to me. She is the woman I cherish above all else. To her surprise, Lu Jingcheng did not mock her. Instead, he spoke to her in a remarkably composed manner, as if uttering a solemn vow before the heavens. Ning Wan, I cannot relinquish her. Upon hearing this, Ning Wan smiled faintly. You love her, but does she love you in return? Lu Jingcheng, perhaps your notion of love is merely the shadow of a past affection, is it not? She turned to the smile gracing his lips and spoke softly. I am soon to become your wife. I hope this will be the final discussion we have about her. Do not let me hear her name again. The moment these words escaped her lips, Lu Jingcheng's expression shifted to one of palpable discomfort. Do not look at me like that. I am considering your best interests. If we were to marry, and you continue to stir up trouble, I believe my grandfather would not spare her either. If she cannot let go, I might allow her to attend the ceremony. What do you think? As Ning Wan's words lingered in the air, darkness engulfed her vision. She felt the man's powerful grip tighten around her hand, his face nearly touching hers. In this proximity, Ning Wan could clearly see the pain and turmoil reflected in his eyes. Such a prodigious man, laying bare his suffering and struggle before her, all for Chi Xiner. Lu Jingcheng, is Chi Xiner truly that significant to you? Can she drive you to such repeated outbursts? Tomorrow, I will bring Xiner home. I hope you will join us to clarify matters with grandfather and dissolve our engagement. In the dimly lit space, Lu Jingcheng's voice was subdued, yet each word inflicted profound anguish upon Ning Wan. She gazed at him for an extended moment before turning her head, a quiet smile gracing her lips. Lu Jingcheng, are you certain you want me to explain things to grandfather? After a pause, she suddenly looked up at him. When did you become so naive, Ning Wan? Lu Jingcheng shouted in anger. There are things I have stated before. Chi Xiner does not deserve them. You should return and ask her if she is indeed usurping what belongs to others. Some things are rightfully mine, and I will not yield an inch. Ning Wan quietly averted her gaze, her expression tranquil, yet her clenched hands betrayed her turmoil. Lu Jingcheng, does a promise made in youth hold such weight for you? Do you love Chi Xin because of a youthful vow, or do you genuinely care for her? Upon hearing these words, Lu Jingcheng was momentarily taken aback. Unsure of how to respond, his gaze fixed upon the woman beside him. One day, Lu Jingcheng, you will come to understand, Ning Wan said with a gentle smile. As she reached for the car door, there are some people whom one would protect even at the cost of their own life. Chapter 91, please, Ji Xinea. Disappear from my sight if you dare to take her to meet grandfather. I also possess the audacity to have him send her away from Jiangbei, never to appear before me again. Just before departing the vehicle, Ning Wan slowly turned her head. I am rather possessive. I cannot tolerate the presence of others. Therefore, Lu Jingcheng, it would be best for her to vanish from my sight. Moreover, please convey to her not to let me uncover any connections between her and Jingji, or you know my temperament. The night was cool as water. The moonlight cast a gentle glow upon Ning Wan's face, enhancing her fair complexion and adding a touch of youthful allure. Her long hair flowed down to her waist, and her beautiful features radiated a deepening warmth of joy. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I'm feeling weary. Good night. Upon hearing these words, an inexplicable sensation surged within Lu Jingcheng's heart, a feeling he could not articulate nor wish to dissect. The following morning, Ning Wan awoke afflicted with a severe cold, her head heavy and foggy. She surmised it was due to the prolonged exposure to the wind the previous night. Today's headlines are dominated by news regarding Murong Jin's scandalous exploits while studying in England, with all manner of provocative photographs and even videos published. Those who previously condemned Chu Jingji as a homewrecker had swiftly redirected their ire towards Murong Jin, labeling her as shameless and more. The uproar online surrounding these images was incessant, and Murong Jin, once rumored to be a prodigious pianist, faced near total ruin. Concerned for Chu Jingji, Ning Wan could not quell her anxiety and decided to call her, yet Chu Jingji reassured her to remain at ease. In the recording studio of the show Entertainment Without Limits, the spotlight shone as brightly as day. The backdrop resembled a vivid oil painting, and a lavish fabric sofa was set aside for the guests, while two tall bar stools awaited the hosts. Chu Jingji was engaged in discussion with the producer and the two hosts, deliberating on the topics that would arise during the program and how she should respond. Meanwhile, the staff worked diligently to prepare the microphones, lighting, and music. At that moment, the producer's phone rang. Upon glancing at the number, a look of elation spread across his face. Stealing a furtive glance at Chu Jingji, he discreetly stepped away from his seat to speak softly on the phone, occasionally glancing towards the entrance of the studio. Soon, a throng of individuals entered the studio. It was none other than Murong Jin. The statuesque and alluring Murong Jin donned a daringly low-cut, ultra-short V-neck dress, her ample bosom nearly spilling forth, exuding the regal air of a princess as she was flanked by several assistants, radiating an imposing presence. Did Elena not mention that only one person was to appear on the show? It seemed that the insidious producer had privately invited Murong Jin to boost the show's ratings, knowing that the current buzz surrounding her would undoubtedly elevate viewership if both were to appear together. Chu Jingji rose to her feet, her eyes clear and bright, emanating an aura of unassailable nobility. Murong Jin strode confidently towards her. Approaching Chu Jingji, she fixed her gaze upon her with an intensity filled with malevolence and resentment. Suddenly, with a swift motion, she attempted to deliver a forceful slap to Chu Jingji's face. However, she was met with failure, for Chu Jingji had, unbeknownst to her, already evaded to the side. Chapter 92. She only wanted to destroy her at all costs. Murong Jin, seeing that she had not been struck, was filled with even greater fury. She raised her hand once more, preparing to strike her with great force. The entire studio watched in wide-eyed disbelief, none daring to intervene and stop Murong Jin, while the producer had discreetly summoned someone to capture the unfolding scene on camera. As Murong Jin failed to hit Chu Jingji for the second time, her beautiful features twisted in anger. She withdrew her hand, gazing strangely at Chu Jingji. She felt that Chu Jingji, seemed to have changed. The noble light in her dark eyes flickered, as if it were an inherent pride surpassing the noble and aloof demeanor Murong Jin had carefully crafted. Murong Jin stood frozen. Was it merely her illusion? Aware of her own wrongdoing, she ceased her pursuit of violence. I want to kill this wretched woman. Chu Jingji, was it you who instigated this? Murong Jin shouted in rage. If her glare could kill, then Chu Jingji would have perished 1,000 times over. With eyes filled with hatred, as the staff noticed that Murong Jin had calmed, they cautiously approached to restrain her. However, with a violent flick of her hand, Murong Jin struck one of the staff members. This incited chaos among the crowd. The staff member clutched their face in pain, blood seeping through their fingers. While several rushed the injured person to the hospital, others held Murong Jin firmly, prying her hand open to discover she was still wielding a small knife, revealing her intent to mar Chu Jingji's face. Her miscalculation had led to injuring another instead. Chu Jingji pressed her lovely lips together, her dark eyes radiating a faint anger, her entire presence exuding an air of aloofness and sorrow as she gently closed her eyes. Murong Jin, I had no intention of taking this to the extreme, but you have forced my hand. The producers, who had initially been thrilled by the unfolding drama, were now left aghast at Murong Jin's madness, their impression of her plummeting. They expressed disdain and disbelief, hastily pulling Chu Jingji aside to protect her from further harm. Jingji, are you all right? Have you been hurt? The crowd inquired with concern. I'm fine. Thank you all for your care. Chu Jingji replied softly, her voice trembling lightly. In her dark eyes, tears glistened, swirling in her enchanting gaze, imbued with hurt and innocence. Murong Jin, I haven't pursued the matter of you seducing my husband, yet you dare to accuse me. You know well what you have done, and it is not I who has brought your deeds to light. The nearby staff finally comprehended that the matter was not unfounded. It was indeed true. Any lingering goodwill they had for her evaporated, replaced by expressions of scorn. Murong Jin glared coldly at Chu Jingji. Chu Jingji, it seems I truly underestimated you in the past. You are ruthless, I will grant you that. However, let me make it clear, it will not be so easy to destroy me. I will repay you in kind. The onlookers in the studio were left utterly astonished. Chu Jingji cast a faint glance at Murong Jin, her silence conveying that she need not concern herself with her own matters. Sooner or later, the truth would reveal itself. Once a single thread was pulled, all secrets would unravel. A slight smirk curved at the corners of Chu Jingji's lips, forming a smile imbued with the utmost irony. To keep one's actions hidden, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Miss Li, you are an astute individual. You comprehend this well. Chapter 93. The Proposal. In that moment, Murong Jin realized that before this universally acknowledged beauty, she felt akin to a jester, ridiculed and belittled. Chu Jingji, I will not let you off easily. Murong Jin struggled to find her voice, choked by her own jealousy, her eyes reflecting a blood-red hue filled with malice. The assistants, upon seeing Murong Jin regain her composure, hastily took her by the arm and lowered their heads, eager to leave. Once proud to be by her side, they now wished they could vanish into the ground. Just as Chu Jingji was about to depart, the producer, wearing a broad smile and an expression of contrition, bowed and apologized. Miss Chu, may we continue with our program interview? Chu Jingji smiled gently. What just transpired is more than enough to send your show's ratings soaring. The producer's eyes sparkled with understanding as he grasped her implication. You agree to feature it on the television station? Chu Jingji merely smiled in response. Huang Fuling, this is the woman you adore, so base and utterly repugnant. One must consider whether one possesses the audacity to act so brazenly. Such a woman, with her ostentatiousness and arrogance, is merely digging her own grave. As expected, that very night, once the episode aired, all of Murong Jin's scandals came to light, resulting in the termination of numerous endorsements that once favored her. The uproar following Murong Jin's altercation with Chu Jingji during the television interview was immense, culminating in Murong Jin compensating a significant amount to the injured staff member. The public's disdain for this so-called prodigy of the piano grew exponentially. Murong Jin's popularity plummeted. She spent her days in a fit of rage, smashing objects, and all her performances were forcibly canceled. It was reported that in the end, her fury led to hospitalization, with video evidence surfacing of her assistant escorting her to the hospital. Ning Wan learned of this incident during the live broadcast that evening, receiving a call from Xiao Xiao. As she turned on the television to witness the unfolding events, a smile crept across her lips. It seemed Jingji had finally comprehended the essence of resistance. She felt a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, Lin Ma entered, addressing her, Miss, the grandfather of the Lu family, along with young Master and young Miss Lu, has come to deliver a proposal. Ning Wan furrowed her brow slightly. Had not Lu Jingcheng sought her out just yesterday to clarify matters with her grandfather? Why then? Were they arriving at her home this evening with a proposal? Ning Wan's complexion was pallid due to her illness, and Lin Ma assisted her in getting ready, her heart aching at the sight of her faintly pale face. Miss, seeing you endure like this pains me deeply. I'm fine, Lin Ma, Ning Wan replied with a smile. By the way, Miss, I heard the second Miss called for her cousin to visit, as well as some aunts. What are they up to? Is Ning Mansion to become a refuge? At Lin Ma's words, Ning Wan's brow furrowed further. She feared that something significant might transpire that night, and since that Lu Jingcheng was undoubtedly aware of it. Once Ning Wan was ready, she hurried downstairs. Upon entering the living room, she found everyone seated, a plethora of lavish gifts adorning the table, unmistakably of considerable value. Lu Jingcheng sat to the right of Lu Jingcheng, with his sister Lu Jingcheng on his left. She raised her eyes as Ning Wan approached, standing up to walk in front of her. Noticing the pallor on Ning Wan's face, she inquired with genuine concern, Are you unwell? Ning Wan smiled softly and replied, Thank you for your concern, Miss Lu. It's merely a slight cold, nothing to worry about. Chapter 94. Ning Wan, what is it that you truly love about me? Still calling me Miss Lu? You are about to wed Jingcheng. You ought to address me as sister. Ning Wan chuckled softly, her voice husky, sister. She then turned her gaze towards Lu Jingcheng. Grandfather, why did you come without informing me? It is truly remiss of me to have kept you waiting. Before Lu Jingcheng could respond, Luo Shi, the cousin of the invited son Lele, interjected, How could you? Making an elderly person wait for so long. Perhaps you've been out drinking too much during the day. Your voice is hoarse. At this remark, the room fell into an uneasy silence. All eyes turned to Ning Wan. Yet surprisingly, she did not display any anger. Instead, she smiled faintly and regarded Luo Shi with a frosty demeanor. And who might you be? Are we well acquainted? No matter how the Ning family fares, we have not sunk so low as to require a CEO like me to accompany others for drinks. Her words unequivocally conveyed her unfamiliarity with him and discouraged any further unfounded rumors. Upon hearing Ning Wan's retort, Lu Jingcheng couldn't help but laugh. This girl truly mirrored the poise of Lu Jingcheng's grandmother, exhibiting neither servility nor arrogance, never allowing anyone to gain an upper hand. Wan, come sit beside grandfather. At this, Lu Jingcheng took Ning Wan's hand and sat beside Lu Jingcheng, thus placing Ning Wan next to him. Ning Xiang sensed an awkward tension and promptly intervened. My apologies, the old gentleman is quite forgiving. Luo Shi grew up in the countryside and hasn't seen much of the world. I hope you will be understanding. However, Lu Jingcheng paid him no heed, focusing solely on Ning Wan as he inquired with concern. Wan, have you fallen ill? Have you seen a doctor? Grandfather, I'm fine, merely a slight cold. Nothing serious. That will not do. If there is no improvement by tomorrow, I shall have Jingcheng take you to see a doctor. It is unwise to let an illness linger. Ning Wan obediently nodded in agreement. Lu Jingcheng surveyed his family, then turned his gaze back to Ning Wan, feeling a pang of sympathy for the young girl. None of them truly cared for her. Even in matters of her health, she bore the burden alone. Viangyi. Regarding the marriage between Wan and Jingcheng, it is set for early next month. Do you see any issues with this? Upon hearing this, Ning Xiang promptly nodded, expressing his unequivocal agreement. Following their discussion of the marriage, Lu Jingcheng instructed Lu Jingcheng to return to the Lu residence while leaving Lu Jingcheng behind to care for Ning Wan. Jingcheng, you must remain here to look after Wan. She is your wife, and it is your duty and responsibility to care for her. Although Lu Jingcheng wore an unwilling expression, he found himself unable to contradict his grandfather. After dinner, he grew increasingly impatient and longed to leave. Yet seeing Ning Wan in her current state stirred a sense of compassion within him. On the balcony of the room, a gentle breeze wafted through as Ning Wan sat nearby. A pot of tea rested on the table. She poured a cup and handed it to Lu Jingcheng. If you're unwilling, you may leave. I can manage. However, Lu Jingcheng, for the first time, refrained from retorting or speaking harshly to her. Instead, he sipped the tea and turned to her, asking, Ning Wan, what is it that you truly love about me? Hearing his words, Ning Wan abruptly raised her head, gazing at the man's lips, which curled into a wicked smile. His question left her momentarily speechless. However, after a prolonged contemplation, she regained her composure and smiled gently. Lu Jingcheng, what madness has possessed you on this late evening? Oh, is that so? What else would you think? Chapter 95. Lu Jingcheng, have you lost your mind? Ning Wan gazed at the deepening smile upon Lu Jingcheng's lips, perplexed as to why he had chosen to remain with her that evening and why he had promised her grandfather to take care of her. Yet, from their recent conversation, it was evident that he had indeed lost his sanity. She could no longer stay in the same room with him. Cursing him softly under her breath, she turned and fled, leaving Lu Jingcheng alone in her room. In this game of wits, he had decisively triumphed. The night air gently caressed her, carrying a hint of coolness reminiscent of midsummer. Stepping out into the garden to gather her thoughts, Ning Wan recognized that she had truly lost her composure. What on earth is Lu Jingcheng thinking? Feeling a parched throat, she returned to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of water, only to catch sight of a figure outside. Upon closer inspection, she was startled to find son Lele standing behind her. Ignoring her, Ning Wan scoffed slightly, drank her water, and walked towards a courtyard. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Luo, she sat drinking. Upon seeing Ning Wan appear before him, he recalled Lele's earlier words about overpowering Ning Wan that night, confident that no one in the grand house would come to her aid. However, the situation had shifted. Her fiancé was also present. Would this not be inappropriate? Yet under the moonlight, Ning Wan appeared ethereal in her white attire, her long, dark hair cascading down her back, accentuating her snow-like complexion. Beneath her beautifully arched brows lay a pair of profound, gem-like eyes. Having already consumed copious amounts of alcohol, Luo she found his senses further dulled upon seeing Ning Wan. With the arrangement with his cousin already in place, he decided it would be best to proceed with his intentions. He approached her, his gaze becoming hazy, murmuring, Ning Wan, what brings you to drink alone at this late hour? As he drew closer, the scent of alcohol enveloped her, and upon noting the disarray in his eyes, she furrowed her brow and took a few steps back. You've had too much to drink. You should head upstairs to rest. No, I'm not drunk. Luo she shot up, seizing Ning Wan's hand. Even inebriated, it is for you. Ning Wan, do you not understand? From the very first day, I accompanied my aunt to the Ning residence. I've been fond of you. Yet, you chose to marry that Lin Tianyu instead of me. Why could you not have wed me? Ning Wan smirked coldly. Marry you? Were you even? Do you believe you are worthy? Not wishing to engage in further struggle, she turned to ascend the stairs, but mere steps from the landing, Luo she grasped her wrist, pulling her towards a room at the end of the corridor. Ning Wan refrained from screaming, not wanting to create a scene or let Lu Jingcheng become aware of the unfolding events. Luo she, I shall say this once more. Let me go, or do not blame me for being impolite. However, Luo she paid no heed to her protests, his drunken state preventing him from releasing her until Lin Ma rushed over from the end of the corridor, finally separating them. By then, Luo she had succumbed to his inebriation, utterly unresponsive. Miss, I just saw the second young lady deliberately distract you. She added something to your water. Upon hearing these words, Ning Wan couldn't help but emit a slight, sardonic smile. How amusing, son Lele. Having indulged in such behavior once, you now aspire to partake in it a second time. Mama Lin supported Luo she, casting him into son Lele's room, believing he would find it necessary. After tossing Luo she in his son Lele's chamber, the sounds emanating from within, interspersed with the breaths of both genders, caused her merely to close her eyes momentarily. She then instructed Mama Lin to take her leave and return to her own quarters. As Ning Wan re-entered, Lu Jingcheng offered a faint, mocking smile, remarking, "I was under the impression you would not return this evening." Chapter 96. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves upon hearing his words. Ning Wan couldn't help but chuckle softly, remaining silent as she gazed at Lu Jingcheng. A moment of profound solitude enveloped them. Observing the awkwardness of the situation, Ning Wan felt an urge to speak. You. Yet, unexpectedly, both she and Lu Jingcheng spoke simultaneously, intensifying the already palpable awkwardness. Lu Jingcheng smiled, urging her, "You go first." Ning Wan shook her head, her thoughts swirling with words she wished to articulate, but just then, the cacophony of a raucous argument from next door pierced the air, accompanied by the furious voices of her father and Rong Lihua. "What on earth are you doing?" Strangely, those inside seemed oblivious to the outburst, continuing their activities undeterred. Under normal circumstances, one would expect the cries of Sun Lele to echo through the house. Yet there was an unsettling silence. It was evident, if Sun Lele intended to ensnare her, the dosage of the drug would be significant, and its effects would not dissipate easily. The only miscalculation on her part was how swiftly Rong Lihua and Ning Xiangyi uncovered the scandal, having already wronged her once. Sun Lele now sought to repeat the offense. So be it. If that was her intention, Ning Wan resolved to indulge her. At the threshold of Sun Lele's bedroom, a crowd of servants had gathered, their heads bowed in shame as they bore witness to the humiliating spectacle within. The two figures on the bed appeared utterly oblivious to their presence, engrossed in their own actions. The night breeze gently swept through, carrying the rhythmic sounds of their labored breaths throughout the room, suffusing the atmosphere with an unmistakable air of intimacy. Ning Wan sighed softly. Given the magnitude of this debacle, she could easily feign ignorance. "You stay here. I shall go and investigate." As she departed, Lu Jingcheng observed her diminutive silhouette, feeling an unexpected chill and profound fatigue emanating from her. He smiled faintly, paused for a moment, then followed her outside. Upon reaching the door of the room, Ning Wan raised her gaze to find Ning Xiangyi, visibly fuming, alongside Rong Lihua. A sly smile crept across her face. She sensed an unfolding drama. "Xiangyi, you must trust Lele. She could never be that kind of person. She has undoubtedly been framed." Rong Lihua exclaimed, her venomous glare shifting towards the silent Ning Wan, brimming with disdain. "Rong Lihua, if you have something to say, do not mince your words. Speak plainly." Ning Wan retorted with a cold smirk, her eyes glinting with icy resolve. Frame her? Who could possibly orchestrate such a scheme against her? Moreover, this incident was far too disgraceful. Even in dire straits, one would not resort to such desperate measures. The previous scene played vividly in her mind. The disarray of clothing strewn across the floor was utterly revolting. Ning Qiangyi's composure satteret, his fury boiling over as he felt smoke rising from his head. "Xiangyi," Rong Lihua sobbed uncontrollably, realizing that Sun Lele's life might be irrevocably marred by this incident. "Silence. Is there not enough shame already?" Ning Xiangyi roared, then turned to the servants outside, commanding, "Fetch a bucket of ice water. Awaken those two imbeciles." At that moment, Lu Jingcheng appeared behind Ning Wan, observing the distant scene. Lowering his gaze to her serene countenance, he suddenly pondered whether this woman was inherently indifferent or simply calculating in her thoughts. "Sir, the second miss cannot be roused. She and Mr. Luo have consumed a considerable amount of wine and have already fallen into slumber." Chapter 97. They have long been together. Upon hearing the news, Ning Xiangyi's anger flared. His eyes narrowed as he glared at Rong Lihua and barked coldly. "Rong Lihua, is this the daughter you have raised? You have truly brought shame upon me." He then bellowed, "Why aren't you going to wake her up immediately?" Rong Lihua, in tears, pondered whether this was a scheme to frame Ning Wan, leading to this debacle. Yet, without any evidence to support her claims that Ning Wan had conspired against Lele, she felt powerless. Thus, she could only separate the two and send Luo Shi back to her room, gently tucking in Sun Lele and covering her with a blanket. Ning Xiangyi was seething with rage as he warned, tonight's incident must not leave this room. Should I hear any rumors, let it be known that I, Ning Xiangyi, will show no mercy. The onlookers averted their eyes, afraid to speak. As Ning Xiangyi prepared to leave, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Ning Wan, who had remained silent throughout the ordeal, standing as if isolated from the world. When had his daughter developed such composure? Wan, does this matter concern you? Dad, you can't just drag me into every situation. I'm not your scapegoat. Did you not see how they were exchanging glances at the dinner table? I've heard that Sun Lei and he have long been acquainted. Since they have already pledged their lives to one another, does physicality still matter? People today are quite open-minded, are they not? Ning Wan replied nonchalantly, stifling a yawn as she prepared to retire to her room. However, as if recalling something, she added, Father, some matters are best addressed promptly. Prolonging them benefits no one. Moreover, if this scandal tarnishes the Ning family's reputation, do not blame me. Upon hearing this, Ron Lihua was immediately incensed, pointing an accusing finger at Ning Wan. You venomous woman, you are the one who has harmed my Lei, aren't you? This is all you're doing. Isn't it? Madam Rong, do you possess any evidence? If so, please present it. If not, I reserve the right to sue you for defamation. Ning Wan replied with a cold smile. Perhaps you should focus on caring for Sun Lei. With a mother like you, it is no wonder she has turned out this way, even resorting to targeting her own cousin. Ron Lihua was beside herself with rage. Yet Ning Wan maintained her calm demeanor. Although they were not actual cousins, the familial ties still existed, did they not? With that, she turned to leave for her room. Ron Lihua attempted to strike Ning Wan, but her hand was halted by Lu Jingcheng, who stood nearby. Without uttering a word, Lu Jingcheng followed Ning Wan into her room. Once inside, he found her curled up like a small shrimp by the window, her head bowed, obscuring her expression from view. He approached her cautiously. Before Lu Jingcheng could reach her, he heard Ning Wan's voice, choked with emotion, akin to that of a wounded animal. Lu Jingcheng, I am very tired tonight. I have no energy to argue with you. Please just go back, all right? Lu Jingcheng's towering figure trembled as he beheld a side of Ning, one he had never witnessed before. To him, she had always been strong and assertive. Yet seeing her in such a vulnerable state stirred a sense of sympathy within him. He slowly approached her, enveloped in the shadow of towering heights. Ning Wan suddenly lifted her gaze and beheld the man advancing towards her step by step. She looked at him, her eyes filled with a poignant melancholy, glistening faintly with tears. Lu Jingcheng regarded her, a slight smile gracing his lips, and remarked, You've done everything. Now you present yourself in this manner. For whom do you intend to impress? Chapter 98. She thought. One day she would warm him. Ning Wan remained silent, sitting motionless and unresponsive to Lu Jingcheng. His frustration mounted at her indifference, and he grasped her hand firmly. Ning Wan, I am speaking to you. I told you, Lu Jingcheng, do not provoke me. I am exhausted. Ning Wan winced at the painful grip he had on her hand, as if he intended to fracture her bones. Please stop asking. Just go back. Ning Wan. Lu Jingcheng's voice dropped to a low growl. His initial intention had been to show concern, but her blatant disregard incited his irritation. He leaned slightly forward, their noses nearly touching, and he could distinctly see the glimmer of tears in her eyes. Suddenly, Ning Wan smiled, tears brimming, lending her expression an air of sorrow. Lu Jingcheng was taken aback, too stunned to react as she wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her lips against his. He felt a jolt of disbelief in his calm gaze, noticing the warmth rising to her cheeks. Kissing was unfamiliar to her. She had never kissed a man before. And now, timidly, she extended her tongue to taste his lips, their frigid mouths mingling with the scent of tobacco. Abruptly, pain coursed through him as his strong arms seemed to constrict around her. After a brief moment, Lu Jingcheng pushed her away in disgust, saliva glistening on his lips. He regarded her tear-streaked face with cold disdain, her pitiful demeanor repulsing him. A hint of bloodlust flickered in his eyes. Ning Wan, you truly have no shame. Upon hearing this, Ning Wan's eyes, already teeming with tears, overflowed. Yet, she averted her gaze, and when she looked up again, She saw the familiar Ning Wan she had always been, her voice soft and unyielding. Lu Jingcheng, you are to be my husband. Who says I cannot kiss my own husband? Surely, you will not remain loyal to G.X.I.N.R. Donotist, regardless of his disdain for her. He was indeed her husband now. She believed that, regardless of the circumstances, even if he were a stone, she would eventually warm him. Even if she did not tell him, she was the girl who had made a vow with him. The Jade Buddha would surely protect him, and she would do everything in her power to safeguard him. In time, G.X.N.R.'s name would undoubtedly fade from his life. He, Lu Jingcheng, could only be her Ning Wan's husband. It is late. You may sleep in my room while I go upstairs to my mother's room. Ning Wan glanced at him, offering a faint smile before turning to leave. Before she could exit, a loud crash echoed from behind her. Turning around, she saw the crystal cup that Jingji had gifted her last birthday shattered on the floor. She could not help but smile softly, lamenting the loss of such a beautiful crystal cup. Gazing up at Lu Jingcheng's rather unappealing visage, she paused momentarily. Lu Jingcheng, this is not the Lu residence. Please maintain your composure and dignity. Moreover, you have shattered my crystal cup, so kindly replace it for me tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingcheng's lips curled into a slight smirk, brimming with sarcasm. Do you truly lack such trifling funds? In the inky darkness of the night, Ning Wan could not discern the expression on his face, yet she was well aware that it was likely filled with disdain. Nevertheless, she managed to smile, her voice soft and nonchalant. Indeed, I may be in need of such funds, but from now on, with you providing for me, I fear nothing at all. Chapter 99. Letting G.X.N.R. disappear when necessary in a dimly lit room. Only a wall lamp illuminated the space. The tall figure of a man was cast against the glass window, his dark gray robe loosely tied at the waist, exposing a broad expanse of skin on his chest. He absent-mindedly stroked his phone, the screen displaying the image of a strikingly beautiful woman. Shallow, I have seen your daughter. I never anticipated that she would share your tenacity, relentlessly pursuing something she knows will yield no results. I am rather curious to see if her infatuation will be as misplaced as yours, he mused. He raised his head and downed a glass of whiskey in one swift motion. A few drops of condensation sliding down his neck and disappearing into the contours of his chest, sending a chill that mingled with a flicker of desire and an uncanny anticipation. The man carelessly placed the glass aside, then ended the photo call and dialed a number. Eric, we are returning to England tomorrow. What is the matter? Weren't we supposed to stay longer? A deeper smile crept onto the man's lips as he replied casually. I changed my mind. The old man doesn't wish to see me anyway. He paused, seemingly recalling something. Eric, send a few people to protect Ning Wan. And what's the name of the woman that Jingcheng is with? William Lu, you're not actually interested in your own nephew's woman, are you? Came the teasing voice from the other end. I want to know all her details, and when necessary, ensure her disappearance. Understood. As the call ended, the man's smile grew even more profound. However, when he glanced at the woman on the screen, a profound loneliness, helplessness, and regret flickered in his eyes, mingling with a deep-seated hatred. The night was as cool as water, enveloping the man's imposing figure. Ning Wan had secured an advertisement for Chu Jingji, who was to be this year's Chanel makeup ambassador. It was said that this year's Chanel campaign would diverge from previous years, employing a fairy tale theme, and a heavyweight male actor would be joining the project. Upon this announcement, excitement erupted, with everyone eager to discover the identity of this enigmatic actor. Meanwhile, Ning Wan's new film was also underway. In the makeup room, Chu Jingji sat at the vanity, allowing the makeup artist to work on her, though she was somewhat anxious. Uncertain of who the male actor was, she harbored a fear that it might be Qin Junin. Thus, she decided to call Ning Wan. Wan, who is the other male actor for today's makeup advertisement. At that moment, Ning Wan was in the office of the Ning Corporation's president, sifting through documents while listening to Chu Jingji. Her previously busy signing came to a halt as she replied, I have no idea. I left this matter to the agency. Why? Is there an issue? Or do you not wish to participate anymore? Upon hearing this, Chu Jingji realized that Ning Wan was completely unaware, likely presuming that the agency was attempting to boost her profile by leveraging such rumors for publicity. All right, I'm fine. You carry on with your work." Upon hearing these words, Ning Wan sensed something amiss. What exactly had transpired? It was merely her suspicion that the enigmatic male actor arriving for the shoot today was Qin Junin. Chu Jingji realized she could not conceal the truth from her any longer. It would be better to speak candidly. "All right, Wan, I am fine. I will handle this." Chapter 100. The fairy tale of the prince and the princess is something troubling you? Do not bear it alone. Share your thoughts with me, Ning Wan softly urged. "All right, I understand. You certainly have the most to say." Chu Jingji chuckled, recalling that the wedding dress she had ordered for Ning Wan had finally arrived. Wan, you are to marry Lu Jingcheng next week. I have arranged for a stunning wedding gown. Once I finish my advertisement, I shall come to fetch you so we can retrieve it together. I assure you, you will adore it. It is exquisite. I went to great lengths to have Master Lily personally design it for you." Upon hearing this, Ning Wan couldn't help but smile gently, lowering her gaze. "Okay, I understand. Focus on your advertisement. I will come to pick you up shortly." "All right, I shall await your arrival." After ending the call, Ning Wan gazed at her phone, a smile spreading across her face. Time has passed swiftly. Next week, they would wed. Should she invite him to the fitting today? She toyed with her phone, glancing at several missed calls from Lu Jingcheng, yet refrained from dialing back, fully aware that he would not attend. Meanwhile, as soon as Chu Jingji hung up, Qin Junin entered the room. She sighed softly. "Well, it matters little. These matters are inextricably tangled, and clarity is elusive." Qin Junin mused that her obsession was with Huang Fuling, while his own fixation was with Chu Jingji, an inescapable reality. "Jingji." Chu Jingji looked up at Qin Junin, her tone tinged with resignation. "You truly lack a sense of amusement." With that, she signaled for the makeup artist to continue while she picked up a nearby script, her slender fingers turning the pages, ignoring Qin Junin's presence. The makeup room was filled with the soft rustle of activity, sunlight streaming through the window and illuminating her face. As she focused intently, feeling out of place, Qin Junin sulked away to his own makeup artist. The shoot commenced, with the crew bustling to prepare for the initial scenes. Chu Jingji, now adorned with her makeup, let her long, voluminous curls cascade behind her as she donned a dreamlike princess gown. Her exquisite appearance rendered her pure and breathtakingly beautiful. "Jingji, are you ready?" Qin Gu gently inquired, attempting to take her hand and lead her forward. However, before his hand could make contact, Chu Jingji subtly evaded him. "The shoot is about to begin." Within the resplendent palace, the attendants announced, "You're the most beautiful and youthful girls here. I shall select among you the kindest and fairest to become our prince's bride. Please step forward for the prince to behold." Yet, the noble and elegant prince furrowed his brow. I do not find any of them." At that moment, the ministers stirred restlessly, and the guests turned in alarm. "Wow, that girl is exceptionally beautiful." A girl of striking purity began to approach the prince. They gazed at each other from a distance, their smiles tender and serene, as if they were the only two souls in existence, bound by their shared glance. No matter how far apart they were, their hearts remained intertwined. The noble and graceful prince approached, bowing deeply before her. "Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of dancing with you?" The maiden smiled, radiating happiness and beauty, as she took the esteemed prince's hand. "I will be delighted." Suddenly, the clock struck 12. The lovely girl and the handsome prince danced, immersed in their love, their eyes locked in a tender gaze, their lips curling into gentle smiles, embodying pure bliss. Upon hearing the chime, the enchanting girl departed. Chapter 101. A fateful entanglement. The director, satisfied, called out to Qin Junin and Chu Jingji, who were deeply engrossed in their performance, signaling for the photographer and lighting crew to cease their work. As they exited their roles, Elena rushed to Chu Jingji, giving her a thumbs up, to which Chu Jingji responded with a faint smile. Qin Junin, ever considerate, brought her a glass of water and, as Chu Jingji remained unaware, gently tucked a strand of hair from her forehead, tender and affectionate. In a distant corner, Huang Fuling stood silently, gesturing for the staff around him to remain quiet. Holding a crystal wine glass, his expression was one of solitude as he gently swirled the drink, the transparent liquid releasing a subtle aroma of wine. With a slight frown, He tilted his head back and drained the glass. Lin Yu observed everything keenly. Huang Fuling, who clearly cared deeply for Chu Jingji, felt genuine anger upon seeing her with Qin Junin. Yet, for her sake, he suppressed his fury, a side of Huang Fuling that Lin Yu had never witnessed before. President, you clearly care for your wife. Why do you persist in concealing your emotions? Lin Yu lamented, unable to hold his tongue. Huang Fuling merely smiled indifferently, saying nothing. If you withhold your feelings from her, how will she ever know? Just as you disapprove of her returning to the entertainment industry. You have done so much behind the scenes because of her passion, yet you remain silent. How can she be aware? She probably thinks all her success is due to Ning Wan. Lin Yu, your words are excessive. I have stated before, my affairs are not for you to critique. Despite his calm demeanor, a flicker of displeasure crossed Huang Fuling's eyes, prompting Lin Yu to immediately close his mouth. Huang Fuling pressed his hand against his aching temple. She was indeed stunning, at times aloof, at others gentle, especially when her long hair cascaded around her, exuding a languid charm. He yearned to gently caress her hair, inhaling its delicate fragrance, and to embrace her tenderly. Suddenly, Huang Fuling's pupils constricted, his heart racing. Lin Yu, witnessing this, recognized that in Huang Fuling's gaze, there was not only jealousy but also a hint of anger, perhaps even a sense of bitterness. After all, the woman laughing playfully with another man was his wife. Even if he did not love her as a man, he could not dismiss her, though he could not forget Murong Jin. He found it equally difficult to let go of Chu Jingji, and the balance within his heart was shifting towards her. Reflecting on a relationship between Chu Jingji and Huang Fuling, Lin Yu pondered what to call it. A fateful connection? Yet, not all fates are blessed. Some are indeed cursed entanglements. Finally, Huang Fuling stood, averting his gaze from the scene, and coldly commanded, Lin Yu, contact the company associated with Qin Junin. Halt all projects involving Chu Jingji, and I shall bear all losses incurred. Meanwhile, in the office of the Ning Corporation's president, Ning Wan sat in the executive chair, contemplating whether to call Lu Jingcheng. After a prolonged struggle, she finally reached out to press the call button for Lu Jingcheng. The line rang for an extended period before someone finally answered. She spoke first. Lu Jingcheng, I need to discuss something with you. Will you be free after work? A voice responded, Ah Jing is currently in the shower. May I ask who is calling? Chapter 102. Ning Wan, are you feeling jealous? Upon hearing these words, Ning Wan's entire body stiffened, the corners of her lips curling into a smile as she said, I am Ning Wan. Please allow Lu Jingcheng to take the call. The voice on the other end paused momentarily upon realizing it was her, and then unexpectedly began to sob, the sound tinged with a hint of distress. Miss Ning, it's not that I want to let a Jing answer the phone. He is truly in the shower. Could you please call back in a moment? Hearing such a delicate tone only fueled Ning Wan's anger. Are you challenging my patience and boundaries? If that is your intent, let me make it clear. My patience has been thoroughly exhausted by you. She awaited Gxin's retort, but instead, it was Lu Jingcheng's voice that came through, cold and indifferent. What do you intend to do with Xin? Ning Wan was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly regain her usual composure. What do you want? Upon hearing his icy tone, compounded by Gxin's earlier claim that Lu Jingcheng was in the shower, she didn't need to think hard to deduce what had transpired between them. At that moment, she had no desire to invite him to try on wedding dresses. It was already commendable that she had not lost her temper. I merely wish to remind you that we are to be wed next week. Lu Jingcheng, I have made it clear that I cannot tolerate such things in my sight. If you do not send Gxin away yourself, I shall seek out grandfather. Ning Wan, how dare you? His voice was chilling, laced with unbridled fury. Yet Ning Wan merely chuckled coldly. Do you think I wouldn't dare? I am confident that if I speak, grandfather will assist me. With that, she hung up, unwilling to endure any further of his frigid remarks. On the other end, Lu Jingcheng stared at the disconnected call, his mind lingering in confusion. What was Ning Wan's intention? Was she truly feeling jealous? Surely, she had no right to feel that way. Gxin observed the smile dancing on Lu Jingcheng's lips and felt her brow furrow in concern. She reached out to grasp his hand, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Jing, what should we do? If she tells grandfather, he will surely send me away. I do not wish to leave you. Lu Jingcheng sighed and pulled her into an embrace, tenderly soothing her. Do not worry, Xiner. She will not speak to grandfather. Everything will be fine. I am here, but I do not want you to marry her. I am your wife, Jing. I am your wife. Ji Xin's voice quivered with a touch of despair, invoking sympathy from anyone who might hear, particularly a man like Lu Jingcheng. One could hardly blame her for evoking such pity. However, Lu Jingcheng remained silent, only tightening his grip around her. The subsequent filming proceeded remarkably smoothly. Even the director discreetly remarked to the crew beside him, Chu Jingji is truly a gifted actress. The moment we call action, she immediately immerses herself in the role. Every expression is vivid and alive, as though she is not merely acting, but reliving the experience. The audience was thoroughly satisfied with her performance, and their previous prejudices against the often quiet Chu Jingji began to dissipate. The spotlight illuminated her and Qin Junan's faces. The girl, overwhelmed with shyness, felt a gentle blush bloom upon her cheeks. She was filled with joy and excitement, never imagining that the prince would find her so swiftly. The esteemed prince gazed at her with profound affection, slowly leaning down to tenderly kiss her lips, prompting her to blissfully close her eyes. Chapter 103. Why isn't he letting go? The intense spotlight illuminated her exquisite visage as the camera gradually zoomed in. The prince tenderly kissed her, causing her body to quiver, her lips trembling in response. A single crystalline tear cascaded down her beautiful face. They remained locked in a gentle kiss. They were the most enchanting fairy tale in the world, embracing tightly, as if in a dream, breathtakingly beautiful. Huang Fuling stood at a distance, silently observing them. Although this was merely a scene being filmed, his heart fluttered softly, his gaze dark and profound, as if something was yearning to break free within him. Cut! That essay rap! The director exclaimed with exhilaration, while the crew remained enraptured by their tumultuous love story, utterly captivated by the romance and deep affection they portrayed. Some even discreetly wiped away tears, forgetting that this was all for a film. Elena, realizing they had finished, was momentarily taken aback, as if roused from a dream. She approached the director and asked, "Director, was it good?" The director, satisfied, responded, "Very good. She's Chu Jingji?" "Indeed. Her future achievements are immeasurable." Upon hearing this, Elena was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Please take good care of our Jingji in the future." Naturally, after the director wrapped up the shoot, he dismissed the crew, while Chu Jingji, supported by Elena, made her way to the makeup room. Just a few steps in, she was confronted by Qin Junan, who blocked her path. She looked up, her eyes icy and indifferent. "Qin Junan, I thought we had made ourselves clear." Qin Junan smiled faintly, though tinged with a hint of bitterness. "Jingji, I have also said, you have your obsessions, and I have mine. Since I cannot persuade you, please do not attempt to sway me, all right?" Chu Jingji was at a loss for words. He was right. They each harbored their own attachments and obsessions. Every matter arose from such fixation. If she could not let go, how could she demand that he do so? She then cast him a detached glance and gestured for Elena to follow her outside. "Qin Junan, I have stated, even if I do not have a future with Huang Fuling, I shall not be with you either. I do not make decisions lightly, but once made, they cannot be altered." Her voice was soft, like snowflakes gently falling from the sky. "Jingji, why must you always ask me to let go, yet not require him to do so?" Qin Junan's words were stubborn and sorrowful. The brilliant sunlight filtered through the trees, casting faint rays of light, while a cool breeze occasionally swept by, slowly spreading a bone-chilling sensation. Chu Jingji slowly turned to face the azure sky, a faint smile gracing her lips. This smile resembled the one from their first encounter, as she stood beneath the ginkgo tree, radiating with a glimmering beauty, devoid of the earlier anger. In that soft glow, her elongated figure appeared almost ethereal. "I have expressed my exhaustion. Be it you or Huang Fuling, I am weary. In the past, I lived for Huang Fuling. But from now on, I wish to live solely for myself. I yearn to engage in pursuits that bring me joy, and I no longer wish to be disturbed by either of you. Do you comprehend my sentiment?" Qin Junan stood behind her, his eyes glistening with a faint sheen. The inky depths of his irises as clear as crystal. Suddenly, he felt as though his body had turned to ice, as if he had been cast into a frigid vault, devoid of warmth. Chu Jingji, at times I truly believe I have lost my sanity. It is madness that allows you to trample upon me in this manner. Chapter 104. Never have I encountered such audacity in Chu Jingji's originally misty eyes. Tears began to gather, revealing an abyss of darkness within her pupils. Her pallid visage possessed an astonishing beauty, one that was both haunting and breathtaking. If that is the case, why do you still allow me the chance to inflict pain upon you? Qin Junin, let me go. With that, Chu Jingji turned on her heel, not casting him a single glance thereafter. Meanwhile, standing not far off, Huang Fuling was in remarkably high spirits. Though Chu Jingji still refused to forgive him, she had ultimately not accepted another, had she? Jingji, if you were to fall in love with someone else, what should I do? Thankfully, you have not fallen for another. He then stepped forward, and as Chu Jingji raised her head to behold Huang Fuling approaching her, a slight frown creased her brow. Why is he here? He truly is relentless. In the past, she had yearned for his presence every hour of the day. Yet now, when she wished to avoid him, he appeared before her at every turn. Was he not busy? How could he find the time to come here? Jingji, how is the advertisement shoot progressing? Huang Fuling inquired with a gentle smile, a smile that seemed to eclipse the brilliance of the sun. In all honesty, Huang Fuling surpassed Qin Junin in handsomeness, though his beauty bore an added air of masculine dominance, as if he held dominion over all matters. Chu Jingji arched an eyebrow at him. What brings you here? Huang Fuling, unfazed, simply responded with a smile. I came to see my wife on set, of course. It's what one might call a visit, is it not? At this, Chu Jingji found herself at a loss for words. She had encountered audacious individuals before, but never one as brazen as this. Wife. He uttered the term so effortlessly, yet they were on the brink of divorce. Could she still be considered his wife? What was this all for now? The tension between the two men seemed to intensify palpably, and even in silence, one could sense the simmering animosity. Just then, Chu Jingji's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID. It was Ning Wan. Assuming Ning Wan was merely checking in on the progress of her shoot, she answered the call, only to be met with an upset voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Wan, what's wrong? What has happened? Chu Jingji asked anxiously, the urgency evident in her tone. Jingji, have you finished shooting? The voice on the other end grew increasingly choked, revealing a side of Ning Wan that Chu Jingji had never witnessed before. Her concern deepened. It must be something related to Lu Jingcheng. Otherwise, Wan would not be in such distress. Wan, where are you? I will come find you, don't worry. Jingji, where are you, Wan? Please tell me. At the square by the bridal shop. All right, Wan, wait for me. Don't go anywhere. Chu Jingji ended the call and hastily entrusted her belongings to Elena, rushing towards the exit, only to be intercepted by Huang Fuling and Qin Junin, both eager to escort her. Jingji, I will take you. Jingji, allow me to take you. One of them seized a hand of Chu Jingji, leaving her utterly speechless. Enough. Release me at once. She bellowed, swiftly breaking free from Qin Junin's grasp. Her heart had already chosen Huang Fuling. Witnessing this, Qin Junin felt an unbearable ache within. Jingji, have you truly chosen him in the end? Chapter 105. An in-depth investigation into Qin Junin. You were right. I have indeed chosen him. So what? We are not yet divorced. He remains my husband, does he not? Chu Jingji spoke softly, her voice imbued with a chilling resolve. You see, Qin Junin, I am merciful to everyone, but to you I, Chu Jingji, shall be unrelentingly cruel. With that, she grasped Huang Fuling's hand and turned to leave, not glancing back as her delicate silhouette faded along the long corridor. A gentle breeze swept through his now empty palm, bringing a whisper of coolness. Beneath the trees, only his solitary shadow remained. As Chu Jingji and Huang Fuling's figures grew increasingly distant, vanishing from his sight, Qin Junin stood alone, enveloped in an unprecedented darkness. A trace of sorrow suddenly crossed his handsome visage. The wind picked up, and the once brilliant sunlight seemed to be shrouded by thick clouds. His raven hair danced in the breeze, while his ink-black eyes reflected a profound emptiness akin to the night. His tall frame exuded a heart-wrenching solitude and desolation. The setting sun, blood-red and resplendent, cast a beautiful twilight. In the far-off horizon, a brilliant scarlet hue painted the sky as rosy clouds gracefully floated above. On one side of the square stood a towering ginkgo tree, its withering yellow leaves rustling softly in the wind. A slight chill lingered in the air. Ning Wan sat quietly on a white bench, her fair complexion radiating tranquility as her long, dark hair swayed gently in the breeze. The surroundings were eerily quiet, almost deathly so, where not a single sound could be heard. The ginkgo trees surrounding her were illuminated by the rosy light, creating a hauntingly beautiful scene. Leaves fell in torrents, carpeting the ground with a cascade of fallen foliage, vibrant green leaves swirling in a fierce dance through the air. A single ginkgo leaf drifted slowly down, passing before Ning Wan's eyes. Unable to contain herself, she extended her hand and caught the leaf. The verdant leaf rested softly in her palm. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently as her large, tranquil eyes fixated on the leaf. After a while, the once sparkling gaze began to dim gradually. On the opposite side of the square, Lu Jingcheng emerged from a Bentley, striding away without a backward glance. Witnessing this, Huang Fuling felt a pang of nostalgia. The original Jingji was not like this. He hurriedly exited the car to pursue her. Jingji, I will say this only once. Do not meddle in the matters between Ning Wan and Jingcheng. Your excessive interference has angered Jingcheng. If that happens, I cannot guarantee your safety. Hearing this, Lu Jingcheng couldn't help but chuckle, turning her gaze to him. Huang Fuling, you truly are amusing. Wan is my dearest friend. Why should I not concern myself with her? Moreover, I am curious how President Lu intends to deal with me. As for you, if you wish to remain uninvolved, then refrain from meddling in my affairs, for we are no longer connected. Upon hearing these words, Huang Fuling could only manage a bittersweet smile. Silently aware, Huang Fuling, there will come a day when Lu Jingcheng will comprehend the true nature of his loss. If your bond with him is as profound as you claim, I implore you to encourage him to ascertain his own feelings and conduct a thorough investigation into GXINR, lest, in a moment of regret, he causes Wan's heart to grow cold. That would indeed be a moment too late for words to mend. Upon hearing these words, Huang Fuling could not help but furrow his brow in perplexity, pondering the gravity of the situation. Chapter 106. Wan, shall we let go? Is that acceptable? You let him investigate on his own. I promised Wan I wouldn't divulge this matter, and I shall uphold that promise. He will understand one day. With that, I turned and began to leave, but after taking a few steps, I paused. Huang Fuling, do not prolong this. Take a moment to see when you are free, and let us promptly finalize the divorce certificate. Watching Lu Jingcheng depart, Huang Fuling suddenly smiled, realizing that he had mistakenly believed she had forgotten about this matter. But in truth, it was ever present in her heart. However, Jingji, let us forget those things. Once Morong Jin's health is restored, I will send her away, and we can start anew, shall we? Reflecting on her earlier words, he felt it was time to remind Jingcheng of certain matters. He dialed Lu Jingcheng's number. Jingcheng, where are you? What is the matter? Let us meet at the usual place. I have something of great importance to discuss with you. At the square, Lu Jingcheng had accurately located Ning Wan's position. She gazed at Ning Wan, who sat alone under the lights, enveloped in solitude and melancholy, an expression of Ning Wan she had never seen before. Love is a potent poison, and the one who loves first inevitably suffers the most, destined to be the loser. With a sigh, she slowly approached Ning Wan. Wan, if it becomes unbearable, shall we let go? Speak to Grandpa about canceling the wedding. As for the child, if you wish to keep her, I will raise her with you, cherish her, if that is agreeable to you. Ning Wan looked up at Lu Jingcheng, her heart brimming with grievances that had reached their limit. In an instant, silent tears streamed down her cheeks, falling from her delicate chin. Even having never witnessed such a side of Ning Wan, Lu Jingcheng hurriedly sat beside her, her voice tinged with urgency. Wan, please don't be like this. I am here, right by your side. Gazing at Lu Jingcheng, Ning Wan suddenly leaned her head against Chu Jingji's shoulder, her tears soaking the fabric of her blouse. Wan, do not cry. Do not be sad. I will stay with you. Chu Jingji embraced her tightly. Jingji, I strive to disregard it all, but striving is one thing. Whether I can truly not care is another. Ning Wan clung tightly to Chu Jingji, burying her head in the crook of her neck. As night fell, the Versailles bar remained a hub of revelry and exuberance, bustling with life. Even if the world were to end, this place would still be awash in indulgence, a scene of opulent splendor. Inside, vibrant green plants thrived under the warm glow of wall sconces, and a row of oil paintings was clearly visible, exuding an artistic ambience. In an extravagant private room, Lu Jingcheng swirled his glass gently before taking a sip. Huangfu, you summoned me at this late hour, not merely to drink, did you? Why not invite Nangong? Jingcheng, I know you are always well prepared for your affairs, but I wish to inform you that Jingji confided in me about certain matters. I advise you to investigate. Do not find yourself unable to turn back when it's too late. Huang Fuling gazed at his dear friend, truly wishing that he would not meet a fate similar to his own. He understood Jingji's character. She would never utter such words unless compelled by genuine circumstances. What exactly had Chu Jingji said? Lu Jingcheng furrowed his brows, his curiosity piqued. Huang Fuling merely smiled, although Jingji remained reticent. She urged him to investigate Ji Shiner and ascertain his own feelings. Oh, Lu Jingcheng smiled faintly, as though he had just heard something rather amusing. Chapter 107. Wan is not a clingy woman, Jingcheng. I am well acquainted with Jingji. She would never utter such words unless something truly significant had transpired. I find myself unable to gauge the nature of your relationship with Ji Xiner, nor am I in a position to pass judgment. However, Jingcheng, Wan is not the type of woman to cling desperately. Her unwavering desire to marry you must stem from a profound reason. I shall leave my words at that. Huang Fuling chuckled softly, taking a sip of wine. In the hazy glow, he seemed to glimpse the flawless visage of Chu Jingji, smiling at him as she had on their first encounter. Yet he also understood that he might never behold such a beautiful smile again in this lifetime. Jingcheng, you must believe this. Losing is always far easier than gaining. So, Huangfu, what is it that you wish to convey to me? Lu Jingcheng paused momentarily, gazing at his longtime friend. In truth, he was aware of Huangfu's intention to warn him, regardless of what Chu Jingji might do in the future. Huang Fuling would shoulder the consequences alone. Jingcheng, you have guessed correctly, haven to you? I do not concern myself with the rivalry and harm exchange between you. Ji Xiner and Ning Wan. That is your affair. However, should Ji Xiner cause even the slightest harm to Jingji in her attempts to deal with Ning Wan, do not blame me for disregarding our years of friendship. The night was cool as water. Ning Wan and Chu Jingji emerged from the bridal shop, the clock striking 7:30. Having recently wept, Ning Wan's eyes remained reddened. Clutching her wedding dress, she felt an inexplicable mix of emotions, observing others accompanied by their fiancés to try on wedding gowns. She alone had her friend by her side, though she did not bear the burden of wedding arrangements. The tasks of selecting a wedding dress and planning the photos were hers alone, with Lu Jingcheng showing no interest. Wan, should you schedule a time for Lu Jingcheng to accompany you for your bridal photos? Chu Jingji gently suggested. You cannot possibly have no wedding pictures on your big day. Ning Wan chuckled softly. It was indeed a valid concern. Surely, one could not resort to photoshopping a wedding picture. This matter certainly warranted a thorough discussion with Lu Jingcheng. I understand. Noting the change in Ning Wan's demeanor, Chu Jingji paused before speaking. Wan, when I saw you crying earlier, I thought you were ready to give up. Why would I give up? Ning Wan smiled, the wind lifting her beautiful hair. At those words, Chu Jingji refrained from further inquiries, exchanging a knowing smile with her friend. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from Chu Jingji's stomach, prompting her to exclaim, I just rushed over after my shoot. I haven't even finished my meal. I'm starving. Hearing her friend's stomach growl, Ning Wan burst into laughter. Jingji, why didn't you mention your hunger? Let's go eat. There is a delightful restaurant nearby. Come on. Some matters shall be faced as they come. Indeed, their shadows cast on the ground appeared lonely and serene as Ning Wan linked arms with Lu Jingcheng, gazing wistfully into the distance. Inside the French restaurant, as Ning Wan and Lu Jingcheng stepped inside, Ning Wan immediately spotted Lu Jingcheng standing behind a lush arrangement of greenery. She was the sister of Lu Jingcheng, whom Ning Wan had encountered at the recent Lu family banquet. A woman of remarkable grace and beauty, Lu Jingcheng now appeared somewhat desolate. Following her gaze, Ning Wan turned to see a scene of a man embracing another person as they shared a meal together. Chapter 108. Wishing you a century of bliss in the restaurant, enveloped in happiness. The couple remained oblivious to the sorrowful and lonely shadow cast upon the gleaming floor behind them. Lu Jingcheng stood behind a verdant plant. She had initially been enjoying tea with friends when she noticed Nan Gongmu approaching. She intended to greet him, but what unfolded before her eyes was a scene she had not anticipated. She had always been aware of Jiang Meina's existence, believing her to be merely a tactic employed by Nan Gongmu, a means to persuade her to relinquish her hopes. However, the reality was starkly different. She had never witnessed Nan Gongmu's earnestness to this degree. A sharp pang of pain began to spread within her. Glancing over, she beheld a smile in the man's eyes, a tenderness she had never encountered, an expression of joy and happiness she had never witnessed. It dawned on her that she was indeed an extraneous presence, an obstruction to his happiness. Time had revealed that her obsession was misguided. Nangongkamu, was my infatuation now merely a burden to you? If so, then from this day forth, I choose to let go. Jiang Meina seemed to sense something amiss. She raised her gaze towards Lu Jingcheng, instinctively shrinking closer to Nan Gongmu, her face a mask of terror as she looked at Lu Jingcheng in the distance. Amu, it's her. Hearing her trembling voice, Nan Gongmu followed her gaze and saw Lu Jingcheng standing silently. Throughout their acquaintance, he had always perceived Lu Jingcheng as a spirited yet capricious young lady. He had never witnessed such profound sorrow etched upon her face. He rose to approach her, only to find that Lu Jingcheng was already striding towards him. Nan Gongmu, I have never formally asked you this, but I shall do so now. For the last time, is this truly what you desire? Nan Gongmu gazed intently at Lu Jingcheng, speechless for a moment, before slowly responding. Jingcheng, do you find this question meaningful? Lu Jingcheng smiled softly, her eyes sparkling with charm, yet tinged with melancholy. Perhaps it lacks significance, but it holds great importance for me. If you genuinely love Miss Jiang, then I can finally let go. Nan Gongmu, I am the daughter of the Lu family, even if you do not want me. There are countless suitors for me. From this moment on, I shall no longer pursue you. You are merely a friend to my brother, Lu Jingcheng, nothing more. As she met his gaze, she discerned a fleeting emotion in his eyes, vanishing in an instant. He then embraced Lin Meina, calmly stating, yes, Meina and I are to be wed. Lu Jingcheng looked at the man before her, the one she had chosen amidst a sea of faces from the very first moment she laid eyes on him. She had resolved to marry him. Yet this affection had become a burden to him. If that were the case, then it was time to release her hold. Is that so? She replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Then allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations on your upcoming nuptials. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness and a century of bliss. Upon finishing her words, Lu Jingcheng turned and departed. Nan Gongmu watched her retreating figure, suddenly realizing that between them, the possibility of a future had vanished. He ought to feel relieved, freed from the burdensome dilemma, yet an inexplicable pang of heartache lingered within him. Standing nearby, Lu Jingcheng and Ning Wan also witnessed this poignant scene. From their very first encounter, Ning Wan perceived Lu Jingcheng as a woman of divine elegance, her aura captivating all who beheld her. However, what she witnessed that night was a stark contrast, revealing a profound sense of desolation. Love truly is a tormenting affair. Oh, is that not Sister Jingcheng? Ning Wan Ethlimet. You should know her, right? Let's go and see. Chapter 109. I wish to become your woman. Lu Jingcheng gazed at Lu Jingcheng in the distance, preparing to approach her with inquiries, but was halted by Ning Wan. Jingcheng, let's depart. She must be feeling quite distressed right now. A person as proud as she is would not wish for us to be aware of her predicament. Shall we pretend we never came? Chu Jingji understood Ning Wan's intentions. Jingcheng had always been a favored child of destiny, the sole daughter of the Lu family. Raised in the palm of luxury. When had she ever endured such humiliation? Surely, she was heartbroken and would not want anyone to witness her sorrow. It was a detail that Jingji had overlooked. Ning Wan then took Chu Jingji's hand, and they departed in silence. Mu, will you stay with me tonight? Mu pondered for a moment before responding affirmatively. Yes. Upon hearing his consent, Jiang Meina's face lit up with a smile as she set down her spoon and embraced his arm. Mu, you are the best. I love you dearly. Now that you know I am the best, shouldn't you reward me appropriately? Mu's lips curled upwards as he lowered his forehead to Jiang Meina's. A visage of bliss, suggesting that the woman before him encompassed his entire world. Passers-by marveled at the scene, filled with admiration. Ning Wan and Chu Jingji moved to a different restaurant for their meal. I never imagined that Jingcheng's affections were directed towards Mu. I thought someone as haughty as she would never submit to love. Chu Jingji remarked softly as she ate. Ning Wan chuckled at her observation. Everyone harbors their own obsessions. In the presence of someone they cherish, pride becomes insignificant. Confused, Chu Jingji looked up at Ning Wan, who continued. From the moment you fell for him before he did for you, all your pride and self-respect became a wager, a gamble for your worth in his heart. I understand, but Wan, everyone tires eventually. Even the strongest have their limits. Sometimes, letting go can be a form of liberation. Chu Jingji smiled. To release him is also to release yourself. Ning Wan, upon hearing this, fell silent, merely offering a faint smile. As she sliced her steak, her seemingly calm demeanor belied the frantic motions of her hands, which trembled slightly, revealing her inner turmoil. Suddenly, a thunderclap shattered the tranquility of the cool night. Before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, a man's figure appeared strikingly beautiful and enchanting in the dimly lit room, seemingly unaffected by the tempest outside. Lu Jingcheng sat upon the sofa, propping his head with a hand, lost in contemplation. What was the meaning behind Huang Fu's words this evening? He had asserted with such conviction that Ning Wan was not the type to cling desperately, even urging him to investigate Ji Shiner. What was truly unfolding? From the moment he had found her in college, Lu Jingcheng realized that he could never release this woman from his grasp. If he chose to believe, then doubt must be cast aside. Aging, what are you pondering? Ji Xner emerged from the shadows, approaching Lu Jingcheng step by step. She settled beside him, entwining her fingers with his, casting her gaze downward with a gentle smile. Jing, I wish to be your woman. It matters not if we do not wed. With that, she unabashedly nestled into his embrace, tilting her head to capture his lips in a fervent kiss, igniting a spark of passion. Lu Jingcheng was perplexed by her sudden boldness, as she, usually so tender, now bore an air of desperation. Jing, will you have me? Ji Xiner implored, her hands tugging at her clothing as she spoke. Chapter 110. Ning Wan stumbles upon their togetherness after finishing their meal. Ning Wan and Chu Jingji found themselves unable to leave due to the torrential rain. Wan, let us pass through this building and head to the Lu Corporation. We can see if Lu Jingcheng is still there. He might give us a ride. Chu Jingji suggested softly, already pulling Ning Wan in that direction before she could voice her agreement. As they walked, Ning Wan's high heels pinched her feet, causing her to furrow her brow. Jingji, it's already after work hours. Lu Jingcheng should have left by now. Let us not bother him. Who said that? I heard Huang Feling mention that he has a project to oversee and often works late into the night. Chu Jingji persisted, leading Ning Wan onward. Upon reaching the reception, they inquired with the receptionist, confirming Chu Jingji's suspicion that Lu Jingcheng had not yet departed and was still occupied with his duties upstairs. Ning Wan thought to herself how arduous his work must be, laboring so late. She wondered if he had even had a chance to eat. However, upon witnessing the scene that unfolded, she lamented that if time could rewind, she would never have accompanied Chu Jingji here. Meanwhile, the ambience in the president's office was one of warmth and intimacy. Ji Xner lay on the sofa, her clothing torn and buttons undone, secretly dialing a number on her phone before concealing it beneath the cushions. The heat emanating from her body rendered her breathless. Lu Jingcheng, for reasons unknown, found himself preoccupied with Huang Fuling's recent words echoing like a spell in his mind. Jingcheng, you must believe that losing is always far easier than gaining. The relentless downpour outside contrasted starkly with the sweltering warmth within the office. Outside, Ning Wan and Chu Jingji had reached the doorway when Ning Wan's phone rang. The number was unfamiliar yet familiar. It belonged to Ji Xiner. Pausing momentarily, she answered the call, only to be met with a series of painfully intimate moans from Ji Xiner, who pleaded desperately for mercy, while Lu Jingcheng merely chuckled in response. Ning Wan could vividly imagine the playful curve of his lips, a haunting vision that filled her mind, and the man in question was her fiancé, a fixation throughout her life. Before Chu Jingji could comprehend the situation, Ning Wan had already shaken off her grip, her trembling hands pushing open the door to the president's office. A thunderclap resonated, illuminating the scene within. Lu Jingcheng and Ji Xiner entwined in a fervent embrace. This tableau shone light upon all three figures, yet Ning Wan remained ensconced in the shadows, forgotten. Chu Jingji, standing behind her, widened her eyes in disbelief at the unfolding drama. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly as Ning Wan stood frozen, watching them, listening to their alternating cries. Each sound pierced her heart like a knife, a relentless assault. A wave of nausea churned in her stomach, yet the cacophony from within the room remained unmistakably clear. The torrential rain pounded against the window, and Ning Wan lifted her gaze to the two individuals before her. Her eyes were already tinged with red. Her delicate hand, which had been gripping the doorknob, gradually slipped away little by little. She took a few steps back, and the door closed automatically. In that fleeting moment, her gaze locked with Ji Xiner. Chapter 111. Ji Xiner's revenge. In that fleeting moment, Ning Wan clearly perceived the triumphant glimmer in her eyes, as well as her palpable animosity. Ji Xiner, is this your retribution? If so, I bear witness. At the banquet, I sensed your complexity, yet I underestimated you in the end. Nausea churned within her, and waves of bile surged forth, compelling Ning Wan to crouch down and expel her stomach's contents onto the ground. Chu Jingji had intended to confront the shameless couple, but upon witnessing Ning Wan's distress, she felt compelled to refrain from causing a scene, following closely behind her, hoping that once she had finished retching, all would be well. To her dismay, as soon as Ning Wan had purged, she bolted outside. The rain, unanticipated, intensified abruptly, with droplets swelling to the size of peas, crashing upon the pavement and streets, sending forth a refreshing chill, enveloping the road in a hazy mist. Emerging from the shelter, Ning Wan was drenched to the bone, water cascading down her dark hair, and the injury on her head stung fiercely as it met the rain. She surveyed her surroundings, familiar buildings amidst unfamiliar crowds, and realized she was the most absurd figure of all. Lu Jingcheng. Lu Jingcheng. Ning Wan pressed forward, yet her body, unwell, betrayed her as her ankle twisted unexpectedly, causing her to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. Her knees struck the asphalt, the pain prickling her skin, and her foot throbbed, rendering her unable to rise. A heavy fog clouded her mind, obscuring her clarity. Raindrops pattered incessantly upon the ground, resembling a mournful and poignant ballad. At that moment, her thoughts were consumed by visions of Lu Jingcheng and Ji Xiner together, each scene vividly etched in her memory, as if frozen in time, playing out frame by frame. The encroaching darkness akin to a nightmare descending upon her, piercing her heart with anguish. A deafening buzz filled her ears, her body stiff and cold, her blood racing chaotically within her veins, desperately yearning to break free of her skin. A large droplet of rain slid from her bangs, tracing along her jawline before splashing into the puddles below, creating delicate ripples. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped her heart, tears welling in her eyes as she wiped the raindrops from her lashes, calling out in despair, "Lu Jingcheng." Her hoarse cry pierced the rain-soaked night. Memories, buried beneath the sands of time, seemed to be washed forth by the rain, swirling through the air. Amidst the indistinguishable sounds, she thought she could hear the sweet, melodious vows, I will protect you. When I grow up, I will surely find you. How could I have believed you? How could I have placed my trust in you? The rain intensified, a torrential downpour cascading from the heavens, drenching Ning Wan to her core. The surroundings were entirely cloaked in the misty veil of rain. Lu Jingcheng, who had followed Ning Wan outside, was taken aback upon seeing her kneeling in the middle of the road. She rushed over to assist her, only to be pushed away, igniting her frustration. Ning Wan, are you not invincible? How could this bring you to your knees? If you seek revenge, do so with your own means. Why degrade yourself for the sake of others, who will feel pity for you? Upon hearing these words, Ning Wan clenched her fingers tightly, only to release them one by one with a sense of helplessness, her lips paling to a ghostly white. Wan, please do not act this way. It frightens me. Whatever you intend to do, just proceed. No matter what, I shall support you. Will you not? Chapter 112. Ning Wan's accident. It turned out that the dreams of youth were nothing more than fleeting illusions. Ning Wan suddenly lifted her gaze. Her eyes filled with profound sorrow. Her body swayed in agony, and she longed to utter a sound, yet her stomach, having just heaved, felt as if it were being scorched by fire. Raindrops fell silently from her cheeks. As she gazed upward, her brow was etched with deep fatigue and melancholy. That sense of helpless sorrow transformed into excruciating pain, mercilessly striking her heart. The torrential rain, mingling with the wind, danced through her disheveled hair, while the hem of her mud-stained dress fluttered gently. She stood motionless amidst the relentless downpour, resembling a poignant sculpture. Wan, let's part ways, shall we? I fear for you. Some things cannot be forced. This is not the way. Before Lu Jingcheng could finish his plea, Ning Wan looked up at him and softly replied, Jingcheng, do you know? When I visited the temple, the monk asked me why, despite knowing that longing is painful, I still choose to hold on. Wan, if it truly hurts too much, then please do not persist. It is merely a dream, an old fantasy from your youth that you refuse to relinquish. Before Lu Jingcheng could continue, Ning Wan shouted vehemently, enough. I do not wish to hear it. She roared like a wounded animal. Indeed, it was her dream, a dream from her youth that had transformed from anticipation into an obsession. She no longer knew what her relationship with Lu Jingcheng truly was. Ning Wan felt increasingly powerless. The tremors in her shoulders escalated, growing more uncontrollable. She rubbed her eyes fiercely, reddening her eyelids, as tears cascaded from her shining eyes. In the surrounding rain, droplets encapsulated images of their childhood, so beautiful and moving. Yet now everything seemed to have turned sorrowful, breaking through the multitude of joyful memories. She pushed Lu Jingcheng away and ran into the downpour. At that moment, a car sped towards her as if it were aimed directly at her. The high beams flashed past, and Ning Wan's body was struck, sending her flying before she fell onto the roadside. Lu Jingcheng witnessed this scene, instinctively covering his mouth with his hands, a piercing scream escaping him as his astonished eyes reflected Ning Wan lying silently in the middle of the road. Crimson blood oozing from her body. Blood flowed incessantly, like a continuous stream, swiftly staining the dark asphalt. She breathed weakly, half closing her eyes, lying there quietly and silently, her clothes soaked in red. Wan. Lu Jingcheng rushed over, cradling her fragile form akin to a broken doll, crying out for an ambulance. Jingcheng, Ning Wan weakly uttered, blood spilling from her lips. Wan, please do not speak. Everything will be all right. I will save you. The wail of the ambulance pierced the heavens. Outside the emergency room, Lu Jingcheng leaned helplessly against the wall, her body rigid. Before her, only a blurred expanse remained, while the deafening siren echoed in her ears. The red light flickered like a sharp needle, and she thought, Wan will be fine. Wan surely will be fine. Chapter 113. May those wretched souls perish. The surgery was still ongoing. Lu Jingcheng was drenched, sitting outside the operating room, her heart growing colder by the moment. She was at a loss about whom to call, uncertain of whom to confide her fears. Terror gripped her, the fear that Wan might perish just like that. She could still vividly recall holding Wan, bloodied and broken, and the dread consumed her. Looking down at her hands and the hem of her dress, stained with Ning Wan's blood, she felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of it. which had soaked her entire skirt. In her desperation, she dialed Huang Fuling's number. "Jingji, what's wrong?" Huang Fuling's voice trembled with concern. "Wan, she's in an accident. There's so much blood." "Which hospital?" "I'll call Jingcheng and come right over." The mention of Lu Jingcheng ignited her fury. "Let him die. If anything happens to Wan, I'll ensure he and Ji Shiner accompany her to the grave." With that, Chu Jingji into the call, her hand clenching unconsciously, her body icy with dread. The glaring lights of the operating room pierced her senses, amplifying her despair. Before long, Huang Fuling arrived. Noticing Chu Jingji sitting there, soaked and solitary, her elongated figure exuding vulnerability, he approached her, shedding his overcoat and draping it over her shoulders. "Jingji, what on earth transpired?" Feeling the warmth envelop her, Chu Jingji finally looked up at the man before her, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Huang Fuling, Wan. She had an accident and is still inside. The doctor said she's in a precarious condition." "How did the accident happen? Weren't you supposed to be picking up the wedding dress?" Huang Fuling frowned, recalling that when he called Lu Jingcheng, his phone had been switched off. At the mention of the wedding dress, Chu Jingji fell silent. However, Huang Fuling's gaze fell upon the bloodied wedding dress within the white bag, and he chose not to pursue the matter further. The surgical lights extinguished. Ning Wan was transferred to the intensive care unit. She was no longer in critical danger. Yet the doctors delivered the heartbreaking news that the child could not be saved. Upon hearing this, Chu Jingji felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. Ning Wan would undoubtedly be devastated. She had long anticipated the arrival of this child. Now that hope was extinguished. Such anguish, could Wan endure it? Heaven, had Ning Wan not suffered enough? Why must she be subjected to this cruel fate? In the tranquil hospital room, the walls were impeccably clean, and the white, gauzy curtains fluttered softly in the breeze. Only one person occupied the space. Ning Wan lay quietly on the bed, her body cleansed of all grime. Her eyes were closed, a faint smile gracing her lips, radiating serenity and peace. The only jarring sight was a long tube inserted in her body. Her delicate hand, punctured by the needle, had turned a slight shade of blue, rendering her utterly immobile. Chu Jingji stood by the hospital bed, weeping. Wan, everything will be all right. I am here by your side." Huang Fuling, witnessing this poignant scene, found himself at a loss for words to console her. Instead, he gently enveloped her in his arms and softly reassured her, "Jingji, do not worry. The doctor has assured us that Wan will awaken once the effects of the anesthesia wear off." Chapter 114. Do you think he will believe you? "I am certain that Wan will be fine, absolutely." As Chu Jingji gazed at Ning Wan, lying upon the bed, she could not help but reflect on the uncanny nature of certain events. Was it truly mere coincidence? Originally, Wan was intent on pulling her away, yet why? After merely receiving a phone call, did she release her grip and turn back? Even without asking Wan, she could likely deduce the answer. Murong Jin had undoubtedly experienced something similar. If we assume that their encounter was orchestrated by Ji Xiner, who intentionally called to inform Wan, then what of the accident? That road was notoriously secluded, and the vehicle that emerged suddenly could have easily avoided Wan, yet it seemed to deliberately collide with her. She could not bring herself to believe in such coincidences. "Huang Fuling, I beseech you for a favor. Will you grant it?" Upon hearing Chu Jingji's request, Huang Fuling furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. He understood that this matter was undoubtedly linked to Ning Wan's accident, and with a sigh, he urged, "Speak. Help me retrieve the footage from that road, and ascertain the identity of the driver who struck Wan. What connection does he have with Ji Xiner?" Chu Jingji's tone was icy, reflecting her already pale, chapped lips. In the past, no matter the situation, it was always Wan who resolved her troubles. This time, Wan, allow me to assist you. Will you? "You suspect Ji Xiner is involved in the accident?" Huang Fuling inquired, perplexed. After a moment's contemplation, he frowned. "Surely not. She would not dare. I believe she may resort to minor schemes, but to harm someone in such a grave manner? She would not have the audacity." Upon hearing this, Chu Jingji could not suppress a bitter smile. "Dare not. I perceive her to possess considerable audacity." Suddenly, she rose, turning to Huang Fuling, her gaze somber. Huang Fuling, you cannot fathom the depths of a woman's jealousy, nor can you comprehend how resentment and fury can obliterate one's rationality. Huang Fuling, confused, stood in silence, listening to her words. Compared to Wan Wan, Ji Exeter possessed nothing. Why would she not take a gamble? If she emerged victorious, she would remain Lu Jingcheng's most cherished woman, his wife. Chu Jingji articulated each word with conviction. Reflect upon it. She was originally Lu Jingcheng's wife, the lady of the Lu family. Yet because of Wan Wan, she lost everything. Her dreams of transformation from sparrow to phoenix shattered. Do you believe she harbors no hatred for Wan Wan or the child she carries? As Chu Jingji spoke, Huang Fuling was suddenly struck by understanding. He realized that Jingji was far more astute than he had previously imagined. Her love for him had led her to often overlook matters. This was her indulgence. Jingji, rest assured, I will investigate this matter first thing in the morning. Do not worry. If GXINR is indeed responsible, I will certainly inform Lu Jingcheng. Upon hearing Lu Jingcheng's name, Chu Jingji chuckled. Inform him? Do you truly think he will believe it? A gentle breeze wafted through the window, carrying the coolness of the night. Why would Jingcheng not believe? What if I rephrase the question? If I were to tell you that Murong Jin is not ill and has been feigning her sickness all along, would you believe me? Chu Jingji's words were delivered with a certain coolness, tinged with an air of detachment. However, upon witnessing the astonished expression on Huang Fuling's face, she suddenly smiled, feeling a sense of relief. You see, you do not believe me, do you? By the same token, do you think Lu Jingcheng would ever believe that Ji Shiner could be so malevolent? Chapter 1:15. Breaking off the engagement at all costs. Upon hearing these words, Huang Fuling could not help but smile wryly. He watched as Chu Jingji took her clothes and entered the bathroom to change, while he glanced at Ning Wan, who lay on the hospital bed. A faint smile graced his lips before he turned to leave the ward to settle her hospital expenses. When he returned, he found Chu Jingji sitting at the head of the bed, reaching out to check Ning Wan's forehead temperature. Hearing his footsteps, she turned to Huang Fuling and said, There's no need for you to stay. I can keep watch over Wan Wan alone. Jingji, I understand you wish to be alone, but I want to be here for you. Please allow me to accompany you. Huang Fuling replied earnestly. However, Chu Jingji merely smiled and insisted, It's not necessary. You can go back. I am perfectly capable of handling this. Just remember your promise to me. Huang Fuling furrowed his brow, studying Chu Jingji for a long moment before he finally spoke. I understand. I will get to the bottom of this matter for you. And when Wan Wan wakes up, please give me a call. All right, she replied. After receiving her answer, Huang Fuling placed the medication and receipt on the cabinet. Pausing for a moment, he added, I called Jingcheng. His phone is off. I will try again tomorrow morning to inform him that Wan Wan was in an accident. There is no need for him to know. Chu Jingji said as she tidied Ning Wan's blanket. Huang Fuling, I only need you to handle that one matter. There is no need for you to inquire further. What would it accomplish to let Lu Jingcheng know about Wan Wan's accident? Would it garner sympathy? I'm sorry, but Wan Wan does not need that. A proud person like her would never seek the charity of others. Upon hearing this, Huang Fuling's previously tense hands became even more rigid. A cold breeze swept through, amplifying his chill. Ultimately, he glanced at Chu Jingji's back before turning and leaving. After their intimate moment, Lu Jingcheng cradled the now limp Ji Shiner in his arms, caring for her tenderly. Yet, for reasons unknown, his eyelids twitched incessantly, and his heart felt uneasy, as if something had been lost or some event was unfolding. He could only find a semblance of comfort in the warmth of her embrace. Jing, what shall we do? Your wedding with Ning Wan is next week. Ji Shiner nestled into Lu Jingcheng's chest, her slightly cold body seeking solace in his warmth. She clung tightly to him, as if this was the only way to quell her inner fears. But it's all right, Jing, I will always wait for you. Lu Jingcheng gently patted her back, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Rest assured, Shiner, I will not allow you to suffer. I will make it clear to grandfather that I will not marry Ning Wan. At all costs, I will annul our engagement and be with you. Marry? Ji Shiner paused slightly, realizing that Lu Jingcheng meant every word. However, she could not fathom how they could still be married, as the elder had already sought her out. Otherwise, she would not be so eager for Lu Jingcheng to claim her. Since the old gentleman was able to find her the first time, the second encounter would surely not be so easily negotiated. However, she was unwilling to let go. Regardless of the circumstances, even if she truly had no choice but to depart, she would ensure that Lu Jingcheng despised Ning Wan utterly. Yes, I believe in you, and I shall wait for you always, Ah Jing. Chapter 116. Will the wedding next week still take place? In the hospital room, Chu Jingji had been keeping vigil over Ning Wan and had unknowingly succumbed to slumber. When she awoke in the morning, Ning Wan had yet to stir. Rising to wash her face, she emerged to find Ning Wan sitting up, staring blankly at the white ceiling. Her eyes, devoid of life, resembled vast, empty voids, dark and hollow, lacking any semblance of emotion. Wan, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Yet, Ning Wan seemed oblivious to her words, continuing to gaze at the ceiling with an expressionless countenance. There was no sorrow, no pain, only warm tears silently trickling from the corners of her eyes, gliding down her pallid visage like a gentle stream. Wan, what's wrong? Please don't frighten me. As Chu Jingji felt a surge of anxiety, Ning Wan slowly turned her head and offered her a faint smile. Jingji, the baby is gone? I senti it? Chu Jingji was momentarily taken aback by her question. Seeing her in such a state, she managed to muster a beautiful smile, saying, Wan, let us let go, shall we? Jingji, you think I should let go too, don't you? Ning Wan's dark eyes remained tranquil before gradually shifting, her long lashes trembling softly. The smile on her lips began to brighten. Indeed, it was time to release her hold. Observing her friend's demeanor, Chu Jingji felt utterly at a loss. She stepped forward and enveloped Ning Wan in an embrace, tears of compassion streaming down her cheeks. Wan, you've endured too much. Let us not hold on to this any longer, all right? Is he aware of my accident? Ning Wan asked absently, ignoring Chu Jingji's previous words. Chu Jingji hesitated, her desire for Ning Wan to relinquish her hopes overwhelming her. After a prolonged pause, she finally responded, Wan, I understand. Ning Wan interrupted, grasping the implication in her words before she could finish. Deep down, she feared the truth, that he might not care for her at all. Yet, it made sense for those who are indifferent, who would concern themselves with their well-being. Thus, Lu Jingcheng, you have never truly feared causing me pain, have you? This love from beginning to end has been a solitary odyssey for me, a one-sided devotion. As sunlight streamed through the window, the world outside appeared dazzlingly bright. Sitting on her hospital bed, Ning Wan gazed at the sunlight, and a sudden clarity washed over her. Wan, the baby is gone. Will you still go through with your wedding to Lu Jingcheng next week? Chu Jingji presumed that, given the circumstances, Ning Wan would abandon the idea. However, she turned to her with a smile and softly replied, Why not proceed? Wan, Chu Jingji exclaimed in frustration. This is my resolution. Even though youthful dreams may be mere illusions, for me, Lu Jingcheng embodies the dream I wish to protect. Ning Wan smiled softly, and as for Ji Shiner, her actions shall be met with the understanding of the consequences of her misguided endeavors. Wan, what are you striving for? Lu Jingcheng does not love you. Very well. Since you are so relentless, I shall call him. I will inform him that you are the one he has been searching for since childhood, and I will tell him that the jade Buddha he wears around his neck was a gift from you. Chapter 117. I will make you disappear from Jiangbei, Chu Jingji. Be quiet. If you dare to say another word, I will sever all ties with you. Ning Wan gently lowered her lashes, concealing the faint emotion in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Chu Jingji nearly spat blood in anger. She quickly rummaged through her bag for her phone, searched for Lu Jingcheng, and dialed his number without hesitation. Seeing the situation unfold, Ning Wan reached for Chu Jingji's phone, but having just awakened, her body felt weak, rendering her unable to contend with Chu Jingji. Noticing this, Chu Jingji tossed the phone aside and hurried over to support her. However, the call had already connected. Chu Jingji, hang up this call immediately. Ning Wan's eyes glinted with fury, tears brimming as she teetered on the edge of sobbing. Observing Ning Wan's distress, Chu Jingji regretted her earlier impulsiveness, extending her hand to give the phone back to Ning Wan. As Ning Wan glanced at the screen, Preparing to terminate the call, she realized it had already been answered. With a soft sigh, Ning Wan brought the phone to her ear and spoke quietly. Lu Jingcheng, it's Ning Wan. Ning Wan. GXNR's voice was calm, yet laced with a hint of provocation. Just as Ning Wan was about to hang up, she unexpectedly smiled, her pallid complexion suddenly gaining color, her tone turning icy. Yes, it's me. What is the matter? GXINR, am I not allowed to call my fiancé? Ning Wan's voice was both cold and detached, devoid of any discernible displeasure or agitation. Conversely, GXINR, lacking Ning Wan's composure, felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing her tone. With a derisive laugh, she replied, Ah Jing is still asleep. What business do you have with him? I can relay your message later. You can relay my message? Ning Wan chuckled softly, gripping the phone tightly, as if suppressing something profound, her eyes darkening. I fear you might miscommunicate. Pausing, she noticed GXN's hurried and disordered breaths, prompting her to continue. GXN, just because I do not speak of certain matters does not mean I am unaware. What schemes are you concocting, believing you can deceive me? Your tactics are far too naive. If you wish to play, I can engage you in this game. I assure you, I can execute these strategies more subtly than you. But are you willing to play? Hearing this, GXN suddenly felt a wave of fear, her voice trembling as she asked, Ning Wan, what do you intend to do? I have no particular intentions, GXNR. I recall warning you, and do not think that just because you have shared a bed with Lu Jingcheng, he will marry you. You are mistaken. Unless he is willing to forsake the Lu family and his grandfather. Ning Wan's laughter was light, yet it held a chilling undertone. Shall we make a wager? GXNR gripped her phone tighter, her knuckles turning white as her complexion paled. What do you wish to wager? I wager that before my wedding, I will ensure you disappear from Jiangbei. Ning Wan, Ying Glovesme. You, a shameless third party who shared a bed with my boyfriend and is now with child. And I have not confronted you, yet you dare to flaunt your audacity before me. GXNR was infuriated by Ning Wan's words, lashing out in a fit of rage. It is indeed a fact that she is the legitimate girlfriend of Lu Jingcheng, and it was Ning Wan who intruded upon their relationship. Not only did she disrupt their bond, but now she also has the audacity to flaunt her pregnancy, asserting her dominance over me. By what right? Truly by what right? Chapter 118. Who is the third party? The term third party is rather jarring to my ears. G. Sheener, I acknowledge my shortcomings, yet you too are not entirely blameless. If I am indeed the third party, then what does that make you, G. Sheener? You have cunningly ensnared Lu Jingcheng's affections with a promise. Do you genuinely believe that he loves you? Without that promise, what would you amount to in Lu Jingcheng's eyes? You are nothing. Ning Wan is precisely this way. She refrains from striking unless she can deliver a blow that targets the opponent's vulnerabilities. Such precision ensures that her words land with devastating effect, leaving the other party defenseless. Ning Wan, on what grounds do you speak so? Yixiner retorted, her voice rising in indignation. My journey with A. Jing has been transparent. He knows me well, and I have never deceived him. You accuse me of tricking A. Jing. Where is your evidence? Present it. Upon hearing Ning Wan broach this subject once more, Ji Sheener was consumed by fury, her already pale lips growing even more ashen. She could not believe that Ning Wan could produce evidence. If such evidence truly existed, Ning Wan would have revealed it long ago. Why wait until now? Evidence, Ji Sheener? Are you certain you wish for it? If so, I can provide it. However, I desire to present it before Lu Jingcheng. I am eager to see whether, in his presence, he will continue to cherish you. And if your love is indeed so unassailable that it can withstand the weight of deception. Ning Wan sighed, leaning against the headboard, her waist-length ebony hair cascading down her back, her expression grave. As anticipated, Ji Sheener's reaction was one of disarray. She was at a loss for words, her composure shattered. Ji Sheener, what I expressed that day in the CAF remains unchanged. I made it clear that some things are not yours to claim, yet you foolishly long for them. You are unworthy of Lu Jingcheng. Your affection is for the heir of the Lu family, not for him as a person. Ning Wan spoke softly. I once offered you an opportunity, but you chose to forfeit it. Now, I have resolved not to relinquish him. Lu Jingcheng shall be my husband today and always. This marriage is irrevocably mine. Ning Wan listened as Ji Shiner's voice erupted in furious shouts. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of her mouth. Do not carry on like this. I advise you to vanish quietly. Should I take action, it would not end well for you. You are aware of my grandfather's disdain for you. I am certain that if I merely utter a word, he would ensure your disappearance from Jiangbei. On the sidelines, Chu Jingji recognized the gravity of the situation. There was no turning back now. Ning Wan was resolute in her decision, and the sight of her stirred a pang of sympathy within her. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Ji Shiner's face, casting a beautiful yet fierce silhouette upon the ground. Ji Shiner, let us meet at the Xingsha CAF tomorrow evening, she declared, pausing before adding, should you attempt to employ the same tactics as before and summon Lu Jingcheng, I assure you, Ji Shiner, I will ensure your disappearance is even more thorough. You ought to believe in my capabilities. Ji Xner offered no response, merely hanging up the phone in despair, her ears filled with Ning Wan's voice. And the device in her hand felt as though it might shatter under her grip. In the hospital room, Ning Wan gazed at the darkened screen with a countenance as heavy as water, her lips pressed tightly together. Perhaps due to the force with which she had gripped the phone, the previously bandaged wound had reopened, blood seeping through the gauze, and in an instant, the metallic scent of blood enveloped the entire room. Wan, your injury is not healed. How will you meet her tomorrow? I cannot allow this. If you insist on going, I shall go in your stead. Chu Jingji was on the verge of losing her mind. Her hand had only just begun to recover. Yet, Ning Wan merely smiled, grasping Chu Jingji's hand gently. Some matters must ultimately be resolved by oneself. Chapter 119. Second young master of the Lu family, Lu Jingcheng Wan. Why are you so certain that Grandpa Lu will be on your side? What if he doesn't support you? What will you do then? Chu Jingji expressed her worries. With Ning Wan having lost her child, how could someone like Lu Jingcheng still protect her? It would be a miracle if he didn't annul the engagement, considering their union was primarily due to the child. Jingji, I understand your concerns. Even without my child, Grandpa will still stand by me, Ning Wan softly replied, turning her gaze toward the distance. The one who could sing the dream of the garden so melodiously was the most sentimental, and Grandpa was undoubtedly the one who understood this best. Chu Jingji was puzzled. What is the dream of the garden? The words of Tang Xianzu, Ning Wan answered casually. Having lost her child, she found herself unable to shed a single tear, unsure if it was due to overwhelming sorrow or her own emotional detachment. Her child was gone, yet as a mother, she could not even spare a single tear for the loss. It was not until the glaring sunlight streamed through the window, bringing a wave of aching sensation, that tears began to slowly cascade down her cheeks, creating a poignant spectacle. Within the Lu family mansion, smoke wafted gently, and a fragrant aroma lingered in the air. Mrs. Lu, by Qing Ran, donned a chi pao with intricate dark patterns. Although she was over 50, time seemed to have left no trace on her face. Her dark hair was elegantly pinned up, and she sat in a wrought tan chair on the balcony, gazing at the man opposite her, her son, Lu Jingcheng. His smile softened considerably. Shiner, you've suffered being sent abroad by Lu Jingcheng for so many years, so far from your mother. It has truly been hard on you. If it weren't for your marriage to the daughter of the Lung family, Lung Qingqiu, you might never have been able to return here. Mother, I'm not suffering, so do not worry. Lu Jingcheng wanted to confine me abroad, but fate had other plans. I married Lung Qingqiu and gained the support of the Lung family. Lu Jingcheng replied with a smile. Qingqiu does not wish to live abroad and wants to be close to her parents. So, as her husband, I naturally will not stay overseas. Even if Grandpa has a tendency to favor Lu Jingcheng, he cannot say anything against this. However, I have heard that Lu Jingcheng is to marry Ning Wan, the president of the Ning Corporation, who has been embroiled in scandalous rumors due to her divorce from the Lin family. Is this merely gossip, or is it true? Indeed, it is true. Bai Qing Ran took a delicate sip of tea and continued. He is set to marry Ning Wan next week, and the old man has already given his consent. On that day, Ning Wan personally approached Grandpa and presented him with something. I do not know what it was. Nonetheless, Lu Jingcheng's marriage to Ning Wan poses a constant threat to you. You must not underestimate her. Underestimate? She is merely a woman. What is there to fear? Now that I have returned, I am eager to engage in a proper contest with Lu Jingcheng. It is time for a change in leadership at the Lu family, Lu Jingcheng declared, a smile gracing his lips. Yet even on this sunny day, a chill lingered in the air. Whatever you choose to do, it is of no concern to my mother. However, it is imperative that the old gentleman remains oblivious to our actions. You are well aware that he has always favored Lu Jingcheng. I shall never forget the injustices inflicted upon us by Lu Jingcheng's mother all those years ago. The days filled with trepidation still haunt me, and even now, the memories evoke a chilling sensation within me. Thus, I am determined that her offspring shall experience the very essence of that torment. Chapter 120. I desire Lu Jingcheng's life, I understand. Lu Jingcheng replied, then picked up the tea beside him and took a delicate sip. Before returning to my homeland, I met with my uncle in Venice. He advised me to refrain from taking action for the time being, stating that Lu Jingcheng is far too cunning. If we cannot strike him decisively, allowing him to recover will leave us with no chance for retaliation. Your uncle speaks wisely, Bai Qingran said apathetically, seemingly lost in thought. After all, the old man is still alive. Although he has accepted the two of us, the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate heirs remains. In the old man's heart, you will never surpass Lu Jingcheng, which is a harsh reality, much like how I will never match that vile woman. Were it not for your father's insistence on having your grandfather acknowledge us, it's likely the old man would never have accepted us. Mother, I understand. That is precisely why I must strive with all my might. By any means necessary, I refuse to allow Lu Jingcheng to live in such comfort. He owes us a debt, and I intend for him to repay it in full. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingxuan's dark eyes glimmered with a profound smile. What I seek is not merely control over the Lu family, but Lu Jingcheng's very life. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. The two exchanged glances, signaling Lu Jingcheng to hold his tongue. After a brief pause, he languidly called out, "Come in." A servant entered. "Madam, the old master has sent word that he has summoned the second young master back. He wishes for you and the eldest young master to remain indoors, as he intends for the family to dine together tomorrow evening. He also requests that the eldest young master call the second young mistress to invite her back to the old residence. I understand. You may leave now." "Yes." The servant retreated, carefully closing the door behind them. Once the door was shut, Lu Jingcheng suddenly scoffed. What arrogance! To return to the old residence for a meal requires our entire family to be mobilized. The old man truly shows favoritism. At my wedding with Qingqiu, Lu Jingcheng was absent, and I have yet to witness any reprimand from grandfather. Enough, Shinner. Such words are best kept between us. Do not let your grandfather hear them, for he does not take kindly to them. Bai Qingran frowned slightly, realizing she must acquiesce to him for now. Once we secure control over the Lu family, you may act as you please. I shall have no objections. I have endured for so many years. Mother, I am truly at my limit. Then you must continue to bear it. Bai Qingran lifted the fine porcelain cup from the table, sipping her tea. Call Qingqiu and remind her to return for dinner tomorrow. She must not be late. The old master despises those lacking a sense of time. Enough already. Lu Jingcheng cursed under his breath as he took out his phone to call his new bride, Lung Qingqiu. The following morning, Ning Wan was already preparing to be discharged from the hospital. However, her injuries remained severe, and the attending physician strongly insisted that she stay. Yet, she was resolute in her desire to leave, infuriating the physician greatly. With no other option, Ning Wan complied with the doctor's wishes and did not complete her discharge paperwork. Instead, in the afternoon, she asked Xu Jingji to retrieve her clothing. Taking advantage of the attending physician's rounds, she stealthily slipped out of the hospital. In the summer CAF. In an effort to conceal her wounds from GXR, she arrived 15 minutes early, yearning to confront certain matters alone. Hence she instructed Xu Jingji to remain hidden in the shadows. Although they had agreed to meet at 3 in the afternoon, GXNR was nowhere to be seen. As she glanced at her watch, a subtle frown etched across her brow. She prepared to rise and depart when a hurried voice broke through the silence. "I apologize for my tardiness." Chapter 121. Can a man's words and bed be trusted? Ning Wan turned to see Ji Sheener, elegantly clad in a Dolce & Gabbana gown, standing behind her. With a subtle smile, Ji gracefully seated herself, leaning slightly against the chair while observing Ning Wan as she took her place. "I just arrived," Ji Sheener said with a faint smile, deliberately tilting her head to reveal the marks left by Lu Jingcheng, hoping to provoke a reaction from Ning Wan. To her disappointment, Ning Wan appeared oblivious, merely lifting her glass to take a sip of water, her gaze quietly fixed upon Ji. This left Ji Sheener bewildered. She could not fathom what feelings Ning Wan harbored for Lu Jingcheng. "Ning Wan, I implore you, please let go. Jing and I are truly in love. It's not too late to cancel the wedding, and he does not love you. If you marry him, your life will be far from pleasant, and he shall not treat you kindly." Ji Sheener, realizing her provocations had failed, resorted to feigning vulnerability to elicit sympathy from onlookers, painting herself as the victim of Ning Wan's supposed bullying. Yet, she failed to grasp that the sympathy of bystanders is the most worthless of commodities. Whether it is pleasant or not is a matter solely between Lu Jingcheng and myself. "It has nothing to do with you," Ning Wan replied, her voice imbued with a chilling coldness. Her piercing gaze remained fixed on Ji Sheener. "You profess your love for him, yet I fail to see it, and he does not love you as you imagine. Am I wrong? Besides, do you know what terms I negotiated with Grandfather Lu? I can integrate the Ning family into the Lu family. What can you offer him? Aside from driving him to alienation, what else can you bring to his life?" Ji Sheener was taken aback by Ning Wan's forthrightness, her imposing demeanor leaving her momentarily speechless. It was no wonder Ning Wan was the head of the Ning family. With just a few words, she shattered the defenses Ji had meticulously erected. Ji could not reproach Ning Wan for constantly mentioning wealth, for she herself was equally motivated. What she desired was not just Lu Jingcheng, but the title of the young mistress of the Lu family, which promised her future splendor. "Do not attempt to sow discord here. Jing promised me last night that he would do whatever it takes to break his engagement with you and marry me," Ji Sheener claimed, her eyes brimming with tears. "Oh, is that so?" Ning Wan replied with a gentle smile, her delicate fingers tapping lightly on the table. "Yet, his promises are worthless before the Lu family. You must have already realized this, haven't you?" Upon hearing this, Ji Sheener abruptly raised her head, catching the mocking smile playing on Ning Wan's lips. "And this was yesterday? Ji Sheener, are you not aware that a man's words in bed are not to be trusted?" Ning Wan chuckled softly, shifting her injured hand, which had been resting beneath the table, to the surface. Ji Sheener's eyes widened as she noticed the injury on Ning Wan's hand. It was implausible. She had arranged for that man to confront Ning Wan, and it was inconceivable that Ning Wan had sustained only minor injuries. "Ji Sheener, I warned you yesterday that your patience has worn thin." Ning Wan's voice was icy, and Ji Sheener's heart sank as she looked up at her, bewildered. "What do you mean? What do you mean?" "I wish for you to vanish from Jiangbei, from the presence of Ning Wan." Upon hearing these words, Ji Sheener immediately grew anxious, her voice rising uncontrollably as she exclaimed, "That is impossible. As long as I remain, no one can compel me to leave. Furthermore, if you act in this manner, Jing will not let you go unpunished." Chapter 122. Not everything can be bought with money, can it? Ji Xiner, do you think I would personally intervene in such matters? Upon hearing these words, Ji Xiner quickly grasped the implication, her gaze shifting to Ning Wan. "You intend to have old Master Lu take action." Ning Wan remained silent, merely offering a cold smile. A smile that intensified Ji Xiner's fear, making her already pale complexion appear even more ghostly. "Ji Xiner, do not feign innocence before me. You are not as blameless as you pretend to be, are you? You have exchanged a fabricated oath for years of comfort and affection. That should suffice, should it not? Do you think if I were to disclose to Grandfather the reasons behind Lu Jingcheng's obsession with you, and how you deceived him, how do you suppose he would respond? I did not deceive Jing. I am indeed the person he made a promise with in our childhood. You are attempting to manipulate me with your business tactics, but I see through your schemes. You wish to take the initiative and instill fear in me. However, Ning Wan, I have not deceived Jing. Why should I be afraid?" Ji Xer spoke hastily, failing to notice the deepening pity and disdain in Ning Wan's eyes. "Ji Xer, do you not realize that when one tells a lie too often, they begin to believe it is truth. This matter may be unprovable, but Jixun, you were the one who incited Moron Jin to expose the scandal involving Jingji. Do you think I cannot uncover the truth? How do you think Grand Prince Ling would react if I were to reveal this to him? Ning Wan rose from her seat, placing the prepared check before Jixun. When the time comes, it will not only be Old Master Lu dealing with you, but also Grand Prince Ling. Therefore, it will be wise to take your leave gracefully, lest others force you out in a manner most unbecoming. Jixun had been crying from the outset. Upon seeing Ning Wan once again use money to humiliate her, she grasped the check as if to tear it apart. Yet in the next moment, Ning Wan seized her hand, gazing at her coldly. So much resolve? Tear it, and you shall be left with nothing. I may offer this check once, perhaps twice, but there shall be no third time. I advise you to recognize the situation and accept it. The amount on this check would allow you to live quite comfortably for the remainder of your life. Having spoken, Ning Wan released her grip and turned to leave. At that moment, she caught sight of a man approaching her, his originally gentle gaze now tinged with disappointment. Steadying herself, she watched as he drew nearer. Wan, you were never this kind of person. When did you change? Xiner may be impoverished, but you should not demean her. She is human and capable of feeling pain. Li Xiaoting, who had reached Ning Wan's side, spoke with a hint of anger. Ning Wan felt a flicker of displeasure at the words of the brother she had always regarded as a good friend, yet she did not reveal any of her feelings. After a brief pause, she looked up at Li Xiaoting. Brother Xiaoting, there are matters you do not comprehend. I shall explain them to you another day. Explain? What is there to explain? Li Xiaoting regarded Ning Wan with a slight frown, then stepped beside Jixun in a protective manner, handing the check back to Ning Wan. Ning Wan, do you truly believe that every issue can be resolved with money? In your heart, do you believe that everything can be quantified and acquired with money? Upon hearing these words, Ning Wan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Li Xiaoting as a myriad of complex emotions surged within her. After a prolonged silence, she finally smiled softly and replied, You are correct. Not everything can be bought with money. However, I, Jixun, am an exception. I am that kind of woman. Chapter 123. Ning Wan, you are simply unreasonable, Ning Wan. You are utterly unreasonable. Li Xiaoting was greatly vexed by her. The sister he had always believed in turned out to be such a person. He could not comprehend it. Oh, is that so? Ning Wan replied with a gentle smile, tilting her head to look at him, remaining silent thereafter. The atmosphere within the room grew tense. It was not until the ringing of a phone shattered the silence that the moment was interrupted. Ning Wan picked up her phone, glancing at the caller ID. It was the number of the ancestral home. After a moment's thought, she answered the call. Before she could utter a word, Lu Jingcheng's voice came through. Wan, come to the old residence for dinner tonight. We have matters to discuss. I understand, Grandpa. I will be there shortly. The cheerful voice on the other end responded, Good, darling. Be sure to arrive early and play a game of chess with Grandpa. Upon hearing this, Ning Wan smiled softly. All right. After hanging up, she observed Li Xiaoting as he protected Jixun and couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. As they say, the onlooker sees the most. Jixun, I am not joking with you. Consider my words carefully. With that, Ning Wan turned to leave. And only then did Li Xiaoting notice her bandaged hand. He frowned slightly, yet after their recent quarrel, he felt it inappropriate to inquire about her injury and could only watch her depart. As she exited the CAF, Chu Jingji approached, offering her support to escort her back to the hospital. However, Ning Wan declined, stating, Grandpa has asked me to return to the ancestral home for dinner tonight. I have already promised him. Chu Jingji was displeased. Can't you postpone it? Your injury isn't fully healed. Ning Wan smiled faintly and simply shook her head. She allowed Chu Jingji to take her home to change into a fresh outfit before requesting her to drive her to the Lu family's old residence. Chu Jingji then drove off alone. Upon entering the courtyard, she was immediately called by the old man, for the chessboard had already been set up on the stone slabs outside. Lu Jingcheng regarded her with a nod, noticing the injury on her hand, his brow furrowing slightly. Child, what has happened to your hand? Ning Wan smiled gently, glancing at her wound. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Please don't worry, Grandpa. As she spoke, she approached the prepared chessboard and gazed at the black and white pieces, casually saying, "Grandpa, you must go easy on me. You have exhausted all your sweet talk. If I don't grant you some leniency, it would seem too tyrannical of me to bully you, my young descendant." The old man picked a black piece after a moment of contemplation and placed it on the board. "But you must understand, this chessboard is akin to a battlefield, where there are no familial ties. Naturally, even if I were to lose to Grandpa, it would merely reflect my lack of skill. Moreover, losing to you does not embarrass me in the slightest," Ning Wan replied, her smile radiating joy as she picked a piece from the box and placed it onto the board. "Well said, you have ambition." They exchanged smiles. Compared to Ji Sheener, it was evident that the old man favored Ning Wan significantly more. Ji Xer cannot be deemed unpleasant. However, there lingers an unsettling impression that her intentions are not entirely pure. Though she shares a bond with Jingcheng, rooted in affection, it seems that ulterior motives prevail. After navigating the business world for half a lifetime, Lu Jingcheng has honed an astute ability to discern character. Ning Wan appears to be a complex individual, yet in truth, she embodies an astonishing simplicity. "Grandfather Lu, it is your turn," she remarked. Upon hearing Ning Wan's words, Old Master Lu felt a slight tremor in his grasp of He Zi, but quickly regained his composure. He positioned He Zi appropriately and replied, "It seems the old man, have been negligent. It is indeed this girl who has taken the lead." Chapter 124. A unique affection. Ning Wan was momentarily taken aback, smiling lightly. "Where do I have such feelings? It is Grandfather Lu who is distracted. Did he not say that the battlefield knows no father and son? Indeed, your temperament bears a resemblance to that of Jingcheng's grandmother." Grandfather Lu chuckled, positioning his black piece to obstruct Ning Wan's white piece's path. "My dear, do you harbor feelings for Jingcheng?" Ning Wan paused, not responding immediately. Instead, she picked up a white piece and countered Grandfather Lu's move, delicately placing it on the board. "Grandfather Lu, I am aware of what you wish to inquire, yet I must tell you, there is no need to ask me this question again. I have already provided you with my answer during my last visit." Upon hearing this, Grandfather Lu smiled. Ning Wan returned his smile gently. "Grandfather, your rendition of the dream of the garden was so melodious. Surely, you understand the essence of a unique affection." She lifted her gaze to meet Grandfather Lu's astonished expression, her dark eyes fixed upon him. "Some individuals appear in your life by fate, and a unique affection often hinges upon a singular choice. No matter how wonderful others may be, they cannot compare." Grandfather Lu was slightly taken aback, scrutinizing the woman before him. She was not breathtakingly beautiful, yet she exuded a comforting presence. Noticing that Grandfather Lu seemed lost in thought, Ning Wan chuckled and then placed a white piece in the only vulnerable spot. She looked up at him with a bright smile. "Grandfather Lu, you have lost." Grandfather Lu, hearing this, snapped back to reality and stared at the black and white pieces on the board, momentarily stunned. This little girl had outsmarted him? Before he could respond, she added, "Grandfather Lu, this is merely a strategy of war. Next time, I shall allow you to win a few more rounds." "Allow me to win? It sounds as though you imply that I cannot bear to lose." He retorted playfully. "In a moment, I shall retrieve something for you." Grandfather Lu laughed heartily, growing fonder of his granddaughter-in-law. After all, she would eventually marry and not return often. With her presence, his life would certainly become more vibrant. "Grandfather, this seems inappropriate. I have yet to bring you a gift, yet you wish to present me with one. This would make me feel quite embarrassed," Ning Wan exclaimed, realizing that anything gifted by Grandfather Lu would undoubtedly be of great value. Grandfather Lu erupted in laughter at her words. Wu Changhua, who was approaching from a distance, couldn't help but smile at this scene. Since the passing of a young mistress, and with the young master in a vegetative state followed by the old lady's demise, it had been a long time since Grandfather Lu had laughed so joyfully. It seemed that this young mistress truly was a delightful presence. "My dear, this is your reward for winning at chess. Who says you must not accept it? Moreover, as long as you come to accompany me for a few rounds of chess, that is more than enough," Grandfather Lu chuckled. "And you may simply call me Grandfather. No need to use the cumbersome title of Grandfather Lu." Ning Wan found herself in a rather awkward situation, finally realizing the source of Lu Jingcheng's domineering nature It was indeed an inherited flaw from the Lu family. However, having grown up in an emotionally sparse environment, she felt an unexpected warmth towards Lu Jingcheng. Very well, grandfather. I shall frequently come to play chess with you from now on. I also wish to hear you sing, as long as you do not mind my clumsiness. How could I? Old Master Lu chuckled, observing Wu Guozhong approaching him, as if he had discovered a treasure. Old Wu, take a look at my granddaughter-in-law. Is she not splendid? Wu Guozhong replied with a smile. Indeed, she is quite remarkable. Of course, she is someone my old man has chosen. How could she be anything less? The garden soon echoed with joyous laughter. Chapter 125. The intimidating dinner at the Lu family on the balcony of the upstairs room. The scene unfolding in the garden was rather glaring. Lu Jingchuan's eyes darkened as he observed the old man's joyful smile in the garden, his brow slightly furrowed. Mother, it seems the old man is exceptionally happy today. Who would have thought that Ning Wan possesses such charm to bring him so much joy? Hearing her son's words, Bai Qingran raised an eyebrow and followed his gaze, indeed witnessing the old man's delight. It was the first time in years she had seen him smile so broadly. I have always said she has her merits. Otherwise, how could she uphold the Ning family? Mother, I understand. I will investigate her. Bai Qingran nodded, watching as Ning Wan assisted the old man into the house. She then stood up. Let us go. It's time to join them. The old man has entered. So hurry and call Qingxiu. In the evening, the flickering candlelight illuminated the Lu family's ancestral home. The servants bustled about, a scene of activity that had not been witnessed in quite some time, returning the household to a semblance of order. With the eldest son and his wife returning, even the usually absent second young master Lu had come back with his fiancée, making the occasion particularly grand. Under the crystal chandelier, the inner scene was vaguely visible. Lu Jingcheng sat to the right of the old master, with Lu Jingcheng choosing to sit beside him, clearly delineating their positions. To the left of the old master sat Bai Qingran and her son, along with Lu Jingchuan's wife, Lung Qingxiu, who was adorned in a striking red evening gown that accentuated her beauty, though her makeup was slightly heavy and her perfume a touch overpowering. Ning Wan felt that Qingqing and Chang'an were already quite beautiful, but she did not anticipate that the woman before her would possess an even more captivating allure, akin to a fiery red rose, exotic yet enchanting. However, when their eyes met, Ning Wan sensed a faint chill and an undercurrent of hostility emanating from her. How could such a feeling arise at their first encounter? The old master observed Ning Wan and then glanced at the bracelet adorning her wrist, surprised at how well it suited her. Wan, don't be shy. Please eat more. What do you like to eat? Grandfather will have the kitchen prepare it for you. Thank you, grandfather. I am not picky. Ning Wan smiled. You are simply too thin, my dear. Has that scoundrel Jingcheng been neglecting you? If so, you must tell grandfather, and I shall teach him a lesson on your behalf. Do not be afraid. The old master chuckled, placing a piece of braised pork into Ning Wan's bowl. Lu Jingcheng remained silent, seated quietly, engrossed in his meal. Jingcheng, is this the Miss Ning who is to become your bride in a few days? Indeed, she is strikingly beautiful, clearly a child of good lineage. Quite splendid, Bai Qingran remarked warmly, looking at Ning Wan with a compassionate tone. Wan, we'll be family from now on. If you ever need anything, feel free to seek out Aunt Bai. Thank you. Ning Wan was unaware of the intricate connections at play, yet she had gleaned some hearsay. The woman in question was not Lu Jingcheng's biological mother, but rather his father's first love. Ultimately, due to a marriage of convenience, Lu Jingcheng's father wed her mother, severing all ties with his initial beloved. It was only after the passing of his mother that they returned. Wan, a couple of days. Let us invite your family to the old residence to discuss the wedding arrangements. Although we have made considerable preparations, it is essential for your parents to take part as well. Bai Qingran remarked with a gentle smile, though her tone bore an undercurrent of insistence. Chapter 126. My affairs. When is it your place to interject? Bai Qingran, when did my matters become your concern? Lu Jingcheng had been observing for some time, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips, yet it bore a hint of indifference. When I choose to marry, it is none of your business. Whether Ning Wan's family wishes to discuss marriage is not for you to meddle in. Jingcheng, I meant no offense. I was merely inquiring. Bai Qingran stammered. a flicker of malice glimmering in her eyes, particularly as she gazed at the jade bracelet adorning Ning Wan's wrist, an heirloom of the late matriarch. It symbolized the status of the Lu family's matriarch, passed down from the late matriarch to Lu Jingcheng's mother. After her passing, Bai Qingran had assumed she would inherit it, only to find that the matriarch had not bestowed it upon her, but rather it now graced Ning Wan's wrist. The thought gnawed at Bai Qingran with bitterness. Inquiring? On what grounds do you presume to do so? We both understand your true intentions, so spare me the pretense of innocence, Lu Jingcheng remarked coolly, setting down his chopsticks. Did he think that by doing so, he could evade a return to Australia? If he chose not to return, then you and your son should vacate the old residence. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingran's temper flared, and she retorted, Lu Jingcheng, I am your father's wife. What authority do you possess to expel me? Jingxian is also a part of this family, and the old master has consented to his staying. Oh, Lu Jingcheng suddenly laughed, turning to the elder Lu, who was quietly eating his meal. Grandfather, is this your stance as well? The elder said nothing, continuing to eat in silence, allowing the confrontation to unfold. Cold Qingxiu, sensing Lu Jingcheng's aggressive demeanor, scoffed. Lu Jingcheng, even though you are the head of the Lu family, you have no right to tear apart our marriage. She set down her chopsticks and directed her gaze at Ning Wan beside him. Moreover, as the head of the Lu family, you ought to marry a lady of noble birth, settling for someone of questionable reputation. Are you intent on bringing disgrace to the Lu name? Cold Qingxiu, it seems you are quite tired of life. Lu Jingcheng stood, his voice suddenly turning icy, his dark eyes glinting with a chilling severity. Cold Qingxiu felt a shiver run through her at his penetrating gaze. Yet she pressed on, Lu Jingcheng, is this how you speak to your sister-in-law? A sister-in-law is akin to a mother. As the head of the Lu family, do you not understand the meaning of decorum? Regardless of your feelings towards us, my husband is the eldest son of the Lu family, your brother, and my mother is the legitimate Mrs. Lu. Before Lu Jingcheng could respond, Lu Jingcheng, who had remained silent until now, interjected, lifting her gaze to Cold Qingxiu with a cold smile. Cold Qingxiu, you dare to call Ning Wan second-hand? Perhaps you should first gaze into a mirror to understand what you truly are. In my eyes, Ning Wan is infinitely more noble than you could ever be. A sister-in-law as a mother? How dare you utter such words? My mother bore only my brother Jingcheng and me. As for the origins of that wretched child, Bai Qingran is well aware in her heart. Lu Jingcheng, you tremble with indignation, a person who has always been held in the palm of others' hands. When has she ever endured such humiliation? Although the Lung family may not compare to the Lu family, is this not an excessive affront? With flushed cheeks, she turned to the venerable elder Lu and implored, Grandfather, what do you make of Qingcheng's words? Chapter 127. What does he amount to in the Lu family? Old Master Lu remained silent, yet from the way he held his chopsticks, Ning Wan discerned that no matter what he said at this moment, it would be deemed erroneous. Regardless of which side he favored, it would only serve to aggravate the animosity between them. Indeed, the more one speaks, the more one errs. Lung Qingxiu, before you wed Lu Jingxian, did you not take the time to inquire about his standing in the Lu family? Lu Jingcheng's expression was indifferent, yet his dark eyes appeared even more profound than before. I shall say this but once. You two are married and have returned home. It is time for you to return to Australia. Do not linger here to vex me. Otherwise, do not blame me for being heartless. After uttering these words, Lu Jingcheng rose to leave the dining table. Observing his genuine anger, Ning Wan reached out to grasp his arm. The atmosphere was exceedingly awkward, and Lu Jingcheng was showing a blatant disregard for old Master Lu. She had spent the afternoon conversing with the elder, who desired nothing more than familial harmony. Lu Jingcheng's departure was tantamount to humiliating him. Lu Jingcheng, sit down. Turning to regard Ning Wan's expression and the injury on her hand, Lu Jingcheng surprisingly did not shake off her grip. In truth, even without her words, he was acutely aware that when Lung Qingxiu slandered her, she refrained from retorting out of respect for the elder, not out of fear of Lung Qingxiu. Upon seeing her pleading gaze, Lu Jingcheng furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately resumed his seat. Bai Qingran frowned. Earlier, When Lu Jingcheng and Lu Jingcheng were exchanging barbs, she had chosen silence, preferring to let her words convey the grievances they had endured. However, Lu Jingcheng's last statement stirred her urgency. After all the waiting for her son to marry a daughter from the Lung family, was he now suggesting that her son return to Australia? Absolutely not. There, he held no power, and his connection to the Lu family would be irrevocably severed. Father, please say something. If you do not support me, will you allow Jingxian to stay? Bai Qingran implored, directing her gaze towards old Master Lu, who sat at the head of the table. Indeed, Grandpa. Jingxian and I have just wed, and, as the only daughter in the family, I do not wish to be separated from my parents. Moreover, with the Lu family being so vast, Jingxian could work in any department. Why must he return to Australia? Lung Qingxiu cried, asserting that the fault lay with Jingcheng, who displayed a lack of respect. Grandpa, you must arbitrate for us. Lu Jingxian remained silent, merely wishing to ascertain whether old Master Lu's promises would be altered due to Lu Jingcheng's interference. Furthermore, as Lung Qingxiu had already elucidated the circumstances, there was no need for him to elaborate further. Jingcheng, this matter was consented to by Grandpa, suddenly breaking his silence. Lu Jinling set down his chopsticks and looked sternly at Lu Jingcheng, his demeanor starkly contrasting with the amiable old Master Lu from earlier in the garden. The three individuals beside them fell instantly silent, recognizing that since the elder had spoken, there was no further need for their input. Regardless of the situation, the Lu family cannot be in the wrong, can we? What purpose does it serve to tear apart a married couple? Thus, Grandfather's intention is for Lu Jingxian to remain. Lu Jingcheng suddenly chuckled, his tone indifferent, revealing a cold detachment that Ning Wan had never witnessed before. A profound hatred flickered within his obsidian-like eyes, deepening and intensifying as he spoke. The age-old adage that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw is a truth that Grandfather ought to comprehend. Chapter 128. Do not mistake rudeness for true character. Lu Jingcheng also rose to her feet, her expression remarkably serene, her voice gentle. Her dark eyes were veiled by long lashes, concealing the emotions swirling within. Grandfather, did we not agree on this from the beginning? Why the change? Is it not preferable to maintain the current state? Jingcheng and I have already made concessions, allowing this woman to reside in the ancestral home. What more do you wish from us? If you insist on this course, then forgive me for my perceived disloyalty. You stand to lose not only Jingcheng, but also me. With that, Lu Jingcheng was the first to depart from the dining table. The situation regarding Nangong Mu and his romantic entanglements had already left her feeling discontented and troubled. She could hardly fathom her grandfather's sudden shift, which only exacerbated her irritation. Jingcheng, what are your thoughts? Do you share this sentiment? Her grandfather seemed reluctant to separate the couple. Furthermore, even if Jingxian were to remain, he would not be permitted entry into the Lu family business. This was a promise made to you. After all, is it truly impossible to keep him here? The old man spoke with such nonchalance, as if discussing someone entirely unrelated to himself. Lu Jingcheng furrowed his brow, and Ning Wan, seated beside him, could sense his simmering anger. She slightly frowned, wishing to speak, yet Lu Jingcheng offered her no opportunity. Observing his grandfather, he smiled wryly. It is not that I wish to dismantle their marriage. After all, Qingxiu can still travel to Australia. Grandfather, I have stated before that should he return, I shall depart. Between him and me, you can choose but one. Is it not possible to yield, even a little? The old man frowned. No, my stance aligns with Qingcheng's. I do not wish to disrupt the current equilibrium. Some individuals are akin to insatiable hounds. Once given a morsel, they crave more. Lu Jingcheng cast a cold glance at those seated around the table, his expression devoid of warmth, ultimately landing on his grandfather's aged visage. Grandfather, I will retire to my room now. Please contemplate this matter. With that, Lu Jingcheng turned and ascended the stairs. Ning Wan remained in her seat, watching Lu Jingcheng's solitary figure ascend. It was the first time she perceived his silhouette as so profoundly lonely, never having felt such before. His tall frame, illuminated by the light, appeared utterly desolate, as though it might succumb to that very solitude at any moment. In a vast living room, only the old man, Bai Qingran, and the couple Lu Jingcheng remained, alongside a visibly uncomfortable Ning Wan. "Grandfather, you promised my father that Jingxian could stay. How can you do this? Who truly holds authority in this household?" Lung Qingqiu's arrogance blinded her to the prevailing circumstances. It was understandable that the old man harbored disdain for her. Though Ning Wan was unaware of the intricacies at play, she endeavored to dissuade Lu Jingcheng, hoping to prevent further escalation of the conflict. However, it seemed that Lung Qingqiu was intent on amplifying the discord, now taking a stance against the grandfather. "Miss Lung, might I suggest you address grandfather with a modicum of respect? Is this the manner in which the Lung family conducts itself?" Ning Wan interjected ichiri. Yet, Lung Qingqiu was unperturbed, retaliating fiercely. "And who do you think you are? Merely a second-hand acquisition, while I am the esteemed lady of the Lu family. Why do you have to lecture me? A discarded shoe, yet to even cross the threshold of the Lu household, and you presume to correct me?" One cannot help but wonder how many individuals the president of the Ning Corporation has accompanied for drinks, or in more intimate settings, to achieve today's success. Upon hearing these words, Ning Wan chuckled softly, rising to her feet. Although the Ning Corporation may be in decline, it has certainly not reached the point where I must resort to serving drinks. One Ning Corporation could easily purchase 20 of your coal corporation. Do not mistake a lack of refinement for genuine character. It is quite frankly nauseating. She then turned her gaze towards the elder Mr. Lu. "Grandfather, shall we take a stroll in the courtyard?" Chapter 129. "Perhaps you will eventually fall in love with me." Cold Qingqiu was infuriated, her face flushed, as she faced the barbs of both Lu Jingcheng and Ning Wan. "Grandfather, look at them," she exclaimed. "Enough, Cold Qingqiu. It is not your place to instruct me. Lu Jingcheng in my affairs." The elder Lu rose, casting a glance at Bai Qingran. "Do not blame others. The cycle of cause and effect is at play here. This is the consequence of your past actions, and it is time you bear the repercussions." Father Bai Qingran looked up, tears streaming down her face. "Do not presume that I am unaware of the words you exchanged with Ronger at the hospital before her untimely demise. Had it not been for my son's desperate pleas for me to allow you back into the Lu family, do you think I would have acquiesced?" The elder Lu scoffed, then called to Wu Guozhong, who had been standing behind him. "Old Wu, accompany me upstairs." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingran slightly closed her eyes, allowing tears to flow down her cheeks. "Suwanrong, why? Why? Despite your maliciousness in our past rivalry, the elder had never shown disdain for you. Now, your son is so domineering, and the elder still indulges him? Both are his grandsons. Why this disparity? When Jingxian married, the elder offered nothing but some monetary gifts. Yet for Lu Jingcheng, who remains unwed, he bestowed the ancestral jade bracelet upon his beloved. Why is this so? Is it simply because you hail from a prestigious family, while I am but a commoner? Mother, do not be disheartened. Your son will remain by your side and will not abandon you." Lu Jingxian stood, approaching his mother, embracing her gently. With narrowed eyes, he gazed at the receding figure, a cold glimmer flickering at the corners of his mouth. "Lu Jingcheng, wait. The humiliation that my mother and I have endured over the years shall be repaid 100-fold. I vow that you will lose all that you hold dear, experiencing pain so profound it pierces the heart, and I shall ensure you live in solitude until the end of your days." The night was unbearably deep. After wandering in the garden for a while, Ning Wan felt a twinge of concern for Lu Jingcheng. Thus, she ascended the stairs, spotting him at the end of the corridor, smoking. She sighed and slowly approached him. "Smoking excessively is detrimental to your health. You should reduce it in the future." Standing beside him, she softly spoke. Noticing he did not dismiss her, she continued, "Lu Jingcheng, I empathize with your helplessness and sorrow. We are, in essence, kindred spirits." Lu Jingcheng regarded the woman before him. It was the first time he had seen such a Ning Wan. Under the moonlight, her dark eyes sparkled like stars, blinking with life. Before he could respond, she added, "I am thirsty. Would you like some tea? I can brew some for you, if you wish." A low chuckle escaped Lu Jingcheng as he followed her to the second-floor balcony, watching her prepare the tea and handing him a steaming cup. As he gazed at the fragrant liquid, he offered her a genuine smile for the first time. "Ning Wan, had you not compelled me to marry you, we might have been friends. But marrying me will not bring you happiness. It is not too late. Consider canceling our engagement. Upon hearing this, Ning Wan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, how do you know you won't find happiness? Perhaps you might fall in love with me after all. Oh, such confidence? Lu Jingcheng chuckled, observing the woman beside him with her long, lustrous black hair cascading down to her waist, a stark contrast to her usual hairstyle, which was neatly tied up. It added a touch of youthful allure to her appearance. Let go. Allow me to speak calmly. Even if your grandfather were to coerce me into marrying you, it would not lead to happiness. My heart belongs solely to Exiner. I cannot fathom why you are so scheming and methodical in your efforts to undermine my relationship with her. What is it that you truly desire? Ning Wan. You truly make me feel nauseated. What is it that I desire? Ning Wan tilted her head, gathering her disheveled hair behind her. I seek nothing for myself. I merely believe that some things are unworthy of Exiner. She then turned to Lu Jingcheng, declaring, I have no objections to whom you marry. But Exiner is entirely unacceptable. She does not deserve it at all. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingcheng's previously slight fondness for Ning Wan evaporated, and he was immediately filled with rage. Unworthy? What about you? As a second-hand item, do you believe you are deserving of me, Lu Jingcheng? Moreover, Exiner is not someone you can disparage with your kind of woman. What kind of woman am I? Ning Wan chuckled softly, her voice laced with a hint of coldness. In your eyes, am I not the kind of vicious, shameless woman? Second-hand? Lu Jingcheng, you know best whether I am or not. After saying this, Ning Wan rose to leave, regardless of your thoughts. You are destined to be my husband, today and forever. Lu Jingcheng's anger reached its zenith as he gazed at the woman who stood before him. His eyes suddenly fell upon her hands. He had noticed earlier at dinner that they were bandaged, alongside faint wounds on her face. He had intended to inquire, but was sidetracked by matters concerning Lu Jingxian. Now, he found himself unable to voice the question. Very well. It seems you have yet to tire of your loveless marriage with Lin Tianyu after 3 years. I do not mind allowing you to endure a few more years. After all, it is merely a certificate. Exiner does not concern herself with such trivialities. Ning Wan, you truly make me feel nauseated. Even so, you, Lu Jingcheng, are destined to be my husband, while Exiner will forever remain a scorned mistress. Ning Wan's final words were cold, gradually dissipating in the gentle evening breeze. The night air was still somewhat chilly, as autumn had indeed arrived, bringing lower temperatures. Ning Wan instructed Wu Guozhong to send her home, but paused in the garden, where she found Lu Jingcheng alone on a swing, seemingly lost in thought. Ning Wan approached her, but Lu Jingcheng was oblivious, fixated on her phone screen. As Ning Wan drew near, she noticed that it displayed a call from Nangong Mu. Though Lu Jingcheng lacked the courage to dial it, despite the way Nangong Mu had treated her at the restaurant, she still could not let go. Everyone has their own obsessions, do they not? Sister Jingcheng, Ning Wan softly called as she took a seat beside her. Lu Jingcheng looked at her, initially taken aback, as if she believed Ning Wan should not be present. After a moment's contemplation, she surmised that Ning Wan had likely quarreled with Jingcheng. Are you heading home? Did you argue with Jingcheng again? She paused, observing Ning Wan's attire. With so little clothing, are you not cold? I have a coat in my room. Let me fetch it for you. Noticing that Ning Wan wore a long dress, with only a wool shawl draped over her shoulders. Sister Jingcheng, I am not cold. Ning Wan smiled, shaking her head. That day at the Western restaurant, I was dining with Jingji and saw you with Nangong Mu. Lu Jingcheng is an astute woman. She requires only a few words to grasp the essence of a matter. That day in a restaurant, Lu Jingcheng smiled, asking, you witnessed it, did you not? Quite embarrassing. Wasn't it? Is that why you left without greeting me? Ning Wan, upon hearing this, shook her head gently and replied, no, my silence was not born of embarrassment. Sister Jingcheng, everyone possesses their own pride and harbors wounds they wish to keep hidden from others. Chapter 131. Sister Jingcheng, do you trust me? Lu Jingcheng offered a bittersweet smile, her gaze suddenly becoming distant. I have never endeavored to cherish or please anyone in such a manner, for, owing to the indulgence of my grandfather and Jingcheng, I have always regarded everything with disdain. I first encountered Nangong Mu last year. Although he and Jingcheng were good friends from university, I only met him at a gathering last year. As we gradually became acquainted, my fondness for him deepened. Perhaps it all began with his invitation for me to dance the first waltz. Ning Wan furrowed her brows slightly, falling into silence. While dancing with him, I found myself wishing for a man who would love me. So, as a woman, did you actively pursue him? Ning Wan remarked with a smile, which was undoubtedly the case. In truth, he does not harbor feelings for Jingcheng. He merely refrains from voicing hurtful truths out of respect for Lu Jingcheng. After all, he has but one sister. Indeed, Lu Jingcheng responded with a bitter smile. Initially, he rejected me, and I realized he did not like me. Yet I did not give up. I thought, he has no one he loves, so why should I not love him? Later, various women began to appear around him, and I understood that he was attempting to distance himself from me through such actions. I was not oblivious. I simply chose to feign ignorance. Until Jiang Meina appeared. The way Nangongmu looked at her made it clear to me that I would lose utterly and completely. Sister Jingcheng, you. Lu Jingcheng suddenly turned to Ning Wan. Wan, he always claims that my feelings are merely a fleeting whim. But how could he possibly comprehend that to love someone transcends mere momentary fancy? Sister Jingcheng, what about now? Do you still love him? As these words escaped her lips, Ning Wan abruptly questioned whether she had erred in her inquiry. They were on the verge of marriage. As she spoke, Lu Jingcheng's eyes began to glisten, tears threatening to spill from her cheeks. Sister Jingcheng, do you trust me? Lu Jingcheng looked up at the woman before her, utterly perplexed. In the next moment, Ning Wan reached for her phone, dialed an unconnected number, and activated the speakerphone. Ning Wan, Lu Jingcheng felt a pang of anxiety. Yet, in the stillness of the night, the beeping tone sounded particularly jarring. Hello, who is this? Nangongmu's voice came through. It's Ning Wan. Ning Wan replied with a faint smile. Ning Wan? The voice on the other end was cool, taking a moment before responding. Oh, you're the Ning Corporation president who is pressuring Lu Jingcheng into marriage. What do you need from me? Lu Jingcheng was in a severe car accident on her way home today, and she is currently in critical condition at the hospital. After delivering these words, a palpable silence enveloped the conversation. There was a noticeable pause before he replied. You should discuss this with Lu Jingcheng. Did you dial the wrong number? I did not dial the wrong number. I am indeed looking for you, Nangongmu. Do you not wish to know how Lu Jingcheng is faring? Or do you truly not care at all? If you are completely indifferent, then consider this call as if I never made it. I apologize for the intrusion, Ning once softly remarked. Had it not been for the final notification on Lu Jingcheng's phone screen indicating it was your call, would you have thought I wished to dial your number? After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice tinged with melancholy. Is it serious? Could it endanger a life? If your concern were genuine, why not visit the hospital yourself to see how she is faring? Why must you inquire through me about Lu Jingcheng's condition? Moreover, even if I remain silent, you should already be aware of the sentiments Lu Jingcheng harbors for you. Chapter 132. What to do if you truly fall in love. As Ning Wan concluded her call, she hung up, her concern evident. Surely, he would not reach out to Lu Jingcheng for confirmation. If he genuinely harbored feelings for Jingcheng, given his close ties with the Lu family, he would undoubtedly be aware of which hospital Jingcheng would be taken to and would rush there without hesitation. For someone held dear in one's heart, even the slightest injury would elicit anxiety. Sister Jingcheng, wait for him at the hospital. With the depth of his friendship with Lu Jingcheng, he must know where you are being sent. Consider it your last chance. If he comes, there remains a possibility for the two of you to converse sincerely. But if he does not show up, Ning Wan's smile was gentle yet faint, her words carrying a lightness. Then it is time to let go. Wan. Ning Wan's gaze dimmed momentarily as she returned the phone to Lu Jingcheng. Her voice was soft. When you love someone, do not love with all your heart. Loving with 8 parts is sufficient, and reserve the remaining 2 parts for self-love. The courtyard fell silent, the wind whispering through the air. Lu Jingcheng gazed at Ning Wan, her hair dancing in the breeze. With a delicate motion, Ning Wan gathered her flowing locks, her eyes clear as water, serene as a woman untouched by the world's turmoil. A flicker of realization crossed Lu Jingcheng's mind. She understood why her grandfather held Ning Wan in such high regard. There was an essence about her reminiscent of her grandmother. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. Her grandfather believed such a woman deserved to stand beside Jingcheng. But why was she compelling Jingcheng to marry her? She was not that kind of person, was she? This matter required a serious discussion with Jingcheng. All right, Sister Jingcheng. I shall wait here for Uncle Wu to take me home. As Ning Wan turned to leave, Lu Jingcheng listened to the fading sound of her footsteps. Wan, with your understanding, why must you pressure Jingcheng into marrying you? I know his temperament well. The more you push, the more he will resent you. You can see clearly in others' affairs, yet why are you so obsessed when it comes to yourself? Lu Jingcheng spoke softly, then watched as Ning Wan turned back and smiled at her. Sister Jingcheng, you will understand in time. As Lu Jingcheng observed Ning Wan's retreating figure, a wave of sadness washed over her. Ah, Jingcheng, how could anyone not be moved by such a wise, steadfast, and endearing woman? You believe your heart is resolute enough not to be swayed. Yet when it comes to emotions, who can truly claim to understand? If you genuinely fall in love, what will you do then? You may deceive everyone, but can you ever deceive your own heart? Standing beneath the tree, Ning Wan awaited Wu Guozhong to arrange for a driver to take her home. However, instead of the car, she was met with a hurried Wu Guozhong. Miss Ning, you're still here? That is fortunate. The young master just had a fierce argument with the elder master regarding the eldest son's matters, resulting in a broken item and an injured hand. He has locked himself in his room and refuses to see anyone. We are unsure of the extent of his injury. Upon hearing this, Ning Wan let out a faint, scornful laugh. Lu Jingcheng, you have truly reached a level of childishness. Grandfather Wu, please take me to see him. Upon hearing Ning Wan address him as Grandfather Wu, Wu Guozhong immediately declined. After all, she was the acknowledged granddaughter-in-law of the old master. Calling me grandfather is truly too much, Miss Ning. You may simply refer to me as Butler Wu. Of course, social status should not dictate our relationships. You are indeed an elder, Ning Wan replied with a smile, accepting the red ointment and medical tape from his hands. Please, go about your tasks, Grandfather Wu. I will take care of Lu Jingcheng. Then I shall trouble you, Miss Ning, Wu Guozhong remarked, acknowledging the discerning eye of the old master. Chapter 133. Lu Jingcheng. I'm going to break down the door. The room was shrouded in swirling smoke. Lu Jingcheng leaned against the ebony rocking chair, gazing at the bleak moonlight outside. The wound on his hand had yet to clot, blood still trickling from it. After a moment, he lowered his gaze to the photograph in his hand. Moments later, he returned the picture to its place and turned towards the window. Unbeknownst to him, 13 years had elapsed since that event. How swiftly time had passed. Before her departure, his mother had grasped both his and his sister's hands, imploring them not to resent their father, declaring that he was blameless while her own transgressions had led to her punishment by the heavens. His mother had succumbed to illness, and he had never harbored animosity toward his father, nor towards Bai Qingran, who later entered the Lu family, or Lu Jingxian, who was a senior. Though he held a dislike for them, he outwardly expressed no overt contempt, believing their actions to be mere folly preceding his father's marriage. After the wedding, his father treated his mother with utmost kindness, and that was sufficient for him. However, during his second year of high school, he had stealthily returned home after a wager with Huang Fu and others, intent on stealing a cherished painting from his grandfather to pursue the girl whom Nangong Mu fancied at the time. Upon reaching the upper floor, he was startled by the sound of objects shattering in his mother's room. Approaching cautiously, he beheld the usually gentle Bai Qingran transformed into a figure of utter loathing, shattering his mother's photograph and furiously proclaiming that she had visited his mother before her passing, fully aware that his mother could not endure stimulation, yet brazenly revealing her relationship with his father, which had ultimately contributed to his mother's demise. She even threatened to torment him and Jingcheng, aiming to usurp control of the Lu family. From that day forth, the agonizing and cruel scene was indelibly etched in his memory, no matter how hard he tried. He could not obliterate the painful recollections or the hatred that resided within him. Lu Jingcheng gently closed his eyes, staring into the bleakness before him, which seemed to stretch into eternity, while a woman's voice echoed from outside. Lu Jingcheng, open the door. How old are you to still be playing these childish games? Ning Wan had been calling for several minutes, unsure whether he had not heard her or was simply ignoring her. Lu Jingcheng opened the door. Inside, there was still no response. Lu Jingcheng, can we please have a proper conversation? What could she do? It appeared that no matter how she called, he refused to unlock the door. Frustrated, Ning Wan exclaimed, her tone laced with irritation. If you don't open the door, I will have someone break it down. With that, she turned to leave. Just as she pivoted, she heard the door click open, and before she could react, she heard his calm voice. Ning Wan, sometimes I truly wonder if you are even a woman. Am I not a woman? You should know best. Ning Wan furrowed her brow slightly, then gathered her belongings and stepped inside, gently closing the door behind her. Meanwhile, Lu Jingcheng merely smiled faintly before walking towards the window, lacking the spirit to engage in any jest with her. Under the moonlight, Lu Jingcheng resembled a magnificent sculpture, emanating a captivating and enchanting aura. Ning Wan placed the items on the table, then stubbornly reached for his hand, beginning to cleanse it with iodine. She meticulously wrapped his hand and returned the items to the table, circling around it to gaze at his silhouette. His deep, dark eyes glimmered with clarity, and his gentle smile was as beautiful as petals gracefully falling from a flower. She softly approached his side. Lu Jingcheng, Chapter 134. She felt deeply for him. What? Do you wish to mock me? Ning Wan offered a faint smile, intending to retort. But upon gazing at the man before her, she was struck by the sorrow and desolation etched on his face, rendering her speechless. Lu Jingcheng. Everyone harbors a painful past within their hearts, a burden that not all can bear. Like you, I endure the piercing agony of these memories day by day. Lu Jingcheng's towering figure trembled suddenly, and his bright, dark eyes shimmered with a hint of moisture, serene yet comforting, akin to an ocean that captivates the soul. Ning Wan. Lu Jingcheng, I comprehended a fundamental truth at a tender age. One must strive for what they desire. Some things are worth safeguarding, even at the cost of one's life. Standing beside him, Ning Wan gazed into the distance, her tone neutral, devoid of discernible emotion. Yet one must ultimately look forward. Mustn't one? Those who live should embrace life wholeheartedly. Lu Jingcheng, remember, in this world, you have only your sister Qingqing and your grandfather left. They are your dearest ones and the ones who cherish you the most. Thus, regardless of your grandfather's decisions, as long as they are not excessive, do not defy him. Otherwise, you may find yourself regretting it without a chance for redemption. Lu Jingcheng regarded her, suddenly feeling an empathetic connection. His gaze fell upon her wrist, adorned with the bracelet symbolizing a daughter-in-law of the Lu family, a relic passed down from his grandmother to his mother and reclaimed after her passing. The fact that grandfather had now bestowed it upon her signified his acceptance of her as a granddaughter-in-law. Moonlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping the air with a faint, ethereal fragrance emanating from Ning Wan. Lu Jingcheng remained silent, rooted in place, while Ning Wan lifted her gaze to observe the sharp contours of his profile. In that moment, her heart ached slightly. She felt sorrow for this man. Indeed, she cared deeply for him. Later, for reasons unknown to her, she noticed Lu Jingcheng's silence and instinctively moved to the sofa behind him, leaning against it until she fell asleep. When Lu Jingcheng turned around and found her slumbering on the couch, he initially contemplated waking her, but instead decided to cover her with a blanket. Sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating the man standing by the window. He gazed intently at the woman peacefully asleep on the sofa, the darkness in his eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a look of resignation. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. A voice erupted on the other end. Lu Jingcheng, are you out of your mind? What in the world is going on this early in the morning? Nangong, I need you to expedite the matter I assigned you, he stated firmly, as if nothing could shake his resolve. Jingcheng, have you truly thought this through? No matter the circumstances, he is still your brother. Is this truly the right course of action? I will not allow him a second chance to ruin my life. There shall be no second opportunity. Lu Jingcheng's words were icy, laced with determination. Is it not sufficient to remain in Australia? Must he return and court disaster? He has no one to blame but himself. And what about grandfather? A sigh emanated from the other end. How do you intend to explain this to grandfather? That is precisely why I need you to instruct the mafia to take action. Very well, I understand. I shall handle this matter. There is a sudden pause on the other side, but Jingcheng, you must realize that Lu Jingcheng has been outside for so many years. It is improbable that he possesses no influence whatsoever. You should be aware that you will take measures against him. Chapter 135. Life is fleeting. I am aware that Lu Jingcheng, after a moment of contemplation, gazed at the woman lying on the bed, Ning Wan. Yet his thoughts suddenly drifted to Xiner. He offered a faint smile and instructed, Nangong, please discreetly protect Xiner. I fear Lu Jingcheng may take action against her. Understood. Lu Jingcheng hung up the phone, his eyes falling upon the bruises on Ning Wan's face and the bandage wrapped around her wrist. What could have happened to her? The delicate morning light filtered into the room, casting soft halos on the white wallpaper, while the refreshing air was imbued with a fragrance reminiscent of the sea. Ning Wan, with her eyes still heavy with sleep, slowly opened her eyelids, her long, dark lashes fluttering gently. Upon seeing Lu Jingcheng standing by the window, she could not help but smile faintly. The scattered sunlight illuminated his face, enhancing the exquisite features of his handsome and resolute visage, and the proud aura about him was unmatched by anyone else. This was her husband. Yes, her Ning Wan's husband, Lu Jingcheng. Surely he hadn't gone without sleep last night. As she admired the profile of his handsome face, she wished for this moment to last forever. For an instant, she lamented the length of life, wishing it could swiftly pass so that they could grow old together. Yet she also feared its brevity, fearing the fleeting moments that would deny them eternal companionship. You're awake? Yes, Ning Wan replied with a smile. Did you not sleep last night? You occupied my bed. Where do you think I should sleep? Ning Wan felt a bit embarrassed and was at a loss for words. But then a thought struck her. Hadn't she intended to seek out Lu Jingcheng last night? How could she have suddenly fallen asleep? She was also oblivious to Lu Jingcheng's well-being. Ning Wan rose from the bed, donned a shawl, and approached Lu Jingcheng. Through the window, she observed the old gentleman sitting beneath the silk tree in the garden, meticulously tending to a potted plant. Beside him, a tea set was arranged on the table, and the ground was damp, indicating that it had rained the previous night. Where is Lu Jingcheng? Lu Jingcheng, heed my words, do not defy grandfather. I am looking for Jingcheng. At her words, Lu Jingcheng's brow furrowed slightly. What do you seek Jingcheng for? This is a secret among women. Why do you meddle? Ning Wan smiled and then stepped outside. Watching her depart, Lu Jingcheng's lips curled into a faint smile. When had she and Lu Jingcheng grown so close? The bright sunlight bathed the Lu family's old residence, and a gentle breeze rustled by the artificial lake, making the footsteps resonate with a lingering echo. Moss adorned the pathways, and the walls, draped in climbing ivy, exuded a damp fragrance. Ning Wan hurriedly traversed the long corridor toward the garden, the coolness of the post-rain weather causing her to wrap her shawl tighter around her shoulders, though a sense of nervousness began to creep into her heart. Could something have happened last night? Jingcheng, why have you not returned? Surely, you aren't waiting at the hospital for Nangong Mu all night? I just called Nangong Mu, but sadly, I couldn't get through. This only deepened her concern. Had I known earlier, I would have asked for a tender phone number last night. Now, unable to consult Lu Jingcheng, I must turn to my grandfather instead. As I traversed a lengthy stone path, I was enveloped by the gentle fragrance of blooming flowers and grasses that surrounded the entire garden. My dear, have you risen? Did you rest well yesterday? The venerable Mr. Lu, seated beneath the silk tree, gazed at Ning Wan as she approached him and gently remarked, Do not tell your grandfather that you have changed your sleeping quarters and are now unable to find rest. Chapter 136. Grandfather Lu. I seem to have made a mistake, grandfather. You're teasing me again. Ning Wan chuckled as she adjusted the shawl draped over her shoulders and settled beside the venerable patriarch of the Lu family. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a dazzling golden glow upon the ground. Grandfather, do you have Jingcheng's phone number? Jingcheng? Old Master Lu regarded Ning Wan with a hint of surprise. Why do you need her number? Isn't she at home? Grandfather, I seem to have made a mistake. Ning Wan, who had been looking at Old Master Lu, now lowered her head in guilt. My dear, what troubles you? Old Master Lu inquired with concern, hearing the urgency in his voice. Ning Wan lifted her gaze to the kind face of this elderly gentleman. She then recounted the events between Lu Jingcheng and Nan Gongmu, as well as her own design to give Lu Jingcheng one last chance. She had anticipated a reprimand from old Master Lu, yet none came. My child, if it were I in this situation, I would have acted similarly. Sometimes, a short pain is preferable to a long one. Wouldn't you agree? But I fear that Sister Jingcheng will be disappointed and heartbroken again. Ning Wan replied, if Nan Gongmu doesn't show up. Wouldn't that just be like stabbing another knife in a Sister Jingcheng's heart? My dear, if you understand this, then why did you encourage Jingcheng to pursue such a course? Old Master Lu chuckled gently, patting her shoulder. His laughter was soft, imbued with warmth. It's because you know very well that the longer one drags it out, the greater the harm to Jingcheng, and the harder it will be for her to extricate herself. No matter how beautiful a situation may seem, if it lacks resolution, it is best not to linger. In time, it is oneself who bears the fatigue and suffering. Grandfather, you are absolutely right. You see these matters with a clarity that surpasses us all. Ning Wan spoke softly, her voice as delicate as the petals drifting to the ground. Old Master Lu smiled, observing the woman before him, though her gaze appeared to wander into the distance. This girl, barely in her 20s, in the bloom of youth, seemed to regard everything with indifference. At her age, he himself had been reckless, and had committed many acts that hurt those he loved, and he felt a twinge of shame. Do not worry, dear. Jingcheng will be just fine. How could the children of the Lu family consider ending their lives over heartbreak? If she did, then she wouldn't be worthy to be my granddaughter. Old Master Lu's expression remained gentle and amiable. He then poured a cup of hot tea from the kettle resting on the round table and placed it before Ning Wan. Grandfather, I too hope that Sister Jingcheng is well. Otherwise, I would feel utterly guilty. Ning Wan gazed wide-eyed at old Master Lu. Had I known, I would have stayed with her last night, instead of leaving her alone. Very well, if Jingcheng hasn't returned shortly, I shall ask old Wu to search for her again, shall I? Yes, thank you, grandfather. Ning Wan replied with a smile, then quietly admired the azure sky. Old Master Lu couldn't help but smile slightly. Come, my dear, have some tea. Ning Wan smiled, then lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip. Grandfather, this tea is truly splendid. Indeed? Child, you wouldn't be saying that just to amuse me, would you? Old Master Lu said with a smile. His tea was undoubtedly exquisite, for his wife adored it. Hence, he had expended considerable sums to seek out a renowned tea master to instruct him in the art of brewing. Chapter 137. Lu Jingcheng. How do you deserve her? No, Grandpa. The tea you brewed is indeed quite exquisite. It is evident that you have taken the time to learn. Ning Wan smiled, pondering that her grandfather must also be familiar with a phrase from the philosophy of tea and Zen. What phrase? Ning Wan chuckled softly, her gaze drifting towards the window on the second floor. Ichigo, Ichi. Oh, Elder Lu raised an eyebrow. In the book Chado, Ichi, written by the renowned tea master of the late Edo period, Tu Naosuk, is stated, a tea gathering is referred to as Ichigo, Ichi, where the host and guests may meet repeatedly. Yet today's encounter will never return. It is a once-in-a-lifetime meeting. When the guests depart the tea room, the host remains deeply concerned, filled with affection and care. The guests, too, reflect on the difficulty of a return visit, appreciating the host's interests and meticulous efforts, and treating each other with sincerity. This is the essence of Ichigo, Ichi. The hearts of host and guests resonate with each other, treating one another with respect, which embodies the pinnacle of such gatherings. Ning Wan smiled faintly, recognizing the impermanence of life. The span of a lifetime is not lengthy, and with a careless moment, it may slip away. Perhaps in a lifetime, there exists only one such instance. Thus, it must be cherished immensely. The next time one shares a cup of tea face to face, it may not be with the same person, nor will the tea be the same. Hence the saying, Ichigo, Ichi, a rare meeting, is something to be treasured. Elder Lu nodded, genuinely fond of this girl. Just then, a servant rushed in from the end of the room, breathless. Sir, we have searched everywhere for you. We are relieved to find you here. She glanced at the tea set on a round table, her displeasure evident. Sir, how can you drink tea without having eaten or taken your medicine? Have you forgotten the doctor's orders? Mind your own business, Elder Lu retorted, his mood soured. It was a rare moment to enjoy tea with his granddaughter-in-law, and he had found someone he could converse with, only to be interrupted. But this is detrimental to your health, the servant insisted. Ning Wan observed Elder Lu beside her, and, pouting her lips in a playful yet slightly threatening manner, said, Grandpa, if you continue like this, I might not come back to the old house to see you, nor will I play chess with you. You little rascal. Already taking charge before you've even stepped inside? Elder Lu burst into hearty laughter. Of course, I'm only considering your well-being, Grandpa. How about next time? You come and taste the tea I brew? Girl, you have made this promise. Grandpa will remember. Elder Lu chuckled, then rose to follow the servant inside. Ning Wan remained seated beneath the hahuan tree, holding the teacup in her hand, watching Elder Lu's retreating figure. Suddenly, she smiled gently, her smile radiant as the dawn's light. Nearby, a man stood at a distance, dressed in a pristine white suit. With his chiseled features, he exuded an air of princely elegance. His dark eyes were fixed intently upon the woman whose smile was as bright as blooming flowers, and the corners of his lips seemed to lift in the faintest hint of a smile. Last night, he observed her intently. Ning Wan, this woman, possesses an exceptional understanding of when to advance and when to retreat, coupled with remarkable intelligence. She knows how to position herself appropriately. Such women are indeed rare in today's society, and it is evident that her feelings towards the old master are sincere. It is no wonder that he holds her in such high regard. The phrase reflects the wisdom and composure that only a woman of great insight could articulate. Such a wise woman, Lu Jingcheng. How can you ever be worthy of her? How could you possibly be worthy? Lu Jingcheng slowly took a step forward, approaching the position where Ning Wan stood. Before long, he found himself standing before her. You're Ning Wan, are you not? We met at dinner yesterday. It was not a particularly pleasant encounter. Chapter 138. Lu Jingcheng has disappeared. Ning Wan raised her head and immediately noticed a man before her, a slight frown creasing her brow. It was indeed an unpleasant encounter. With a faint smile, she stood up and turned to enter the house. Mr. Lu, you seem busy. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you. Not at all. I am merely taking a stroll, and it is time for me to return indoors for breakfast. My grandfather dislikes tardiness, Lu Jingcheng replied with a subtle smile. Let's go in together. Ning Wan felt somewhat embarrassed. Hearing Lu Jingcheng's words, she furrowed her brow slightly. This man was quite persistent, insisting on accompanying her. However, she could not refuse him, so she replied softly, Oh, very well. With that, she proceeded forward, her footsteps gently crunching on the fallen leaves, producing a delicate sound. For some inexplicable reason, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. The raindrops scattered upon the leaves of the silk tree, creating a beautiful display of glistening beads of water. The wind blew, sending the colorful leaves fluttering like butterflies, brushing against her cheeks with a refreshing coolness. I heard that Miss Ning was once married to Lin Tianyu. Lu Jingcheng observed the woman walking beside him, his dark eyes fixed intently on her. At the mention of this, Ning Wan paused momentarily before responding with a faint smile. What exactly are you trying to inquire about, Mr. Lu? Nothing in particular, just a casual question, Lu Jingcheng replied thoughtfully. You must be aware of the relationship between Lu Jingcheng and Ji Xiner. It is clear that Lu Jingcheng could never marry you, and continuing down this path will only lead to your own suffering. That is my concern, she retorted. Oh, Lu Jingcheng cast a sidelong glance at Ning Wan, noticing the calm smile gracing her features. Her composure was so profound that it left him unable to discern her true thoughts. Ning Wan paused again, contemplating her response. Life encompasses 8 forms of suffering: birth, aging, illness, death, love and separation, resentment and longing, unfulfilled desires, and the inability to let go. Suddenly, she recalled a sunny day, the warmth that had filled her heart, and a gentle softness touched her face. Yet, there's always that one person in this world who makes you believe in destiny, who makes you feel that you were born for each other. There will always be someone who inspires you to offer your heart willingly, without regrets or expectations, simply hoping to encounter them in the most beautiful years of your life, rendering your existence worthwhile. Lu Jingcheng gazed at the subtle smile on Ning Wan's lips, a fleeting, inexplicable emotion washing over him. He reached out to catch a falling leaf, which bore delicate droplets of water. As they slipped through his fingers, obscured by the mist of rain, he found it difficult to clearly see her visage. Ning Wan, your profound affection may one day lead to disappointment, he mused silently. He may ultimately betray your tender feelings. Before they reached the hall, they were met with a cacophony of voices from within. Ning Wan furrowed her brow and hurried inside, only to find Nan Gongmu seated across from Lu Jingcheng. The atmosphere between them seemed rather tense. Jingcheng, Qingqing. As she heard that familiar voice, Lu Jingcheng looked up at Ning Wan and the person standing behind her, perplexed at how they had come to be together. Her expression suddenly darkened, yet he revealed not a hint of concern. Ning Wan, where have you been this early in the morning? I went to the garden to have a chat with Grandpa. Ning Wan replied with a smile, then walked over to sit beside him. Sister Qingqing, hasn't she returned yet? Chapter 139. I have called her sister, and this matter is now under my jurisdiction. Lu Jingcheng chuckled softly, merely shaking his head as he stated, I have already dispatched someone to search for her. Ning Wan observed the current demeanor of Nan Gongmu and feared he had not gone to the hospital last night. Rather, he had arrived now because Lu Jingcheng had discovered that Lu Qingqing was missing, and her phone was unreachable, prompting him to summon Nan Gongmu. Nan Gongmu, you did not visit the hospital last night, did you? Upon seeing Ning Wan at this moment, Nan Gongmu let out a cold snort. Ning Wan, your methods are indeed remarkable. I wondered how Lu Qingqing could entertain such thoughts. I must inform you, this tactic of yours is ineffectual against me. Indeed, it is ineffective. For such self-destructive strategies only serve those who care about themselves. Your indifference towards Qingqing renders it utterly useless. Surprisingly, Ning Wan did not react with anger. Instead, she offered a faint smile without raising her gaze, saying softly, yes, it is ineffective. Suddenly lifting her head, she fixed her gaze on Nan Gongmu, stating, for those who do not care, who would concern themselves with how they fare. Nan Gongmu, you have never truly feared harming Sister Qingqing, have you? Since you are indifferent. What is the need for this now? After last night, I believe Sister Qingqing will no longer cling to you. So rest assured, Ning Wan, you cannot even manage your own affairs. Why meddle in others? How troublesome. Nan Gongmu looked at Ning Wan, a hint of displeasure crossing his features. She had claimed that, following last night's events, Lu Qingqing would lose hope in him. Finally free, was it not? Yet why did a sense of emptiness wash over her? This was not merely someone else's affair. Since I have called her sister, her matters are indeed my concern. Very well, let us wait and see, Nan Gong. Just remember what I told you earlier. Now that matters have reached this juncture, and you have resolutely rejected Qingqing from this point forward, keep your distance from her. Lu Jingcheng remarked coolly, then turned his gaze towards Lu Jingxian, who stood by observing the unfolding drama. A fleeting chill seemed to glimmer in his dark eyes, but he soon smiled, his smile reminiscent of a cold moon's gentle glow. Lu Jingxian, congratulations. You have triumphed. You may remain in the city, but you cannot reside with the Lu family nor continue with Lu Enterprises. This is the only concession I can offer to honor my grandfather's wishes. You promise, grandfather? Lu Jingxian lifted his head to regard Lu Jingcheng, incredulous. Did you not refuse just yesterday? Why the sudden change after a single night? You even quarreled with grandfather over this matter last night. Why have you compromised? Lu Jingcheng, what are you truly contemplating? Over the years, you have become increasingly enigmatic. Lu Jingxian furrowed his brow, gazing up at Ning Wan, who was watching Lu Jingcheng with an expression that inexplicably pricked her eyes with pain. Should I then express my gratitude for your brother's magnanimity? He hesitated slightly, a glimmer of pride evident in his dark eyes. You need not thank me. Were it not for grandfather's presence, Lu Jingxian, you and Bai Qingran would never, even in death, become entwined with the Lu family. Lu Jingqing's tone remained languid, neither too enthusiastic nor too indifferent, yet it could be described as exceedingly gentle. However, Ning Wan was acutely aware that his anger had reached a breaking point. The more indifferent he appeared, the more furious he became. Then I shall ascend first to express my gratitude to grandfather. Nan Gong has seldom visited the ancestral home, and I presume there is much for you both to discuss, so I shall not intrude upon your conversation. Chapter 140. Do you no longer desire that hand? Lu Jingcheng turned and ascended the stairs. Lu Jingcheng had not returned, yet he did not utter a single word of inquiry. Ning Wan thought to herself, such indifference is hardly better than that of a stranger. At the spiral staircase, however, Lu Jingcheng cast a fleeting glance at Ning Wan, who sat beside Lu Jingcheng. Ning Wan, your infatuation is destined to be misplaced. If one day I could wield you to strike at Lu Jingcheng, I would not hesitate to inflict harm upon you. Yet by that time, what would our relationship resemble? In the hall below, the moment Lu Jingcheng stepped out, Lu Jingcheng's grip on the teacup tightened suddenly, shattering it into fragments. The shards pierced his palm, crimson blood seeping from his fair hand, creating a captivating yet terrifying spectacle. Upon witnessing this, Ning Wan rushed forward, prying open his hand, her small fingers pressing firmly against his wound, her voice trembling. Lu Jingcheng, have you lost your mind? Lu Jingcheng remained silent, his gaze coldly fixed on the spot where Lu Jingcheng had departed, his brow clouded with melancholy. Are you willing to sacrifice that hand of yours? Ning Wan exclaimed, her heart racing as she beheld his bleeding hand. Yet, he appeared utterly unfazed, as if the injured party were someone else, his expression still shrouded in gloom. Jingcheng, how could you agree to grandfather's request to let him stay? You must understand, once he remains, he will undoubtedly find a way to infiltrate Lu's enterprise, which is exceedingly detrimental to you. Nangong Mu remarked, observing the blood trickling from Lu Jingcheng's hand, clearly agitated. However, it seemed that only a life-threatening ultimatum from their grandfather could compel Lu Jingcheng to relent. Do you think I am unaware? Lu Jingcheng scoffed, his gaze darkening. Grandfather is forcing me with his life. What options do I have? Do you need my assistance? Nangong Mu inquired, frowning. Not for the time being. Hearing his friend's words brought Lu Jingcheng some comfort, but in the next moment, he uttered indifferently, Nangong, do not presume that I will overlook the matter of you hurting my sister. Nangong Mu was taken aback, a frown crossing his face. I must say, second young master Lu, you truly have a knack for cold humor and are remarkably discerning in matters of personal and professional affairs. Lu Jingcheng lifted his gaze to see Ning Wan returning with iodine and bandages from a servant, her diligent figure tending to him. Soon, she brought the medicine and sat beside him, carefully cradling his injured hand as she meticulously applied the ointment. Do you truly believe your hand is made of iron? You were already injured last night, and now you go and crush a teacup. You ought to take better care of yourself. Ning Wan chided softly, her dark eyes tranquil like autumn waters, her brows slightly furrowed. As she tended to him, Lu Jingcheng chuckled softly. Just as he prepared to speak, he glanced towards the entrance and was suddenly struck by the sight of a figure standing there. Lu Jingcheng stood at the doorway, her crystalline white face devoid of color, casting a solitary and sorrowful shadow upon the floor. Mississippi. A servant hurried over to support her, but she rebuffed the offer. Ning Wan observed Lu Jingcheng's demeanor and suddenly sensed something amiss. She then rose from her position beside Lu Jingcheng and made her way toward her, extending her hand to offer support. Fortunately, Lu Jingcheng did not refuse. However, upon making contact, a chilling sensation emanated from her hand, causing an overwhelming ache in Ning Wan's heart. Sister Jingcheng, Chapter 141. Between us, there has never been a misunderstanding. I am perfectly fine, Wan. It is merely cold outside, which has made my hands particularly chilly. Please do not fret. Is that truly the case? Ning Wan inquired with concern. As Nangong Mu slowly approached Lu Jingcheng, he noticed her slightly trembling figure and instinctively reached out to steady her. Furrowing his brow, he admonished, where have you been? At your age, indulging in such recklessness, staying out all night without a word to your family. Do you have any notion of how worried everyone has been? Is that so? That is a matter for the Lu family, is it not? What concern is it of Mr. Nangong? All fell silent. Lu Jingcheng's words were devoid of emotion, imbued only with a deep-seated disdain. Her gaze was clear, with a hint of mistiness, her eyes as dark as the night, reflecting loneliness and solitude, but more profoundly, an overwhelming weariness. Nangong Mu's hand hovered in the air, paralyzed, uncertain of where to place it. Her words sent a painful tremor through his heart, an ache that was unbearable. Ignoring his rigid hand, Lu Jingcheng brushed past him with indifference, as if he were merely a stranger with whom she shared no connection. With Ning Wan's support, she made her way to the staircase, but suddenly she halted. "Mr. Nangong, do you believe that a person like me, who is rather headstrong, is devoid of a heart? That everything I do is merely a whim?" Nangong Mu furrowed his brow slightly, yet remained silent. "How could one possibly lack a heart? How could one possibly be heartless? I entrusted my heart to you. Where have you cast it aside?" Lu Jingcheng's voice grew, tinged with sorrow, revealing that love cannot be forced in the slightest. "Since you do not desire it, I shall reclaim it now. However, Mr. Nangong, please remember, it was you who discarded it. If you wish to reclaim it, it shall forever be impossible." Jingcheng. Nangong Mu's voice suddenly bore a heavy weight. He had never believed Lu Jingcheng to be heartless, not once. He had never heard her earnestly confess her feelings. She had claimed to place her heart in his care, only for him to toss it away. "Mr. Nangong, I cannot bear the title of Jingcheng," Lu Jingcheng replied coldly. A smile that was no longer radiant gracing her lips, her once clear eyes now shadowed. "I implore you, simply refer to me as Miss Lu." "What do you mean by this, Lu Jingcheng?" Nangong Mu gazed at her, his eyes feeling strangely unfamiliar, evoking an inexplicable chill within him. "Is this not what you have always desired? To be strangers? This is the attitude I, Lu Jingcheng, should adopt towards strangers." A faint smile graced her lips. It was chillingly cold. "Rest assured, I'm not the type to cling to what I cannot have. Once I have said, I shall not entangle myself with you. I shall keep my word. You and your fiancé, you need not worry." "Jingcheng, is there a misunderstanding between us? Is it merely because I did not visit the hospital last night?" Nangong Mu was perplexed. Was it truly only due to his absence from the hospital? Although he had no desire to be Lu Jingcheng's romantic partner, he still wished to maintain a friendship with her. Yet, with the current atmosphere, it seemed they were on the brink of becoming adversaries. Misunderstanding? Where is there a misunderstanding? Do you perhaps doubt my resolve, Mr. Nangong? Her smile, as indifferent and distant as it had been in the past, now bore an additional note of determination. It seemed that upon hearing Lu Jingcheng's words, Ning Wan suddenly furrowed her brows and softly urged, "Sister Jingcheng, please refrain from speaking any further. Allow me to escort you back to your room, if you be so kind." Chapter 142. Lu Jingcheng, are you courting death? Lu Jingcheng furrowed his brow slightly. She was his sister, and he was well aware of Lu Jingcheng's temperament. If it were merely that Nangong Mu had not gone to the hospital, she might not have been so resolute. There must have been other circumstances at play. However, upon reflection, after such a prolonged pursuit, the outcome was that he intended to marry another. It seemed that Jingcheng's heart was already shattered. "Ning Wan, take Lu Jingcheng back to her room." "No, please allow me to finish." Lu Jingcheng shook her head, her gaze fixed directly upon Nangong Mu. "If Mr. Nangong does not believe me, then I shall swear upon my deceased mother. Should I, Lu Jingcheng, ever lose my shame and remain infatuated with you, may my mother fall eternally into the depths of hell, and may I suffer a fate worse than death." Ning Wan was taken aback. She was oblivious to the events of the previous night, unable to fathom the depths of Lu Jingcheng's despair that would lead her to invoke her departed mother in such a manner. Lu Jingcheng's brow knitted tighter, a cold chill spreading through his dark, clear eyes. "Lu Jingcheng, are you truly courting death? How dare you swear upon your mother? If I do not resort to this, I fear Mr. Nangong will not believe me." Lu Jingcheng lowered her gaze slightly, pain evident in her eyes, yet soon she lifted her gaze, smiling at Nangong Mu. "Isn't this for the best? It severs my hopes and spares Mr. Nangong much trouble." With that, Lu Jingcheng smiled and gestured for Ning Wan to assist her upstairs. In that moment, Nangong Mu saw no glimmer of light, only a suffocating despair wrapped in pain. A gust of wind passed, rustling the leaves of the hibiscus tree, and a faint, ethereal fragrance filled the air, pure and beautiful, reminiscent of Lu Jingcheng. He watched her figure slowly fade from his sight. Sadness flowed quietly across his proud face, his heart gripped tightly, struggling to breathe. In the stark white room, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. casting fragmented beams of light that spread across the entire room, leaving it in a state of disarray. Lu Jingcheng stood before the window, her gaze dimmed, the sunlight enveloping her in a gentle embrace. Her pallid skin glimmered slightly, yet she appeared so frail it tugged at one's heartstrings, like a shattered glass doll. She stared intently at the vibrant world outside, radiant and warm, yet it was not meant for her. Nangongmu, it is not that I understand, but rather that you do not. Regardless of one's origins or circumstances, which woman does not yearn for the day she meets a worthy companion? To share the candlelight during the rain on Bashan? Yet, it remains merely a wish. This way, I sever all our retreat paths, if it brings you some solace. Then so be it. Just as Lu Jingcheng was lost in her thoughts, Ning Wan entered, carrying a steaming bowl of soup. Sister Jingcheng, please drink this ginger soup. At the small white round table, Lu Jingcheng gazed at the steaming broth, her hand holding the spoon, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Wan, drink up. Grandpa Wu told me your health is already fragile. This will warm you. Ning Wan took the spoon from her hand, feeding her slowly, bite by bite. Wan, Jingcheng. He is fine, conversing with Nangongmu in the room. They might have a quarrel, but given their strong friendship, there should be no cause for concern. Rest assured. Upon hearing these words, Lu Jingcheng smiled faintly, feeling a sense of relief. Her greatest fear was that a rift might form between Lu Jingcheng and Nangongmu due to her, especially considering the depth of their bond cultivated over many years, which was not easily forged. In their family, finding a kindred spirit was indeed a rare treasure. Ning Wan watched as she finished her soup, gently grasping her hand. Sister Jingcheng, you should get some good rest and not worry about anything. Chapter 143. The Accident of Ning Wan and its connection to GXR. Lu Jingcheng lifted her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips, tender yet laden with a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow. I am not weary, Wan. I am acutely aware, perhaps more so than ever before. Upon awakening from her dreams, she realized the clarity she had never experienced until this very moment. The words of Jiang Mena echoed in her mind, each syllable an affront she had never endured in her lifetime. Ultimately, there was nothing left to cling to. Sister Jingcheng, please don't say that. It frightens me. Ning Wan murmured, genuinely apprehensive, fearing that her friend might act irrationally. Do not worry. A daughter of the Lu family would never act foolishly. Lu Jingcheng gently placed her hand over Ning Wan's. In due time, I must depart from here, likely to the United States. Wan, regardless of what happens, I still wish to advise you to let go. Just look at the situation between me and Nangongmu, and you will understand. I shall consider your advice, Sister Jingcheng. Ning Wan stared at her, suddenly inquiring, Sister Jingcheng, are you really leaving? Why? Although she did not need to ask, she already knew the answer. She must have suffered greatly. You understand, I may appear strong, but I'm still a woman. When wounded, it is only natural to seek refuge. However, do not fret. It will not be for long. Lu Jingcheng smiled softly. Yet I am glad, for having met you through Jingcheng. Even if fate does not favor you in Jingcheng, we shall remain friends, shall we not? Of course. Since I call you sister, you shall always be my sister. Lu Jingcheng gazed at Ning Wan, a woman deserving of a lifelong companionship with Lu Jingcheng. Yet, she could not fathom the thoughts occupying Jingcheng's mind, particularly regarding GXiner, a person she found profoundly distasteful. It was truly perplexing why Jingcheng held her in such high regard. The following day, Lu Jingcheng had already booked her flight to the United States, leaving her return date undetermined. Chu Jingji's new drama, If Only We Met Again, was being filmed and aired simultaneously, garnering impressive viewership. Thus, the production team was keen on maintaining their schedule, leaving her nearly immersed in the set. After completing a scene, Chu Jingji returned to the lounge to rest, patiently awaiting her next performance. As If Only We Met Again aired, the audience's praises for Chu Jingji multiplied, leading to a remarkable shift in the attitudes of all the crew members towards her. The first week witnessed a splendid victory, for which Chu Jingji was undeniably instrumental. Elena was elated, having always known that if Chu Jingji was willing, she would undoubtedly achieve great success. At that moment, She was sharing the next day's arrangements with Chu Jingji while holding her notebook. After outlining the plans, she exclaimed, with such popularity, "The investors and producers must be reaping substantial profits." To be honest, when the director insisted on bringing you back for this drama, it was indeed a wise decision. Just then her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw the name Huang Fuling. After a brief pause, she answered the call. "Is there something you need? I have looked into what you asked me to investigate. Ning Wan's accident is related to GXINR." Upon hearing these words, Chu Jingji couldn't help but let out a faint, icy laugh. It was indeed related to her. How ironic it was that just yesterday, after returning from a Lu family's old residence, she had spent a considerable time on the phone with Wan, discussing whether she should relinquish her dreams for the sake of others. The youthful aspirations were meant to retain their original beauty. Little did she expect that Ji Shiner would dare to harm Wan. "Do you possess all the evidence?" The voice on the other end faltered noticeably. Pausing for quite a while before responding, "I have detained the driver who caused the accident." "Are you and Wan planning to meet her shortly?" "Very well. I shall seek out Wan soon." Chu Jingji hesitated momentarily before adding, "Thank you." Chapter 144. If you dare to harm her, I will ensure your demise is most unpleasant. In the office of the Lu Corporation, Lu Jingcheng sat in his executive chair, clad in a bespoke Versace suit. His dark eyes, as calm as ever, bore an icy demeanor. Before him stood his capable assistant, Louis. "Louis, how are the preparations coming along?" Lu Jingcheng inquired. "Rest assured, President, everything has been meticulously arranged. We are merely awaiting the evidence of Lu Jingxuan's embezzlement at the Australian branch to inform the patriarch and ensure his permanent expulsion from the Lu family. Even should he desire to remain in the overseas branch, it will be utterly impossible," Louis replied, his gaze sharp and detached. "As for Wang, who supports Lu Jingxian, we have secured evidence of his betrayal of company secrets to the Li family and his bribery of government officials. We choose to remain silent for now, fearing that it might alert our adversaries. Indeed, Louis, you have executed this matter admirably. Is there any movement from my uncle?" Lu Jingcheng asked quietly. "None whatsoever. I initially anticipated he might seize this opportunity to intervene, but surprisingly, he has remained completely inactive," Louis responded. Lu Jingcheng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently, his eyes shrouded in a misty chill that seemed capable of freezing the very marrow of one's bones. "It is his inaction that concerns me even more. However, we are unable to interfere. We must adopt a strategy of stillness to counteract his potential actions. Yet, with Lu Jingxian now wed to the daughter of the Lung family, he has secured their backing. President, it is imperative that you strategize carefully. Although the patriarch currently acknowledges you as the sole leader of the Lu family, Lu Jingxian is incessantly stirring trouble, and I fear complications may arise." Louis voiced his concerns, recalling the numerous attempts on Lu Jingcheng's life over the years. Lu Jingcheng's expression remained composed, revealing neither joy nor anger, yet exuding an air of frostiness. "If it were not for my grandfather's influence, does Lu Jingxian truly believe he could survive this long?" Louis furrowed his brow, observing Lu Jingcheng. "What are your intentions, President?" Lu Jingcheng raised his head slightly, his brow furrowed. "Louis, I no longer wish to endure this quietly. Proceed with the directives I have issued." "Understood, President." At that moment, the phone rang abruptly. "Lu Jingcheng, I am at the Civil Affairs Bureau, waiting for you." "Ning Wan." Lu Jingcheng's voice was low, laced with coldness. He had assumed that after yesterday's events, she and he would cease their adversarial stance, at least regarding the marriage. He had hoped for some leeway. Clearly, he had overestimated her willingness to relent, thinking she might inform his grandfather about dissolving the engagement. "Yes, I am at the Civil Affairs Bureau, waiting for you to collect the marriage certificate." Her voice came through, calm, and, as he had anticipated, "On what basis do you believe I would come?" However, the voice that responded to her was cold and indifferent. "If you do not come, I will hide Ji Shiner." "Lu Jingcheng, you are aware of my resolve. I have always been a person of my word. If you doubt my intentions, shall we put to the test?" "Ning Wan, you truly disgust me." At the mention of Ji Shiner, Lu Jingcheng was consumed with rage, his voice tinged with an uncontrollable fury. If you dare to harm even a single hair on Sheener's head, Ning Wan, I assure you, I will make your demise a most unpleasant one. Chapter 145. I am waiting for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Oh, is that so? Ning Wan's milet kentli. I will be waiting for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. After hanging up the phone, Chu Jingji glanced at Ning Wan, who stood at the doorway, feeling an involuntary sense of worry. Wan, will Lu Jingcheng come? He will definitely come, Ning Wan replied with a smile, recalling the chilling words of the person who had bumped into her earlier. After yesterday's incident with Lu Jingcheng, she had resolved to give up, but today had brought forth unexpected developments. Now, she could no longer consider letting go. Coincidentally, when she went to find Ji Sheener, she learned that Ji Sheener and Li Xiaoting had taken a flight to London for an exchange program, which meant they were likely still airborne. Li Xiaoting had mentioned that this was a last-minute decision, making it rather hurried. Ning Wan had employed a few clever tactics to uncover that Ji Sheener's brother was in significant debt due to gambling, thus creating a pressing need for money. She had managed to assist Ji Sheener by transferring a total of 600 through online banking in 3 separate transactions. But Wan, if you scheme against Jingcheng like this, he won't let you off easily. Huang Fuling furrowed his brow, aware of her reasoning but concerned that some matters should not be taken too far, lest Lu Jingcheng truly become furious. I understand. You should take Jingji back. I will wait for Lu Jingcheng here. And regarding my car accident and the loss of the child, do not inform Lu Jingcheng, nor mention that it involves Ji Sheener. Chu Jingji looked puzzled, lifting her gaze to Ning Wan. Why not? Wan, why not expose her? Lu Jingcheng won't believe it. He would think I bribed that person to frame Ji Sheener. Since he won't believe it, what is the point of discussing it? Ning Wan replied coolly, then turned to Huang Fuling regardless. Thank you for your help in this matter. Huang Fu, if you believe this is for the best, then so be it. Ning Wan smiled as she watched Huang Fuling lead Chu Jingji away. The weather had turned slightly cool. She wrapped her coat around her tighter, appearing strikingly solitary against the chilly breeze. After waiting for more than half an hour, she raised her eyes to see a Maybach pull up at the entrance. The man who emerged bore a frosty expression, yet even amidst the crowd, he stood out as remarkably striking. He was her husband, her lifelong obsession, Lu Jingcheng. Ning Wan, where is Sheener? What have you done with her? I called her phone, and it's turned off. Lu Jingcheng stepped out of the car and immediately approached Ning Wan, demanding to know where Ji Sheener had gone. How about this? First, let us go get her marriage certificate. Once we have that, I will tell you where she is. Ning Wan smiled, linking her arm with his, her smile deepening. After all, we are getting married the day after tomorrow, right? So, it doesn't really matter if we get the certificate now or later, does it? Upon hearing this, Lu Jingcheng's anger flared. He brushed her arm away, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ning Wan, your demeanor is truly revolting. Yes, I know. Ning Wan still smiled. Yet from now on, you must learn to adapt, for you will have to face a visage such as mine every day. Lu Jingcheng let out a cold snort and entered the Civil Affairs Bureau first. As he walked, noticing the absence of anyone beside him, he turned back to the still-standing Ning Wan and mockingly remarked, Aren't you here to obtain a certificate? How do you expect to do so standing there? Upon hearing this, Ning Wan suddenly smiled, and in that moment, her smile was the most beautiful and purest Lu Jingcheng had ever witnessed during their long acquaintance. He then watched as she approached him step by step. Chapter 146. Where Ning Wan and Xian Air. Location, outdoor filming site. Huang Fuling had just returned Chu Jingji home, intending to converse with her for a while. However, Chu Jingji offered him no opportunity whatsoever, turning away without a word. Jingji, how long do you intend to sulk? Upon hearing this, Chu Jingji let out a faint scoff and turned to Huang Fuling. Do you truly believe that these past days have been about me, sulking at you? Huang Fuling remained silent, his eyes reflecting a heart-wrenching sense of grievance. Yet, Chu Jingji did not grant him the slightest kindness. Do not look at me like that, as if I have wronged you. I have stated clearly, Huang Fuling, I have let you go, so you must let me go too. We are even now, do you not understand? The sunlight was soft, gentle, and serene. As he watched Chu Jingji's departing figure, a wave of sadness enveloped him. In contemplating the past, he found himself lost in confusion. He had once believed his heart belonged to Murong Jin, But witnessing the outcome between him and Jingji made him realize that some people are truly irreplaceable. During these days, what he longed for the most, in moments of tranquility, was to sit in the back garden of the Huangfu estate, amidst the vast pear orchard, reminiscing about those spring days when the pear blossoms were in full bloom, envisioning Jingji dancing gracefully beneath the trees, causing his heart to ache unbearably. As Huangfu Ling sat in the car, gazing at the sunlight outside, its brilliance stirred an emotional response within him, yet his heart remained untouched by warmth. How could he ever atone for the pain he had inflicted upon her? How could he possibly remedy the situation? Suddenly, painful memories surged through Huangfu Ling's mind. He pressed his lips together, his deep-set eyes enchanting yet reminiscent of an ancient, profound well. His gaze was shadowy and desolate, and his elongated silhouette cast a cold and hopeless shadow on the ground. Jingji, should I let you go? Would your life not be happier without me? His dark hair fell across his brow, and as the sunlight streamed in, it glimmered faintly. He sat there quietly, maintaining an upright posture, with a somber hue in his eyes. After a considerable time, Huangfu Ling's distinctly knuckled fingers gently caressed the ring on his ring finger, his wedding band with Jingji. Unexpectedly, he smiled serenely. Jingji, Jingji. Then, he silently gazed in the direction of Chu Jingji's departure, where her figure had vanished, leaving only a mosaic of fleeting light and shadow. The image of Chu Jingji's despairing face upon losing their child echoed relentlessly in his mind, and he suddenly felt a lump in his throat, his fingers pressing hard against his chest, as if ice had been crushed within his heart, both cold and painfully sharp. What oppressive pain it was. Jingji, were you once in such agony too? Reflecting upon the child, it was the first offspring of him and Jingji. Although he had not desired the child to be lost, ultimately it was his actions that led to this outcome. Thus, Jingji's resentment towards him is entirely justified. Jingji, this time, I shall be the one to protect you. Meanwhile, they had just received their marriage certificate and exited the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lu Jingcheng grasped Ning Wan and inquired, "Where is Xiner?" "She has already departed. She demanded 6 million from me and has gone to London." Ning Wan replied with a faint smile, a trace of mockery evident in her expression. They were now married, having obtained the certificate and become husband and wife. Yet he had not uttered a single word and immediately inquired about Xiner's whereabouts. Chapter 147. Lu Jingcheng, the love between you is truly cheap. Lu Jingcheng, do you truly regard me as insignificant? If I am not at ease, neither shall she be. Why do you not believe me? Lu Jingcheng's narrow phoenix eyes suddenly narrowed, his sharp gaze piercing through Ning Wan like a blade. His distinctly defined hand clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hand pulsing ominously. Ning Wan, do you think I would trust your words? You concoct such baseless accusations against Xiner. Do you believe I will believe you? She could never leave me. Absolutely not. The malevolence in his eyes deepened. Upon witnessing that sinister gaze, Ning Wan suddenly laughed, raising her eyes to meet the man before her. Do you trust her so completely? Do you believe she would not abandon you for wealth? That she would not approach you for monetary gain, scheming to marry you? Alas, Lu Jingcheng, you are mistaken. Utterly mistaken. In her eyes, the love you share pales in comparison to 6 million. Do you not find it lamentable? If you doubt my words, I can present you with evidence. Ning Wan had not intended for things to unfold this way, but the anguish of losing her child was a burden she bore alone. What else could she not endure? She merely wished for Lu Jingcheng to understand, to see clearly what kind of person Xiner truly was. She no longer wished to argue with him. Had he approached her with sincerity earlier, perhaps they could have conversed amicably. A gentle breeze wafted through. Ning Wan, congratulations. You have triumphed. Did you not desire to leave, Lu Jingcheng? 6 million. If you provide me with 6 million immediately, I shall depart from Lu Jingcheng. In the cool air, Xiner's voice emanated from Ning Wan's phone, sounding particularly jarring and frigid. Initially, Ning Wan had wished to preserve a semblance of Xiner's esteemed position in Lu Jingcheng's heart, but alas, she was unworthy. Lu Jingcheng's obsession ran too deep, to the point of inciting her disdain. Lu Jingcheng, in truth, you do not love her as deeply as you believe. and she does not love you as profoundly as you think. The love between you can indeed be measured in monetary terms. It is curious to recall who once wept and searched for me, claiming that your love was genuine, that it was not to be quantified by money. Now, look at this countenance, 6 million, truly, it is quite cheap. Ning Wan's voice was soft and subdued. She could vividly imagine Ji Xiner's pitiful demeanor during their phone conversation. Such a woman surely provokes sympathy. Ning Wan, Lu Jingcheng's fury surged, his ice-like visage radiating overwhelming wrath. It was undoubtedly Ji Xiner's voice. He would never mishear it. 6 million indeed sounded jarring. Lu Jingcheng gazed up at Ning Wan's face, suddenly raising his hand, the knuckles cracking ominously. Yet Ning Wan was unafraid, merely gazing at his face, a slight smile gracing her lips. What? Do you wish to strike me? After a pause, observing his brows and eyes, she added, I remind you, Lu Jingcheng, domestic violence is a crime. With a resounding thud, Lu Jingcheng's fist struck the wall behind Ning Wan, grazing her cheek in the process. In an instant, he withdrew his hand, which had already begun to bleed anew, as she gazed at his departing figure, leaving behind a pool of crimson. A pang of sorrow pierced her heart. Lowering her gaze to the red book in her hands, tears blurred her vision. How had their relationship deteriorated to such an extent? They truly were the most wretched of couples. When she had initially obtained the marriage certificate with Lin Tianyu, he had not behaved in such a manner. Chapter 148. Lu Jingcheng. The child is gone traversing the bustling square. Ning Wan seated herself alone upon a central bench. Beside her, a couple donned in matching outfits playfully fed the white doves scattered about the plaza. To Ning Wan, this scene radiated tranquility and warmth. The weather was splendid, with a sky of deep azure. As she sat there, she tilted her head to gaze up at the blinding sunlight, instinctively raising her hand to shield her eyes from its piercing glare, as if it might tear her apart. A flock of pristine doves soared into the cerulean sky from behind her. Would you like to join us? Several little girls roller skating nearby inquired. She smiled gently, declining their invitation. Eventually, the boisterous laughter of the roller skating girls prompted her to leave the square, and she made her way to the seaside, suddenly yearning to witness the sunset. It was unclear when she had developed a fondness for this ocean. Perhaps it began when she scattered her mother's ashes into its depths. Or perhaps it stemmed from that moment she inexplicably fell into the profound depths of his oceanic gaze. The sea breeze caressed her, easing her spirits considerably. Just then, a group of children frolicking by the shore passed by her. Fortuitously, she shed her shoes and joined them in their playful antics. They played games of handkerchief toss, eagle catching chicks, and hide and seek, until at last she collapsed onto the warm sands, utterly exhausted. Sister, let us keep playing. Two little girls tugged at her, determined to pull her back to her feet. No, I'm truly tired. Ning Wan weakly shook her head. Sister, my mother says that if you shout at the ocean, you can cast away all your fatigue and worries. The two girls grasped her hands and led her to the water's edge. The three of them shouted joyfully towards the sea. In their merriment, time slipped away unnoticed. A glance at her wristwatch revealed how late it had grown. There were decisions she felt compelled to make. Thus, she dialed Lu Jingcheng's number. But he did not answer. Persistently, she called, and finally, her insistence wore on him. His voice came through, tinged with indifference. Ning Wan, are you out of your mind? If you are, I'll just send you to a mental institution. That way, we can also annul the certificate we obtained today. Upon hearing this, Ning Wan smiled faintly, contemplating how deeply he must despise her, wishing for her to be mentally ill so he could sever their ties. Pausing, she gazed at the distant sea and cheerfully said, Lu Jingcheng, I know you won't believe me, but I still want to tell you, if the little girl you saved, the one with whom you made a promise, is me, would you cherish me like you do, Ji Xiner? Ning Wan, it seems you truly are quite unwell. Lu Jingcheng's words were soft, yet carried a chilling finality. Indeed, I am unwell. Ning Wan chuckled lightly, then added, by the way, I have something to share. I've told Grandpa about it. The child is gone. A furious roar erupted from Ning Wan's side, a sound so vivid that she could easily envision it, had she been before him at that moment. She would undoubtedly have felt the grip of his hands around her throat. I was in a car accident that night, amidst torrential rain. With that, Ning Wan abruptly ended the call. Gazing at the sea, she wept and laughed simultaneously, her tears cascading down her entire face. Meanwhile, in the president's office, Lu Jingcheng sat anxiously awaiting news from Xiner. Upon hearing Ning Wan's words, he found himself momentarily stunned, at a loss for how to respond, only to realize that the call had already been disconnected. Chapter 149. Ultimately, you still do not understand me. The child is no more. Shouldn't this be a cause for joy? Yet, why does he feel an indescribable sadness and melancholy within? The accident occurred on that fateful night when Ning Wan had just mentioned the heavy rain. On that very night, she met with misfortune. As he recalled the events, Lu Jingcheng gently closed his eyes, casually leaning back in the CEO chair, a throbbing tension forming on his forehead. Upon returning home, Li Xiaoting found that it was the eve of Ning Wan and Lu Jingcheng's wedding. He insisted on meeting Ning Wan despite her claims of being unavailable. With no other choice, she acquiesced to meet him. Inside the summer CAF, when Li Xiaoting arrived, Ning Wan was already seated. Observing him enter, she lifted her gaze to see him clad in casual attire, his face bearing the marks of exhaustion, indicating he had come directly from somewhere without returning home first. Shouting, "Speak your mind. What brings you here? Let us keep it brief. I have wedding preparations to attend to." Ning Wan gestured for the waiter to serve the items they had ordered. Since their previous encounter here, which had ended in an argument, they had not met again. Yet, Ning Wan was well aware that regardless of how angry he might be with her, Li Xiaoting would never truly ignore her. Their bond, forged over many years, could not simply be forgotten. "All right, the invitation. Here it is, though I've already sent you a message. I felt it necessary to present it to you in person." Ning Wan slid the invitation across to Li Xiaoting, not missing the burdened expression on his face. "Shouting, what troubles you? How long do you intend for Xiner to stay in London?" Li Xiaoting asked, his brow slightly furrowed. "Do you realize that upon seeing the announcement of your wedding with Lu Jingcheng, she attempted to take her own life? Did she die?" Ning Wan's smile faltered. Such words, if uttered by anyone else, would not have affected her. Yet, this was the voice of the one she trusted most, her brother with whom she had grown up. To claim she felt no sense of loss would be a lie. "Wan, that was a life. How can you be so indifferent as to speak of it so lightly?" Li Xiaoting's anger flared. He could not tolerate Ning Wan's coldness. "You were never like this. So what? Are you blaming me for Xiner's predicament?" Ning Wan looked up at him defiantly. "Shouldn't I? You discovered that her brother was in debt due to gambling, and you used money to coerce her into leaving Lu Jingcheng. Wan, when did you become so despicable? Do you not understand that he was her only remaining family? You forced her to choose between kinship and love. That is exceedingly cruel." "Oh, so you accuse me of cruelty?" Ning Wan chuckled, disappointment flickering in her dark eyes. Shouting, "We have grown up together. Our bond over the years pales in comparison to your relationship with someone you have known for merely 2 or 3 years. Ultimately, you still do not understand me." With that, the smile that had graced her face gradually faded into melancholy. "If you, Brother Li, are inviting me out merely to interrogate me regarding these matters, then I understand. Since Xiner has accepted the money, her well-being is of no concern to me." Ning Wan rose to her feet, feeling slightly dizzy. "Furthermore, as I have previously stated, there are certain things she does not deserve. If anyone owes a debt, it is she who owes it to me. Wan, heed my words. Lu Jingcheng does not love you. Even if you were to marry, happiness would elude you." Li Xiaoting's voice was soft and detached. Initially hesitant, upon witnessing Ning Wan's demeanor, he resolved to disclose Xiner's address in London to Lu Jingcheng. "That is also my affair." Chapter 150. You have never let me down, Ning Wan. Your stubbornness has always been your downfall, ultimately inflicting pain upon both yourself and others. Li Xiaoting's words were delivered in a calm tone, yet they served to embarrass Ning Wan. She hesitated for a brief moment, but continued to walk forward. However, as she stepped out of the CAF, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Perhaps it was due to her recent busyness and the lack of proper rest following her miscarriage, leaving her utterly drained and fatigued. Moreover, her stomach had been unsettled. Having just consumed black coffee, her condition had worsened. Meanwhile, In the exclusive elevator descending, the man at the forefront spoke. "Sir, I can still trace Miss G's whereabouts. I apologize for my inefficiency." The man offered a gentle smile in response. "Lewis, your performance has indeed been lacking. Yes, I will do my utmost to locate her. Rest assured, I will find Miss G. However, sir, tomorrow is your wedding. Shouldn't you be preparing at the old residence?" The man merely scoffed, his dark eyes dimming, his narrowed gaze growing increasingly somber. "Lewis, when did you become so talkative?" Lewis lowered his head, chastened. Others in the elevator fell silent, realizing that the newly minted young mistress was not favored by the CEO. In the restroom, after expelling the contents of her stomach, Ning Wan still felt quite unwell. She repeatedly splashed cold water on her cheeks. After a while, she steadied herself against the black stone sink, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. Her brow furrowed in concern as she exhaled deeply. She chided herself for her poor choices, knowing her stomach was sensitive yet still opting for black coffee. As she turned to exit, a tall figure blocked her path. Ning Wan, caught off guard, was abruptly pushed aside by the man's forceful presence, causing her to stumble. Instinctively, she gasped and closed her eyes, bracing for the painful impact of a fall. Yet, in the next moment, a strong hand grasped her slender waist, restoring her balance. Once steady on her feet, Ning Wan looked up to express her gratitude, but upon recognizing the man before her, she offered a faint smile. "Thank you," she said curtly, turning to leave. However, he would not allow it, reaching out to grasp her hand. "Wan, please don't be like this." "Oh, what do you mean by like this?" Ning Wan replied with an indifferent smile, her expression captivating yet aloof as she raised an eyebrow at Lin Tianyu. "Are you suggesting, Mr. Lin, that you wish to be photographed outside the ladies' restroom, only to engage in an extramarital affair?" Wan, I acknowledge that I have wronged you. I do not mind your hatred, just do not take it out on yourself." Lin Tianyu looked at Ning Wan with a hint of helplessness. "Your stomach has always been sensitive, and drinking black coffee is detrimental to both you and the child. Mr. Lin, do you perhaps have an inflated sense of self-importance? Hatred? Do you even have the right to feel that way? Mr. Lin, what dreams are you having in broad daylight?" Ning Wan's Millet, her dimples deepening on either side of her cheeks. "You are mistaken. You have never wronged me, for there has never been love between us from the very beginning. If love does not exist, how can there be talk of betrayal?" Wan, Mr. Lin, do you have other matters to attend to? Lin Tianyu remained silent, his grip on Ning Wan's hand tightening as if he were unwilling to let go. She felt a twinge of pain and struggled to break free. It could not escape his hold. Raising an eyebrow, she exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, please release me, even if you wish to stir up some scandal. I have no desire to be entangled with someone like you. I find it repugnant." Chapter 151. Lin Tianyu, please call me Mrs. Lu Lan. I merely wish to advise you to refrain from consuming black coffee in the future. It is detrimental to your health. Lin Tianyu offered a faint smile, his eyes heavy with profound sorrow. "I have heard that you are to marry Lu Jingcheng tomorrow. Congratulations. Thank you for your well wishes, Mr. Lin." Ning Wan replied with a detached smile, attempting to free herself from his grasp, yet he resolutely held on. Growing increasingly agitated, she exclaimed, "Lin Tianyu, let go of me." "Lama, Lin Tianyu, I have moved on. What is it that you cannot let go of? Do not forget how you conspired with Xia Nuan to force me into a divorce. Now that we are divorced, I kindly ask you to show respect. I am now Mrs. Lu. The term Lanlin is no longer appropriate between us. Please address me as Miss Ning or Mrs. Lu." With a calm smile, Ning Wan was about to say more when a cold voice interrupted. "Release her." Both individuals turned towards the restroom entrance, where Lu Jingcheng stood a short distance away, bathed in the golden sunlight that blazed like fire on the horizon. Lu Jingcheng regarded them briefly before striding towards them. In that moment, Ning Wan felt as though she were ensnared by a spell, her body frozen as she gazed at the man approaching her, the air around him fragrant. The sunlight graced his face, highlighting his chiseled features, rendering him as striking as the god Apollo. Lu Jingcheng said nothing, merely pressed his lips together, his eyes dark as ink, appearing to be encased in a thin layer of ice. He reached Ning Wan and, without uttering a word, pulled her away from Lin Tianyu's grip. The force of his action was such that Lin Tianyu, unable to withstand it, released her hand, wincing in pain. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Ning Wan replied, lowering her gaze, her voice soft yet tinged with a hint of emotion. "Thank you." Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Lin Tianyu looked at Lu Jingcheng, who maintained a faint, enigmatic smile, his narrowed eyes locking onto Lin Tianyu's with a glint of coldness and a touch of wicked charm, sending a shiver down Lin Tianyu's spine. Before he could respond, Lu Jingcheng spoke. "Lin Tianyu, my wife. When did it become your place to meddle or express concern?" "Wife." The word detonated in Lin Tianyu's mind like an atomic bomb. Ning Wan lifted her eyes to Lu Jingcheng, her gaze filled with liquid tenderness and utmost seriousness. This was the first time he acknowledged her as his wife, the first time he regarded her with such intensity. Ning Wan thought, just this once, merely this once, was enough to stir her heart. Yet, he had harbored such disdain for her, even to the point of wishing her harm. Was he now protecting her? In that moment, she could not decipher Lu Jingcheng's intentions. What was he truly after? She did not know, yet she could not fathom why. At the moment when Lu Jingcheng grasped her hand, her heart seemed to gradually find its tranquility. The wounds that once tore her apart appeared to be healing. His hand was large and warm, and his deep, dark eyes were truly captivating, drawing her into a spell of enchantment. The warmth radiating from his touch bestowed upon her a delusion that as long as he was present, she would no longer be vulnerable to harm. He was a sanctuary upon whom she could rely with complete assurance. Chapter 152. Ning Wan. She is my Lu Jingcheng's wife for the first time. She experienced an unfamiliar sensation, as if the deepest recesses of her heart had been touched. A fleeting moment of tingling warmth that passed so quickly she scarcely recognized it as the feeling of infatuation. Her prior marriage to Lin Tianyu had always been a mere formality, casting her world into shadows. Thus, she felt indifferent to Lin Tianyu's treatment of her. As it mattered not how many women he entertained, she simply did not care. However, the situation had changed. She found herself loathing Ji Shiner, who lingered by Lu Jingcheng's side, and detested the obsession Lu Jingcheng held for her. Driven by these feelings, she sought every means to disrupt their connection, disregarding whether he despised or resented her. Ning Wan looked up at Lu Jingcheng, whose deep-set eyes were filled with profound emotion. She had never imagined that a man of such icy demeanor could possess such heartfelt gaze. Perhaps it was merely this fleeting moment. She felt as if she were offering her entire existence, just as he had once appeared in her life like a savior, rescuing her from the depths of despair. Realizing her own emotional lapse, she felt her cheeks flush and lowered her gaze, timidly suggesting, "Shall we go?" "Of course," Lu Jingcheng replied with a calm demeanor, then turned his attention to Lin Feng, narrowing his eyes slightly. The icy gleam in his silver eyes flickered ominously. "I care not for your past with Ning Wan, but she is now my wife, a person you cannot provoke, Lin Tianyu. Should there be a next time, do you believe I will not break that hand of yours?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt an intensifying pain in his already injured hand. He looked up in shock to meet the cold gaze of the man standing a short distance away, his strikingly beautiful eyes dark and profound, his brow furrowed. The overwhelming aura rendered him speechless, leaving him unable to utter a single word. It dawned on him that she could thrive without him. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as Ning Wan departed with Lu Jingcheng. "Wan, I have ultimately lost you. Grandfather was right. I am unworthy of anything. You, who were so splendidly by my side, I failed to cherish, and thus lost my happiness. By the time I turned back, I realized I was no longer deserving of you." As they exited the door, Ning Wan hastily withdrew her hand from Lu Jingcheng's grasp without a second thought. "How did you come to be at the CAF?" she asked, pulling her hand away and inquiring with a cool detachment, though her tone softened with a hint of feminine allure. Lu Jingcheng's previous words had truly stirred her heart, yet she found it hard to believe that his attitude towards her could change so swiftly. "Why should I not be at the CAF?" His voice was light, laced with a hint of playful mockery. "If I were not there, how could I witness the captivating scene between you and your ex-husband? Ning Wan, always remember your identity. You are my Lu Jingcheng's wife, a status you sought. Since you have sought it, please honor that identity." Ning Wan smiled slightly. "Indeed, It was but a fleeting dream. I understand now. Ning Wan lowered her head slightly, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Ning Wan, I shall ask you one final time. Where have you hidden Xiner? Ning Wan remained silent, merely gazing at the man before her, fixated on his eyes, which were as captivating as when they first met. Yet, the urgency reflected in them was not for her, and an inexplicable pang of sorrow welled up within her heart. Chapter 153. Give up. I will not tell you where G. Xiner is a couple, truly the most intriguing individuals in this world. What if I were to declare my unwillingness to disclose her whereabouts? How would you react? Ning Wan suddenly turned to him, a sorrowful smile gracing her lips. Lu Jingcheng, let my words stand here. I shall not reveal where she is. Why should I compel my husband to seek her out? Do you perceive me as overly magnanimous? Or do you believe I harbor no feelings whatsoever? In Lu Jingcheng's realm, it seemed he had never been denied, particularly by women. Yet this woman had rebuffed him time and again, consistently opposing him. Regardless of his cultivated demeanor, he had reached his limit. A trace of thinly veiled anger flickered in his eyes. Ning Wan chuckled bitterly, yet her dark orbs were clouded with a hint of mist. So Lu Jingcheng, resign yourself to despair. I will not tell you where G. Xiner is. Ning Wan, you truly fear nothing. Fear death? It is hardly a terrifying prospect. But tell me, Lu Jingcheng, how well can you discern the truths and falsehoods of this world? Her words were soft, yet carried an undercurrent of resolve. Lu Jingcheng smiled. Whether genuine or feigned, it was certainly preferable to your hypocritical selfishness. Oh, Ning Wan looked up, meeting his gentle smile. Years later, that striking gaze would still astonish Lu Jingcheng as much as it did upon their first encounter. She said to him, Lu Jingcheng, who can delineate the real from the false in this world? Nothing is truly decipherable, stripped of its glamour. What lies beneath is often riddled with wounds. Yet, if one is like a drifting reed, one must cling to something, seize a semblance of stability, don a fade to deceive others, and perhaps even oneself. Enduring through the centuries. Before Lu Jingcheng could regain his composure, Ning Wan had already turned to leave, her petite figure receding further from his view. He let out a slight scoff as Louis emerged from behind him, respectfully stating, Sir, shall we return to the office now? Or are you headed back to the old residence? I hear the old master has arranged the wedding venue there, and tonight, the lady of the house will be staying at the old residence. Given her demeanor, it seems she intends to return home. Louis, what kind of woman do you believe Ning Wan truly is? Lu Jingcheng confessed his confusion. Ning Wan indulged Lin Tianyu, permitting him to play as he wished, never inquiring about his escapades. Yet, her expectations of Lu Jingcheng seemed quite stringent. Well, it's all right, just tell me. Louis pondered briefly before cautiously speaking. I have heard from others that although Ms. Ning is the president of Ning Corporation, she has been marginalized by her father and usurped by her stepmother, enduring considerable hardship. Her assertive nature has likely developed over time, as she must be strong lest she be consumed. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingcheng furrowed his brow. Moreover, I have also heard that her marriage to Lin Tianyu was nothing short of a farce. She was compelled to marry him due to her grandfather's dying wish. And throughout their marriage, Lin Tianyu has been unfaithful, yet she has never intervened. Louis paused for a moment, glancing at Lu Jingcheng's expression. Perhaps it was due to a lack of concern that he chose not to intervene. It is said that the member of the Lin family, upon discovering his mistress, has proven to be the most cunning and ruthless of them all, filled with regret. He has sought out General Ning several times, only to be met with rejection each time. Chapter 154. Lu Jingcheng learned that Ji Shiner was in London, didn't he? His voice was calm, betraying no signs of joy or anger. Yes, indeed, came the reply, including the matter of the miscarriage. In truth, the child was not Lin Tianyu's. I have also heard that Lin Tianyu, in an attempt to force Ning to divorce, drugged her to lead her astray. That incident was precisely when you made headlines. Listening intently, Lu Jingcheng remained silent, standing still without uttering a word. With a sigh, he ordered, "Let us go back to the company." Just as he was about to depart, someone called out to him from behind. Turning around, Lu Jingcheng saw Li shouting approaching, his brow slightly furrowed. "Who are you?" Li shouting, I believe Wan has mentioned me to you, he replied. Li Xiaoting had intended to visit the Lu Corporation to seek out Lu Jingcheng, but was pleasantly surprised to find him just as he exited the CAF, thus saving him the hassle of an appointment. She has not mentioned you at all, Lu Jingcheng retorted, his displeasure evident upon first laying eyes on Li Xiaoting. If you have something to say, please get to the point. I'm rather busy. Is that so? I had thought Wan had spoken of me. Li Xiaoting remarked with a hint of amusement. Though I've never met you, your name precedes you. Wan even provided me with your wedding invitation today. And what of it? Lu Jingcheng inquired, his lips pressed tightly together, his gaze darkening. He had little interest in discussing Ning Wan's past or engaging in trivial conversation. The crux of the matter is, between Wan and Shiner, to whom does your heart lean more? Li Xiaoting discerned Lu Jingcheng's growing ire and impatience. He decided to cut straight to the chase. Should Lu Jingcheng respond favorably to Wan, he would remain silent about Shiner's whereabouts in London and attend their wedding as scheduled. But if he declared an inclination toward Shiner, he would have to apologize to Wan. He could hardly bear the thought of Shiner's pleading, desperate eyes, or the sight of her surrounded by blood in the bathroom when he first discovered her. Shiner? Upon hearing her name, Lu Jingcheng's demeanor shifted, and he regarded Li Xiaoting with a furrowed brow. Did you take Shiner away? Have you helped Ning Wan hide her? Mr. Lu, please answer my question first. At this, Lu Jingcheng scoffed. After so many years with Shiner, do you think I would forsake her for Ning Wan? I understand now. Shiner is in London, Li Xiaoting finally revealed. Ning Wan had always been resilient. Without Lu Jingcheng, she would still lead a vibrant life. But Shiner was different. Without Lu Jingcheng, her existence would be in peril. It was only much later that Li Xiaoting recognized the profound impact his decision would have on Ning Wan. In that moment, the fates of all involved began to diverge gradually. Why should I trust you? You yourself said you're Ning Wan's friend, and she was the one who asked you to take Shiner away. Now you claim to know where Shiner is? How can I discern whether this is yet another trick you and she are playing? Lu Jingcheng chuckled, his arms crossed, his keen, eagle-like gaze fixed intently on Li Xiaoting. Sharp as a blade. From the outset, his eyes were shrouded in a somber haze. Li Xiaoting, ever the epitome of grace, had never encountered such a formidable man. He surmised that only someone of this caliber could possibly keep Ning Wan in check. Whether you choose to believe it or not, were it not for Xiner, I would not divulge her whereabouts in London. The only individuals privy to her exact location, apart from Wan, are myself alone. Chapter 155, Lu Jingcheng. I merely hope you do not harbor resentment towards Wan. Li Xiaoting spoke in a subdued tone, acknowledging the gravity of his actions that had wronged Wan. Yet, as her elder brother, he wished to prevent her from making further mistakes. Xiner, upon learning of your marriage, attempted to take her own life in London, barely escaping death. After regaining consciousness, she beseeched me to convey this to you. Li Xiaoting scrutinized Lu Jingcheng, perplexed by what merit such a man possessed. Both Wan and Xiner were deeply infatuated with him. While his appearance was passable, his demeanor was undeniably cold and ruthless. Is Xiner well? Upon hearing of Xiner's suicide attempt, Lu Jingcheng's voice tightened noticeably, his demeanor towards Li Xiaoting softening. You have informed me. How will you account for this to Ning Wan? Li Xiaoting smiled faintly, retrieving an address from his pocket and offering it to Lu Jingcheng. As for Wan, I shall apologize to her. Her reproaches will not trouble me. However, Lu Jingcheng, regardless of Wan's actions, I implore you to grant her kindness. She has endured immense suffering, and once you locate Xiner, I hope you will treat her with care. Lu Jingcheng remained silent, extending his hand to accept the note, clasping it within his palm. Wan is a good girl, yet she has borne far more pain than she ought to have, leading her to this state. Lu Jingcheng, I hope you do not blame her. After speaking, Li Xiaoting turned to depart, a peculiar feeling gnawing at his heart. Wan, I am sorry. This is my fault. I've got to make amends to you in due time. However, little did Li Xiaoting anticipate that his actions would render Ning Wan a subject of ridicule in Jiangbei once more, as she traversed the entirety of the wedding alone. He was blissfully unaware that his obsession with Xiner had subjected Ning Wan to untold anguish. At the Ning family's ancestral home, the evening had drawn many guests, with the wedding set for the morrow. Naturally, Ning Wan had arrived, preparing for makeup as per tradition, awaiting Lu Jingcheng's arrival. Chu Jingji was also present, while Huang Fuling had undoubtedly gone to the Lu family's ancestral residence. It was rumored that grandfather had invited numerous guests, with nearly everyone connected to the Lu family in attendance. Lu Jingcheng had returned from abroad as well. Inside Ning Wan's room, before the dressing table, she donned a magnificent crimson chihua dress, exuding elegance. Her long, lustrous hair was styled into an intricate updo, adorned with golden hairpins, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Wan, this dress is truly stunning. Why did I not think to wear such a piece on my wedding day? Chu Jingji remarked with a smile, taking the comb from the stylist's hands to tend to Ning Wan's hair. She styled it meticulously, each stroke symbolizing a wish. 1 for longevity, 2 for harmony, 3 for descendants aplenty. Catching a glimpse of the glistening tears in Chu Jingji's eyes through the mirror, Ning Wan smiled gently, feeling a pang in her heart. Chu Jingji, you are truly insufferable. Wan, I sincerely wish for your happiness this time around. Chu Jingji Juka, tucking Ning Wan's hair into the intricate updo, suddenly recalling Gxiner. By the way, Wan, are you certain that Gxiner has accepted the money? She will not return to disrupt your wedding with Lu Jingcheng, will she? Li shouting. Ning Wan smiled gently, reaching out to grasp her hand. Rest assured, Jingji, no matter how infuriated shouting may be with my actions, I firmly believe he would never betray me by revealing Gxer's address to Lu Jingcheng. Moreover, Lu Jingcheng himself is well aware of the significant repercussions that his absence from tomorrow's wedding would impose on the Lu family. Chapter 156 on the wedding day. Lu Jingcheng expressed his intent to find Ji Shiner. Lan, you should not place too much trust in her. I am fearful that in the end, she may betray you. Ning Wan chuckled softly. That won't happen, shouting, I have faith in him. After a flurry of activity, Ning Wan was transported to the Lu family estate. She found herself seated in the bridal makeup room, struggling to articulate her feelings at that moment, as if everything were but a dream. She extended her hand to examine the scar on her skin, along with the bracelet adorning her wrist, a gift from her grandfather. In the expansive floor-length mirror, a vision of elegance unfolded, a woman clad in a resplendent white wedding gown, her hair adorned with floral embellishments, exuding beauty and grace. Lan, you look stunning. Indeed, a woman marrying the man she loves is the epitome of a beautiful bride, Chu Jingji remarked, as she assisted in fastening exquisite jewelry upon her. A pure white pearl necklace encircled Ning Wan's delicate neck, accentuating her charming visage. Yet, for reasons unknown, as the necklace was being clasped, it suddenly broke apart. What shall we do? Chu Jingji furrowed her brow, then turned to Ning Wan, bending down to retrieve the scattered pearls. Jingji, do not worry about those. Let's switch to the diamond necklace instead. Ning Wan grasped Chu Jingji's hand, her gaze unfocused on the fallen pearls. Since her arrival at the Lu family estate, an uncomfortable weight had settled upon her heart, as if a heavy stone were pressing down, rendering her breathless. Lan, are you all right? Chu Jingji inquired with concern, as she picked up the diamond necklace to adorn her. The elders say that a broken string of pearls is inauspicious. Surely nothing will go awry, right? It should be fine. All right, let us venture out. The wedding is about to commence. Chu Jingji surveyed her from head to toe, then, satisfied, took her hand and pushed open the door of the makeup room. In that instant, an enlarged face appeared before Ning Wan. Huang Fuling, what on earth are you doing? Don't you know that scaring someone can be lethal? Chu Jingji exclaimed, startled and somewhat irritable. Huangfu, what is the matter? Ning Wan inquired softly, her heart racing with anxiety. It's nothing, don't worry, the wedding will proceed as planned. Huang Fuling replied, unable to meet Ning Wan's gaze. Since Lu Jingcheng had decided to attend the wedding and had gone to the Ning family to fetch Ning Wan, he would not choose to embarrass her or the Lu family. However, he had just received a call informing him that Ji Shiner had attempted suicide in London and was currently in the hospital, her life hanging in the balance. Lu Jingcheng was determined to leave, which infuriated both Lu Jingcheng and the elder Lu. Even if they were to visit her, it was imperative to complete the wedding first. Otherwise, this grand affair would become a mere farce in the eyes of others. A wedding without the groom would undoubtedly attract media scrutiny the following day. Lu Jingcheng, are you even a man? The wedding is about to commence. Since you have chosen to marry Wan, you should not abandon her to face this alone. What you are doing now leaves her to confront everything by herself. Lu Jingcheng spoke softly, her tone unmistakably laced with indignation. Meanwhile, old Master Lu was seething with rage, his voice harsh and thunderous. All the media and those allied with the Lu family have gathered. Do you intend to disgrace me utterly? Lu Jingcheng, if you dare to step out of this door today, do not ever return. Just leave. Chapter 157. Li shouting, I shall never forgive you. Go on, leave. Grandfather, if it weren't for you and Ning Wan, would Exiner and I have fallen to such depths? Lu Jingcheng gazed at the elder Lu, his voice icy, his black tailcoat accentuating his proud and solitary demeanor. Ning Wan observed the man before her, a faint sarcastic smile gracing her lips as she lifted her skirt and stepped forward to confront him. Yet, tripping on the hem, she nearly stumbled, colliding into Lu Jingcheng's embrace. He looked down at her, clad in a resplendent white wedding gown, and for the first time, he realized how breathtakingly beautiful she could be, leaving him momentarily dazed. In their brief exchange of glances, the world was graced with the most exquisite pair of eyes, one set clear and tranquil, the other deep as the ocean. She clutched his arm with a slight urgency, her gaze filled with innocence and yearning. Ultimately, she still cared. She could not be as indifferent as she had claimed. Lu Jingcheng, in his dark eyes, lay a ruthless resolve that she could not decipher. Yet that very ruthlessness pierced her heart, leaving it bloodied and raw. I must go to London immediately. He averted his gaze, his usual cold demeanor enveloping him. Turning away, with resolute finality, Ning Wan felt his arm slip from her grasp, leaving her frozen in the air. Lu Jingcheng. She pursued him a few steps, only to find her legs weighed down as if filled with lead. How could she be so foolish? She knew the truth. She was all too aware. Why could she not let go? Why was she compelled to gamble once more? Li shouting, I shall never forgive you, never. What are you all waiting for? Hurry, stop the young master. Lu Jingcheng's face turned ashen as he stared at the several bodyguards in black nearby, who stood frozen for a moment before rushing forward to intercept him. Grandfather, let him go. A calm voice escaped Ning Wan's lips. In this moment, her extraordinary composure astonished everyone around her. I can take my wedding photos alone, write the invitations alone, and complete all the pre-wedding preparations alone. So, holding the ceremony alone is not out of the question. Ning Wan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her gaze fixed on the elderly man beside her, his brow furrowed with anger. In the past, she would have been mindful of her emotions, never allowing them to surface. But now the pain was overwhelming, and as she watched Lu Jingcheng turn away and drive off in the backyard, darkness enveloped her vision. Huangfu, please help me ensure that all media and reporters leave. Just say that the Lu family wishes to keep the wedding low-key. Wan, rest assured, I know what to do. Huangfu Ling nodded, fully understanding Ning Wan's intent. Such a scandal must be contained. Grandfather, as for the guests, just say, I fainted due to my pregnancy and was taken to the hospital. The wedding can be considered as already held. After all, we are legally married, and he came to pick me up this morning. Ning Wan smiled faintly, her gaze shifting to the still gloomy Lu Jingcheng beside her. She spoke gently, Grandfather, please don't be angry, all right? Your demeanor frightens me. Lu Jingcheng observed her demeanor and, with a sigh, approached her side, wrapping her arms around her. Wan, it is Jingcheng who has wronged you. In due time, I shall ensure he kneels before you to offer his apologies. Sister Jingcheng, that is unnecessary. He owes me nothing. Rather, it is I who am indebted to him. Let us consider this as my act of restitution. Chapter 158. Ning Wan held a wedding alone. Ning Wan smiled gently, linking arms with Lu Jingcheng. Sister Jingcheng, please explain to the guests, she urged. Turning to the elderly Mr. Lu and Mr. Wu, she added, could I trouble you to escort grandfather back to rest? Wu Guozhong observed this enchanting child bearing such burdens alone with a sense of melancholy. Eventually, there was no alternative. Ning Wan had to take center stage. This was her wedding, and she faced every guest, offered toasts, and accepted blessings all by herself. Ultimately, she would even have to spend the wedding night alone. Seated in the festively adorned bridal chamber, Ning Wan felt an unprecedented chill. Chu Jingji, fearing that she might despair, stayed close behind her for comfort. The moment they entered the chamber and closed the door, Ning Wan swiftly took out her phone, speaking in fluent English to the person on the other end. Her eyes grew increasingly cold, a sight that Chu Jingji had witnessed for the second time. The first was at the passing of her mother. Even without words, she could discern what Ning Wan was conveying. This was the true Ning Wan, who would retaliate against Ji Shiner, who had deliberately turned her into a laughingstock. However, this confrontation was destined to be mutually destructive. After ending the call, Ning Wan dialed Xiao Zhao's number. Xiao Xiao, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, but I need a favor. Present Ning, what can I do for you? Xiao Xiao responded with her customary respect. I need a ticket to Venice for a week. Departing tomorrow, Ning Wan paused before adding, please keep an eye on the company, particularly on Ron Lihua and her daughter. Understood. I will stay in touch if anything arises. Xiao Xiao assured her. Thank you. Once she hung up, Chu Jingji inquired, Wan, why do you wish to go to Italy? Some matters need resolution, Ning Wan replied. Do you want me to accompany you? Ning Wan shook her head, reassuring her friend. No, it's better for me to handle this alone. It was Li Shouting who informed Lu Jingcheng. Chu Jingji's words were light but firm. Ning Wan merely smiled, saying nothing in response. The following day, after offering tea to the elderly gentleman, Ning Wan informed Mr. Lu of her intention to visit Venice. He did not question her, but understood the situation well enough to refrain from stopping her, simply advising her to be cautious. Venice, a city born of water, renowned for its beauty and prosperity, is the epitome of the Renaissance. It is the only city in the world without automobiles, where goddess tears have fallen, rendering it even more crystalline and tender, akin to a romantic dream floating upon azure waves. Venice is celebrated as the Queen of the Adriatic, known for its waterborne charm, and as a city of islands. The charm of Venice is inextricably linked to its waters, with meandering canals and flowing waves. Resembling a romantic dream adrift upon azure tides, a poetic imagery that lingers in the mind. Upon her arrival, Ning Wan hurried straight to St. Mark's Basilica. As she stood before the grand entrance, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced down, smiled softly, and answered the call. Lu Jingcheng, why the urgency? Is there something you need? Ning Wan, my patience is wearing thin. Where have you driven Xiner off to this time? Chapter 159. Ning Wan, you shall certainly face retribution, Lu Jingcheng. I have stated that I can only tolerate your caprices. As for others, I am afraid I cannot abide. Ning Wan smiled softly. I know you are in Venice now. I am at St. Mark's Basilica. Do come find me. With that, she ended the call, her high heels clicking as she walked into the magnificent St. Mark's Basilica. Once the largest church in medieval Europe, St. Mark's Basilica stands as a paragon of Venetian architectural artistry. Its intricate and exquisite design, adorned with lavish decorations, leaves one in awe. The most striking features within the church are the mosaics crafted from pebbles and shards of porcelain that embellish the internal walls, and the grand entrance where 4 golden horses gallop majestically above. Gazing at the serene and tranquil church, Ning Wan gradually closed her eyes, her fingers clasped in prayer, her long, dark lashes fluttering delicately like the wings of a butterfly. Though she is a Buddhist and does not adhere to Catholicism, she conformed to local customs, which she deemed a mark of respect. The harmonious voices of the choir filled her ears. A gentle smile adorned Ning Wan's tranquil visage, her porcelain skin glowing under the warm orange light, enhancing her enchanting beauty. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed behind her. Ning Wan smiled faintly, and before she could speak, a voice broke the silence. Ning Wan, a woman like you, no matter how much shelter you seek, it is futile. The cycle of karma will catch up with you. Oh, Ning Wan rose, opening her eyes to regard him with a serene smile. If there is to be any retribution, it shall first befall Ji Shiner. After all, it is not my turn yet. Lu Jingcheng merely smiled indifferently, choosing not to engage further, unwilling to raise a commotion within the sacred confines of the church. The chime of the hour resonated, and the once holy basilica was now filled with a multitude of visitors. Ning Wan gazed at the artwork, smiling softly. If life were, but as it was at first sight, how many infatuated souls and resentful hearts would ultimately sigh, wishing life could remain as it was in those initial moments. Pausing, she turned to Lu Jingcheng, who stood beside her with a brooding expression. Let us go. I shall treat you to coffee. There is a charming CF over by the square that serves delightful beverages. I assure you. Outside, the endless expanse of the sea resembled a flawless, translucent emerald, with blue skies and white clouds embracing it above, creating a captivating oil painting. The surrounding outdoor CFS were neatly arranged, and in the distance, flocks of white doves gathered on the square, sometimes pecking at the ground for food, other times soaring with their white wings, freely flying across the square beneath the infinite blue sky. Ning Wan and Lu Jingcheng arrived at a cozy and elegant CAF. May I take your order? The waiter inquired in fluent Italian. What would you like to drink? Ning Wan asked Lu Jingcheng, but he merely scowled. Ning Wan smiled gently, disregarding his demeanor, and addressed the waiter in fluent Italian. 1 caramel latte, 1 Nanshan coffee, and a slice of rich cheesecake, please. Upon hearing her order, the waiter smiled. Please allow me a moment. Pigeons cooed melodiously in the square, their sounds crisp and resonant. Shortly thereafter, the waiter brought forth 2 cups of aromatic coffee, accompanied by a slice of cheesecake. The sky was a pristine blue, devoid of any impurities, exuding an infinite tenderness and lingering affection. Lu Jingcheng, I am aware that you wish to strike me, and I know you harbor resentment towards me. Yet, upon hearing of her suicide attempt, you hastily sought her out, abandoning me to face the wedding alone. Lu Jingcheng, she acted in such a manner. Why should I grant her any semblance of satisfaction? Chapter 160. The distinction of hierarchy. Ning Wan took a sip of her coffee, her gaze serene and unreadable, as she observed the distant white doves. A chilling voice pierced the air. Ning Wan, you had better tell me where she has gone. If anything happens to her, I shall not spare you. Oh! Ning Wan tilted her head, her dark eyes reflecting his figure. Surely you wouldn't resort to murder? Ning Wan, Lu Jingcheng bellowed. At that moment, she noticed a man approaching, resembling Lu Jingcheng but with a more mature demeanor, appearing a decade or so older. His features were markedly more chiseled, and his striking azure eyes shimmered with a bewitching allure, deeper than the sea itself. Jingcheng, you came to Venice without informing me? Lu Jingcheng turned, and upon recognizing the visitor, his expression shifted from pleasant to steely. Why trouble yourself? You are a busy man, and we are hardly acquainted, are we? That is not quite fair, Jingcheng. Regardless of our familiarity, I am still your uncle. Ning Wan furrowed her brow. Uncle? I don't recall hearing of this before. If memory served her right, this uncle had indeed been present at the last Lu family banquet, where he had gazed at her for an extended period. The man, seemingly unfazed by Ning Wan's surprise, smiled lightly and extended his hand. Last month, the old man called me back to the ancestral home for a banquet, announcing your engagement to Jingcheng. I was skeptical until I witnessed the old man personally declare your union. It appears he holds you in high regard. By the way, I missed your wedding yesterday due to prior commitments. My apologies for not being able to extend my blessings. Ning Wan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. No need. Thank you for the wishes, uncle. But please do not call me uncle. It makes me feel aged. Besides, I'm not much older than Jingcheng. The man chuckled, his deep blue eyes reminiscent of the vast ocean depths. You may call me Zhe Rue, or my English name, William Lu, if you prefer. That seems inappropriate. Ning Wan replied softly. If you're Lu Jingcheng's uncle, then you are indeed my elder, and I should address you as such. I do not adhere to the many tedious conventions of the old man. Names are meant to be used, and there is no need for excessive formality. Ning Wan felt a twinge of discomfort. This man was entirely unlike her grandfather, which explained why she had never heard him mentioned. That is not quite proper, uncle. There is a distinction of respect that must not be transgressed. Just as Lu Zhe Rue was about to respond, he was preempted by Lu Jingcheng. Ning Wan speaks wisely. An elder is an elder, and one must not disrupt the order of respect. If grandfather were to learn of this, the consequences would be dire. Indeed, Lu Zhe Rue chuckled amiably, yet Ning Wan sensed an underlying tension between them. Jingcheng, are you free tomorrow evening? I wish to host a gathering, a celebration of your marriage. As your uncle, I'm not available. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Jingcheng responded, and observing his demeanor, Ning Wan surmised that Lu Jingcheng harbored little affection for his uncle. There is no need for such a hasty reply. Jingcheng, Martin will also be in attendance. Will you not join us as well? Chapter 161. Lu Jingcheng, will you abandon me? Lu Zirui spoke with a hint of indifference in his tone, yet his gaze was heavy, laced with a note of mockery, as if he was certain that Lu Jingcheng would acquiesce. True to his expectations, after a moment of contemplation, Lu Jingcheng replied, "What time and where?" 7 o'clock. You know well where I shall be to welcome you. Very well, I shall arrive punctually. Lu Zirui smiled enchantingly, his cerulean eyes vast like an ocean, yet as inscrutable as a dry well. Excellent. I shall await your esteemed presence. With that, he turned and departed. Ning Wan and Lu Jingcheng watched him leave. Ning Wan raised her head to glance at his strikingly handsome face, offering merely a smile, choosing not to inquire further. Her gaze fixated on the boats traversing the water. She was no fool. She could discern the tension in their dialogue and understood that tomorrow could unfold into a treacherous banquet. Though the reasons eluded her, she remained aware. Don't you wish to ask me anything about Lu Zirui? If you wish to tell me, you shall. If not, even if I inquire, you likely would not divulge anything. Ning Wan chuckled lightly. Thus, why should I provoke your displeasure by asking? Lu Jingcheng was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that this woman could see through to the heart of matters. Being with someone like her indeed felt effortless. Certain truths required no elaboration on his part. She seemed to know everything already. As he gazed at the distant blue sky, Lu Jingcheng smiled. Lu Zirui was the offspring of his grandfather and a daughter of the British royal family, a child born of a woman who had ensnared his grandfather. Thus, in the Lu family, he was regarded as a taboo. Years ago, he had contended with Lu Jingcheng's father for control of the Lu family, but ultimately, his grandfather had vetoed him, asserting that the family's power could never be entrusted to an outsider. To his grandfather, Lu Zirui was indeed an outsider, and he seldom mentioned him. Ning Wan responded softly, saying nothing further. Do you not wish to voice an opinion? Lu Jingcheng asked casually, his gaze slightly shadowed. If I were to err, would you be angered? Ning Wan inquired cautiously, her eyes meeting his. In that moment, they seemed to share a similar sentiment. Upon seeing Lu Jingcheng nod, she continued, Your grandfather is entirely justified. However, some matters are not as straightforward as they appear, nor can we influence them. Lu Jingcheng pondered for a moment, then offered a faint smile. Let's depart. Where to? Take me to see Ji Shiner. After our meeting, we must attend the evening banquet. Ning Wan smiled, her expression brightening as she looked at Lu Jingcheng. She then picked up her phone and showed him a video. Lu Jingcheng observed closely. Ji Shiner is perfectly fine. I do not believe there is any necessity for you two to meet. I must see her. Ning Wan frowned slightly, perceiving his stubbornness, and subsequently provided him with the address. As the evening beckoned with a grand banquet, Lu Jingcheng's driver accompanied Ning Wan to select her attire. After ensuring she was comfortably settled in the vehicle, he earnestly instructed the driver to deliver her safely to her destination. This genuine concern only deepened the smile upon Ning Wan's lips. Lu Jingcheng, would you truly leave me all alone? A subtle furrow formed on Lu Jingcheng's brow. Upon hearing her words, an inexplicable pang of jealousy surged within him, causing a slight ache in his heart. He gazed at her for a prolonged moment before responding in a calm tone. Go ahead. I shall come to escort you to the banquet shortly. Chapter 162. Is your brother truly designed by Ning Wan? Lu Jingcheng located Ji Shiner at the address provided by Ning Wan. Her countenance appeared quite haggard, stirring a pang of discomfort within him. Contrary to the rumors, she was not as frail as depicted, although her wrists bore marks of past self-harm. She was not on the brink of death. In the stillness of the room, Ji Shiner gazed at Lu Jingcheng and suddenly burst into tears, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. She rushed towards him and embraced him tightly, while he remained motionless, allowing her to cling to him in silence. His deep-set eyes betraying no emotion, leaving others unable to fathom his thoughts. Jing, You finally found me. I was in London, and it was Ning Wan who had me taken away. She even had me shouting, "Take me away from you." How could you be so malicious? Lu Jingcheng remained silent, allowing her to hold him, his large hand gently resting on her back in a soothing gesture. As Ji Sheener cried, she sensed a shift in the atmosphere, her voice softening. "Ah Jing, will you take me away? Ex-Einer, why didn't you come to me when things went awry?" Lu Jingcheng asked softly, his gaze on Ji Sheener revealing a hint of doubt and fatigue. "Am I not worthy of your trust?" "No, Ah Jing, it's not like that." "Did Ning Wan say something to you?" Ji Sheener wept, her eyes nearly swollen from crying. "She pressured me, enticing my brother to gamble, setting a trap for him." "Ah Jing, are you blaming me?" "If blame is to be cast, it should be on Ning Wan, that despicable person. Why do you blame me instead?" Ji Sheener's words were laced with profound grievance, her voice slightly choked. She released Lu Jingcheng's embrace, and as she lifted her gaze, she noticed a chilling coldness spreading within the depths of his beautiful, dark eyes, causing her heart to shiver. "Ah Jing, it's all in the past. Let us not dwell on it, shall we? Just take me away. It doesn't matter if we don't marry. I only wish to be with you. You promised we would always be together." Lu Jingcheng pressed his lips tightly together, choosing silence once more, and his gaze turned somewhat frigid. "Ex-Einer, there are matters I refrain from articulating to preserve some space between us. For your sake, I have never imposed demands upon you. But Ex-Einer, do not attempt to manipulate me. You know my character." Upon hearing his words, Ji Sheener felt a wave of confusion wash over her, her tears ceasing as she looked earnestly at Lu Jingcheng. "Ah Jing, what do you mean by that? Is your brother truly designed by Ning Wan?" At this revelation, the room fell into an immediate silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. They stood there, gazing at one another, unable to utter a single word for what felt like an eternity. The driver escorted her to the Chanel boutique in Venice, instructing the staff to select clothes for her while he stepped outside. Ning Wan did not intervene. She understood that accompanying a woman on a shopping spree could be quite burdensome, so why impose such a task upon him? "Miss, this is the new style of the season, featuring a refreshing aqua base adorned with a delicate layer of white gauze. It's the epitome of cool elegance for the summer. Would you care to try it on?" The sales assistant presented the latest collection before Ning Wan. She examined it and found it quite appealing, responding, "All right, please fetch it for me to try on." Subsequently, she followed the sales assistant to the fitting room. As she entered to change, the assistant went off to find other styles. However, after waiting for over 10 minutes at the door, the assistant grew puzzled and approached to open the fitting room door, only to find it empty, with Ning Wan nowhere to be seen, save for the discarded garment she had changed out of. Chapter 163, Lu Jingcheng. "Have you fallen for that little mistress, Ning Wan?" The shop assistant hurriedly went out to find the driver, informing him that Ning Wan had vanished and instructed him to notify Lu Jingcheng. The driver swiftly dialed Lu Jingcheng's number. "President, something's amiss. Madame Lu is missing." At that moment, within the apartment of Ji Sheener, Lu Jingcheng furrowed his brow slightly. "How could she be missing? Wasn't she supposed to be followed?" "I apologize, President. Madame Lu is missing from the changing room. I failed to notice. It was my negligence. The most pressing matter now is to locate Madame Lu. Why are you still standing there? If anything happens to Ning Wan, you will accompany her in death." Lu Jingcheng's usually indifferent eyes seemed to crack at that moment. He looked at Ji Sheener before him, and a wave of guilt washed over him. "Sheener, I will not forget the promise I made to you. I will discuss this matter with Ning Wan, but now that she is missing, I fear for her safety with Lu Zerue. You must return quickly." Upon hearing this, Ji Sheener clasped her hands tightly on her lap, her knuckles turning white. Yet, she merely smiled faintly. "Ah Jing, how could she possibly be missing? Is it not likely she is deceiving you? She is recognized as the daughter-in-law of the Lu family by the old master. No matter how foolish your uncle may be, he would not dare to act so brazenly against her. She must be tricking you. Sheener, you were never like this. How have you changed?" Lu Jingcheng said lightly. Ji Sheener had spoken ill of Ning Wan more than once, whether it was deflecting blame for her brother's gambling or the expression she wore when the driver called him. Lu Jingcheng suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity with her, as the Ji Sheener he once knew would not behave this way. Ji Sheener suddenly lifted her gaze to the man she loved. In a fleeting moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of impending loss. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she stepped closer, grasping his sleeve. "What is it? Ah Jing, do you not trust me?" "I trust you, Sheener, but although I despise Ning Wan, she does not strike me as someone who would fabricate such a situation. If she provided me with your address, she would not use this matter lightly." "Ah Jing." Ji Sheener smiled, her expression tinged with sorrow. "Do you know how much your words hurt me? I have endured so much humiliation here, losing my position as your wife. Yet you do not comfort me, but instead blame me? Are you saying these things to intentionally cause me pain? Do not tell me you have fallen for that little mistress Ning Wan. If that is the case, why are you here? Go to her side. After all, you are married now, are you not?" Ji Sheener smiled faintly, tightening her grip on his sleeve. "What do you seek from me?" However, Lu Jingcheng merely chuckled, patted her hand, and brushed it away. In that instant, her hand felt empty, as if her heart had been hollowed out as well. Ji Sheener looked up at him, tears streaming down her face. The agony within her heart intensified, and from that profound pain, resentment began to blossom. "You have lost your composure. Take a moment to regain your calm. I shall seek out Ning Wan first, for she is, after all, the wife of Lu Jingcheng in name." After a brief pause, his icy voice resounded once more. "If you wish to return to Jiangbei, then do so. I have purchased an apartment for you in Shiyuan. The keys are with Louis." Chapter 164. Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu has disappeared with that. Lu Jingcheng turned and departed, leaving behind an air of silence. Ji Xer suddenly felt that despite her myriad of schemes, her dramatic gesture of self-harm before shouting, meticulously controlling her blood loss to elicit his sympathy and guilt, revealing her address to Lu Jingcheng, and even arranging for someone to call him to prompt an escape from their wedding. Her ultimate goal had been to ascertain her worth in his heart. Yet now, what did it all amount to? The reunion felt more painful than the absence. "Ah Jing, am I truly destined to lose you?" She smiled faintly, then made a call, her tone tinged with a hint of coldness. "Throw Ning Wan into the sea. Whether someone rescues her is her concern." It was only later that Ji Xiner understood that she had not lost to Ning Wan, but to love itself. Love is a thing that demands voluntary sacrifice, devoid of any ulterior motives. Once calculations are introduced, even in the absence of a rival, the bond cannot endure. Ning Wan's presence merely hastened the demise of their relationship. Only those of similar hearts can traverse the journey to the end together. After leaving the apartment, Lu Jingcheng drove anxiously through the streets and alleys of Venice, searching for that familiar figure. She was nowhere to be found on the bustling avenues, nor in the secluded alleys. It was as if she had truly vanished. Strangely, despite his disdain for Ning Wan, wishing her dead, he now felt a pang of fear. At this moment, he experienced an unfamiliar ache. Suddenly recalling her question from earlier that day, "Lu Jingcheng, will you leave me all alone?" Such sorrow and desolation. This was not the Ning Wan he knew. In an instant, his previously calm demeanor revealed a flicker of confusion, mingled with a touch of heartache. What was this feeling? He did not understand, only aware that his heart, that organ once so steadfast, now stirred for another woman, accompanied by pain. Suddenly, a ringing phone interrupted his thoughts. "Sir, we have located Mrs. Lu." Upon receiving the call, Lu Jingcheng quickly turned the car around towards the hotel. Only when he laid eyes on Ning Wan did he feel a sense of relief. She wore a delicate water blue gown, beautiful yet drenched, her complexion pale, but otherwise seemingly unchanged. "Where did you find Mrs. Lu?" he inquired indifferently. The responder, hearing his tone, replied earnestly, "Less than a kilometer from the clothing store, by the seaside. When I arrived, Mrs. Lu had already been rescued. Fortunately, a boatman passed by and saved her. He mentioned that someone had intentionally knocked her unconscious and thrown her into the sea. Thankfully, he was there to rescue her." Thrown into the sea? Lu Jingcheng's heart raced with concern. It seemed that they were relentless in their pursuit of Ning Wan's life. "Lu Zirue, you truly are ruthless. Call for a doctor to examine her." The doctor arrived and conducted a thorough examination of Ning Wan. After an indeterminate amount of time, the doctor emerged, removing his mask to regard the man outside with a slightly grave expression. "Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu possesses a constitution that is inherently cold, due to her immersion in water. She is experiencing a persistent high fever. Tonight is critical. She requires constant care. Is it merely a fever? Is there nothing else? Lu Jingcheng inquired, his brow furrowed as he gazed at Ning Wan lying in bed. Chapter 165. Why hadn't I noticed your allure before? Lu Ziri's approach towards Ning Wan certainly aimed to use her as a means to restrain him and his grandfather. How could he possibly let her slip away so easily? It was not merely a matter of concern. Mrs. Lu's frail health, compounded by her recent miscarriage and insufficient rest, had rendered her particularly vulnerable. She must take extra care moving forward. Thank you, doctor. I understand now, Ning Wan replied as the physician departed, leaving only the unconscious Ning Wan and Lu Jingcheng by her bedside. He gazed at her for a long while, sitting silently beside her, his eyes fixed on her delicate features. Her hand felt icy, like a shard of ice. At that moment in the afternoon, had no one intervened, they would have been irrevocably separated, and she would have truly perished, perhaps even in a state beyond recognition. Suddenly, his obsidian eyes fell upon her pallid visage. He yearned to reach out and touch her, and indeed he did, but as his fingers brushed against her collarbone, his movement hesitated, a familiar yet exquisite sensation washing over him. He wished to withdraw his hand, yet the skin beneath his palm was so exquisite, reminiscent of a cool crystal, a pristine clarity that captivated him. How had I never recognized your irresistible charm before? Lu Jingcheng's lips curled slightly, his dark eyes deepening with an unspoken transformation. Ning Wan lay still, her feeble breaths fluctuating. Her damp clothing needed to be changed promptly, and the medication prescribed by the doctor required immediate administration. If she remained submerged in that icy water any longer, her fever would escalate beyond mere concern. Rising, Lu Jingcheng retrieved clothes to replace her wet garments. As he looked upon her, a faint smile began to blossom in his obsidian eyes. Once she was clothed, he positioned her against him, his handsome, cool cheek pressing against her feverish forehead. The searing heat ignited a pang of pain within his heart. Then, Lu Jingcheng grasped the warm water beside him and carefully offered her a sip. He placed the pill in her mouth, but as the bitter taste met her tongue, her body instinctively rebelled. The medication suddenly lodged in her throat, triggering a fit of violent coughing. Panic flickered in Lu Jingcheng's eyes as he hastily set the water aside and gently patted her back to ease her discomfort. Gradually, Ning Wan coughed up some warm water and the pill, her breathing returning to a steadier rhythm, though her head remained unconsciously resting against him. Observing the pallor of her delicate face, Lu Jingcheng's gaze became intricate and profound. He tenderly wiped the moisture from her lips, then turned away, raising the warm water to his lips, swallowing it down along with the pill. He cupped her face and, mouth to mouth, slowly administered the medication to her. Bit by bit, the mixture of water and pill found its way into Ning Wan's mouth, every drop savored, and he discovered an unexpected longing for the sweetness of her lips. He gazed upon her, and as he gently placed her on the bed, he was about to depart when he heard the faint whispers escape her lips. "Mom, save me. Mom, I am scared." On the bed, Ning Wan was drenched in a fine sheen of sweat, her lips chapped and cracked. Beneath the light, her delicate visage appeared as pale as parchment, her long, dark eyelashes fluttering weakly, devoid of any color. Yet, she continued to murmur, "Mom, I am scared." Chapter 166. Ning Wan. Let us divorce in 6 months. Lu Jingcheng stood at the foot of the bed, gazing at the woman lying there, murmuring softly to herself. For a moment, he pressed his forehead in contemplation, pondering what might have transpired had he not found her. An expression of worry mingled with fatigue surfaced on his face. He gently adjusted her blanket, his eyes wandering over her figure, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. "Ning Wan, there shall be no next time, no next time." Lu Jingcheng found himself unable to call Lu Ziri to reschedule their meeting, stating that Ning Wan was seriously ill. Lu Ziri, perceptive as ever, agreed to meet the following evening instead. Lu Jingcheng felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. "Nangong, did you neglect to send someone to protect Exiner last time?" Lu Jingcheng inquired softly. Had Nangong Mu dispatched someone, Exiner would not have been taken away by Ning Wan. The ease with which GXNR was removed implied one thing. Nangongmu failed to act. I did not mobilize my subordinates. But, Jingcheng, are you certain you only wish to protect GXNR and not Ning Wan as well? Do not forget, she is your wife now. Should Lu Ziri conspire with Lu Jingcheng against you, it is Ning Wan who would likely bear the brunt of their attack. Nangongmu's voice was calm, yet resonated with undeniable truth. Lu Jingcheng's gaze fell upon Ning Wan, his eyes dark with contemplation. No, Lu Ziri would not dare touch Ning Wan. If the old man were to find out, he would have a hard time explaining himself. That is one matter. But your protection is another, Nangongmu replied softly, pausing before sighing. I understand. I will proceed as you advise. After hanging up, Lu Jingcheng stared into the night, his eyes lingering on the figure of Ning Wan, who lay in slumber. Since both Lu Ziri and Lu Jingcheng viewed her as his tether, the best way to safeguard XNR was to utilize her as a shield. The following day, a beam of morning sunlight lazily streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a beautiful glow on the floor. Ning Wan slowly opened her drowsy eyes, her cool gaze softening as her long lashes fluttered gently. Suddenly, she noticed Lu Jingcheng, who had fallen asleep on the sofa. The scattered sunlight illuminated him, accentuating his handsome and resolute features, the proud aura in his brow evident even in slumber. He was her man, her husband. Ning Wan smiled softly, but upon lifting her gaze again, she found that Lu Jingcheng had already awoken. He approached her, reaching out to touch her forehead, his voice low and slightly cold, yet tinged with genuine concern. Fortunately, the fever has subsided. Thank you, Ning Wan replied with a smile. However, the words felt somewhat awkward, prompting her to change the subject. Wasn't your uncle supposed to invite you to dinner? We didn't go. Is he upset? Do not concern yourself with that. I will handle it. Ning Wan chuckled, observing him. In truth, she was aware of a few things regarding the Lu family. He could not bear the defeat to your father all those years ago, and for many years, he and Lu Jingcheng had been secretly plotting against you. His invitation for dinner was merely a facade. The foreign talent he mentioned was the real focus. Lu Jingcheng furrowed his brow slightly, yet he refrained from answering her. Instead, he gazed at her for a considerable time before uttering a few words. Ning Wan, is a marriage without love acceptable? Once I have resolved matters concerning Lu Ziri and Lu Jingcheng, we shall divorce. Rest assured, it will not be long. At most, 6 months. This is a promise I made to XINR. Chapter 167. I have never wronged her. Ning Wan. Is it permissible to marry without love? Once I resolve matters with Lu Zirue and Lu Jingcheng, we shall divorce. Rest assured, it will not be long. At most, half a year. This is a promise I made to XINR. If she understood correctly, the implication of his words was that she was to serve as a mere shield, a pawn in his game, to be discarded once the dust settled, allowing him and his beloved to unite in happiness. In an instant, Ning Wan felt as though her very blood had congealed, a chill sweeping from her head to her toes. So, Lu Jingcheng, your words imply that I am to charge in a battle for you, quelling your internal strife, while also protecting GXINR from harm. Her voice was dry, yet laced with coldness. Lu Jingcheng was taken aback that Ning Wan, a woman of such depth, could perceive everything so clearly, and he had not anticipated her candidness. His tall and imposing figure faltered for a moment, lost in thought. After what felt like an eternity, he finally looked at her and sighed. If you are unwilling, then let it be. Once we return to Jiangbei, we shall proceed with the divorce. XINR is my responsibility. Protecting her has always been my conviction. I may no longer offer her marriage, but at the very least, I must ensure she suffers no harm. Does this protection of yours extend to me as well? Lu Jingcheng, I have expressed to both grandfather and Qingqing that my indebtedness lies with you, not with GXINR. I have never wronged her, not once. Ning Wan spoke softly, her voice tinged with a hint of frost, her pallid complexion betraying her illness. Ning Wan, have you truly wronged her not? You have usurped her happiness. If not for your interference, she and I would have been husband and wife. You have not only intruded as a third party, but have also trampled upon another's dignity with your wealth. Although I do not believe you orchestrated a trap that led to her brother's gambling debts, Ning Wan, when she was at her wit's end, You chose to buy affection with your money. Do you not find your actions despicable? Lu Jingcheng's voice grew increasingly somber. Though he had intended to avoid conflict given her illness, her words provoked genuine anger within him. Lu Jingcheng, money is not omnipotent. Yet it serves as a test of affection, does it not? The bond between you is indeed so trivial. Ning Wan, your wealth does not grant you the right to trample upon another's self-respect. Suddenly, Ning Wan broke into laughter, observing Lu Jingcheng's furious expression. Indeed, GXNR was the cherished one in his heart. Lu Jingcheng, do you know of Zazumbo? Lu Jingcheng was caught off guard by her abrupt shift in topic. Zazumbo, the journey to the west. She surely did not intend to discuss that line. My destined one is a great hero, and one day he will come to marry me upon a rainbow. I guessed the beginning, yet could not foresee the conclusion. Such a vacuous sentiment. Ning Wan lifted her gaze to meet Lu Jingcheng's eyes. 500 years ago, the goddess of purple mist shed a tear in the heart of the supreme treasure. Later, when the supreme treasure encountered by Jingcheng, he believed that she was the one he loved. Yet in truth, the only person he ever loved was the goddess of purple mist. Lu Jingcheng looked at her in confusion, and, just as he was about to speak, a woman's gentle voice echoed in his ears. Though soft, it carried a hint of resignation. One day, Lu Jingcheng, you will understand. With a sigh, she continued, as for what you mentioned, I have agreed to it. Chapter 168. I never deal with women at 7 o'clock in the evening. A multitude had gathered within a castle in Venice, including Martin, as mentioned by Lu Zirue. At this moment, he was engaged in conversation with Lu Zirue. To everyone's astonishment, was seated next to a man rumored to accompany him wherever he went. Some claimed the man was his illegitimate son, while others suggested he was his beloved. Martin, your actions are remarkably swift. Are you truly considering casting that woman into the sea? While it is true that the old man holds affection for her, she is nonetheless the daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Do you not think this is somewhat excessive? Are you suggesting that one must sacrifice their beloved to gain power within the Lu family through marriage? Lu Zirue remarked with a smile, swirling the wine in his glass, the crimson liquid reflecting in his eyes, enhancing their allure. Martin chuckled, responding fluently in Mandarin, You have wronged me. I never deal with women. Although Lu Jingcheng's tactics have cost me dearly, that is a matter between him and me. It bears no relation to that woman. Besides, what purpose would it serve to confront her? If I were to act, I would require a living person to threaten Lu Jingcheng, not a corpse. Martin, are you certain this is not your doing? Lu Zirue's light laughter faded, his gaze darkening slightly. If it were not he, then who could it be? Moreover, to kill her would only incite Lu Jingcheng's wrath, leaving no room for negotiation regarding that piece of land. As a businessman, my sole desire is profit. I have no interest in matters intertwined with human lives. Martin replied with a smile. At that moment, a commotion arose outside, and a servant reported the arrival of Ning Wan and Lu Jingcheng. Dressed in a purple gown, Ning Wan's hair cascaded like seaweed, her pale complexion enhanced by makeup, giving her a dewy appearance. With a rosy hue to her lips, she clasped Lu Jingcheng's arm, greeting Lu Zirue with a faint smile as they approached. Martin, it has been a while. You remain unchanged, Lu Jingcheng remarked, casting a detached glance at Martin, his expression inscrutable. Lu Zirue chuckled lightly, turning his attention to Ning Wan. I heard you encountered some troubles yesterday. Are you feeling better now? Thank you for your concern, uncle. I am much improved, Ning Wan replied with a smile. Yet her gaze fell upon a familiar figure turned away from them, resembling Xiao Haoyu. Could it truly be him? Noticing her reaction, Lu Zirue suddenly recalled the photograph found in the man's wallet, which was indeed of the woman before him. Though her hairstyle differed, he was certain it was she. I'm glad to hear you are better. Ning Wan, do you happen to know Xiao Haoyu? Ning Wan furrowed her brow, abruptly lifting her head to respond, I do. Does uncle know him as well? Not quite familiar, merely acquainted, Lu Zirue replied with a smile, a flicker of resentment evident in his eyes, which vanished the moment he glanced at Lu Jingcheng. Jingcheng, shall we take our seats? Lu Jingcheng, however, paid him no heed. Instead, he gently tidied Ning Wan's slightly disheveled hair. There were certain matters he wished to keep her from becoming entangled in, since she had already promised him regarding that matter. It was only fitting for him, as a man, to protect her to some extent. Ning Wan, go sit in the garden for a while. And remember not to wander off. I will come to find you in 10 minutes. Chapter 169. Childhood Sweethearts. Xiao Haoyu, however. Ning Wan furrowed her brows, wanting to say something, but upon gazing into Lu Jingcheng's eyes, she suddenly felt there was nothing left to express. She understood that there were matters he preferred to keep from her. All right, I understand. As she turned to leave, Lu Jingcheng's gaze abruptly turned frosty. Until now, he had been striving to conceal his emotions, and he spoke with indifference. Lu Zirue, let's be clear. I am well aware of your intentions. If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Should there be a next time, I will not let you off lightly. With that, his sharp eyes shifted towards Martin. You wish to acquire the land held by the Lu family, but have you chosen the wrong partner? Do not forget, the Lu family is under my command now. Indeed, the second young master of the Lu family possesses remarkable charisma, befitting his role as the head of the family. Martin's eyes flickered, however. I have heard that the Lu family's finances seem to be encountering some difficulties. Rest assured, Martin, you need not concern yourself with that. The Lu family, no matter its state, still possesses certain capabilities. Lu Jingcheng chuckled, then turned his attention back to Lu Zirue. I have remained silent regarding your reckless actions in seizing Lu family contracts, and I have chosen to overlook your transgressions with you and Lu Jingxian. But do not tread on my bottom line. Oh, Lu Zirue suddenly smiled. So, this Ning Wan is your bottom line, second young master Lu? Ning Wan sat in the garden, leaning against the railing, gazing at the artificial river below, lost in thought. The individual she had seen in the hall. Was he truly Haoyu? She could not shake the feeling that it was indeed him. It had been several years since she had heard from him. All she knew was that he had gone to work elsewhere. After graduating, she had hoped to bring him into the Ning family business, but he had declined. During her last visit to the orphanage, the director mentioned that he had not returned in a long time. As she pondered, she unknowingly dozed off against the railing. In her hazy state, she seemed to sense someone approaching. She opened her eyes, astonished, and rubbed them, murmuring, Haoyu, is that really you? I just saw you in the hall, and I thought I was mistaken, but it seems I wasn't. Under the dim yellow light, the man appeared exceptionally handsome, with features as if carved from stone, defined and angular. His thick, dark hair framed his striking face, and beneath his sword-like brows were a pair of almond-shaped eyes that could easily ensnare anyone who dared to gaze too long. Noticing her slightly pale cheeks, he furrowed his brow and reached out to touch her forehead. Wan, how many times have I told you? Every autumn and winter, you're bound to catch cold. Once you do, it lingers for quite some time. I heard from Mr. Lu that you were supposed to come with Lu Jingcheng yesterday, but you fell ill, which is why you delayed. It must be that you, my dear girl, were too playful and went into the water, leading to your illness, wasn't it? As Ning Wan gazed at Xiao Haoyu, a gentle warmth blossomed within her heart. She smiled and said, How you go? I'm perfectly fine now. My cold has improved significantly. I was just being playful, but truly, I have recovered. Observing her, a faint smile flickered in Xiao Haoyu's eyes. How you go? What brings you here? Is the Mr. Lu you mentioned, Lu Zirue? She inquired, chuckling softly. How could someone like him be associated with you? Chapter 170. This path is one I chose myself. No matter how bitter, I shall walk on Lan. He is the boss, and I am merely an employee. Whether he is a good person or a bad one, whoever offers me a higher salary is whom I shall serve, is it not? But Lan, have you truly married Lu Jingcheng? His eyes shimmered with a gentle hue, yet bore the weight of profound sorrow. Nonetheless, he cannot be your true love. Brother Haoyu, individuals like them, proud and arrogant, have always trampled on the hearts of others without remorse. How can there be sincerity in such behavior? I fear that in the end, you might be hurt. Xiao Haoyu furrowed his brows, yet his words were soft. Brother Haoyu, let's not dwell on this matter any longer. No matter how painful it may be, this path is one I have chosen for myself. I compelled Lu Jingcheng to marry me. Regardless of the challenges, I shall persevere. Ning Wan looked at him and smiled. But the dean mentioned that you have not returned to the orphanage in quite some time. The last time I called to tell you about my wedding, you did not respond. What exactly are you doing? Whatever it is, I wish to tell you, brother Hao Yu, even though you are just an employee, the actions of the boss should not concern you. Yet I cannot help but feel that a boss like Lu Zhiruwei is rather untrustworthy. His character is questionable. Please be cautious, and if the opportunity arises, consider leaving. Xiao Haoyu merely sighed softly, choosing not to elaborate further, for he understood Ning Wan's stubborn nature. Once she had made up her mind about someone, she would not turn back until she had faced insurmountable pain. Perhaps one day, she would come to realize the truth. Lan Lan, your obstinacy will one day lead to regret. Ning Wan was slightly taken aback, then lowered her head, her long eyelashes casting shadows. Perhaps, brother Hao Yu, you are not my true love. How could you possibly comprehend the depth of my feelings? By the way, brother Hao Yu, when will you bring back a sister-in-law for me to meet? I heard from the dean that you have started dating. Oh no, that was just a misunderstanding by the dean. Xiao Haoyu smiled softly. By the way, aren't you going in? Or are you waiting for him here? Yes. I have made an agreement with Lu Jingcheng to wait for him here. Once he arrives, we shall return. Ning Wan chuckled. I need to go back to take my medicine. My cold is quite bothersome. That is of your own making. Who can you blame? Xiao Haoyu frowned slightly. Indeed, you are right. Ning Wan pouted. Brother Haoyu, you should make time to visit the orphanage more often. The dean misses you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Haoyu smiled gently. I understand. I'll find time to visit the dean. Brother Haoyu. Ning Wan gazed at Xiao Haoyu, a sense of familiarity washing over her. In the past, when she fell ill, she would often complain about the bitterness of the medicine and refuse to take it. Yet he would always devise various methods to ensure she did. Reflecting on it now, it felt as though it had happened just yesterday. She and he have known each other for over a decade now. Initially, her grandfather supported an orphanage, and she accompanied him there, where she first laid eyes on Xiao Haoyu. At that time, he was still silent. It was only after she spent 2 days at the orphanage that he gradually began to converse with her. Since then, she frequently visited the orphanage, treating him like an older brother. In fact, their bond has endured even longer than that with Li Xiaoding. Thus, it is naturally more profound. Brother Haoyu. Just as he was about to step out of the garden, Ning Wan suddenly called out to him. Chapter 171. Lu Jingcheng. Shall we return home? Brother Haoyu. Regardless of the circumstances, your voice is like a gentle breeze wafting through a grove of flowers, evoking immense happiness. Xiao Haoyu paused, a reluctant smile gracing his lips as he shook his head and murmured, silly girl. The moment he stepped out of the garden, the smile on his face vanished, and for reasons unknown, a faint bitterness clouded his eyes. Wan Wan, the mountains have wood, and the wood has branches. My heart delights in you. Yet you remain unaware of my affection. This is the deepest loneliness and despair in the world. I stand before you, yet you do not know I love you. But alas, I am so filthy, so wretched that even I find myself repulsive. How could I ever deserve you? After Xiao Haoyu departed, Ning Wan continued to linger in the garden, gazing at the rippling water below, a faint smile gracing her lips as she looked at the lights flickering along the riverbanks. Suddenly engulfed by an indescribable melancholy. Suddenly, a cluster of fireworks quietly erupted in the sky, illuminating the night. In that instant, Ning Wan felt as though the entire night sky had been set aglow. The fireworks, however, flickered in and out, and as she stared at them, a chill washed over her. She wrapped her arms around herself, but then a warmth enveloped her shoulders. The faint scent of tobacco wafted into her nostrils as a garment was draped over her. Ning Wan turned around in surprise. Lu Jingcheng, have you finished your conversation? What did he say? Lu Jingcheng offered a subtle smile. His gaze lowered as he looked at her. His eyes remained cool, yet there was an added clarity within them. Under the frost-white moonlight, as night deepened, a gentle mist clung to the garden. Lu Jingcheng regarded Ning Wan and said, It's nothing. Come, let us return. You're still unwell. Ning Wan replied softly, I wish to watch the fireworks before we leave. Lu Jingcheng frowned slightly. Aren't you cold? I'm not cold. With you by my side, I feel warmth, Ning Wan said, glancing at his slender and elegant silhouette bathed in moonlight, exuding an inexplicable coolness. Lu Jingcheng remained silent, quietly observing the night sky. Moments earlier, he had told Lu Ziri that if such underhanded tactics were employed again, he should not be blamed for his ruthlessness. Yet, How could Ning Wan possibly know the man that Lu Ziri kept? It was rather shameful for the Lu family that Lu Ziri had a penchant for handsome men. Fortunately, many were unaware that Lu Ziri belonged to the Lu family. They believed him to be an Englishman named William. The dazzling brilliance of the fireworks nearly pierced Ning Wan's eyes, and she felt her own eyes moisten, her dark lashes becoming damp. A wave of sadness washed over her, and she lowered her head slightly, whispering, "Lu Jingcheng, let us return." Lu Jingcheng nodded slightly, leading the way. The steps were slick with dew, and, as Ning Wan followed, she inadvertently stepped on the hem of her dress, stumbling forward. Thankfully, Lu Jingcheng turned just in time to catch her, sparing her from a potentially disastrous fall. Subsequently, Lu Jingcheng extended his hand to support her, and Ning Wan, momentarily taken aback, rested her hand upon his arm, aiding him as they descended the steps. A gentle warmth radiated from her palm, while the faint scent of tobacco entwined with the night breeze, lingering in an almost ethereal manner. Many years later, whenever Ning Wan reminisced about that moonlit night, she recalled Lu Jingcheng assisting her down the stairs. His presence, so close that the ink-like strands of his hair shimmered with the ethereal glow of the mundane moonlight, strikingly beautiful. Could one not traverse the path with grace? Chapter 172. He no longer deserved to embrace. Wan, where would I be? Is it not enough that I have you? Lu Jingcheng embraced her, and upon hearing her words, he fell silent, a faint smile gracing his lips. That smile, akin to the gentle night mist, radiated warmth and gradually permeated the air, transforming everything into a tapestry of beauty. Meanwhile, standing on the upper floor, Qiao Haoyu observed the two in their embrace and suddenly chuckled, his laughter piercing the stillness of the night like a beacon. Wan, rest assured, no matter what transpires, I shall always protect you. That is the only thing I can offer. Yet, he pondered, would you truly find happiness? With a slight smile, Qiao Haoyu turned and made his way to the bathroom. After showering, he emerged to find Lu Zirui seated on the bed, smoking. Frowning slightly, he refrained from commenting, noting that Lu Zirui was clad only in a towel, his hair still dripping wet. Lu Zirui's gaze sharpened as he looked at him, eyes glinting like a wolf's, fixating on him as if he were prey. Do you know Lu Jingcheng's wife, Ning Wan? Qiao Haoyu paused momentarily, furrowing his brow but ultimately responding, yes, I am acquainted with her. Old Master Ning was a benefactor of the orphanage, and Ning Wan often visited, so we became familiar. The orphanage? Lu Zirui chuckled, pulling Qiao Haoyu into his embrace. Ah, so it is a childhood romance? Yet, Ning Wan was once married to Lin Tianyu. It seems old Master Ning holds her in high regard, having bestowed upon her the ancestral jade bracelet of the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Qiao Haoyu felt a sense of relief, concluding that Ning Wan's marriage to Lu Jingcheng was not an injustice after all. Oh, is that so? He replied nonchalantly. Unbeknownst to him, a nerve had been struck within Lu Zirui, who suddenly gripped Qiao Haoyu's neck fiercely. Haoyu, do not think I am oblivious. You seem rather invested in my family's young mistress. His expression grew increasingly menacing as he continued. Do not mistake my warning. You are mine for life. Should you dare to entangle yourself with her behind my back, do not blame me for being ruthless.